Qin, Liangzhou, Wuwei County. After thousands of years, trade between the Qin state and the various nations of the western regions has flourished, giving rise to the renowned trade route known as the Silk Road. To avoid the tolls imposed by the county cities west of Wuwei, many small merchant caravans choose to exit at a pass situated 30 miles north of Liangzhou City. Due to the presence of these small caravans, a minor settlement called Xiangyi has emerged about 100 miles northwest of the pass, situated on the Gobi Desert. This is merely a place for travelers to rest and resupply. Entirely reliant on the incoming caravans. Without them, Xiangyi would cease to exist. Consequently, the bandits and highwaymen of the Gobi have established an unwritten rule. Any caravan that successfully travels 100 miles west from the northern pass of Liangzhou City to reach Xiangyi will not be further harassed or plundered on their journey. The Gobi Desert surrounding Xiangyi marks the edge of the Tunggur Desert, and the harsh environment dissuades large businesses from opening shops here. Therefore, there exists only a single inn named Gulin Inn. At this moment, the inn has just opened its doors, and perched on the threshold is a dull-faced lad. The boy, perhaps 13 or 14, has his hair tied up carelessly, a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest, dust-covered and seemingly uncombed for a considerable time. His attire is relatively clean, though the hem of his sleeveless cotton tunic bears some stains and appears short, exposing a segment of his belly and the rough knot of a frayed rope. The trousers are tucked into coarse cloth shoes, showcasing a thumb-sized piece of soft-soled footwear, secured tightly with bindings. Originally possessing a vacant, numb expression, the lad's gaze slowly sharpens, the murkiness of his pupils beginning to clear, while his blank face exhibits a slight twitch, presenting an odd expression that seems to teeter on the edge of a smile. Despite being only early autumn, the morning in Xiangyi remains cold, the north wind swirling with dust across the streets, enveloping the world in a dreary, gray haze. Bayo awakens, gazing down at his reflection. He raises his hand, pinching the tanned skin of his arm, and inspects his clothing with a look of astonishment in his eyes. This isn't me? Perhaps due to the reacquisition of his body, Baya's memories begin to resurface, fragments flooding into his mind, yet one part feels alien, as though it does not belong to him. Am I Baya, or Lung Bang? Baya wears a bewildered expression, grappling with the starkly different scenes from two lives within his memory, feeling utterly disoriented. I am Baya Lung Bang must be the name of this body. Nonetheless, he quickly clarifies his thoughts, separating the two identities in his mind. A bitter sensation swells within him as he recalls the nebulous swirling of soul fire that traversed through ethereal clouds and bubble-like worlds. He finally comprehends that his soul has crossed into a new realm. What happened to my former self? Can I return? Baya realizes the original memories are missing fragments and reflects on the shards of soul fire he lost during his journey, leaving his mind in a state of chaotic turmoil as he sits in stunned silence. Little Lung Bang, daydreaming again? Get to the kitchen and help out. If Third Master can't find you later, he'll fetch a firewood stick to chase you. Just as Baya sits lost in contemplation, a sudden, sharp voice from behind jolts him to attention. He stands up from the threshold and turns around to see a striking young woman, clad in a blue skirt and with hair bound in a traditional braid cascading down her chest, hands on her hips, glaring at him with wide, beautiful eyes. Ling Chigu, her age uncertain, is the owner of Gulin Inn. Upon sighting the alluring woman, relevant memories flood Baya's mind. With no male master at Gulin Inn, she is indeed the inn's chief authority. Her northern accent is somewhat distinct. Baya, initially unable to comprehend, finds he instinctively understands her words thanks to the memories of this body. Wary of revealing his true identity, Baya lowers his head and walks toward the back of the inn. Halfway there, he feels that this behavior might raise suspicions, so he looks up to acknowledge her, only to discover that Ling Chigu has already turned, busily wiping the counter with a cloth, not paying him any mind. Baya's eyes dart, and he realizes that this knave body he has taken over is generally mute and taciturn, resembling a mute individual in daily interactions. This, quite convenient indeed. Otherwise, if my true identity is revealed, I can only imagine the reaction of the inn's staff. As he contemplates, he strides toward the inn's backyard. As he calms down, more memories of this body come flooding into his mind. The boy Baya has also carried the surname Bai, and his given name is unknown. The locals simply refer to him as Lung Bang or Idiot. Because Bai, the boy, is mentally challenged and suffers from severe facial paralysis, he perpetually wears a blank expression. Baya shakes his head, attempting to dislodge the confusing memories swirling in his mind. He checks his attire and discovers a jade pendant tied with a red cord in his vest pocket, along with a tamarind's-eyed purple-brown pill. The jade pendant seems to have been worn since childhood, engraved on one side with a small horse and the character by etched into its body. The reverse holds a line of small script, likely indicating his birth date. Shinjo calendar, year 4686, November 22nd, Zhou Bingshan Jingwu. This script resembles the small seal script, though it seems significantly simplified, akin to the difference between simplified and traditional Chinese characters. Although it differs greatly from the simplified characters Baiyu is familiar with, he finds a sense of familiarity, as if someone had taught this boy to read, even if he cannot fully recall the lessons. Aside from the pendant, there are no memories associated with the purple-brown pill. Rather, Baiyu has a vague recollection of its origin. The pill is one of the luminous fragments that comprised his soul fire during the journey of crossing over. It underwent a mysterious transformation as it traversed through the star clouds, ultimately taking on the form of a pill. Can this be consumed? Baiyu's facial muscles twitch involuntarily, the paralysis causing his expression to echo the peculiar grin had exhibited upon awakening. Gu Lin Inn resembles a traditional courtyard residence, with the front serving as the inn's lobby and the back accommodating the kitchen and the living quarters, separated by a small courtyard. Reflecting on the memories imbued within this body, Baiyu ventures into the kitchen. At this moment, the kitchen is filled with steam from cooking, occupied by two individuals. The first, an elderly man named Xiaodui-san, stands at the stove, somewhat limping. He is the inn's head chef. The other is a young girl covered in soot, called Xiao Xian, roughly 10 years of age, who primarily assists with boiling water and washing dishes. Xiaodui-san is quite aged, and no one knows his real name. Everyone at the inn, including Ling Qigu, simply refers to him as Third Master. In truth, Third Master isn't lame, he merely fails to place his right foot firmly on the ground when walking, relying instead on his toes. Consequently, his gait presents a lopsided appearance, giving the illusion of a limp. Go to the backyard and bring out some cured meat. We're running low on supplies. Xiaodui-san remarks with only a passing glance, waving him away. With only 6 staff members at Gulin Inn, besides Baiyu's new identity as the Bai family fool, there's the innkeeper Ling Qigu, Chef Xiaodui-san, the young helper Xiao Xian, and 2 brothers running errands, Suda and Su Air. Suda is steady in demeanor, while Su Air is more lively. Both are only 5 or 6 years older than the Bai family fool, on the cusp of adulthood. Given the size of Xiangyi and the fact there's only one inn, caravans passing through usually remain camped beneath the Stone Goat Cliff outside the settlement. The Stone Goat Cliff, as its name suggests, resembles a goat on all 4s and lies just east of the settlement, hence the town's name. Despite this, Gulin Inn remains bustling at noon and evening, with all 6 staff members kept on their toes. Throughout the day, Baiyu drifts through as he is directed by the others, muddling through his tasks in a haze. It's impossible to continue living like this. I must find a way to leave this place soon. By the time the inn closes for the night, this singular thought occupies Baiyu's mind. Taking advantage of the inn's closure that night, he sneaks out to explore the outskirts of Xiangyi, only to find the area desolate, engulfed in yellow sands and barren wasteland, instilling a sense of despair in him. If he cannot return to his original world in the future, he cannot bear the thought of spending his entire life in this godforsaken place. Yet, as a recluse, the idea of leaving the inn alone seems tantamount to inviting starvation from the outside. From the memories of the Bai family fool, Baiyu recalls that Liangzhou City lies 100 miles beyond Xiangyi. As a dual administrative center, no matter how one looks at it, Liangzhou City is a far more hospitable place for living compared to Xiangyi. I must find a way to earn some money and arrange for someone to escort me to Liangzhou City. Baiyu quiets his mind and thinks through methods of making money, ultimately only arriving at the idea of theft. And even contemplating stealing from his own inn. The memories suggest the inn staff have all treated him quite well, but at this moment, he is no longer the Bai family fool, and thus feels no moral conflict about pilfering. With that mindset, as Baiyu prepares the overnight provisions for the next day, he acts distractedly, waiting for nightfall. Yet, in this state of inattention, an astonishing event transpires. It is the irritating green flies buzzing in the kitchen in a fit of irritation. Baiyu finds himself unconsciously picking up the cleaver from the stove. When Baiyu snaps back to reality, a swift glimmer of the blade cuts through the air, and he observes the fly in the soup pot split in 2, its mouth agape. Wait, what? When did I acquire such skills? Baiyu nearly pops his eyes out in disbelief. However, he evidently jumps to astonishment too soon. When he tries to replicate the fly slicing technique, he reverts to his previous idle self. After several failed attempts to sever the fly, he nearly lops off Xiao Xin's head instead. Under Xiao Xin's furious gaze, Baiya reluctantly abandons the experiment. But the notion of stealing to escape is momentarily shelved after all. In a new environment, he will need skills for self-defense and labor. Through multiple experiments during nightly practice, he ultimately uncovers the secret of the slicing technique, also retrieving its name from the remnants of his memory bone-cutting blade technique. When activated, the muscles in his right arm would surge with a sudden jolt, and his grip would automatically raise and bring the blade down, cleanly splitting an object at a target point. This technique turns out to be less complicated than he first imagined. It appears more aligned with his Buddhist instincts. The more he allows his mind to wander, the more easily the technique performs. Deliberately trying to execute, it hinders the natural flow. This revelation slightly eases Baiya's frustration about his transition, allowing him to feel that crossing into this ancient world holds its rewards after all. Chapter 2. The world of Shinjo today. The merchant convoy that arrived at Xiangyi was notably abundant in the main hall. In addition to the usual attendants, the Su brothers, the proprietress, Lin Shigu, took to the front lines herself, even bringing out Baiya, who was responsible for chopping vegetables in the kitchen, to serve at the table. Lin Shigu was engrossed in her calculations, barely glancing at Baiya, who emerged from the kitchen carrying a whole pig's head. As she pointed daintily towards the corner with her elegantly arched fingers, Baiya's mouth twitched slightly, expressing his silent dissent with the only muscle on his face that could move, before he resignedly carried the cumbersome pig's head toward the corner. Today marked the completion of a full week for Baiya in this world. In his personal opinion, the hospitality of Gu Lin was utterly atrocious. Who would serve an entire pig's head on a platter like this? Unfortunately, this was the Gobi Desert in the northern frontier, and Baiya's notions were woefully out of place. Most of the patrons here brought their own utensils, and during a meal of wine and meat, they often didn't even use chopsticks. However, today was somewhat peculiar. The two guests at the corner table appeared to be first-time visitors to the frontier and seemed unaccustomed to the local customs of hospitality. One was a young man in his 20s, while the other was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Given their somewhat similar features, they likely shared a familial bond. Their attire starkly contrasted with that of the other patrons in the inn. Even in this dust-laden expanse of the Gobi, they wore long robes of hanfu with blue borders and white bases, crowned with caps and clad in thick-soled cloth boots. They resembled not merchants of the northern territories, but rather travelers out for a leisurely excursion. Just as Baiya set the pig's head down, a voice filled with complaint rang out beside him. "Hey, waiter, your establishment is infested with flies. How can one eat in such conditions?" The young man, seated on the left side of the table, covered his mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief while gesturing at several green-headed flies buzzing around the pig's head with his chopsticks. Baiya turned to look at him blankly, then withdrew a pair of chopsticks from the holder on the table. With swift motions, he waved the chopsticks above the pig's head, and 7 flies, as if dazed like children who had just had their heads knocked, circled around the pig's head before settling down. Observing the small creatures that lay on the table, their bellies ruptured and twitching slightly. The fair-skinned young man's complexion paled, and he nearly retched, likely losing all appetite. His elder companion, resembling a guardian figure, stared vacantly at the flies on the table as well. Baiya lingered by the table in silence, awaiting their return to reality. "Young man, could you please take this pig's head back and chop it up a bit?" The middle-aged man finally snapped back to attention and politely inquired, his face contorted in a grimace. Baiya nodded, grasped the pig's head with his left hand, and, gathering strength, tossed it into the air while his right hand swiftly drew out his cleaver, in a flash of brilliant white light. The large pig's head was quietly cleaved into irregular chunks, which fell back into the basket. The two guests furrowed their brows slightly but did not show any further astonishment. Baiya's heart stirred. He recalled that individuals adorned in such attire were seldom seen in Xiangyi. Perhaps this presented a splendid opportunity to glean insights about this world. Seizing the moment to assist in the hall, he made a point to linger nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. "Uncle, with our family's merchant convoy strength, why must we traverse this desert trade route? Wouldn't it be better to journey from Wuwei, Zhangya, Zhouchuan, to Dunhuang?" The young man queried with some confusion. "What do you know at your tender age?" The family had once consulted a renowned diviner. The spatial membrane of the Tanger Desert is the weakest point in the Liangzhou region. The middle-aged man stroked his long beard, speaking softly. "Are you referring to the realm of immortals and demons?" The young man's eyes widened in surprise. "Be cautious with your words." The middle-aged man raised a hand to halt him. glancing around to ensure that only Baya, who was turned away, was present before responding in hushed tones. That sort of place is not something our family can pry into. We are merely the eyes and ears, gathering information for those above us. Is it the immortal sect? A flicker of excitement glimmered in the young man's eyes. A promising youth indeed. The middle-aged man smiled, nodding in approval, closing his eyes and gently swaying his head. Ever since the rift of heaven and earth, Shenzhou has undergone a monumental transformation, evolving from one into myriad. While Baya appeared to busily dart around the hall, his true focus remained on the pair of uncle and nephew. Though their dialogue was sparse and their sentences few, the scant content left him increasingly astounded. It became evident that this world bore a significant connection to his previous world, yet diverged in remarkable ways. Thousands of years ago, this realm had its own spring and autumn period, yet during the final years of the warring states, in the very year the Qin state extinguished the Zhou, history took a drastic turn. The Qin did not unify the states, nor did the Han dynasty emerge. Instead, a cataclysmic event known as the Rift of Heaven and Earth occurred, akin to the mythic creation of the world. The land of Shenzhou was in a constant state of upheaval, with the borders of the various states expanding rapidly and silently. The original landscape transformed beyond recognition within mere years. The world teemed with life and vitality, and all living beings began to evolve gradually. Presently, the expanse of Huaxia Shenzhou was nearly boundless. An ordinary person could not hope to traverse its entirety in a lifetime. Countless life forms emerged, and beyond humanity, other sentient races, as well as savage divine beasts and malevolent spirits, came into being. The realm of Shenzhou was divided into 13 provinces: Ji, Bin, Yan, Yu, Qing, Yang, Jing, Yu, Su, Si, Yi, Liang, and Jiao. Each province was many times larger than its original territory, forming a tapestry of hundreds of feudal states primarily dominated by the original 7 states of the warring period, encompassing various tribes from the east, south, west, and north, excluding Huaxia. Even so, the settlements and cities of humanity occupied only a minuscule fraction of Shenzhou's expanse. Cities connected through aerial routes, numerous relay stations, and teleportation arrays, scattered like stars across the land. Beyond these human dwellings lay untamed wilderness, territories ruled by powerful savage beasts and malevolent spirits. Baya's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. So much so that he failed to notice the departure of the uncle and nephew after settling their bill. Floating airships, teleportation arrays, spatial membranes, realms of immortals and demons, and countless other enigmas lingered in his thoughts, igniting a newfound intrigue for this world. He now understood that this was undoubtedly not the ancient world he had envisioned. According to the words of the uncle and nephew, thousands of years had passed since the great rift of heaven and earth. And considering the time before the spring and autumn period, history here stretched back even further than in his previous world. Young fool, what are you daydreaming about now? Lin Chigu's sharp gaze fell upon him again. Hurry up and serve the dishes. Just as Baya was lost in thought, Su De stealthily nudged him, his eyes motioning toward the counter. Baya shook himself from his reverie, his expression blank as he trudged toward the kitchen. Lin Chigu, frustrated at having no opportunity to scold him, shot an irritated glare at Suda, who was stifling laughter beside Su Air. Teasing the young fool had become a rare source of amusement for the inn's staff. Upon returning to the kitchen, Baya noticed a considerable pile of appetizers accumulating on the stove and quickly donned a foolish expression as he served the dishes to the hall under the watchful glare of Lame San. After a week's stay, Baya had come to realize that the inn's staff, whom he had previously dismissed, were far from ordinary. Due to the intricacies of the cleaving technique, the first person to capture Baya's attention was Lame San, the chef who had imparted the art of bone cleaving to the simple-minded Elidai in Baya's limited memories. It seemed that the old man, Imo, who had rescued him, shared a close bond with Lame San, requesting him to look after the simple-minded boy before passing away. Thus, Lame San had taught him the cleaving technique. During his initial training, Lame San had instructed the simple-minded boy to use the cleaver to swat flies. Each day, if he failed to slay a single fly, he would be met with a harsh beating from a firewood stick. Eventually, the flies were replaced with various cuts of meat, under the relentless supervision of the firewood stick. The cleaving technique became second nature to the simple-minded boy. The second individual who left a lasting impression on Baya was the proprietress, Lin Chigu. Having been at Guilin Inn in Xiangyi for quite some time, her age and origins remained an enigma. Baya first took note of Lin Shigu on the 5th night after his arrival. He observed her sitting alone atop the inn's roof late at night, a look of melancholy on her face as she drank from a jar of wine. In a moment of whimsical inspiration, Baya entertained the romantic notion of soaring to her side, much like a thief saint, to engage her in conversation about life and share tales. However, after circling the inn in vain, he found no bamboo ladder to ascend to the roof. Just then, as if from thin air, Lin Shigu appeared behind him like a specter, frowning as she delivered a sharp rap to his head. Following that lesson, Baya finally understood that the waters of Guilin Inn ran deep. Indeed, the enigmatic figure of Sanyi, who appeared to be a swordsman, and the delicately agile woman, who seemed capable of scaling walls, hinted at the existence of profound martial arts in this world. Even the Su brothers exhibited traces of martial prowess. The familiar sensation of their occasional toe lifts reminded Baya of lame San, who was not truly lame. Did Sanyi possess not only mastery of the blade, but also a profound understanding of leg techniques? Such fleeting inspirations led Baya to steal glances at Sanye's right foot, resulting in several solid whacks from the firewood stick in the kitchen. After being beaten, he would scurry away, ultimately seeking refuge behind the petite figure of Xiao Xian, the firewood girl. During such moments, Xiao Xian would bravely lift her little face, arms outstretched, becoming Baya's shield, compelling Sanyi to reluctantly put down the firewood stick. The girl was the most endearing among the staff, and no one could bear to scold or strike her. Among the 6 individuals in the inn, Xiao Xian was the only one without martial abilities. She was the youngest and only occupied herself with boiling water and washing duties. Due to her daily presence by the stove, the young girl's delicate face was perpetually smeared with soot from dawn till dusk, save for her pair of strikingly bright eyes that radiated an undeniable spirit. In the recollections of Sha'er, he had glimpsed the girl's true visage during the festive seasons. Baya had encountered numerous starlets and youthful models, yet he could not help but acknowledge that the girl, when unmasked, was indeed a beauty in her own right. Privately, he felt that should she mature, she would undoubtedly become a captivating siren, capable of causing great turmoil. Furthermore, it was quite surprising to learn that Xiao Xian had some connection with the Bai family. She was, in fact, a girl whom Sha'er had rescued from the Gobi Desert 3 years prior. At that time, she had collapsed amidst the barren landscape, her body stained with the blood of others. After carrying her back, both Ling Qigu and the lame third had repeatedly cautioned him against mentioning the girl's circumstances in front of outsiders. Reflecting on it now, Baya suspected that those two might have known a bit about Xiao Xian's origins. Perhaps the girl bore a significant burden, which explained why she had been relegated to the kitchen for so long, her face perpetually covered in soot to obscure her beauty. Chapter 3. The Dog Butcher. Must I truly inhabit this world for all eternity? After a day's labor, Baya finally found a moment to recline in bed and ponder his thoughts. The predominant contemplation occupying his mind was the process of his inexplicable arrival in this realm. Since I comprehend how I traversed here, it stands to reason that I might also find a way back. Accustomed to the conveniences of modern life, Baya was loath to remain in a world devoid of television, internet, and various forms of entertainment. Yet, why was there an absence of memories from before my arrival? Was it a consequence of encountering a temporal portal, or something else entirely? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Baya raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. The uncle and nephew from earlier had mentioned something about a spatial membrane and celestial mirrors. Could those be akin to a portal to another world? Given that even merchants were privy to such information, surely I could uncover it as well. However, their cautious demeanor suggested that such things were likely accessible only to the elite. Baya deemed it necessary to attain a certain level of power and influence within this world, which would afford him the resources to seek out the temporal gateway for his return. Alas, his education had been limited to a second-rate university, specializing in marketing. He possessed no poetic talents, nor could he forge weapons or artillery. The history of this world diverged significantly from that of Earth, rendering him incapable of becoming a prophet. Upon further reflection, it appeared that aside from a singular skill in bone carving, he lacked any of the advantages typically associated with protagonists in novels. To aspire to an official position under such circumstances proved to be quite the conundrum. If I cannot ascend to power or royalty, then I shall hone my martial skills, enabling me to roam freely across the lands, And even if I cannot locate the temporal portal, I shall still lead a carefree existence. Baya chuckled to himself with a hint of self-deprecation, recalling that the uncle and nephew had mentioned something about a sect of celestial martial arts. Mastering the martial arts might even grant me the status of a celestial being. Having made this decision, Baya felt a weight lift from his heart, and for the first time in several days, he enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Yet, upon awakening the next morning, he was taken aback to find a pair of wide, beautiful eyes gazing down at him. In a startled reflex, Baya sprang up and collided with Ling Qigu, who stood at the foot of the bed, both of them instinctively clutching their foreheads. Baya had already noticed a peculiar aspect of his condition, perhaps due to the possession of his soul. His body felt almost devoid of pain. Once he regained his senses, he took off running. "You little fool, are you seeking death? Not only did you sleep until noon, but you even dared to collide with me. Stop right there, or I shall make you regret it." This fierce matron truly resembled a tiger. Having faced Ling Qigu and the lame third's reprimands multiple times at the inn, Baya discovered that when he erred, it was best to flee to the kitchen and hide behind the charming Xiao Xian, as their annoyance would invariably dissipate in her presence. However, today was different as Baya darted into the kitchen. He was astonished to find that Xiao Xian was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he encountered the lame third, who wore a disgruntled expression, casting him a sidelong glance, an unmistakable sign of his displeasure. The Gulin Inn was quite small, housing only 6 individuals, and at this busy midday, since Baya had not risen early to assist, the lame third and Xiao Xian had to shoulder the workload. It was no wonder the old man was in such a foul mood. Alas, he found himself caught between the proverbial wolf and the fierce tigress, as the lame third's hand reached for the familiar firewood stick. The only part of Baya that could move, the corner of his mouth, twitchingly turned, and he immediately bolted toward the inn's main hall. "Ha! Look, the little fool is making a run for it again." In the main hall, the Su brothers, along with a significant number of familiar patrons, erupted into laughter as they witnessed Baya sprinting out of the inn, their whistles and thigh-slapping echoes of mirth filling the air. Such scenes had become commonplace, evolving into a daily spectacle that required no payment for admission. "You foolish fool, if you have the courage, don't ever return. If you dare come back, I shall collect your corpse." Ling Qigu brandished a nearly bald feather duster and hurled something resembling a fragrant pouch toward the fleeing Baya. As he sprinted away, Baya instinctively turned and caught the pouch in his hand. Upon opening it, he discovered a generous handful of copper coins within. Despite the patrons of Gulin Inn often referring to him as a fool and occasionally scolding him, Baya understood through the memories of the Bai youth that they treated Sha'er with kindness. The inn, despite its labor shortages, allowed him to sleep in until noon, and Ling Qigu had clearly been concerned for his well-being. Moreover, the robust state of his current body indicated that he had not been deprived of sustenance. Nearly all of the leftover meat from the inn had found its way into his belly. Though Ling Qigu scolded him fiercely, she had just tossed him a money pouch, likely to encourage him to return with some essential supplies like oil, salt, and vinegar, providing him with an excuse to spare him from her wrath. Baya had come to understand these dynamics over the past 7 days, and since discovering the little secrets held by the inn's residents, he had thoroughly examined Sha'er's memories. This understanding allowed him to maintain a facade of vacuity, effectively embodying the persona of the simpleton, thus avoiding any inadvertent revelations. Baya wandered about the marketplace lost in thought. A sudden commotion caught his attention from a distance. Adhering to his principle of not meddling in others' affairs, he quickened his pace, craning his neck to catch a glimpse at the southern street corner. A group of thuggish individuals with shaved heads formed a semicircle, laughing and jeering. Baya had encountered these ruffians before in the inn's hall. They were notorious for wearing tattered garments and brandishing sharp knives and axes at their waists. He had heard the patrons speak of them. Unlike ordinary thugs, these men were actually spies sent by the horse bandits, occupying a lower tier in their hierarchy. Stone Sheep Village frequently experienced incursions from horse thieves, making these ruffians the largest consumer group aside from merchant caravans. According to Sha'er's memories, the horse bandits of the northern regions were a diverse lot, some being long-established criminals while others were nomadic tribesmen or fugitives who had turned to banditry after being unable to return to their homeland. Additionally, some more powerful bandits had even established shops in Stone Sheep Village, such as stables, pawn shops, gambling dens, and brick kills. Occasionally, merchant caravans that had been robbed would find their stolen livestock and goods on display in these establishments. While these ruffians were not as formidable as the true horse bandits, they were certainly more ruthless than common thugs. Those who dared to provoke them would inevitably face violence. However, the villagers generally avoided antagonizing them. And the ruffians likewise refrained from targeting familiar faces to avoid being ostracized. Thus, their current circle was likely a game of harassment aimed at a newcomer who had unwittingly wandered into Stone Sheep Village. Among the group, Baya spotted a genuine horse bandit leading the pack, and the ruffians seemed to be following his orders, testing and extorting the outsider. Unless that outsider happened to possess skills akin to the lame third or Ling Chigu, or was part of a large group, they would likely be beaten and relieved of their valuables. Even if they did not resist, Baya drew closer. He caught sight of a shiny bald head peeking from within the ruffian circle. Unlike the others with their shaved heads, this particular head gleamed like a light bulb, adorned with 6 small white dots. Scarifications. It was a monk. Had these ruffians sunk so low as to harass monks? Monks were a rare sight in a place like Stone Sheep Village. Igniting Baya's curiosity, he maneuvered around the obstruction and peered into the circle. Upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted involuntarily, and he quickened his pace toward the scene. Within the arc formed by the ruffians stood a tall, robust middle-aged monk, his head bowed and a single hand raised to shield a smaller figure behind him from the ruffians. The monk's complexion was a rich mahogany, his face square and ears large, clad in a coarse robe, and he carried a small bundle on his back, wielding a long staff, his legs bound with cloth. He was a wandering monk. However, Baya's attention was fixated not on the ruffians or the monk, but rather on the small figure sprawled on the ground before him. It was none other than Xiao Xian, the firewood girl, and in front of her lay a toppled food box, its contents strewn across the ground. In that instant, Baya suddenly comprehended why the young girl found herself in such a predicament. As the only inn in Stone Sheep Village and facing a shortage of staff, Gulin Inn typically did not deliver meals. However, there was one exception, a brothel known as the Flower Tower. The women within the brothel seldom ventured outside, as they prepared their own meals. Yet there were occasions when, for various reasons, they would miss their meals, prompting them to send a servant to procure food or directly request it from Gulin Inn. Normally, these errands fell to Xiao, but since Baya had awoken late today, it seemed Xiao Xian had taken it upon herself to substitute for him, allowing him to rest a little longer. However, from the moment she entered the inn, Xiaoxin had been hidden away in the kitchen by the inn's patrons, rendering her presence almost non-existent. Few in the entire Shuyang gathering had laid eyes on her. And those transient bandit scouts were equally unfamiliar with her. Should they happen upon her, they would naturally take delight in teasing her. For reasons unknown, the image of the little girl, arms outstretched, defiantly tilting her face upward to protect Baya from the likes of the lame San and Lin Chigu, repeatedly resurfaced in Baya's mind. Damn girl, your luck is always so dismal. Why must you bear the burden of my mistakes? Your life was saved by that fool. It has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, Baya felt as though his throat had been constricted by a heavy stone, and an unbearable wave of warmth surged through him, tinged with a prickling sensation. Perhaps the firewood girl was too attuned to the footsteps of the fool. She instinctively lifted her head to glance at Baya, who was approaching. Upon seeing the familiar figure, the little girl's previously indifferent and calm expression finally shifted, her large eyes revealing a hint of urgency as she shook her head in his direction like a rattle. Stop shaking your head. I'm a simpleton who doesn't understand. Baya unexpectedly made a gesture that even surprised himself, tilting his head in imitation of the fool and grinning widely, displaying a foolish smile that, to an outsider, would appear utterly vacant. This jester-like grin, combined with his 2 shining front teeth glimmering in the sun, rendered him remarkably silly, completely overshadowing the 2 fiery sparks igniting in his pupils. It took immense effort for Baya to muster that foolish smile, and instead of eliciting laughter from the little girl as usual, she merely pouted, her bright eyes glazing over with tears. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her sooty face, creating 2 stark white trails against the grime. Hey, isn't that the simpleton from Gulin Inn? The little girl's peculiar reaction caught the attention of the ruffians nearby, with the one closest to Baya approaching him with a sly grin. Brothers, look, today is truly amusing. A monk who chants scriptures and a simpleton with a burnt brain are both smitten with a scrawny black girl. Ha ha ha! Their boisterous laughter incited a cacophony of strange calls and knowing glances among the ruffians. Well, simpleton, since I'm in a good mood today, how about I take you to the flower house later to listen to some tunes and have some fun? Just as the ruffian's words trailed off, a blinding flash of white light appeared before Baya, and he felt himself lifted effortlessly into the air, the surrounding scenery swirling before his eyes like a rapidly changing carousel. With a splatter, blood erupted skyward like a torrential downpour, drenching Baya from head to toe, while the headless corpse twirled in a grotesque dance before collapsing at his feet. The ruffian's raucous laughter abruptly ceased, as if a cacophony of squawking ducks had suddenly been silenced, leaving them staring blankly at the blood-soaked ground where the headless body lay. The cleaver hung at Baya's side, pressed against his pant leg, with droplets of blood slowly trickling down the blade and seeping into the yellow sand of the dirt path. He continued to turn his head to look at the little girl, the thick, searing blood rendering his foolish smile all the more eerie, while the two sparks in his pupils blazed ever brighter. Chapter 4. I am not a simpleton in his original world. Baya was a quintessential homebody, of average height and possessing an unremarkable appearance, yet he had an exceptional knack for forging connections. His superiors at work appreciated him, his close friends sought his company, and even some girls in the office often cast flirtatious glances his way. This was why, after his transmigration, he felt no sense of superiority as a traveler in this world. Instead, he longed to return. His good rapport with others stemmed from his strong sense of responsibility, his willingness to lend a helping hand, and his warm-hearted disposition, often standing up for the underdog, as his friends would say. He embodied the chivalrous spirit of ancient heroes. Though it was his first experience with taking a life, Baya strangely felt no discomfort or guilt. Rather, his heart, or perhaps that of the fool, pounded vigorously, and an uncontrollable surge of warmth and excitement coursed through his veins. Could it be that I am destined to be a murderer? Baya gazed at the cleaver in his hand. Despite the intense heat coursing through him, he felt more alert and composed than ever before. Amitba! The exclamation jolted everyone in the vicinity, as the monk, who had been standing before the little girl, took a step forward, placing his staff down and gently lifting the still wide-eyed and bewildered head from the ground. Resting it atop the headless body, he then tore a piece of cloth from his robe to cover the head and sat cross-legged on the ground, softly reciting scriptures. The ruffians, regaining their senses, shifted their gazes from the corpse to Baya. They began to disperse slowly, synchronously drawing out their sharp knives and axes from their waists, encircling him with cold and fierce eyes. The ruffians of Shiryong, when bullying the weak, were much like those in other locales. The only difference was that when they were serious, they did not resort to petty tricks, slander, or idle threats. They simply believed in the sharpness of their blades, relishing in the philosophy of an eye for an eye, vowing to repay blood with blood. Perhaps death could lead me back to my own world. That wouldn't be too bad. Baya's cleaver trembled slightly in his hand, as a flicker of attachment to this world surged within him for the first time. After all, without the sensation of pain, it might be refreshing to kill. Baya's smile took on a somewhat sinister edge, his grip on the cleaver tightening until his knuckles turned white. The dismemberment techniques taught to the fool by the lame San could hardly be deemed methods for killing, as they lacked any coordinated footwork. The cleaver's reach extended only a meter ahead, a distance insufficient to guard against the surrounding knives and axes. He could only exchange life for life. Simpleton, run! Baya suddenly felt a pair of small hands tugging insistently at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the little girl, her tear-streaked face resembling that of a distressed kitten. At that moment, he noticed her right ankle was swollen, explaining why she had been unable to rise. Gazing at the little girl, whose face bore a mixture of black and white, gradually revealing her true self, Baya was struck by a mischievous thought. Regardless of whether death would allow him to return, he would soon leave this world. He tucked away his foolish smile, crouched down, and placed the cleaver into his embrace, expressionless as he cupped the little girl's face with both hands, giving it a firm rub. Remember this, I am not a simpleton. My name is Baya, Bai for white, Ya for cliff. From this day forth, you belong to me. The little girl seemed as if struck by lightning, her body freezing in place, her large eyes staring blankly at Baya. Her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an entire egg. Baya's grin twitched, and had it not been for his expressionless demeanor, his face would likely have contorted with delight. After being called a simpleton for so long at the inn, it was the first time he felt joy from that moniker. Alas, if only Lin Chigu and the lame San were here. Their expressions would surely be priceless. Baya sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. He stood up once more, a foolish smile returning to his face as he brandished the cleaver at the approaching ruffians. However, to his astonishment, it seemed that the ruffians suddenly recalled something, each hesitatingly pausing in their tracks to glance back. Following their gaze, Baya soon spotted a figure sitting at the street corner, gnawing on a pig's bone. This ruffian was unlike the others. Even with a comrade dead, he appeared completely unfazed, engrossed in his meal. He seemed to be in his 30s, short and stout, with a face full of excess flesh, his hands greasy and calloused, devoid of any knives or axes like the other ruffians. The moment Baya laid eyes on him, he realized this man must be a genuine bandit, the leader of this unruly gang. The fool had likely encountered him before, but the memory was hazy. It seemed this bandit seldom visited Shiryang. However, as the man cracked the bone with a resounding crunch, Baya felt his pupils constrict, his heart skipping a beat. The man was nearly finished with the bone and intended to suck out the marrow. With a squeeze of his fingers, he punctured 5 small holes into the solid bone, remarkably without shattering it. At that moment, Baya understood why he carried no knife. This squat figure's grip was more formidable than a diamond drill. He tilted his head back to savor the marrow, a satisfied smile gracing his face before casually discarding the bone, stretching his limbs, and turning to leave. The entire process unfolded without him casting a single glance at Baya or the ruffians. As if they were mere bystanders to him, upon seeing the squat figure depart, the ruffians seemed to collectively exhale. They exchanged wary glances, and finally, 2 of them cautiously stepped forward, keeping a watchful eye on Baya as they dragged the corpse a little further away before lifting it to carry off. Observing the ruffians who uttered not a single threatening word, Baya felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Shiryang indeed housed the downtrodden and pitiful, but they were not the same as these reckless bandits who gambled with their lives. Yet, Baya quickly cheered up, dismissing this concern with carefree ease. Surviving was a blessing. As for the bandits who might return, the heavens would surely protect him with Lin Chigu and the lame San. 2 benefactors, the monk shall take his leave here. May we meet again if fate allows. From a distance, the monk, who had been following Baya and Xiaoxin, smiled and clasped his hands together, halting his advance. Baya, carrying the little girl, glanced back and nodded slightly at the monk. He was suddenly struck by an inkling that the previous bandit leader had refrained from urging his ruffians to act. Perhaps out of deference to the imposing monk rather than fear of the cleaver in his hand. "Master, would you like to step into the inn for a cup of tea?" The little girl, perched on Baya's back, lifted her head, her bright eyes twinkling with curiosity. Xiao Xian, possessing a heart as pure as her intellect, invited the monk into Gu Lin Inn, naturally fearing that the ruffians might seek trouble elsewhere if they dared not approach the inn. "Your kindness is appreciated, dear child, but I am currently on a path of asceticism and cannot enter even a humble abode before returning to my temple." The great monk smiled gently, waved his hand, and turned to leave. "Lungbang, Xiao Xian?" As Baya reached the entrance of the inn, he heard Su Da's incredulous whisper from within. What was amiss with him? In the next moment, he saw Ling Chigu hastily emerging from behind the counter, a cloth in hand, her heart warming slightly at the sight. Simultaneously, the discomfort from his earlier act of violence surged within him. Now, recalling the headless corpse, his stomach churned incessantly, yet it brought him some relief, proving he was not a born cold-blooded killer. That evening, Gu Lin enclosed an hour earlier than usual, leaving only Ling Chigu and the limping San, who were huddled together, whispering about who knows what. During the day, Xiao Xian had already informed the 2 bosses of the events that had transpired. Though by Ya's astonishment, rather than reprimanding him, Ling Chigu and the limping San had not laid a finger on him. Nor had they scolded him. Even the eavesdropping Su brothers regarded him with expressions of surprise, patting him on the shoulder in encouragement. This made Baya roll his eyes inwardly, thinking these people were quite peculiar. Regardless, he had taken a life. Eager to overhear the conversation of Ling Chigu and the limping San, Baya pretended to act as usual, fetching a bowl of knife-cut noodles from the kitchen, and sat on the threshold at the back of the hall, straining to listen to the two bosses. Upon noticing his presence, the two ceased their conversation, but upon realizing it was Bai Ya, they resumed speaking, albeit in hushed tones that were inaudible to him, causing him great frustration. Just as he was growing increasingly anxious, he sensed silence behind him. Turning around, he nearly dropped the bowl of noodles he was holding. Ling Qigu had silently appeared behind him, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Cough, cough. Xiao Exine mentioned this afternoon that you seem to have gained some insight and are no longer the fool you once were? The fierce woman rolled her eyes dramatically, pretending to cover her mouth as she coughed lightly. Bai Ya, bewildered, chewed his noodles, swallowing hard, tilting his head as he offered the large bowl to Ling Qigu. I don't want it, she replied, pushing the bowl away with a look of disdain, turning to wipe her face with a slight murmur. Ha Song, still a fool, isn't he? That girl must have seen wrong. Once the fierce woman had retreated, Bai Ya hurriedly withdrew with the bowl of noodles, seeking refuge in the dimness of the courtyard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow in the dead of night. Perhaps stimulated by the events of the day, Bai Ya tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. I must not delay until tomorrow. I need to find a reason to approach that great monk. As a wandering monk, he must have traveled to many places and could potentially provide him with valuable insights about this world, or at the very least, share some food. He rose from his bed, stealthily made his way to the kitchen, grabbed 2 flatbreads, wrapped them in oil paper, and secretly slipped out through the back door of the inn. Chapter 5. The celestial encounter. Bai Ya's quest to find the wandering monk was driven not only by his desire for information about the world, but also by a sense that he had overlooked something crucial during the day. Considering the events of the past few days, it was clear that the fierce ruffians were not deterred by the cleaver he wielded. These individuals relied on their lives for their livelihood, valuing reputation over life itself. If the people of Xiangyi knew they had cowered before a mere cleaver, they would have no place left in Xiangyi. This situation was far from resolved. Otherwise, Ling Qigu and the Limping San would not have engaged in such lengthy discussions. As Bai Ya reflected on the events, he became increasingly convinced that both he and Xiao Exine had been saved by the wandering monk. This mysterious figure, who had traversed to Xiangyi alone, was undoubtedly a person of remarkable capability. If he were indeed a martial arts master, perhaps he could impart a few skills to him. Recalling novels he had read in the past, Bai Ya's eyes brightened with hope. Although the chances were slim, missing this opportunity would leave him with no remedy for regret. Even if he could not learn martial arts, at least he could glean more about the world beyond Xiangyi from the wandering monk, particularly understanding what era he currently inhabited. Due to his status as a fool, he had never dared to inquire about such matters with others in Xiangyi. After slipping out of the inn, Bai Ya headed in the direction the monk had departed earlier. Although the monk had stated he was on a path of asceticism and would not enter even a humble abode, the cave dwellings were exempt from that rule. The cluster of cave dwellings in the direction the monk had taken was limited, and with some effort, he was sure to find them. The night in Xiangyi was illuminated by a cold moon, and the sharp winds howled through the streets, creating an eerie silence devoid of even a crowing rooster or barking Dioji. Felt desolate and lonely. Bai Ya huddled his neck deeper into his short coat, proceeding cautiously along the wind-sheltered path. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted across the end of the street and vanished into the darkness. Was it a jackal or a wolf? Bai Ya halted, cautiously concealing himself in the shadows of the street. The Gobi Desert surrounding Xiangyi occasionally harbored jackals and wolves, perhaps due to the vibrant life energy of this world. As these animals were larger and more ferocious than their counterparts on Earth, they often infiltrated Xiangyi at night to steal food and sometimes even attacked the elderly, women, and children within the cave dwellings. While these creatures were not the legendary beasts of the wild, a smaller number could pose a significant threat. However, the shadow he had just glimpsed appeared peculiar and fleeting, leaving him with only a vague outline. After waiting for a while and seeing that the shadow did not reappear, Bai Ya decided to circumvent that area and continue on his way. Master, Master, Bai Ya called softly at the entrance of an empty cave dwelling, but received no response and had to turn away. He felt a twinge of surprise. This was the third cluster of cave dwellings he had searched. The last one was located to the north of the market, somewhat distant, on the outskirts of Xiangyi. Where fewer people resided, it seemed the monk wished to avoid excessive interaction with the inhabitants of Xiangyi. Does that great monk not understand that it is easier to beg in places with more people? Baya muttered, reluctantly continuing on his way. It had been half the night, and he still had not found him. Was it possible that the monk had truly left under the cover of darkness? After another 10 minutes of walking, Baya approached the area of the last cluster of cave dwellings, but soon halted in his tracks, captivated by the flickering light in the distance. Despite the biting cold of the night in Xiangyi, it was rare for anyone to light a fire for warmth. The reason was simple. The surrounding Gobi Desert offered scant firewood and charcoal, both expensive and requiring transportation from afar. Baya dashed toward the source of the firelight, but as he neared, he was taken aback and immediately concealed himself behind the nearest small earth mound. He spotted the same ruffians from earlier in the day. There were only 3 or 4 of them, far fewer than before, brandishing torches as they seemed to search for something. They were looking for the monk. A grave expression crossed Baya's face. He knew these ruffians would not simply let the matter rest after suffering such a loss of face earlier. However, he had not anticipated that they would not come to Unison to cause trouble, but would instead target the wandering monk. Wait, that's odd. These ruffians are local bullies. How could they not have found the monk by this hour? After observing them from his hiding spot for a while, Baya felt a sense of disharmony creeping in. With careful consideration, he pondered, could it be that the ruffians had already clashed with the monk but had been evaded? The realization left Baya somewhat astonished. If those ruffians had been able to defeat the monk during the day, why would they wait until nightfall to act? Were they truly deterred by Unison? That seemed unlikely. Baya shook his head. The ruffians were backed by bandits and were numerous and reckless. They would not simply swallow their pride due to the presence of 2 skilled individuals at Unison. Baya softened his footsteps, circumventing the torch-bearing ruffians, and proceeded in the direction they had come from. As he ventured deeper into the cluster of cave dwellings, he soon encountered numerous signs of a struggle. The ruffians had indeed engaged the great monk in combat. Following the traces of the conflict, Baya discovered a dilapidated cave dwelling. The entrance bore numerous footprints and bloodstains, with several large prints deeply embedded in the ground, sending shivers down Baya's spine as he envisioned the great monk stamping his foot in fury. Crouching down, he examined the prints, which resembled those made by a cleaver or axe, and marveled at the sight. Though the ground was merely dirt, such imprints indicated that his suspicions about the wandering monk were correct. This monk was undoubtedly a martial arts expert. With this thought, Baya felt a surge of excitement as he cautiously peered into the cave dwelling before him. Inside, it was empty, save for a broken bowl and a shattered clay pot strewn across the ground. Is this goat's milk? Baya picked up the broken bowl, glancing inside to find a small amount of white liquid remaining, which indeed bore the faint odor of goat's milk. Baya found himself perplexed. He had previously witnessed an online debate regarding whether monks could consume milk from livestock in the Central Plains. The teachings of Buddhism advocate for monks to abstain from meat and fish. The term meat refers to animal flesh, while fish encompasses all forms of animal products and eggs. However, monks do not solely subsist on plants and fungi. They may consume anything devoid of oil, meat, bones, and blood. Goat's milk, not classified as meat since it does not harm life, is not explicitly prohibited by Buddhist precepts. It is said that Shakyamuni himself was once fed goat's milk by a shepherd girl. Yet, drinking goat's milk could be akin to depriving a lamb of its sustenance, resulting in karmic retribution. Thus, monks who adhere to strict vows generally refrain from consuming goat's milk, and even ordinary monks would abstain unless they had no other sustenance available. From whom could the monk have solicited goat's milk? A sense of foreboding gripped Baya. Although Xiangyi was located in the northern desert, its inhabitants were predominantly of the Huaxiao ethnicity and lacked the custom of drinking goat's milk. Furthermore, the Gobi Desert, devoid of grass and trees, presented no opportunities for grazing. The mutton served at Gulin and primarily came from impoverished nomads delivering it directly or from merchant caravans arriving from Liangzhou, who could not regularly procure goat's milk as nomads might. The itinerant monk, newly arrived, might be unaware of these nuances, but Baya was acutely conscious of them, which heightened his suspicions. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly dipped his finger into the remaining white liquid in the bowl. Tasting it was not goat's milk. Rather, it was elixir of immortals. Sensing the faint sourness and numbness on his tongue, Baya's eyes widened in astonishment. If this was elixir of immortals, then, realizing what the liquid in the bowl was, Baya nervously glanced at the earthen floor of the cave, his focus ultimately landing on the shattered fragments of a clay pot. Cautiously, he kicked at the shards, then quickly leaped back with a loud clatter. A larger piece of the pot struck the wall, from which two small scorpions, each about half a finger long, scurried forth. These scorpions were not large. Sporting a light brown hue with tiny black speckles on their backs, reminiscent of ink droplets. Elixir of immortals, black-spotted scorpions, indeed. They were the four fiends of Tunger, those accursed horse thieves, as he watched the two scorpions scuttling towards the corner. Baya could not suppress his rage. He now understood why the bandit leader had chosen to act under the cover of darkness. Situated at the edge of the Tanger Desert, Xiangyi was plagued by four notorious hazards collectively known as the four fiends of Tunger. The first, the poisonous sun, refers to the sun during the months of June and July in this region. The prolonged sunlight during these months overwhelms even the most well-prepared caravans, leading to severe casualties on the road. If one insists on traveling during this period, fatalities among the caravan members are almost guaranteed, with entire groups perishing in the desert. The second hazard, known as the Red Lake, lies approximately 600 miles north of Xiangyi, where a small oasis contains a shallow, brownish lake. Though the water of the Red Lake is not toxic, it is more insidious than poison. It is alkaline. Uninformed individuals who consume this water may initially experience no symptoms. Yet gradually their stomachs will ulcerate, leading to internal bleeding. Afterward, they will be unable to retain even a sip of water, and such ailments in the desert rarely afford survival beyond a few days. Compared to the first two natural perils, the latter two fiends of Tunger are a plant and an animal. The plant is the elixir of immortals, a liquid derived from cacti, resembling goat's milk in color and taste. However, the elixir contains a neurotoxin that induces hallucinations and is highly potent. Even a small dose can lead to a surreal experience, hence its name. A slightly larger quantity could drive one into madness. Should that monk have consumed an entire bowl of elixir, Baya worried whether he could ever regain consciousness. The final fiend of the Tanger Desert is the black-spotted scorpion, whose venom, while not lethal, serves as an excellent anesthetic. Baya suspected that the facial paralysis of the young lad was due to multiple stings from these scorpions, leading to facial nerve atrophy from a lack of timely treatment. The combination of elixir of immortals and black-spotted scorpions could yield the horse thieves' most commonly used anesthetic, Immortals Down. Chapter 6. Huikong. The name Immortals Down speaks volumes about the potency of this anesthetic. However, its effectiveness pales in comparison to the fresh application of its components. These ruffians had spent the better part of a day gathering these two substances to use against the monk. Baya's heart burned with rage as he began to piece together why the bandit would go to such lengths. He also felt a surge of anger towards himself. The young girl, still innocent, did not grasp that their salvation hinged on the monk's presence, merely believing Baya had frightened off the ruffians. Meanwhile, Baya continued to feign madness in front of the inn's patrons, leaving Lin Shi and the limping Sam perplexed about the core of the situation. Had he foreseen this outcome, Baya would have clarified the events of the day, even at the risk of raising suspicions among the inn's guests. In comparison to the monk's life, he could have left the Gu Lin in early, thereby preventing the entire debacle. Lin Shi would undoubtedly have found a way to ensure the monk's safety nearby. Allowing them to look after him, Baya's heart sank. It was now too late to seek help at the inn. Even if the great monk managed to break free from his encirclement, he would be burdened by poison and unable to escape far, likely still hidden within Xiangyi. This chaotic settlement was a place where most people tended to look after their own interests, and no one would take in a monk. Moreover, with so many ruffians, they would undoubtedly find the monk first. But that shadow, could it be the great monk? A sudden realization struck Baya as he recalled the shadow he had seen not long after leaving. At the end of the street, in hindsight, that oddly shaped shadow had clearly belonged to a person, and it could very well have been the great monk. After all, they were at the fringe of Xiangyi, an open area with no places to hide. If the monk were to break free and seek refuge, he would have no choice but to run deeper into Xiangyi, perfectly aligning with both direction and timing. With this thought in mind, Baya wasted no time. Upon exiting the cave, he scanned the surroundings for any signs of life before dashing back down the dirt path he had come. He had taken quite some time to find the monk earlier, but now he retraced his steps in a mere 10 minutes. Baya disregarded the frantic beating of his heart as he navigated the path where he had seen the shadow. Indeed, it was hemmed up by the light of the bright moon. Baya soon spotted a pool of blood that had yet to dry in the middle of the dirt path. Following the intermittent blood trail, he quickly came upon the great monk, slumped against a mound of earth, his head hanging low and motionless. "Master!" Baya exclaimed with joy as he rushed forward to inspect the monk's injuries. "Who?" The seemingly motionless monk suddenly lifted his head, bellowing fiercely and raising a hand towards Baya's face. The force of the wind from the monk's strike stung Baya's skin, and in an instant, the monk's hand loomed over him like a mountain about to collapse. "Master, it is I!" Baya cried, leaning back and falling onto the ground. The monk's hand narrowly missed his nose, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Judging by the force of the blow, Baya had no doubt that, had it connected, his head might have burst like a watermelon. "You are the young benefactor from earlier?" The monk turned his face towards Baya, his voice tinged with weakness. "It is I, master." Relieved that the monk could still recognize him, Baya exhaled in relief. The monk's consciousness appeared to remain intact. However, as he drew closer and caught sight of the monk's face in the moonlight, Baya's heart trembled. Where the monk's eyes had once been, there were now only two gaping wounds, with blood oozing from them and trickling down his cheeks. "Master, your eyes." Baya could barely utter the words, his throat tightening as if choked by an unseen force. "Young benefactor, do not grieve," the monk said, his face smeared with blood. "Before leaving the temple, my master foretold that I was destined to face a calamity. This journey requires me to uphold strict vows, abstaining from desires and avoiding any dwelling with a roof. Should I return safely to the temple, I shall face no further tribulations. If I transgress, then death is inevitable." As he spoke, a hint of self-deprecation appeared on the monk's bloodied face. "I did not foresee that, upon nearing Shinjo, I would let my guard down and inadvertently breach two precepts, leading to this calamity as fate decreed. Master, you have not transgressed." Baya was about to argue but suddenly recalled something, causing him to fall silent. The monk mentioned that he had transgressed two precepts, one of which must have been the elixir of immortals. Though this substance was not genuine goat's milk, the monk had consumed it solely due to a lack of other food. However, in the realm of karma, what one thinks about bears significance, and he indeed had breached the precept concerning consumption. Additionally, although the cave was not a dwelling with a roof, the bandits had thrown a pot full of black-spotted scorpions inside to harm the monk. Once the pot shattered, shards lay scattered everywhere. Thus the cave could not be deemed devoid of a roof. The monk's claims of transgressing these precepts felt tenuous. If he deemed it so, then it was so. And if not, then it was not, depending solely on his own perceptions. Under normal circumstances, no admonition would be necessary, yet the monk was facing a calamity, magnifying even minor infractions into monumental ones. What more could Baya say? The master is blessed with a great destiny and will surely overcome this tribulation. Otherwise, how could the heavens have allowed me to find him before those bandits? Baya forced a smile, pulling one of the monk's arms to support him, attempting to assist the monk in rising. "Little benefactor, please wait." Sensing Baya's intention to lift him, the monk chuckled and gently pushed him away, gazing at him with his two blood-stained eye sockets. "Poor monk is deeply poisoned. I rely solely on my inner energy to suppress the venom and cannot travel far. Moreover, I cannot allow this wretched body to burden you." "Little benefactor, what is the master saying? If you had not been present during the day, I fear that both I and Shao Exine would have already become lifeless corpses," Baya replied, shaking his head. "Master, please endure for a while longer. Once we reach the inn, there will undoubtedly be someone to assist you in dispelling the poison. Little benefactor, heed my words. Little benefactor, the monk called out several times. And seeing that Baya remained resolute in his attempt to assist him, he finally exerted himself to forcefully throw them both to the ground. "Little benefactor, our meeting is indeed fated. I am not one to fear death. However, there is one matter that weighs heavily on my heart, and I wish to entrust it to you." The monk gasped for breath, struggling to sit up, and untied a small bundle from his back. "Please speak, master." Baya glanced at the monk's blood-soaked face, which remained calm, and he sighed heavily in sorrow. He realized that the monk had already resigned himself to death, and further persuasion would be futile. Noticing Baya's silence, the monk finally smiled broadly, rummaging through his bundle to retrieve a small porcelain vial and a yellow silk pouch, which he handed to Bai Ye. Poor monk is named Huikong and has been practicing at the Vajra Temple in Hanzhong County, Ezhou. This journey to the west is both for asceticism to evade calamity and to attend to worldly matters. Huikong paused momentarily before continuing. My master has sent me to the western regions to retrieve a handwritten copy of the Sarangama Sutra translated by Master Bansimi, and to escort it back to the Vajra Temple. The master cannot let go of a sutra. Bai Ye could not help but glance at the yellow pouch in his hand. Huikong seemed to sense Bai Ye's thoughts and merely smiled lightly. Offering no further explanation, Bai Ye, not being a disciple of Buddhism, naturally did not comprehend the value of this handwritten text. In addition to the Sarangama Sutra, there is also a manuscript I copied of the Jalan Najing. Huikong paused again, contemplating before cautiously stating, the latter part of this scripture records a hand seal and a nameless mental technique. The seal was inspired by my exchanges with the Tantric masters, and I created it myself. The mental technique, however, is an innate part of the original scripture, its origins unknown. I entrust both to you, little benefactor, to settle this matter's karma. The master's troubles arise from me, so I shall serve you. However, what is it that the master wishes me to do? Bai Ye felt a sense of foreboding and tentatively inquired, "It is to ask you to deliver the Sarangama Sutra to the Vajra Temple. And be sure to hand it personally to my master, Zen Master Yuanming." Huikong lowered his head and solemnly performed a gesture of reverence towards Bai Ye. "There is no need for such formality, Master." Bai Ye forced a bitter smile, realizing that asking him to deliver a sutra from the northern frontiers to Hanzhong was indeed a daunting task. In a wonder, the monk had entrusted him with his self-created hand seal technique instead of leaving it for his own Vajra temple. However, seeing the gaping wounds on Huikong's face, he found himself unable to refuse. After all, the monk's current state was a result of his efforts to save both him and Xiao Xian. Additionally, this small vial contains the temple's sacred healing medicine, Little Vajra Pill, of which there are 5 remaining. This pill is extremely potent and effective for external injuries and internal poisons, but its properties are quite fierce, so be sure not to take too much. It is for your protection on this journey. With the burden lifted from his shoulders, Huikong's mood brightened, and a trace of peacefulness returned to his expression. Sacred healing medicine? Why does the master not use it now? Bai Ye exclaimed, alarmed. This pill is too potent and will accelerate blood circulation. Should I take it? I fear the poison within me would overwhelm my defenses. Huikong replied with a rueful smile. Although I am unaware of the nature of the poison those scoundrels used, I know that I cannot resolve it with the Little Vajra Pill, Bai Ye pondered, realizing that it was indeed the case. The celestial milk and black-spotted scorpion were not fatal poisons. One was a hallucinogen, and the other an anesthetic. Huikong was currently relying solely on his inner energy to suppress the effects of the drugs. Should he use the blood-circulating Little Vajra Pill, he would likely become delirious and vulnerable to attack. Furthermore, little benefactor, while you may practice the hand seals I created without issue, you should approach the nameless mental technique with caution. Huikong advised prudently, I believe this mental technique is meant solely for calming the mind and spirit, which should not pose great danger, yet I have not fully unraveled its intricacies. Caution is paramount. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Bai Ye tucked the porcelain vial and yellow pouch into his robes. Time is of the essence. Lean in. Suddenly, Huikong's expression shifted, and he grasped Bai Ye by the collar, pulling him close and whispering a 64-character incantation in his ear. This is the technique for channeling the energy of my hand seal. It must be practiced in conjunction with the incantation. After repeating it several times, he disregarded whether Bai Ye had memorized it, shoving him away with urgency. Hurry! Those scoundrels are nearby. Bai Ye was startled, listening intently as he indeed heard the chaotic sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Chapter 7. Silence of Extinction Mastered. Take care. Bai Ye suppressed his discomfort and turned to flee down the dirt road. They have found him. A distant cry echoed behind Bai Ye as the ruffians circled around Xiangyi, finally locating the monk Huikong once more. Bai Ye's pace slowed. Suddenly, he found himself unwilling to escape. Gritting his teeth, he turned back toward the dirt road. Even if he could not aid Huikong, he felt compelled to witness the monk's last moments. He did not understand why he felt this way. The people and events of this world had no connection to him, and his only concern should have been returning. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he could no longer turn a blind eye to everything around him. As Bai Ye approached the dirt road, the flickering flames first caught his eye. Torches held by the ruffians. He concealed himself behind a crumbling wall, cautiously peering out to observe the situation ahead. Hui Kong was surrounded by the advancing ruffians, struggling to stand, his hands pressed together against the slope behind him. Despite the horrific blood holes in his face, his expression remained exceptionally serene and composed. Heh heh, with a triumphant laugh, the ruffians parted to make way for the stout, stocky bandit from earlier, who stepped forward with a mocking grin, brandishing the long staff that Hui Kong had left behind. Monk, it's not that I disrespect the Buddha. This is simply your fate. Submit quietly, and tomorrow you'll perform for me. Perhaps you might even save your life, the stout bandit taunted. Umitba, poor monk's wretched body is yours if you wish. However, if you act thus, are you not afraid of retribution for your wicked deeds? Hui Kong turned his face toward the bandit, speaking with an air of indifference. Retribution for wicked deeds? Ha ha ha. The bandit erupted into laughter. Exchanging glances with the other ruffians, who joined in a chorus of derisive mirth, Ian Xiangyi, we never believe in such things. We only trust the knife in our hand. In that case, the poor monk has no words left. Do as you will. Hui Kong's expression grew stern as he suddenly propelled himself off the slope with his right foot, soaring through the air like an eagle, arms outstretched toward the source of the taunts. The stout bandit was caught off guard by Hui Kong's sudden retaliation, not expecting such defiance even in this dire situation. His pupils constricted as he momentarily faltered. However, this bandit was seasoned in combat. He shouted and seized one of the nearby ruffians, pulling him in front as a shield while deftly dodging to the side. Bang! The ruffian used as a shield was instantly sent flying by Hui Kong's iron fists. The ruffian's chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed, his head striking the ground, contorted into a grotesque position, ultimately succumbing to death. Charge! The bandit, having narrowly escaped, revealed a fierce expression and shouted to the surrounding ruffians. Their faces twisted into expressions of malice as they drew their knives and surged forward. They surrounded Hui Kong, and blood blossomed from his body as his already tattered robes transformed into a crimson garb of a beggar. Despite this, Hui Kong appeared oblivious to the pain, each strike sending an enemy flying. Had he not been blind, he would not have needed to exchange injury for victory. These ruffians would not have been able to stop him. Bang! Seizing the opportunity as one ruffian was sent flying, a long staff struck Hui Kong hard on the back, causing him to stagger. Hui Kong turned to retaliate but struck nothing but air. The cunning stout bandit retreated into the crowd. His eyes gleaming with a snake-like coldness, lingering behind the ruffians, waiting for the next opportunity. Soon enough, the opportunity presented itself, as Hui Kong lost more blood. His robust frame began to sway, nearing exhaustion. The bandit squinted. Discarding the long staff in his hand and rolling forward through the gap, silently arriving at Hui Kong's feet. His large, claw-like hands swiftly grasped Hui Kong's right knee, while his left hand pressed down and his right hand yanked, brutally dislocating Hui Kong's lower leg. Even with Hui Kong's fortitude, the pain of losing a leg elicited a cry. However, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, Hui Kong's remaining left foot sprang forth, striking the stout bandit with the force of a spring, sending him flying, while Hui Kong himself toppled to the ground. Bang, bang! The bandit rolled along the dirt path like stones skimming across water, bouncing several times before he struggled to turn over and sit up. With a wide-open mouth, he could not help but unleash a spray of blood. "You've slashed me," he shouted. His face twisted in rage as he spat blood towards the thugs. The thugs momentarily paused. Then, in a frenzy, they lunged forward, their sharp knives mercilessly raining down upon the already fallen Hui Kong. In the tightly packed crowd, only the muffled sounds of impact could be heard. Thud, thud, thud. Crack, Baya, hidden behind a crumbling wall, watched with his eyes wide in horror, nearly grinding his teeth to dust in rage. After a while, the thugs finally ceased their assault. Supported by one of the ruffians, the short and stout bandit rose to his feet. One of his arms dangling limply at his side, evidently broken, he staggered to the mangled corpse of Hui Kong. Spitting at the lifeless body, the bandit snatched a dagger from one of the thugs and bent down to sever Hui Kong's head. Lifting it triumphantly with one hand as he cackled madly, "Ha ha ha! What of a sect master? He has still been toyed to death by me. Go, search everywhere, and see what this Baldy carried with him. Baya bit his lip, oblivious to the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and slowly retreated from behind the crumbling wall, disappearing into the darkness. The scene of this night would be eternally etched in his heart. Baya quietly returned to the inn, believing he had not disturbed anyone, unaware that a pair of eyes from a shadowy corner of the rooftop was watching him. Upon seeing him return safely, the owner of those eyes let out a silent sigh of relief. Once back in his room, Baya, despite his inner turmoil, shoved all of Huikong's entrusted possessions under the bed. He lay on his bed, staring blankly at the wooden beams above. He was uncertain how long he maintained this state, as images of the short bandit holding Huikong's severed head and laughing maniacally replayed in his mind. "Master Huikong, once I master my skills, I will avenge you," Baya murmured softly, suddenly recalling the 64-character mantra that Huikong had recited before his demise. After a moment of contemplation, he found a piece of charcoal from the fire pit in the corner of the room and quietly inscribed the mantra in an inconspicuous spot under the bed, lest he forget it over time. Perhaps the shock of Huikong's death was too profound. He was able to write down the mantra word for word, even though he had only heard it a few times. Yet, while he recognized each character, he was utterly lost when it came to their combined meaning. Intend to guard the Dantian, channel the three Yangs, fundamentally penetrate the three Ens, remain alert and unmoving. What could this possibly mean? Baya stared at the words he had inscribed. Feeling utterly perplexed, he rose and went to the courtyard to fetch some water, the icy well water refreshing his mind considerably. Returning to his room, he retrieved the small yellow cloth pouch that Huikong had entrusted to him. Opening it, he discovered two slender tomes and a small jade statue. One tome had a unique texture, its pages slightly yellowed, seemingly crafted from some thin leather. The other resembled a long piece of silk folded over, appearing more like a scroll than a book. Upon closer inspection, Baya realized the silk scroll was indeed the Lankavatara Sutra that Huikong had mentioned. While the leather tome was Huikong's own transcription of the Kalachakra Sutra, Baya carefully put away the Lankavatara Sutra and opened the Kalachakra Sutra, hoping to find the martial technique that Huikong had recorded in the latter half. Huikong had used two different sizes of script in his transcription. The earlier Buddhist scripture was written in a larger, neater hand, while the last several pages were filled with tiny, cramped characters that made Baya wish for a magnifying glass. The small characters were divided into three sections. The first part chronicled Huikong's remarkable experiences during his ascetic practices, written in vernacular. Aside from a few unfamiliar words, Baya could understand most of it. The second part detailed the unique hand seals that Huikong had devised, while the final section contained the unnamed heart method he had transcribed from the original sutra. Baya examined Huikong's self-created martial art. He finally comprehended why Huikong had referred to it as a hand seal rather than a fist technique or palm technique. This martial art lacked specific moves. Instead, it focused solely on the method of energy cultivation. The hand seal was a synthesis of Huikong's insights and the great hand seals used in esoteric Buddhism that he had exchanged with disciples of the tradition. While its power was inferior to the original great hand seal, it excelled in its simplicity of practice, requiring no accompanying mantras or incantations. Huikong had named this self-created hand seal the Vajra Great Hand Seal, with the first two characters derived from the name of the Diamond Temple. The text concerning this hand seal in the sutra offered little more than its name, primarily consisting of 5 simple diagrams depicting the postures for practice. 2 standing postures, one with both feet and one on a single foot. 1 seated posture, and 2 lying postures, one on one side and one with the torso suspended. Each posture diagram featured outlines and black dots, with annotations indicating the meridians and acupoints traversed during the practice. Upon seeing this, Baya suddenly realized some phrases from the 64-character mantra. For instance, channel the 3 Yangs, fundamentally penetrate the 3 Ens. The 3 Yangs and 3 Ens likely referred to the arm meridians among the 12 primary meridians, the hand's 3 Yang meridians and 3 En meridians. Huikong was indeed correct. This martial art required the mantra for practice. Otherwise, merely observing the human posture diagrams would lead to disastrous results. With this thought, Baya could not help but admire Huikong's prudence. Had he not been there last night, this martial art would have fallen into the hands of that bandit. Given the monk's fierce demeanor, it was inconceivable that he would surrender the hand seal mantra to a villain merely to save his life. With newfound hope for mastering the Vajra Great Hand Seal, Baya felt invigorated. Although he still had much to comprehend regarding the 64-character mantra, he believed that if he practiced cautiously with the 5 diagrams, he would eventually unravel all its mysteries. After examining this martial art, Baya casually flipped through the unnamed heart method. This time, however, he was not as fortunate. The unnamed heart method was far more inscrutable than the 64-character mantra Huikong had given him, filled with many obscure characters he could not recognize. After a while of struggling, Baya reluctantly gave up. Without a wise monk to explain it in detail, he could hardly even begin to grasp this unnamed heart method. Chapter 8. The Flower Tower. After studying these 2 martial arts, Baya's attention shifted to the jade statue. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, Huikong had not introduced the small statue that accompanied the 2 texts. This palm-sized jade statue was a milky white color, featuring fibrous patterns and an unusual design. The central figure was an arhat clad in yellow monk robes, bare-shouldered, riding atop a fierce tiger, while entwined around his upper body was a 3-clawed dragon. The arhat gripped the tigeress scalp tightly with his right hand, while his left hand was raised high, pinching the dragoness throat. The tiger roared, the dragon hissed. The entire statue was vividly lifelike, immersing the observer in its presence. Its peculiarity lay in the fact that this arhat possessed 2 faces, one benevolent and serene, while the other was fierce and wrathful. This arhat statue appeared to be a fusion of the dragon-subduing and tiger-taming arhat, leaving one to ponder its true significance. Baya scrutinized it closely, noticing some azure fibrous threads and spots within the jade statue, resembling the meridian diagram of the Vajra Great Hand seal. Though they could also simply be the jade's inherent patterns, Baya pondered where Huikong had acquired this statue. Could it possibly contain a form of Buddhist martial art? He vaguely understood why Huikong had not disclosed this jade statue to him, for it was likely that even the monk himself could not comprehend its meaning. As time passed, Baya began to feel overwhelmed, and after some thought, he assumed one of the lying postures from the Vajra Great Hand seal and soon fell into a deep slumber. While a common person would lie on their side with their body flush against the bed, this posture required him to rest on his elbow, supporting his head with his palm, legs straight and stacked, while the other arm remained tightly alongside his leg. This position was naturally quite arduous. His arms were prone to numbness, and maintaining a straight neck and spine was challenging, risking injury if he could not endure. Yet, Baya had experienced great trauma today. Even in sleep, his body remained tense, and he found himself unconsciously maintaining that position, even when he occasionally shifted, until he was startled awake by sounds from the courtyard outside the window. Upon waking, Baya felt a disorienting confusion regarding his whereabouts. He had slept uneasily, frequently dreaming of Huikong's head, riddled with blood holes, swaying before him. After some time, he regained his senses and noticed his arms were throbbing with a vigorous pulse. Muscles swollen, palms crimson as if some force had been forcibly channeled into his arms. He shook his arms and, following the scripture's guidance, massaged them, allowing that sensation to dissipate, replaced by a dull ache and tingling from muscle fatigue. Baya paid little heed to it. Huikong had already explained such phenomena in the scriptures, deeming it a sign of effective cultivation. Regardless, the night had finally passed. At dawn, Baya, alongside Su-Er, began to remove the door panels of the inn. He sat on the threshold with a flatbread in hand, nibbling while gazing blankly at the dirt road before him. That moment, few souls traversed the path, and the cold morning breeze stirred the fine sand on the ground, resembling the gentle ripples on a river's surface. Su-Er glanced at his dark circles, a look of surprise in his eyes, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately holding back. The inn seldom hosted many guests during the day, and as the sun gradually climbed higher, Suda and Ling Qigu emerged, both yawning, a rare sight for them to rise so late. Suda, the flower tower sent word yesterday to deliver some snacks. You and Lung Bang go take a trip. Ling Qigu gestured with her fingers, passing over 2 layered snack boxes. Ah, Suda replied, motioning for Baya to grab the food boxes and join him as they set out. The 2 walked southward along the dirt road, heading toward the flower tower. Upon crossing 2 intersections and arriving at the spacious central square of Shiyangji, both suddenly froze in place, their heads raised in shock. The usually empty square was now squatted with several thugs. Most significantly, not far from them stood a flagpole towering over 7 meters high, its apex impaled by a severed head, which bore gory holes where its eyes once resided. The visage of this head was smeared with blood, devoid of hair, save for 6 stark white scars adorning its crown. The ruffians, undeterred even after Huikong's demise, chose this macabre display in Xiangyi to assert their dominance. Upon spotting Suda and Baya, several of the thugs, crouched beneath the flagpole, jeered and pointed at the two. Raising their voices to engage in raucous jesting, a fleeting glance at the gruesome head atop the pole ignited a flicker of rage in Suda's eyes. Suddenly, he was startled by a heavy, labored breath beside him. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see Sha Er still transfixed, staring vacantly at the head, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a pair of terrifying crimson orbs. The muscles in his face, nearly paralyzed, twitched grotesquely, presenting a fearsome spectacle. Long Bang, restrain yourself, Sudo admonished, grasping Bai Ya's right hand, which was slowly inching towards his waist where a cleaver lay, his voice low and urgent. What transpired last night? Did you truly go to see the monk with those 2 flatbreads? Bai Ya's shoulders trembled, as if awakening from a dream. He turned to Suda in astonishment, not realizing anyone had witnessed his actions the previous night. It seems Xiao Exine was not mistaken. You appear to have had an epiphany, albeit not a sufficiently profound one, Suda remarked expressionlessly. Those ruffians are desperate men. Now that we have provoked them, do you believe we could sleep soundly like dead pigs tonight? I took turns with Chi Gu guarding the rooftop all night. I was on watch during the first half. I saw you slip out and was unable to stop you. You little fool, Bai Ya's gaze dimmed, for Suda's words struck a nerve, reminding him that Huikong's death rested squarely on his shoulders. He should have shed his pretense of ignorance and laid bare the entire sequence of events. Had he done so, Huikong might have been spared. Yet now, Bai Ya cast a lingering glance at the head upon the flagpole, and an odd tranquility washed over him. He tightened his grip on the food box and continued toward the flower tower. Deliberately ignoring the antics of the ruffians, Suda, observing Bai Ya's retreating figure, felt a strange unease stir within him. Furrowing his brow, he glanced once more at the flagpole and the ruffians, sneering softly before following Bai Ya. The flower tower was a quadrilateral courtyard structure with 2 stories. The women of the flower tower included escaped slaves from Liangzhou and Xizhou, as well as dependents brought by laborers. With their male counterparts deceased, these women had no choice but to rely on their physical allure for survival. The flower tower, the only brothel in Xiangyi, had been established only 5 years prior by the enigmatic Aunt Hua. Before the inception of the flower tower, the unfortunate women engaged in the flesh trade mostly operated as clandestine prostitutes, conducting their business in dilapidated caves, leading miserable existences as many clients preferred to pay with blades rather than coins. From this perspective, the flower tower could be considered a veritable paradise. The girls generally remained in their respective rooms along the corridor, with their artistic names displayed on nameplates outside their doors. Should a patron request a particular girl, the attendants would remove the nameplate until the patron emerged once more. We're nearly there. It seems those ruffians won't cause trouble in broad daylight. You deliver the food box to the flower tower, and I'll return to the inn first, Sudo instructed Bai Ya upon spotting the vibrant red lanterns adorning the entrance of the flower tower. Bai Ya nodded silently, accepting another layered box from Suda's hands and carrying it toward the establishment. Hey, little fool, you finally arrived, greeted 2 burly men stationed at the entrance, their smiles broad and professional as they parted to allow Bai Ya passage. Hurry up, little fool. The girls are starving. Get that upstairs. Remember, it's room number 3. As Bai Ya stepped through the threshold, a flamboyantly made-up older woman approached him. She was a strikingly beautiful yet aging courtesan, her waist slender as a willow, her bosom ample. Clad in a pink skirt and adorned with intricate hair, her lips were a vivid crimson, punctuated by a beauty mark at the corner, all framed by an enticingly provocative smile. However, the wrinkles between her brows betrayed her true age. This woman was Aunt Hua, the proprietor of the flower tower, revered as a maternal figure by the girls. Perhaps Bai Ya lingered too long in his quest for recollection, for upon noticing his gaze, Aunt Hua's smile blossomed even more radiantly as she wafted a fragrant breeze toward him. Oh, who would have thought our little fool has grown up and knows how to admire women? She teased, playfully poking Bai Ya's chest with her finger, her laughter ringing with charm. If it weren't for your fierce mother keeping watch, I would have shown you the pleasures of womanhood today. Bai Ya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, grateful for his expressionless countenance, He cast a blank glance at Aunt Hua, clutching the food box, and turned toward the staircase leading to the second floor. "TCH, this boy is quite dull," Aunt Hua scoffed, pouting before swaying her curvaceous form away. Due to the propensity of Xiangyi's men to resort to knives at the slightest provocation, the Flower Tower had employed skilled fighters to prevent any violent disputes from breaking out among clients. At the stairway to the second floor stood two robust men, clad only in sleeveless vests, their muscular arms reminiscent of iron and steel, each equipped with uniquely designed short blades tucked at their waists. These blades, known as Ju Dao, were favored by northern fighters for close-quarters combat, capable of delivering blows as powerful as an axe, capable of severing necks with a single strike. "Step forward." The two originally impassive fighters smiled upon Bai Ye's approach, gesturing for him to relinquish the cleaver before stepping aside to grant him passage. Bai Ye recalled that these two were familiar faces at Gu Lin Inn, often among the patrons who jeered whenever he found himself in trouble with Qi Gu wielding a feather duster. Ascending to the second floor, a row of doors greeted Bai Ye's gaze. The closed doors indicated occupied rooms, while those merely draped with curtains were unoccupied. Bai Ye surveyed the array of doors, attempting to recall the location of room number 3. Although the girls at the Flower Tower had no designated days off, they could not toil endlessly without respite. After entertaining a few clients, they would inevitably require a break. Room number 3 served as a gathering place for the girls to chat and snack. After a brief pause, Bai Ye made his way toward the innermost large room of the courtyard. Chapter 9. The Black Tiger. He, did you know? That young Master Feng who visited a few days ago said he would buy Mainyang's freedom. Xiaozhen, don't speak carelessly, young Master Feng. He was merely speaking out of turn after drinking. Haha, it's no surprise. Mainyang is the most popular girl in our Flower Tower. Himph, do you believe that? What man who comes to the Flower Tower isn't full of sweet nothings? This time is different. I heard Aunt Hua say that young Master Feng is from the Central Plains. The door to room number 3 was not shut, but merely hung with a cloth curtain, allowing Bai Ye to overhear the lively chatter and laughter within. Most of the girls in the Flower Tower were young and beautiful, viewing the establishment as both a home and a sanctuary. Their most frequent discussions revolved around their hopes of earning sufficient money to be redeemed by a kind-hearted man who would overlook their pasts and take them home. The Mainyang mentioned in their conversation, Bai Ye had heard patrons speak of her as the most exquisite girl in the Flower Tower. Just as he was about to lift the curtain, a subsequent remark halted his hand mid-air. If young Master Feng truly has such intentions, his caravan won't be able to take Mainyang away. I've heard the Black Tiger is coming tonight. The Black Tiger, that bandit leader? Alas, poor Mainyang. The volume within the room suddenly decreased, the girls seeming reluctant to continue discussing the topic. Standing at the doorway, Bai Ye felt a chilling glimmer in his eyes. The name Black Tiger appeared to awaken Sha Er's memories, as he finally recalled that the stocky bandit from the previous night was indeed known as the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger seldom frequented Xiangyi, having only visited Gu Lin in a handful of times. It was no wonder Sha Er had little recollection of him. As the memories resurfaced, more details about the Black Tiger flooded Bai Ye's mind. The Black Tiger's father had once been the leader of the Black Tiger stronghold. After his death, chaos ensued within the stronghold as rival leaders vied for power. For a time, the Black Tiger vanished from sight, only to re-emerge with heightened martial prowess, reclaiming the title of leader and inheriting his father's moniker. That man intends to come to the Flower Tower tonight? Bai Ye inhaled deeply, the icy glint in his eyes gradually dimming as he reached out to part the curtain and stepped into the room. Food box in hand. The chamber was spacious, featuring a large heated Kong, where 5 or 6 elegantly adorned girls sat cross-legged, engaged in lively conversation. It was early autumn, the weather remained relatively mild, and the heated Kong had not yet been lit. The girls wore light clothing, with some revealing glimpses of their red undergarments beneath their jackets. Finally, our little fool has arrived. We were about to starve. Upon Bai Ye's entrance, the nearest girl, her round face alight with excitement, snatched the layered box from his hands, eagerly opening it and shoving a piece of sweet cake into her mouth. The girls in the Flower Tower exhibited no restraint in their dining habits. And before Bai Ye knew it, they had all filled their cheeks to capacity, cheeks bulging, as they continued to munch away. Little Lingling, why haven't you left yet? Are you hoping for a reward? Or, the round-faced girl blinked, swallowing the sweet cake in her mouth, clapping her hands before approaching Bai Ye, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. "Ha, little Jean. Why don't you help little Lingling with this significant matter of life tonight?" a few girls teased as they encircled him, while one particularly beautiful girl with an oval face remained indifferent, continuing to eat her food. Her gaze was somewhat dreamy, as if lost in thought. Compared to the two swordsmen at the stairway, the girls of the flower building were completely absent from Lingling's memory. He would always leave immediately upon arrival, and although he had heard their names, he could never distinguish one from another. However, Baya had now come to a realization. The dreamy-eyed girl, the only one who did not tease him, was the subject of their conversation today, Mainyang. Only someone with a heart already tethered could present such a demeanor. It seemed she genuinely fancied that young Master Feng. Box. Baya feigned a timid demeanor, stepping back to evade the overly enthusiastic girls, pointing at the two layered boxes on the Kong. So you were just thinking about your worthless boxes? Take them away! Take them away! Baya's cowardly demeanor instantly bored the girls, and they ceased their teasing. They produced some plates, transferring the leftover food onto them and returning the empty layered boxes to Baya. He shrank back, preparing to leave, but suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Evening, do we still need?" Huh. The girls appear to have discovered a new continent, staring at Baya in astonishment. "Sisters, did I hear you correctly?" "Oh dear, you little rascal, stop pinching me. You heard right. Little Lingling still wants to come tonight. Could it be he has truly taken a liking to little Jean?" In unison, the group of girls turned their attention to the round-faced girl. Stop the commotion. He was asking if we want more food tonight." The round-faced girl feigned calmness, but her flushed cheeks betrayed her, prompting laughter and playful banter among the others. "You little Lingling, are you trying to amuse this lady?" The round-faced girl could no longer maintain her composure, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at Baya. All right, stop teasing them." Observing Baya's frightened gestures, an older girl stepped in to mediate. "How about this? If anyone doesn't have time to eat in the building tonight, just sign up and little Jean will keep track, so that little Lingling can send over some cakes." Humph. The round-faced girl rolled her eyes but raised no objections, quickly noting down the names of a few girls. "Number 3, number 5, number 6, little Lingling. Remember to deliver directly to these ladies' rooms tonight." Little Jean instructed Baya with a stern expression, then suddenly recalled something and turned to the pensive oval-faced girl, Mainyang. "Will you have guests tonight? Should I send over some wine and dishes for you?" "Oh, yes. Mainyang finally snapped back to reality, nodding gently. "And number 8, little Lingling, have you remembered?" Little Jean seemed still displeased, poking Baya's face with her finger. "Oh," Baya numbly acknowledged, turning to exit to Ha. "Do you think little Lingling is this afraid of women because of that tigress at Gu Lin Inn?" Just as he dropped the curtain, muffled laughter erupted from within. However, Baya remained oblivious, his back turned to the curtain as he clenched his fists tightly, a blood-red glimmer in his eyes as he murmured, "Number 8, that scoundrel will be resting in room 8 tonight." Upon leaving the flower building, Baya did not return directly to the inn, but instead turned towards the eastern Gobi Desert of Xiangyi. Although he yearned to immediately eliminate that short and vile bandit, Baya knew he was no match for the Black Tiger. He must prepare himself. When he finally returned to the inn, he was dustier than before, with a significant portion of his clothing torn. He quietly circumvented the watchful gaze of Aunt Chi in the lobby, heading straight to his room with the layered boxes. After entering, he wrapped his hands in thick cloth and opened the boxes, revealing more than 10 half-finger-long black scorpions crawling inside. Seeing that all the black scorpions were lively and vigorous, Baya nodded with satisfaction, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as night fell. Baya stared at a wine cup on the table, his gaze wavering with uncertainty. He had already mixed the venom of the black scorpions into the wine, but given their small size, only a few drops of venom had been extracted. He was unsure if this amount would be sufficient to incapacitate the black tiger. Due to time constraints and limited manpower, he could no longer procure more black scorpions. That bandit, like Hui Kong, possessed exceptional martial skills. If he could not subdue him, it would be Baya himself who perished. This is the only way. Baya clenched his teeth, retrieving the porcelain vial that Hui Kong had left for him. Inside were 5 small golden Vajra pills. Hui Kong had mentioned that these healing pills were extremely potent and could accelerate blood circulation. During Hui Kong's poisoning, he had refrained from consuming them for fear they would exacerbate his condition, but now they were just what he needed. Baya removed the cork, pouring out a small golden Vajra pill, no larger than a fingernail, its hue a vivid red. He tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Baya wanted to personally experience the effects of the golden Vajra pill, to feel the surge of energy coursing through him and to gauge how long it would take for the pill to take effect. Indeed, it was a miraculous medicine. Moments later, Baya sprang to his feet. His complexion slightly flushed, resembling a person intoxicated with alcohol. He felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, as though he had boundless strength. The exposed skin of his arms burned, and with a slight exertion, several veins bulged prominently. This pill had a strong flavor and could not be overused. Without further hesitation, Baya retrieved another small golden Vajra pill and dropped it into the wine cup, placing the cup inside a food box. Baya lifted a piece of flatbread, glancing at the cleaver resting at the bottom of the box. When he later entered the flower building, the swordsman guarding the doorway would take his cleaver. This would be his backup. With everything in order, Baya cracked open the door slightly, surveying the backyard and rooftop. Noticing no one outside, he picked up the food box and made his way to the back door of the inn. Tonight, he had inadvertently revealed his true self in front of Suda, although Suda believed that the original fool had finally wised up. There was no guarantee he would not inform Aunt Chi and the lame third. Baya had initially thought Aunt Chi and the lame third would come seeking him for questions, but to his surprise, everyone acted as usual, showing no particular concern for him. This realization brought him both joy and a hint of disappointment. It seemed that in the eyes of others, he was not as significant as he had imagined. Nevertheless, he no longer cared. If he failed to assassinate the Black Tiger tonight, he would undoubtedly die. If he succeeded, he would have to flee Xiangyi. Moreover, he had devised a plan to sever ties with Gu Lin Inn to prevent the bandits from retaliating against the inn. Having already caused Huekong's demise, he did not wish to implicate others in the INN. As he slipped out of the inn, Baya let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that everyone had gone to bed somewhat early, granting him the opportunity to act smoothly. Chapter 10. Mainyang, even though he had envisioned various scenarios, upon entering the flower building, Baya's heart nonetheless began to race uncontrollably. At that moment, he was immensely grateful that everyone in Xiangyi regarded him as a fool afflicted with facial paralysis. Otherwise, he would never have been able to deceive the perceptive flower house attendants and swordsmen. Go on. The two swordsmen at the stairway, as usual, confiscated the cleaver from his waist, but paid no heed to the food box he held. Baya, stay calm. You can do this. Baya steadied himself, internally chanting encouragement. He followed the corridor shaped like a returning character toward room 8, but upon arriving at the door, his heart sank at the sight of it firmly shut. The flower plaque had been taken down, indicating he had arrived too late and would have to entrust the food box to a servant inside the building for delivery. The problem was that the servants of the flower building had a notorious habit of sneaking bites. If they happened to drink even a little of the wine, Baya's plan would be utterly ruined. Just as he was fretting over this, faint voices of conversation drifted from room 8, although he could not discern the words. He could vaguely hear two male voices. One was the bandit he loathed most, Black Tiger, and the other belonged to an elderly man. That voice was, Master Tao? The aged voice struck a familiar chord within Baya, conjuring the image of a robust old man in his mind. To the north of Xiangyi lay a stone kiln known as Tao's Forge. Unlike the cave dwellings of the impoverished, these kilns were reinforced with fired bricks and featured thick entrance curtains. This area was expansive, surrounding a central structure with a rare brick and tile wall, adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets. The owner of this grand residence was surnamed Tao, commonly referred to as Master Tao, a master blacksmith renowned for his exceptional craftsmanship. The residence and the surrounding kilns housed many of his apprentices. Xiangyi had no arable land and did not require farming tools, and with a sparse population, there was little demand for kitchenware. However, there were two iron goods that were indispensable: horseshoes for the merchant caravans and knives. Those who came here to make a living, even Baya in the guise of a fool, always carried a cleaver at their waist. The people of Xiangyi could survive without grain, but they could not live without knives. Those who lacked both grain and knives would surely perish, though not by starvation. Master Tao and his apprentices were skilled in forging knives, thus ensuring the success of Tao's forge. He had the means to purchase bricks and tiles from the bandits and hired laborers to transport timber from Liangzhou City. Constructing a grand residence in Xiangyi, Baya heard that when the grand mansion was newly constructed, There were several bands of horse bandits who, under the cover of night, attempted to stealthily infiltrate and plunder the wealth amassed by the blacksmiths. However, these bandits would enter boldly at night and emerge sideways by day. Master Tao and his disciples not only excelled in forging swords, but also demonstrated remarkable prowess in wielding them, rivaling the professional swordsmen of the northern regions. The people of Xiangyi all agreed that if there were to be the first person to die peacefully in bed, it would undoubtedly be Master Tao. Baya was perplexed as to why the old man would be drinking with the Black Tiger, his sworn enemy, just as he contemplated sneaking closer to the door to eavesdrop on their conversation. A long arm draped over his shoulder. Startled, Baya instinctively reached for the bone-chopping knife at his waist, only to remember that it had been confiscated by the swordsman downstairs. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure upon realizing that the person behind him was none other than the oval-faced maiden, Mainyang. Hush! Mainyang raised a finger to her lips, taking the food box from Baya's hands and gesturing for him to leave. Baya, in a panic, recognized that while it was advantageous for Mainyang to deliver the food box, he had yet to retrieve the spare bone-chopping knife concealed within it. Gritting his teeth, Baya glanced around and, seeing no one, swiftly seized Mainyang's arm, pulling her into the shadows of the corridor. Mainyang appeared dazed, only recalling to cry for help when he had already drawn her into the corner, but he swiftly covered her mouth. Mainyang, do you fancy that young master from the Central Plains? Feng! Just as Mainyang was about to struggle, Baya released her, locking eyes with her as he whispered, aren't you foolish? Hearing Baya's articulate words, Mainyang was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly furrowed her brows and coldly retorted, what business is it of yours? Are you, a mere boy acting the fool, now feeling jealous? It concerns me greatly, Baya replied expressionlessly, opening the food box to draw out the bone-chopping knife hidden beneath the pastries. For tonight, I intend to slay the Black Tiger. Kill the Black Tiger, with just you? Mainyang gazed at Baya with skepticism. However, just as Baya had anticipated, upon hearing this news, she did not raise her voice in alarm. The wine is laced with poison. Baya pointed to the wine cup within the food box, tucking the bone-chopping knife into his waist and covering it with his clothing. As long as the Black Tiger lives, Feng cannot take you away. Otherwise, once you leave Xiangyi, his caravan will not return to Yangzhou City. Only with the death of the Black Tiger do you and Feng stand a chance to be together. As Baya spoke, he attentively observed Mainyang's expression. Seeing her face shift with uncertainty and silence, he realized he had swayed her. Now everyone knows the food box was sent by me. It has nothing to do with you. If things go awry, only I will perish at the hands of the Black Tiger. If successful, the horse bandits will suspect nothing of you. Noticing Mainyang's wavering resolve, Baya seized the moment to provoke her. Are you frightened? I fear nothing. Mainyang snapped back, shaking off her momentary daze with a fierce glare at Baya, tightening her grip on the food box. Observing the seemingly delicate Mainyang unleash a curse, Baya couldn't help but smirk. Every girl in the Flower Tower had endured unimaginable hardships, their tempers more fiery and their resolve more steadfast than ordinary women, many bold enough to wield blades. Moreover, finding a man willing to redeem them was a dream shared by every girl in the Flower Tower, and Mainyang was no exception. Baya, though cornered, knew that if Mainyang cooperated, their chances of success would increase significantly. Are you doing this for that monk? Mainyang hesitated before softly inquiring. How do you know? Baya's pupils constricted. The people of Xiangyi might be aware of the monk's altercation with the ruffians, but they were oblivious to the details, let alone Baya's relationship with the monk. The Black Tiger, he was here this afternoon, and later, Master Tao arrived. Mainyang frowned, her gaze evasive as she spoke. Though they drove me out, I vaguely overheard them mentioning that monk and Gu Lin in. So that's it. Though Mainyang's words were vague, Baya understood instantly, realizing how convoluted the situation had become. Had he not impulsively decided to assassinate the Black Tiger that day, he might have remained oblivious to the underlying schemes. No wonder events had escalated so rapidly within just 2 days, leading to an irreversible conflict. It was clear that there was indeed a conspiracy afoot. Xiangyi had few industries, and the vast majority were under the control of the horse bandits, primarily mule and horse shops, pawn shops, gambling dens, and brick kills. However, the bandits primarily used the brick kills for their own purposes, and there was little business to be had. The gambling dens' earnings were minimal, as the caravans feared venturing into such places, and the impoverished locals had no funds as for the mule and horse shops and pawn shops. They largely served as fencing operations, filled with goods stolen by the bandits. The only profitable ventures in Xiangyi were three: Aunt Hua's Flower Tower, Master Tao's Forge, and Gu Lin Inn. The bandits had considered targeting these three establishments. But the Flower Tower housed a cadre of professional swordsmen who were not to be trifled with. The disciples of the Forge were fiercely protective, having previously dealt with bandits who had dared to confront them, effectively acknowledging the Forge's strength. Lastly, Gu Lin Inn, though it had only a few patrons, was not particularly appealing to the bandits. The reasoning was simple. Smaller bands of bandits were reluctant to provoke the two experts within the inn, while larger factions did not wish to suffer disturbances during their leisure. There were many factions among the horse bandits, and none dared to drink at inns owned by rival bandits, fearing that enemies might poison their drinks. Moreover, if the bandits took over the inn, passing caravans would likely choose to go hungry rather than purchase food and drink from bandits. This understanding was common knowledge. Hence, despite the inn having faced incidents over the years, no bandit had ever genuinely set their sights on it. But if the one eyeing the inn was not a bandit but Master Tao, everything would make sense. Baya felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As a sheltered individual from a peaceful world, he could not fathom Master Tao's actions. Why, with such a grand mansion already, would he still covet the modest Gu Lin Inn, even going so far as to bribe bandits? You, a naive fool, know nothing. The older one gets, the more one craves wealth. Mainyang coldly replied. He presents himself as a benevolent figure before outsiders, yet the sisters of the Flower Tower know he is not a good man. Many of our sisters were once the families of blacksmith apprentices, sold into the Flower Tower right after their husbands died at his hands. Baya, upon hearing this, fell silent. Compared to these unfortunate souls, he suddenly felt that the previous foolish life he led was filled with happiness. Is there an antidote for the poison in this wine? Mainyang suddenly asked with concern. Baya realized that Mainyang knew the wine was poisoned. She would have to drink it to avoid raising Black Tiger's suspicions. It's black scorpion venom. A small amount won't harm you. The numbness will pass in a while. Just ensure they drink more. Baya whispered gently into her ear. That's good. Mainyang sighed in relief, determination glimmering in her eyes as she took the food box and headed towards her room. Baya's gaze flickered as he hid in the shadows of the corridor, expressionless as he leaned against the railing. Chapter 11. Blood for blood. Mainyang had been in her room for a while, and Baya felt an increasing sense of urgency in his heart. The poison-laced wine would take effect quickly, but he feared that Black Tiger and Master Tao might not drink right away. This corridor occasionally saw servants and clients passing through, although everyone regarded him as a fool. Lingering too long would inevitably arouse suspicion. You little whore, do you dare to harm me? Just as Baya's thoughts spiraled, the sound of shattered dishes emerged faintly from room 8. It's done. Baya's eyes lit up as he swiftly dashed towards the room. The door to room 8 was ajar, and with a push, he entered. The rooms in the Flower Tower were not particularly spacious, and upon stepping inside, he quickly grasped the situation. In room 8, there were 3 individuals. Mainyang lay sprawled on the ground, a red handprint emblazoned on her face. Upon seeing Baya burst in, she merely rolled her eyes, remaining motionless, clearly incapacitated. Opposite her lay an elderly man with a purple sandalwood complexion, staring anxiously at Baya, seemingly mistaking him for a servant of the Flower Tower. The last person was Black Tiger, who sat cross-legged at a small table, his left hand bound with a strip of cloth, a remnant of last night's confrontation with Hui Kong. His right hand strained to support the chaotic tabletop, struggling to maintain balance. Enemies meeting were particularly intense. Upon seeing Black Tiger, Baya's eyes turned crimson as he swiftly drew his knife, striding towards him with maximum speed. "Ice you?" Black Tiger sensed someone approaching and laboriously lifted his head. Upon recognizing Baya, his pupils instantly widened. The bandit leader's eyes reflected a glimmer of understanding, realizing that if he did not resist now, he would surely meet his demise, even in a state of full paralysis. He managed to stand upright, using the table for leverage as his right hand transformed into a claw, lunging fiercely at Baya, simultaneously opening his mouth to call for help. Too late. A hint of mockery flickered in Baya's eyes as he raised his left hand to meet Black Tiger's claw, while his right hand, wielding the bone-chopping knife, struck like lightning towards the enemy's heart. Thud, the room resonated with a dull thud as the blade pierced flesh. Blood gushed from Black Tiger's gaping mouth, and his intended cry for help morphed into a strangled sound as his throat constricted. The cunning and ferocious bandit leader's eyes finally displayed overwhelming fear. "Didn't he expect this, did you?" Baya gritted his teeth, twisting the bone-chopping knife, utterly pulverizing Black Tiger's heart. The visage of the bandit leader, grotesquely swollen, contorted into a mass of agony, with his throat emitting a ghastly gurgle as crimson flowed forth from his mouth like a breached dam. His body gradually succumbed, leaning against the white cliff. The white cliff permitted the Black Tiger to lean against him, whispering softly into his ear, "I have infused your drink with the venom of the black-spotted scorpion, and soon I shall sever your head. This is a fitting retribution, a reflection of your own deeds. Did you not anticipate that the consequences of your actions would arrive so swiftly after you took Master Huikong's head? You little wretch, I shall depart awaiting your end." Aware of his inevitable demise, the Black Tiger instead wore a cruel smile. With a derisive snort, the white cliff drew his blade with a fierce motion. Before the Black Tiger could fall, a gleaming arc of cold steel had already swept across the thick neck of the bandit leader. His head soared into the air, and before it could touch the ground, the white cliff grasped it by the hair, hoisting it aloft. After dispatching the Black Tiger, the white cliff's gaze fell upon another fallen individual. "Young hero, do as you wish. I, the little second, have seen nothing and beseech you to show mercy." The old man Tao, observing the white cliff's intense stare, turned pale and hastily spoke. He seldom visited the Guilin Inn for drinks, and now, with the white cliff appearing so drastically different from his usual self, he failed to recognize that the youth before him was merely the errand boy from the inn, mistakenly believing that the Black Tiger had encountered vendetta from the bandits. Otherwise, he would have cried out for help from the swordsman of the flower house, even at the cost of his life. "Shall I allow you to continue plaguing the Guilin Inn?" The white cliff's eyes glinted, stepping forward as the bone-chopping knife slid across the old man's throat. The only person in Xiangyi who might die peacefully in bed met his end with wide eyes and disbelief etched upon his face. After slaying two, the white cliff remained remarkably composed. He rifled through the belongings of the two corpses, discovering 2 coin pouches, a black leather tome, and a short dagger sheathed in fish skin. The dagger belonged to Old Man Tao, while the black tome belonged to the Black Tiger. Its cover inscribed with the 5 glyphs of 5 severing tiger claw technique, instantly recalling the Black Tiger's fierce claw technique. He hastily stuffed the items into his clothing, discarded the bone-chopping knife, and grabbed a cloth from the bed to wipe the blood from his face. He hastily wrapped the Black Tiger's severed head and stuffed it into a layered box, which, upon removing the inner divider, snugly accommodated a single head. Glancing at his blood-soaked attire, the white cliff began to strip off his clothes, turning them inside out. At that moment, he finally noticed the injury on his left hand, where the Black Tiger's thumb had pierced a bloody hole through the back of his hand, the wound revealing fragments of bone within. The white cliff quickly wrapped his palm, tucked it into his clothing, and with one hand holding the food box, he flashed a grin at Mainyong, still lying on the ground, before striding out of the guest room. Descending the stairs once more, he encountered 2 sword-wielding guards stationed at the corridor's entrance, and his heart began to race uncontrollably, finally feeling the pangs of a guilty conscience. "Shadow, do you smell blood?" One of the guards to the left suddenly furrowed his brow, questioning his companion with confusion as he watched the white cliff's retreating figure. "If you say that," the guard on the right's expression darkened, "you stay here. I will check upstairs." These 2 professional swordsmen, having blood on their hands, were particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, yet they remained unaware of the white cliff's true identity. They merely assumed that some mischief had occurred among the clients upstairs, causing the white cliff to be splattered with blood. This was not surprising, given that the white cliff's previous persona as a simpleton had left a lasting impression. Upon reaching room 8 and spotting the familiar bone-chopping knife, the white cliff had already made a narrow escape from the flower house unscathed. Once outside, the swordsmen of the flower house would not pursue him further. Their immediate priority would be to report to Aunt Hua before deciding on their next course of action. The white cliff dashed towards the Guilin Inn, for he had one more task unfinished. "Little fool, why are you back so late? Get some rest tonight and stop running around." Just as he stealthily slipped in through the back door of the inn, a voice rang out behind him. Upon hearing the voice, The White Cliff felt a wave of relief. The figure behind him was Su Er, not Lin Chigu or the limping SA, and it seems everyone is quite calm tonight. Where is Chigu? The White Cliff, fearing that Su Er might notice something amiss, in his nervousness completely forgot to feign ignorance. Chigu, San, and my brother all had matters to attend to. Oh, you. Fortunately, Su Er seemed somewhat distracted. Having spoken, he only then noticed that the White Cliff appeared somewhat off. Everyone in the inn knew that the White Cliff could speak, but the clarity of his words and the content of his speech were unlike anything Su Er had ever heard. Bang! Before Su Er could turn his head, a heavy blow struck the back of his neck, and with a look of surprise, he collapsed forward. The White Cliff quickly caught Su Er, peering down to find him breathing steadily, and he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had exerted all his strength, fearing he might fail to knock the fellow out. Lin Chigu, the limping San, and now Suda were all absent. Was this fate's design? Reflecting on Su Er's earlier words, a tinge of melancholy crept into the White Cliff's heart. Perhaps it was for the best, as it facilitated his plans. The White Cliff set Su Er down and turned to enter his own room. He swiftly retrieved a bundle from beneath his bed and then rushed to the kitchen to gather a large pile of firewood to stack throughout the inn. Moments later, the White Cliff glanced back at Xiao Xian, who lay unconscious in a dark corner of the street, side by side with Su Er, and let out a soft sigh before tossing the torch onto the firewood in front of the inn. A bitter smile crossed the White Cliff's face. This was the only means he could conceive to sever ties with the Gu Lin Inn. Watching the flames and thick smoke begin to rise, he cast one last deep look at the inn, inhaled deeply, and turned to flee into the darkness. The arid climate of Xiangyi had not led the White Cliff to anticipate that his fire would succeed beyond his intentions. By the time Lin Chigu, the limping San, and Suda returned, the Gu Lin Inn had transformed into a blazing pyre. Everything was ablaze, with the rising smoke and flames visible even from beyond Xiangyi. Chigu! Upon seeing the adults finally return, Xiao Xian rushed into Lin Chigu's embrace, her face streaked with tears. At this moment, Lin Chigu and the others were clad in dark night clothing, with the limping San clutching a cloth bundle that, at first glance, appeared to contain a human head. Are you all right? Lin Chigu anxiously checked Xiao Xian, relieved to find that aside from her sooty face, she bore no injuries. Who did this? Suda demanded, gripping Su Er, who stood silently beside him, with a fierce tone. He was the little fool. He knocked me out as soon as he returned. Su Er glanced at his brother, shaking his head with a wry smile. Little fool? The three of them were momentarily taken aback, and Lin Chigu, glancing at the unprotesting firewood girl in her arms, became convinced that Su Er was not lying. San? Lin Chigu turned to the limping San. Her eyes filled with inquiry. I have no idea, however. It seems Suda was right during the day. The little fool is likely not the same one we knew. The limping San furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. In any case, we must find him first. Just as the inn's occupants were engulfed in confusion, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from both ends of the street as a throng of people surged forth. From the street corner came over 20 ruffians wielding sharp knives and axes, while from the other end emerged a group of blacksmiths armed with long knives and hammers. Lin Chigu, where is your little fool? One ruffian, his face twisted with malice, licked the sharp knife in his hand with his tongue. Why, little fool? What has he done? Lin Chigu maintained her composure, cradling Xiao Xian. The people from the flower house say he has slain Master Tao and the Black Tiger. An enraged middle-aged blacksmith pointed his long knife at the crowd gathered in the inn. Ha! The little fool could kill Master Tao and the Black Tiger. What a joke. Do you believe everything the flower house says? Suda scoffed, though not deny it. The Black Tiger's head is still impaled on a stake at the South Street corner. Hand over the little fool, or we shall level the Gu Lin Inn today. The blacksmith shouted with a face full of fury. The stake at the South Street corner? Lin Chigu and the limping San exchanged strange glances, and without a word, they resolved to investigate. Suda. Su Er, stay close, Lin Chigu commanded, leaping into action, soaring through the air like a great bird towards the ruffians. But there was one even swifter. The limping San, who had been walking with a limp, was now unencumbered, his feet barely touching the ground as he charged into the crowd like a galloping horse. Stop them! Both the blacksmiths and ruffians shouted in unison. However, as soon as they neared within 3 meters of the two. They were involuntarily sent soaring into the air, utterly unable to impede the path of the inn's occupants. In scarcely the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the four had shed their pursuers and reached the South Street corner. Chapter 12. Parting at this moment, the South Street corner was aglow with flames. A large group of individuals wielding torches stood beneath a wooden stake, with none other than Aunt Hua from the flower house at the forefront. Behind her stood a row of swordsmen, and she gazed up with keen interest at the stake, as if something rare were atop it, illuminated by the torches in their hands. The crowd from the Gu-Lin Inn could clearly see what rested atop the stake, and their expressions turned strange. There, on the stake, was a head, its features twisted in a grimace, its eyes wide open in death. Indeed, it was the Black Tiger. "Ha ha ha, Sister Chi is here. Your little fool has accomplished a great deed tonight." Aunt Hua laughed, covering her mouth as she spoke to Lin Shigu. "He came to my flower house, not only beheading the Black Tiger, but also deftly slitting old man Tao's throat. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. You claim it was the little Ling Bang who caused this, yet who truly knows if it was you?" Yuda shouted loudly, but before he could finish his words, he was abruptly halted by Lame 3, who extended his hand to silence him. A brief exchange of glances between Lame 3 and Lin Chi Gu revealed a shared gravity on their faces. They recognized that Aunt Hua was speaking the truth. At his advanced age, Master Tao would certainly not seek a second spring in a brothel. His association with the bandit leader, Black Tiger, and their subsequent demise at the hands of Baya spoke volumes. Suda and Su Er were oblivious, yet the experienced Lin Shigu and Lame 3 understood all too well. In fact, their nocturnal attire was meant for retrieving the body of monk Huikong, and they also intended to eliminate Black Tiger. The monk's severed head, initially placed upon a wooden stake, was indeed taken by them, yet the monk's corpse had been discarded by the ruffians. It took them the better part of the night to locate it on the outskirts of Xiangyi, and by the time they returned, they had no opportunity to deal with Black Tiger. In retrospect, the incident involving monk Huikong was merely a pretext for Black Tiger. Their true target was the Gu-Lin Inn. Even without the matter of Huikong today, tomorrow he would find another excuse. Initially, they believed little Ling Bang had caused the trouble that required their intervention, but now it seemed that Sha Er was actually shielding the inn from danger. The furrowed brow of Lame 3 finally relaxed as he straightened his back, stepping forward to lift the hem of his night attire, revealing a short blade that bore resemblance to Baya's bone-chopping knife. "Aunt Hua, might you be able to inform me of the whereabouts of my little Ling Bang?" "Oh, 3 Master, please do not be so formal. I am but a small flower before you," Aunt Hua replied, casting a wary glance at the short blade at Lame 3's waist. She took a step back, concealing herself behind a group of swordsmen, and chuckled softly. "I do not know where little Ling Bang is gone, nor do I intend to seek him out. As long as he is not within my brothel, that is sufficient. He, such a young hero, I admire him greatly. Were I 20 years younger, I would surely marry him." Upon her words, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. At this moment, the brothel realized that Baya's killings were not instigated by Lin Shigu. Understanding this, both the Gu-Lin Inn and the patrons of the brothel wore expressions of awkwardness and peculiarity. The once regarded simpleton, little Ling Bang, had truly outsmarted them all. That it was akin to someone who often called others fools only to discover that they themselves were the greatest fool. Lin Shigu, gazing at the head of Black Tiger, suddenly erupted into laughter, her eyes glistening with a certain haze as she turned to Lame 3 and said, 3 Master, we have been blind all these years, raising a dragon within a fish tank and feeling quite proud of it. 7th Sister, Lame 3 replied with a bitter smile, unsure of how to comfort Lin Shigu. He understood her feelings, for he too shared the same sentiment. He did not know when Sha Er had become enlightened, but it was evident that the lad had never made his intentions clear. Now it appeared that they regarded Sha Er as family, while he saw them merely as benefactors. By killing Black Tiger and burning the inn, Sha Er had distanced himself from the Gu-Lin Inn, choosing to shield its inhabitants from calamity rather than share the burden. Although this was a heroic act of chivalry, it severed the bonds of kinship he had with the inn's residents, which could only exacerbate Lin Chigu's sorrow. 3 Master, the inn has burned down, and I too must take Xiao Xian to Tianshan. Let us part ways here. Lin Shigu laughed for a while but finally sighed, turning to leave with an air of melancholy. Lame 3 watched her retreating figure, opening his mouth yet finding no words to utter. Ultimately, he waved farewell to the Su brothers, shaking his head as he made his way out of Xiangyi. "Master, are we just going to let those two leave?" A swordsman quietly inquired of Aunt Hua. "Hee. And what would you have me do?" Aunt Hua replied, looking up at the head of Black Tiger with a smile. "With Old Tao dead and the Gu Lin and destroyed, only we remain. Is that not sufficient? Moreover, even if I wish to intervene, the ghost foot mad blade, Black 3, would be beyond your capabilities to stop." 3 days later, 3 miles from the northern pass of Liangzhou City, a disheveled young man emerged from the desert, slowly approaching the city gate. In just 3 days and nights, Bai Ye's appearance had drastically changed. Once merely unkempt at the Gu Lin Inn, he now bore hollow cheeks and a gaunt figure. The result of insufficient food and constant fear taking a toll on him. Over the past 3 days, fearing the pursuit of bandits, Bai Ye had taken to traveling by night. The Gobi Desert made navigation difficult. He could only follow the traces left by merchant caravans, having once strayed off course. The sole piece of good news was that the injury on his left hand had scabbed over, and he had set the broken bone himself, leaving behind an unsightly purplish-brown bruise. Monk Hui Kong had not deceived him. The little King Kong pill was indeed effective for external wounds, but he was now out, having consumed one each night. Perhaps it was due to the effects of the little King Kong pill, or perhaps it was because Bai Ye had possessed the body of the Bai family youth for some time. But he gradually began to feel pain in his left hand. The nerves of this body were healing, and he was no longer the Iron Man devoid of sensation. Throughout these days, Bai Ye's thoughts had been somewhat scattered. Although the sequence of events was crystal clear, he struggled to comprehend how he had transformed from a reclusive otaku into a hardened man capable of slaying 3 ruthless thugs. Ultimately, Bai Ye arrived at a conclusion that left him bewildered. The memories he held of the Bai youth were likely more profound than mere recollections, as they had significantly influenced his actions. Perhaps he had always possessed a spirit of chivalry akin to that of ancient heroes. But when he wielded his blade to slay that ruffian for Xiao Xian, it was difficult to ascertain whether the Bai youth's emotions were intertwined within. Perhaps the death of Hui Kong had ignited a sense of righteous indignation within him. Yet it was hard to fathom that a sheltered otaku, nurtured in peaceful times, would venture into a brothel to kill 2 men and ultimately burn down the Gu Lin Inn. Regardless, the individual responsible for these deeds was he, not the Bai youth, and no matter how much that memory influenced him, Bai Ye felt willing to relinquish the weaknesses of his past life as an otaku. Perhaps surviving in this brutal world was not as arduous as he had envisioned. Bai Ye ascended a dirt slope and gazed toward the city walls peeking above the horizon. Little Ling Bang. Just as Bai Ye was surveying the Liangzhou Pass, a familiar shout pierced the air from behind, startling him nearly to the point of tumbling down the slope. Turning around, he discovered Suda and Su Er approaching from 100 meters away. With the gloomy Lame 3 glaring at him in their wake, a jolt coursed through Bai Ye's body, and instinctively, he considered fleeing. However, as soon as he moved, he regained his composure, his mouth twitching into a grimace that was more painful than a cry. He knew he could not outrun the Su brothers or Lame 3. The brothers observed Bai Ye's awkward movements, their expressions frozen in a comical rigidity, almost amused. Yet, recalling how this lad had deceived them for so long, burning their beloved Gu Lin Inn and driving away Lin Chigu and Xiao Xian, their anger flared anew, leaving them in a tumult of emotions. The 3 halted a dozen paces before Bai Ye, with Lame 3 habitually tilting his head and casting sidelong glances at him. "You, Bai, the old man Amo entrusted you to me, yet he did not mention you possessed such deep cunning. How long have you been enlightened to deceive even the old man and 7th sister?" Bai Ye lowered his head in silence, at a loss for words. Should he confess that the little Ling Bang you knew had long perished and his body had been usurped by him? "Heh, if you are unwilling to speak, I won't hold it against you. But you have underestimated the old man and 7th sister. Do you think that by setting fire to the inn, you can extricate yourself from our plight? Do you think those bandits will cease their pursuits?" Lame 3's voice rose with indignation as he stomped his right foot, embedding it deep into the rocky ground beneath. "I, Black 3, have navigated this wasteland with 7th sister for over a decade. Do we need a mere child like you to shoulder our grievances?" Lame 3 bellowed at Bai Ye. "You scoundrel! If you wish to leave, Go far away and do not return. After which, he tossed 2 items toward by Wyadas by caught them. He discovered it was a piece of animal hide covered in inscriptions and a milky white pearl. The hide bore the characters Ghost Foot inscribed in small seals. The monk's body had already been burned. This was his relic. Remember, as you traverse the martial world, do not bring shame upon the Gu Lin Inn. Lame 3 shouted emphatically before turning away. Not once glancing back at Bai Yuda and Su Air exchanged glances, offering a respectful bow from a distance before also departing. Bai stood dazed, clutching the hide and relic, tears streaming down his face without him realizing it. He knelt, bowing his head solemnly toward the 3 shadowy figures gradually vanishing into the wind and sand. He felt a profound sense of shame, a cliché sentiment. Yet this modern otaku could only choke back the emotions swirling within him, finding this act the only way to convey his intricate feelings. Boss, why didn't the master take Sha Air with him? He's still so young. Can he manage alone? Su Air glanced at the sullen black 3 ahead, gently nudging Suda at his side. Have you forgotten the Buddhist scriptures we saw in Sha Air's room? Those should have been entrusted to him by that monk in matters of the martial world. Some things he must undertake personally. We cannot assist him. Suda sighed softly, explaining to his brother, but do not worry. Having spent so many years in Xiangyi, as long as he is not truly foolish, he will know how to avert disaster. Moreover, the master has already bestowed upon him the ghostly footwork, and combined with his bone-picking knife technique, he should possess the ability to protect himself. What about Chi Gu and Xiao Xian? Are they not accompanying us? Su Air furrowed his brow and spoke with a hint of reluctance. You impudent lad, despite your youth, how can you be so sentimental? You are less resilient than that stubborn fellow. A teasing voice came from ahead. It was Hei Sand. Chi Mei is unlike me, a solitary rogue. She is a genuine disciple of Tianshan. In the past, her senior brother, disregarding her heartfelt affection, wed a daughter from a prominent family. In a fit of anger, she fled to the desolate Xiangyi to open a shop, wishing to avoid being found by anyone. Hei San sighed, reminiscing, it has been over a decade now. Her anger must have subsided. If it weren't for her attachment to us and the inn, she would have returned to visit long ago. Speaking of which, the fire set by Sha Air is quite timely. Chi Mei should not waste her youth in this heartless desert. Unlike this old relic, who is already half buried in the ground. Hasten shook his head with a wry smile. I am indeed growing old and becoming too attached to this place. Had it been years ago, it would not have been Sha Air's flames that sparked the fire. I would have already burned down the inn, forcing her to return. Furthermore, Xiao Xian is of the age to study martial arts, and it is fitting for her to return to Tianshan with Chi Mei. So, Master, where shall the 3 of us go now? Su Air inquired curiously. Your martial arts foundation has been established. You may head to the immortal sect we spoke of earlier. Hei San smiled at the Su brothers. An old acquaintance owes the old man a favor, and I shall use this old face to secure you a promising future. Master, we would rather follow you. Suda muttered softly. Nonsense. Why follow an old man like me? To seek a coffin? Hei San gazed skyward, letting out a gentle sigh. Moreover, the old man has certain matters to resolve personally. I cannot wait until death to take them to the grave. Chapter 1. The Tales of Liangzhou City, anciently known as Guzhong, was once a pastoral settlement for the Yuezhi during the pre-Qin period. In the millennia of Chinese history, the Xiongnu defeated the Yuezhi and occupied this land, where the Xiongnu king Xiu II built Guzhong City. In 879 BCE, an unprecedented snowstorm struck the northern plains, prompting numerous Xiongnu tribes to migrate into the city for refuge. The violent surge of life energy brought about catastrophic calamities. Thunder rumbled from the heavens, the earth cracked, and countless lives were lost in Guzhong City. The then Xiongnu king had no choice but to lead the surviving tribes westward, seeking shelter among other Xiongnu clans. From that point onward, the area gradually became populated by the peoples of pre-Qin, leading to the establishment of various towns and settlements. In 62 BCE, the pre-Qin rebuilt the city on the ruins of Guzhong, renaming it Wuwei. After the reformation of the Chinese calendar, the original Yongzhou was divided into 3 regions, Si, Yi, and Liang, with this area known as Western Liang due to its gold production and cold lands. Western Liang was further divided into 10 counties, including Longxi, Tianshui, Anding, Beidi, Zhouquan, Zhangye, Dunhuang, Wuwei, Jincheng, and Shihai. The state capital was established in Wuwei County, which was renamed Liangzhou City. Liangzhou City is an essential stop along the Silk Road. Beginning at the new capital of the Qin state, Chang'e, traversing the Heshi corridor to Dunhuang. From Dunhuang, one could enter the 36 kingdoms of the western regions, while the southern route passed through Lulan, Yuqian, and Shache to reach Anxi and Shindu, i.e. India, and the northern route led from Dunhuang to Kucha, Shul, and beyond to the western world. This place exported tea, silk, ceramics, grain, and luxurious wares to the west, while importing gold, silver, jewels, livestock, fine horses, and various local specialties into China. The flourishing commerce and population flow cultivated an extraordinary prosperity in the city. According to Liangzhou statistics, the permanent residents of Liangzhou City and its surrounding towns exceeded 500,000, with the transient population surpassing double that number. Such a multitude of inhabitants resulted in Liangzhou City being filled with shops, taverns, and entertainment venues. When the local authorities did not impose a curfew, the streets and alleys remained brightly lit throughout the night, truly earning its title as the city that never sleeps. At this moment, as noon approached, the kitchen of a tavern named Drunken Tonight on East Main Street in Liangzhou was bustling with activity. Xiaoya, forget about the ingredients for now. First, send the prepared dishes to the Xiao family troupe. The second steward has already urged several times. Damn it, they should hire a couple more attendants. Why must the kitchen staff always make deliveries? A plump figure, resembling a round barrel, wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted to a young servant in the distance. "Aye." The servant's expression was devoid of emotion as he softly responded, placing the food into a container and heading towards the tavern's exit. This young servant was none other than Bai Ya, who had successfully infiltrated Liangzhou City after parting ways with He San and the others. He had easily blended into the northern pass of Liangzhou City. The guards and tax collectors at this pass levied heavy taxes on passing merchant caravans, yet they were quite lenient towards outsiders without goods, only charging him 10 coins. Baya handed them a piece of broken silver and even received change back, utterly overturning his preconceived notions about gate guards. Moreover, the northern plains were not part of the Qin state's territory. This pass could be considered a border checkpoint of a nation, yet they allowed an unregistered person to enter so easily. However, Baya's doubts were swiftly answered upon entering the city. It turned out that while passing through this checkpoint was simple, gaining entry into Liangzhou City proved to be a challenge, where registration and identification were required. Between the checkpoint and Liangzhou City lay a 30-li buffer zone, filled with makeshift tile huts and tents, resembling a slum from Baya's world. Within this zone were mutual trade markets established by various Western nations, as well as grazing camps of nomadic tribes, alongside shops, taverns, gambling dens, and brothels set up by merchants from Liangzhou City. In summary, it was a microcosm of a proper city. As an unregistered outsider, Baya was among the most sought-after individuals here. The reason being that the bustling Liangzhou City required laborers for the menial and arduous tasks that the permanent residents were unwilling to undertake. Much like the labor immigrants in Baya's world. Without registration, it mattered not. As long as someone in Liangzhou City was willing to vouch for them, outsiders could enter the city. Wealthy households and merchants in Liangzhou City took advantage of this. Recruiting servants and laborers, they offered 3 types of contracts: short-term, lasting 3 to 6 months, long-term, ranging from 1 to 5 years, and the final type, 10 years or more, akin to a bond of servitude. Naturally, the longer the contract, the better the terms. After realizing this, Baya promptly sought out a tavern's recruitment office, showcased his culinary skills, and successfully signed a 1-year labor contract, receiving a beautifully crafted temporary visa for Liangzhou City. Baya initially intended to enter Liangzhou City, familiarize himself with the urban environment, and then look for an opportunity to slip away. With the money from Heihu and Tao Laotu, he had no shortage of funds and did not wish to remain in Liangzhou City for years. Waiting for his registration to be formalized, however, after learning some circumstances, he had to alter his plans, opting to work while awaiting a genuine opportunity. Oh, it's the lad from Drunken Tonight. Hand over the food box. The performers are waiting to eat, and there are 2 more shows to prepare for this afternoon. As Baya exited the tavern and walked through 2 more streets, he spotted the Xiao family troupe setting up a stage at Dongfu Gate for a performance. The troupe's stage manager had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing him, they snatched the food box and hurried inside. Baya felt a twinge of regret, wishing to see how this troupe differed from those in his world. Having spent only a few days in Liangzhou City, he had already encountered numerous unimaginable sights, once again reshaping his understanding of this world. Though it appeared ancient, it was, in fact, remarkably different. For instance, the most basic aspects of food, clothing, and living arrangements, food aside, the ancient Huaxia of his world was a culinary empire, and here it was no different, with a food culture and wine culture surpassing even the modern world. As for clothing, Baya's perceptions of antiquity were shattered. Not only were the most common fabrics made of hemp, cotton, silk, and fur, but there were also some synthetic materials he could not comprehend, resembling a blend of various artificial products. Though denim, suits, and other foreign imports were absent, the clothing was not limited to traditional long robes. Short coats and trousers, styled in a practical manner, were instead most prevalent, with a wide variety of designs and colors, showcasing great individuality. Regarding housing, Baya was most astonished. Though Liangzhou City was dotted with traditional Huaxia architecture featuring flying eaves and white walls with green tiles, the heights of the buildings exceeded all expectations. Even in ordinary civilian areas, most structures boasted 5 to 6 stories, while a Buddhist pagoda in the northern district soared to 30 stories, visibly surpassing 300 meters in height. The iron mulberry wood cultivated by the Qin people served as one of the primary building materials. Impervious to water, fire, and insects, its hardness exceeding that of steel. Although lacking cement, the Qin people had a method of mixing rammed earth in large workshops, which, once solidified, matched the hardness and adhesive qualities of cement. Were it not for the vast expanse of land in this world, free from housing pressures, he believed that with the Qin people's construction techniques, they could undoubtedly erect numerous skyscrapers. Mother, look quickly, a flying ship from Chang'an as Baya contemplated the sights and experiences of these past few days. A child with horned braids suddenly pointed at the sky, bouncing with excitement. Baya followed the child's gaze and felt his mouth twitched. A vessel resembling an ancient Huaxia sailing ship was soaring over Liangzhou City at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. Baya recognized this ship as a flying wool treasure ship, having seen it several times over the past few days. The only difference from traditional ships was the 2 large wheel-like sails on either side of the vessel. Although not a technology enthusiast, he felt an overwhelming urge to sprout wings and take a closer look when he first saw the flying wool treasure ship. How on earth is it flying without a propeller or jet engine? In addition to the flying wool treasure ship, Baya also learned from the tavern patrons that the major highways connecting Liangzhou City with other cities utilized a new form of transport known as the flying conveyance. Though he had not seen it with his own eyes, everyone claimed it could cover 1,000 li in a day, rivaling the speed of automobiles and trains, without stepping outside the well's enclosure. How can one fathom the vastness of lakes and seas? The sights and sounds of the city of Liangzhou have finally led Baya to completely abandon his perception of this place as an ancient world. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Baya unknowingly approached a towering wall. "Hey, you brat, don't mess around here." 2 robust guards in green uniforms happened to patrol nearby and, upon seeing Baya near the wall, immediately brandished their clubs to drive him away. "All right." Baya came to his senses, responded lightly, and stepped back a bit. He turned and cast a deep glance at the structure before heading towards the establishment called Drunken Tonight. This building, sprawling over a vast area, boasted walls towering 3 zhang high, topped with iron thorny fences. It was the primary reason Baya had chosen to linger in Liangzhou rather than depart immediately. Inside this structure lay the teleportation symbol array, a phenomenon Baya had only heard about but never witnessed. In his own world, technology flourished, with airplanes and trains being commonplace, much like the flying wool boats and aerial carriages here. Yet, long-distance spatial teleportation remained confined to the realm of science fiction, leaving Baya perplexed about the true nature of the teleportation symbol array in this world. Over the past few days, he had inquired and learned that there were no major roads or aerial routes from Liangzhou to Yizhou Hanzhong County, as the path was obstructed by an endless expanse of perilous wilderness, with distances cited ranging from tens of thousands to millions of miles. Baya had no concept of the true extent of millions of miles. Yet he knew that the Eurasian land bridge from Vladivostok to Amsterdam was merely around 13,000 kilometers, and that was not even a straight-line distance, but rather that of a railway. In other words, without the aid of the teleportation symbol array, it was possible that Baya might never reach Hanzhong County in his lifetime. This comparison illuminated for Baya why this world had developed aerial routes and major thoroughfares, alongside the emergence of long-distance teleportation symbol arrays. During his stay at Gulin Inn, The uncle and nephew from the Central Plains had remarked that the vastness of Shenzhou was boundless. With humanity occupying only a minuscule portion, their residences and cities scattered like stars embedded within Shenzhou, surrounded largely by the wild and treacherous wilderness inhabited by ferocious beasts and monstrous entities. At the time, he had only half believed it, but now, having arrived in Liangzhou, he finally accepted the truth. The large teleportation array in Liangzhou was divided into military and civilian sections. The military arrays were located outside the city walls, exclusively for use by the Qin army and officials, while ordinary citizens could only utilize the civilian teleportation symbol arrays within the city. However, even the civilian teleportation arrays required users to present formal household registration and identification, which Baya's temporary work visa did not fulfill. Much like security checks in another world, unidentified individuals were unable to board flights. Chapter 2. 5 Severing Tiger Claw Technique. Chef, it's time. Baya suddenly set down the kitchen knife in his hand, staring blankly at the rotund figure of the head chef in the kitchen. Xiaoya, today is busy. Perhaps you could stay a little longer. Oh no, how about just half an hour? The chubby head chef wiped his greasy palms on his apron, sheepishly raising a plump finger. How about I have the second steward exchange your white tokens for red ones today? Drunken Tonight was a medium-sized tavern in Liangzhou, operating tirelessly for 12 hours a day. The main staff, including the manager, head chef, and accountant, worked in 2 shifts, while the kitchen hands, knife workers, dishwashers, and waiters were on a 3-shift rotation. Like many other taverns in Liangzhou, they also faced a shortage of manpower. Baya's knife skills were swift and steady, and his speed in delivering orders was exceptional. One could say he equaled 3 or 4 others. Since his arrival, his shift mates had found their workload considerably lighter, naturally prompting the head chef to request that he stay longer. Unfortunately, Baya did not seek such attention. He merely twitched his lips in silence, staring fixedly at the chef, leaving the plump man with no choice but to reluctantly wave him off. At Drunken Tonight, wages were calculated with red and white tokens, with white tokens worth 15 coins and red ones 20. However, Baya was not in need of money. He wished to return and practice his skills. Thus, he was not tempted by such trivial gains. Though he was technically an undocumented worker, Liangzhou's labor shortage meant that to attract outside labor, strict regulations were imposed on merchants regarding the treatment of their workers. In the event of a labor dispute, even if one party was undocumented, as long as they did not violate their signed contract, the authorities would side with the laborers. The tavern's backyard had accommodations for the staff, and since Baya had no residence in the city, he currently lived there. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved his bundle from beneath the bed, staring blankly at its contents. Unbeknownst to him, he had already traversed into this world for half a month, and he remained utterly clueless about how to locate the imagined portal to another realm. Although this period was not particularly long, the events that transpired seemed dreamlike. Baya understood that he could no longer remain a detached observer. Everything in his bundle bore testimony to his existence in this world. Among the items was a dragon-eye-sized purple sandalwood pill, a product of his soul fragment merging with the world's membrane upon his arrival. Although Baya felt an instinctual awareness that consuming the pill might be beneficial, he was hesitant to do so without any afflictions, fearing the unknown. The 2 Buddhist scriptures entrusted to him by Huikong, Lankavatara Sutra and Heart of the Perfection of Wisdom, contained records of the Vajra Great Hand Seal and the Nameless Heart Technique. The small Vajra pill had already been consumed, leaving only the monk's relic and a statue of the Arhat who subdued dragons and tigers. A piece of beast hide gifted to him by the 3-legged man contained records of a technique called ghost footwork, which he believed, when combined with the bone-slicing technique taught by Sanyi, encompassed all that the old man could offer him. The final item was a black-covered martial arts manual obtained from the enemy, Black Tiger, detailing the 5 Severing Tiger Claw technique, a specialty of the short and stout. Despite their animosity, martial arts were martial arts, independent of personal feelings, and he did not reject the idea of practicing the 5 Severing Tiger Claw technique. Besides these martial arts texts, his bundle also contained 2 money bags and a short dagger with a fishskin sheath. The silver in the money bag, contributed by Black Tiger, was meager, while the bag from Old Tao held 30 taels of gold and a night pearl the size of a dove's egg, apparently meant to bribe Black Tiger's men, ultimately benefiting Baya. Nonetheless, these riches paled in comparison to the value of the short dagger. Old Tao was a master swordsmith, and this short dagger, which served as Baya's means of protection, had a blade as clear as water, of moderate thickness, with a total length of about a foot and a width of 3 fingers, though it was lighter and narrower than the bone-slicing knife Baya was accustomed to, which reduced its chopping power. It significantly accelerated his drawing speed. While assisting in the kitchen at Drunken Tonight, Baya consciously set aside the thick-backed bone-slicing knife, beginning to adapt to using a narrower, lighter vegetable knife. Among the various martial arts techniques, the first he practiced was the Vajra Great Hand Seal, maintaining consistent practice, but with limited results. The other 4 stances often fell short of half an hour. This was not due to a lack of willpower. Rather, since leaving Xiangyi, his sensitivity to pain and tactile sensations had gradually heightened, causing him to end his practice prematurely due to full-body numbness. Nonetheless, Baya noticed that through practicing these stances, the muscles in his body, previously untrained, were steadily gaining strength and flexibility. This led him to realize that his inability to fully master the Vajra Great Hand Seal stemmed from his body's condition not meeting the requirements, rather than any error in his practice. In contrast, Baya made remarkable progress in mastering ghost footwork and the 5-severing tiger claw technique. The critical role of the beast hide in his training of ghost footwork was unmistakable. Unlike the succinct description of the Vajra Great Hand Seal, the hide not only detailed the techniques but also included extensive insights and summaries from the 3-legged man, allowing Baya to thoroughly grasp the essence of this martial art. Due to the high volume of deliveries he handled at the tavern, he had completely mastered the foundational steps of ghost footwork. However, his leg muscles were still insufficiently strong, resulting in a temporary lack of offensive power, necessitating persistent training. Strangely enough, Baya felt his greatest gains came from the black-covered manual he had received from Black Tiger. This martial arts manual not only meticulously illustrated the 5-severing tiger claw technique, but also included a wealth of martial arts knowledge, seemingly unlocking a door to the martial realms of this world for Baya. According to Black Tiger's writings in the manual, the martial arts of Shinjo differed greatly from Baya's preconceived notions. They were not merely the martial arts described in his previous world, but more accurately, they were celestial martial arts capable of transcending the mundane and shattering voids. Celestial martial arts encompass 2 interwoven systems, the first being martial techniques, and the second, the realms of martial arts, both intricately linked and inseparable. The martial techniques of celestial arts did not refer solely to martial moves, but rather to the practitioner's understanding and evolution of the entire system of martial arts. Classified into 7 levels: superficial understanding, basic entry, adeptness, skillful practice, comprehensive integration, return to simplicity, and perfection of virtue. The level of superficial understanding resembled Baya's grasp of the Vajra Great Hand Seal. He had memorized the entire technique and could maintain a single stance for a prolonged period. Once he could sustain the other 4 stances for a similar duration, he would have reached basic entry. The level of adeptness required the practitioner to achieve tangible results in their martial practice, ensuring it was more than mere posturing, thus qualifying as adeptness, AS for skillful practice. Baya recognized that his bone-slicing technique fell into this category. When his technique transcended the limitations of the bone-slicing knife and could be applied to other blades, he would progress further into the realm of comprehensive integration. The final 2 levels, return to simplicity and perfection of virtue, were not specifically described in the black-covered manual, suggesting that even Black Tiger himself did not fully comprehend them. However, the level of martial arts skills does not entirely represent one's martial prowess. For instance, a particular martial technique may be exceedingly simple, yet it serves as a prerequisite for mastering another, more complex skill. Even if one attains a profound understanding of the former, when compared to the latter, it may only signify a rudimentary grasp. In contrast to martial skills, the classification of martial realms is considerably more intricate. Due to the limited perspective of the bandit leader, the descriptions of the martial realms pertaining to celestial martial arts within the blackened texts are exceedingly brief, categorizing them merely into 3 realms: acquired martial arts, innate martial path, and celestial martial realm. The Black Tiger has never encountered the innate martial path or celestial martial realm. He is only aware that he exists within the stage of acquired cultivation. According to the ancient texts, the levels of martial arts in the acquired cultivation phase vary across different sects, each possessing its own unique divisions without a unified standard. The Black Tiger has merely classified the 5-severing tiger claw technique into 3 tiers based on its various stages of training. The first tier, known as crushing strength, does not solely pertain to finger techniques, as it also encompasses palm techniques. The hallmark of achieving the first tier is when a martial artist shatters a piece of hardwood. an inch thick, in midair with his bare palms. The second tier is referred to as penetrating strength, characterized by the martial artist's ability to pierce through an inch-thick hardwood without shattering it, leaving not a single crack around the puncture. The third tier, termed severing strength, represents a synthesis of the first two tiers in practice. The martial artist must not only penetrate the enemy's bones but also utilize his palm force to sever the enemy's limbs, rendering him exceptionally ruthless. On the final page of the ancient text, the White Cliff discovered a passage distinctly different in handwriting from the preceding text, appearing to be an ancient record. This passage resembled both a reminiscence and a confession, which the White Cliff surmised must have been left by the Black Tiger's father, the Old Black Tiger. The record narrates that the five-severing tiger claw technique was not originally known by this name, but rather as tiger capture technique, originating from the ancestral Buddhist temple in Luoyang, the capital of the Zhou Kingdom, by Masi. The Old Black Tiger was once an outer lay disciple of Masi, but grew weary of the temple's stringent rules and chose to rebel and flee. Fearing pursuit from the temple's disciplinary disciples, he assumed a false identity in the northern frontier and became a bandit, earning the moniker of the Black Tiger through his formidable claw techniques. The tiger capture technique was conceived by a high monk of Masi who observed a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, and it is a supreme external martial art with 5 tiers. However, as the latter 2 tiers require the coordination of breath and willpower, the Old Black Tiger was unable to fully master it, resulting in the incomplete 5-severing tiger claw technique. Yet another form of Buddhist martial arts? The White Cliff set down the blackened texts, feeling a peculiar sensation. Could it be that I am destined to have a connection with Buddhism, perhaps to become a monk in the future? The White Cliff vigorously shook his head, dismissing the thought. He placed the texts aside and, following the diagram of the 5-severing tiger claw technique, positioned his hands in a claw shape and performed a handstand. To master the 5-severing tiger claw technique, one must possess immense strength in the fingers and palms. After maintaining the handstand for the duration of an incense stick, the White Cliff felt his claws swell with blood. And following the method recorded in the texts, he alternately tapped his fingers against the ground until a warm stream emanated from the Yangqi acupoint at his wrist, penetrating to his fingertips. Indicating that his palms had reached their limit, he flipped over and stood up, feeling a slight tremor in his fingers as blood flowed back, a tingling sensation coursing from his fingertips to his wrist. With the Yangqi acupoint pulsating with heat, tomorrow, he must visit the apothecary to procure ointment according to the prescription in the texts, lest he injure himself. The White Cliff's eyes flickered, and with a deft motion of his toes, he flicked up a pebble from the ground, transforming his right palm into a tiger claw and striking down fiercely. Bang! The pebble shattered upon impact. Having previously trained with a blade, he had already established a foundation of strength in his palms. At his current rate of progress, he feared he would soon achieve the first tier of the 5-severing tiger claw technique. Crushing Strength, Chapter 3. Culinary Competition. Little Cliff, come with me to meet the second steward. The following morning, upon entering the kitchen, the White Cliff was promptly whisked away by the portly head chef. They ascended to the top floor of the tavern, where a diminutive old steward with a tuft of whiskers on his chin awaited them. Little Cliff, have you been adjusting well to life in the tavern these past few days? The second steward inquired, his face adorned with the congenial smile characteristic of a merchant, gazing kindly at the White Cliff. Not bad. The White Cliff, uncertain of their intentions, maintained a stoic demeanor and spoke sparingly. Nevertheless, the two men were unfazed. Prior to his entry into the tavern, the White Cliff had already mentioned his facial affliction, which rendered him perpetually expressionless in the presence of others. Old Kai mentioned that your knife skills are quite commendable and that you work diligently. Would you be willing to sign a 5-year contract with the tavern? The second steward, strolling back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, directly conveyed the purpose of summoning the White Cliff. Signing a long-term contract might grant the tavern the opportunity to secure his official residency status. The White Cliff's eyes brightened. This was a splendid opportunity. With official residency, he could utilize the teleportation array to leave Liangzhou City. However, that may not be feasible. The second steward's expression turned somewhat awkward as he waved his hand, explaining, Liangzhou Prefecture has a stringent regulation that requires outsiders to reside in Liangzhou City for at least 3 years in order to obtain Qin citizen status. However, with a long-term contract, the tavern would at least double your wages. In that case, I shall decline. The White Cliff shook his head in refusal. Whether or not to sign the long-term contract, he had no intention of staying in Liangzhou City for several years. However, signing a long-term contract would bind him to the tavern, effectively diminishing his chances of obtaining official residency through informal means. It was not that he doubted the second steward's claims regarding government regulations, but he had witnessed too many instances where regulations succumbed to human intervention. Though this world was not his own, this aspect remained unchanged. The tavern, Drunken Tonight, was merely a medium-sized establishment, lacking the strength to secure his residency status. If the current employer he served had ties to influential officials, they could potentially expedite his acquisition of official residency. Noticing the White Cliff's stubbornness, the second steward finally grew impatient, waving him away and leaving the portly head chef to discuss matters privately. The White Cliff paid little mind to this, for unlike other laborers who were penniless and relied wholly on their employers, he had the option to disregard the contract upon entering Liangzhou City. He simply found that working in the tavern did not hinder him, which was why he had remained. Working in the kitchen allowed him to practice his blade work, while running deliveries honed his leg techniques. After work, he could train in the 5-severing tiger claw technique and the Vajra great hand seal. Since these martial arts were all external techniques, exceeding their limits could lead to injury. Thus, the tavern work did not impede his training. Furthermore, the tavern was a melting pot of various trades, allowing him to gather an array of information without the burden of seeking lodging or meals. Why would he want to leave and create unnecessary trouble for himself? If it were not for the heavy responsibility he bore and his constant thoughts of venturing to Hanzhong County, he would not mind spending a few years in Liangzhou City, allowing this body to mature further and refining his external martial arts before embarking on adventures, at least compared to the dust-laden, harsh environment of Xiangyi. Liangzhou City felt like paradise. However, after finishing work in the evening, the portly head chef, Old Kai, summoned the White Cliff once more. "Little Cliff, the reason the second steward sought you out today was at my behest." Old Kai rubbed his plump hands together, considering his words carefully. "In 3 days, I will require you to accompany me to participate in a competition." "A competition?" A hint of bewilderment flashed in the White Cliff's eyes. But Old Kai quickly clarified. It turned out that in the eastern district of Liangzhou City, many well-known taverns congregated along East Street, where a long-standing traditional event known as the culinary competition was held annually around this time. The larger taverns on East Street would each send forth one head chef and one assistant chef to the square at the street corner, where they would prepare the tavern's upcoming signature dishes. The chefs would strive to create as many new dishes as possible within 3 hours, serving them at half price to the neighbors and spectators who came to enjoy the festivities. However, the purpose of the culinary competition was not solely to claim first place. It was primarily to promote the new dishes introduced by the taverns each year and to leverage the favorable reputation garnered from the competition to enhance the tavern's notoriety and performance. This culinary competition was notably transparent, as the audience was primarily composed of familiar neighbors, making cheating exceedingly difficult. If a tavern launched an exceptionally outstanding dish, it would undoubtedly sell the most within the 3-hour time frame. Therefore, even if some individuals merely observed without tasting, they could gauge which dishes were the most popular simply by noting the quantity of plates served. The word of mouth generated on that very day often translated into considerable profits for the tavern in the following period. Given that each tavern's head chef had their unique specialties and the audience's tastes varied, many dishes would likely enjoy great popularity, making speed of preparation crucial. Of course, taverns would not solely prioritize speed by allowing head chefs to prepare cold dishes or appetizers. A bowl of fried rice, no matter how exquisite, would scarcely fetch 100 coins, whereas a plate of meat dishes could often command several silver pieces, offering substantial profit margins. However, each tavern would only have 2 personnel, the head chef and the assistant chef, who must also handle the ingredients on site to prevent cheating. Thus, their division of labor and collaboration became paramount. Additionally, since dishes required a certain amount of time to prepare, the head chef's culinary skills were vital to keep the audience captivated at their stall. While the assistant chef's knife skills were equally important, if the assistant chef possessed swift and steady knife skills, it would not only attract attention but also tantalize the audience's appetites while assisting the head chef in processing as many ingredients as possible. Upon hearing this, the White Cliff finally understood why the second steward sought him out for a long-term contract today. He was concerned that the White Cliff's knife skills might be revealed during the culinary competition, leading to his recruitment by other taverns after a year. Understood. As long as it does not exceed working hours, The head chef can deploy me as he sees fit. The White Cliff responded somewhat exasperatedly, casually agreeing before turning to leave. He held little interest in the culinary competition. After all, the head chef was the one in the spotlight, not him. In truth, compared to the other assistant chefs at Drunken Tonight, his sole advantage lay in his speed with the knife. When it came to the artistry of knife techniques, it was uncertain whether he could truly outshine the others, with Little Cliff's swift blade assisting. "We are certain to triumph over those old-timers." The portly chef grinned broadly, exuding confidence in his culinary skills, despite his rotund figure which made moving about rather cumbersome and slowed his handling of ingredients. On the day of the cooking competition, Bayer accompanied the chef to the bustling square at the East Street corner, immediately taken aback by the throngs of spectators encircling the competition area. He had not anticipated that such a culinary contest could draw so many local onlookers. In the center of the square, a grand wooden stage had been erected, elevated just a meter off the ground. In front lay an array of cooking utensils and stoves, while behind them were baskets and large bowls brimming with fresh ingredients. Surrounding the stage were over 20 elegantly dressed female hosts, the most beautiful receptionists from various restaurants, their attire adorned with the emblems of their establishments. During the competition, they were tasked with delivering the freshly prepared dishes to the audience below, a clever tactic employed by the restaurants to entice diners. "Xiaoya, stretch your limbs a bit. You'll be handling the meat first." Although the restaurant staff have tossed some ice cubes into the bowl, prolonged exposure will undoubtedly affect the flavor, Old Kai advised with a hint of nagging concern. "Understood," Bayer replied, casting a glance at the crowd below, feeling an unusual twinge of nervousness. After all, he had always been a reclusive individual, never before having worked under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Soon, all the chefs from the various restaurants had arrived, most of whom were stout and portly, with two individuals boasting waists even larger than Old Kai's. In contrast, the sous chefs, like Bayer, appeared lean and agile. Unlike their usual work at the restaurant, they were now without any assistance. If they were as rotund as the head chef, their physical stamina would certainly hinder their ability to transport ingredients back and forth. With the sound of a gong, the annual culinary competition in Liangzhou City finally commenced. As the gong's echo faded, the rhythmic sound of knives striking cutting boards filled the air, while the head chefs busied themselves. Ignited by the encouraging cheers from the audience, with a swish of his knife, Bayer's focus sharpened, his hands moving with the grace of a blizzard, the blade flashing so rapidly it seemed to vanish from sight. Today, he wielded not the restaurant's standard kitchen knife, but his own short blade. Old Kai had always shown him kindness in the restaurant, and it was only fitting that he repay the portly chef's generosity today. "Xiaoya, watch out," came the alert from a nearby restaurant staff member as Bayer finished slicing a pile of meat. 4 staff members from various restaurants were poised to toss a whole rack of pork ribs into the air. With a subtle nod from Bayer, they called out in unison, launching the rack high into the sky. The competition rules prohibited anyone but the sous chefs from entering the stage, but to fill the gaps before the dishes were served and to keep the audience entertained, the sous chefs were granted permission to showcase their knife skills. Liangzhou City boasted numerous bustling restaurants, each with an abundance of skilled sous chefs. Among the 20-odd chefs on stage, some could carve a radish into a lifelike white dragon in mere moments, while others employed ice knives for their culinary creations, and some even performed fire-breathing tricks while chopping vegetables, each displaying their unique talents. Compared to these remarkable displays, Bayer's swift slicing seemed somewhat unremarkable. Leading to the current scene, Bayer tilted his head slightly to watch the descending ribs, his toes barely touching the ground as he leaped up to meet them, his short blade transforming into a brilliant streak of light. Slicing cleanly through the rack, the airborne ribs appeared unchanged until they had traveled a short distance, at which point they suddenly fragmented into countless pieces, cascading into the pots that had been prepared on the stove below, eliciting gasps of astonishment and thunderous applause from the audience, successfully capturing their attention. Amidst the crowd, a young man wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a blue robe noticed Bayer's swift maneuver. He raised his head slightly, his hawk-like eyes narrowing as they fixated on Bayer. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a small booklet from his pocket and flipped through its pages. A faint smile appearing on his face. One page featured a striking sketch resembling Bayer's likeness, accompanied by a brief note stating, "Shi Yangji, and servant, by surname, background unknown, on the 20th of this month." killed the leader of the Black Tiger Gang and the blacksmith Tao Yin. Whereabouts currently unknown. Chapter 4. The notable figure. Today we owe our gratitude to Xiaoya. The proprietors are all smiles. And we even received a bonus. As night fell, a group of youths disguised as attendants escorted Bai Ye toward the Zuijin Shao Tavern. Upon reaching the back courtyard, they dispersed. Bai Ye sighed and made his way to his room. Realizing he had yet to practice his skills that day, he had initially thought the culinary competition would conclude within 3 hours, but to his surprise, due to his outstanding performance, the jubilant restaurant proprietors had organized a celebration that continued into the night. Upon reaching his door, Bai Ye, feeling somewhat lethargic, suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized the area before him. He quietly retreated several paces, then abruptly turned and sprinted down the alleyway, not daring to look back. However, just as he was about to exit the alley, a figure appeared at the entrance, blocking his path. Just as the rumors suggested, resilient and decisive, as agile as a fish. Yet, despite your self-proclaimed stealth, you failed to conceal your presence. How did you discern that someone was inside? The figure who obstructed Bai Ye's retreat slowly turned to reveal a tall young man clad in a blue robe and a wide-brimmed hat. This individual possessed a towering stature, with arms that reached down to his knees, and at his waist hung a long knife in a crimson sheath. His horse-like face was accentuated by hawk-like eyes that scrutinized Bai Ye with an intensity that felt almost piercing. Bai Ye remained silent, his expression stoic as he slowly reached for the short blade at his waist. He certainly would not divulge to his opponent that ever since settling in the Zuijin Shao Tavern, he had taken to sprinkling a fine layer of flour at his door daily to guard against sudden retribution from bandits. The young man had discovered the presence of someone inside due to the faint footprints left in the flour. Pointing towards the door, if you're unwilling to share, so be I, team. Why master often admonishes me that arrogance breeds misfortune in the wandering world. I never expected to learn this lesson before even leaving Qin. The young man mused, shaking his head. Bai Ye had not taken his eyes off the young man since his appearance, and upon witnessing his dismissive gesture, his anger flared. He bent his knees and leaped into the air, his feet lightly tapping against the left wall of the alley like a dragonfly skimming the water, arms outstretched like an eagle as he lunged toward the young man, his short blade gleaming with a brilliant light. As his blade descended, Bai Ye recalled a phrase often repeated by his former mentor, the lame teacher who had trained him. A blade exits like a waterfall after years of dull practice. It was only under the threat of imminent danger that Bai Ye's knife technique transcended into a new realm, achieving the state of blade out like a waterfall. With this strike, Bai Ye realized he had finally crossed that elusive threshold, entering a level of skill that melded understanding with execution. Yet, despite the flurry of knife strikes, the horse-faced young man remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he drew his own long knife. Blade out like a waterfall is a relatively advanced state of the knife technique. But in the sect I belong to, it is merely the basics of knife work that it was akin to a university student executing a single-barrel somersault in a physical education class. While it might garner attention in a regular school, in a national sports academy, it would be considered rudimentary. The alley resonated with the sharp sound of a long knife being unsheathed, akin to the unexpected notes of a gouging slicing through an intense metal rock performance, shattering the atmosphere entirely. With a precise flick, a flash of white light pierced through the chaotic flurry of knife strikes, directly targeting the tip of Bai Ye's short blade. Bai Ye shuddered as if struck by lightning. The brilliant knife light scattered in an instant, and he was sent tumbling backward. How had he drawn his knife? In midair, Bai Ye's pupils dilated in shock. He had encountered a speed of blade that he could not even perceive, rendering his own speed a mere flicker in comparison. How insignificant my fast blade appears before him. Bai Ye's confidence, built upon the foundation of his knife technique and other martial arts, crumbled in an instant as memories flashed through his mind. Familiar faces from his past danced before his eyes. No, the techniques left by third master cannot be worthless. It is I who have not practiced them diligently. As Bai Ye was sent flying, a deep, primal roar erupted from his throat, reminiscent of a wounded beast's last defiant cry. He twisted his waist violently, forcing his unbalanced body to regain control. Using the momentum from his fall, he performed a bridge maneuver, turning upside down, his right hand driving the short blade into the ground. While his right leg shaped into a bow, the toes aimed like a scorpion's tail toward the young man's throat. Simultaneously, his empty left hand reached out like a tiger's claw, silently probing toward his opponent's lower body. Ah? The hawk-eyed young man's gaze sparked with surprise as he reacted swiftly. His left hand transformed into a fist, striking Bai Ya's foot lightly, while his right leg lifted to block the probing claw with his calf. In the same motion, his right hand wielded the long knife, striking heavily against Bai Ya's back. Bang! Bai Ya felt as if he had been struck by a battering ram. His body uncontrollably propelled away, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Ha ha ha! The horse-faced young man laughed heartily as he observed the damage to his own pant leg. Indeed, a resilient spirit, indomitable, a talent worth cultivating with you at the helm. This sect's inspection is bound to receive an excellent evaluation. The youth with the horse-like face could hardly contain his joy. He flipped himself over and surprisingly drove the long blade into the ground. Positioning his right foot like a scorpion's tail and his left hand like a tiger's claw, mirroring the stance previously adopted by Bai Ya. After trying out the move, he stood up straight and turned to inquire. This move is impressive. What is it called? Ah, I struck too hard. At that moment, he realized Bai Ya lay motionless on the ground, having long since lost consciousness. Immediately, he felt a bit awkward, grinning sheepishly as he stepped forward to hoist Bai Ya onto his shoulder and swiftly disappeared into the night. Bai Ya, in a daze, felt as if he were trapped in a hellish inferno, surrounded by raging flames, his throat parched and smoke-filled, as though the world had transformed into a vast furnace, leaving him alone to struggle for survival. Ah, he shouted as he turned and sat up, only to be blinded by a flare of fire before him. Instinctively, Bai Ya raised his hand to shield his eyes, only to feel a sharp pain radiate from his wrist. Unable to suppress a muffled groan, the move he had hastily employed was none other than the scorpion's tail from the ghostly footwork. Yet, the original diagram depicted both palms grounded, while here, Bai Ya had adapted it to anchor his blade, transferring all the force onto his right wrist. Fortuitously, it was merely a ligament injury, and the bone remained unbroken. You are awake, when Bai Ya finally discerned that the blaze was but a campfire. A somewhat familiar voice echoed from across the flames. Bai Ya's body stiffened as he recognized the figure seated cross-legged on the other side, the youth with the horse-like face. You are not here to kill me? Bai Ya recalled the events and asked with evident confusion. If I intended to kill you, a single strike would suffice. Why go through all this trouble? The youth chuckled lightly, recounting how he had taken pleasure in the hunt the previous night and had struck a bit too forcefully. Fortunately, you are sturdy. Your bones did not break, merely a bit of a concussion. I have applied some ointment. Do check if you feel any discomfort. Discomfort? There is no shortage of it. Bai Ya yearned to voice his grievances. Now that he had regained his senses, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, as if he were in pieces. A careful inspection revealed that his right wrist and ribcage were smeared with a layer of dark green ointment, which felt pleasantly cool against his skin. Last night? So, I have been unconscious for a day and night. Bai Ya lifted his gaze to the starry sky, his expression stoic as he inquired, if you merely acted out of excitement. May I return home now? Home? The youth, now identified as Wang Pong, regarded him with amusement as he turned to retrieve an object and tossed it over. Bai Ya caught it and, upon inspection, his lips twitched. It was none other than the yellow cloth bundle he had hidden in his room. Hastily, he opened it to find everything intact except for one item. The missing object was neither a martial arts manual nor gold and jewels, but rather the purple-hued orb, a fragment of his soul formed in conjunction with the world's membrane. Are you looking for this? Wang Pong casually revealed the purple orb, now resting between his fingers. Bai Ya's expression shifted, but he remained silent, feeling a tinge of regret for not having consumed the precious item sooner. Since it had derived from his soul's essence, it should pose no harm. Observing Bai Ya's distressed countenance, Wang Peng remarked with surprise, "You seem to grasp the significance of the Yuanling pill." He tossed the precious orb back to Bai Ya, stating, "This item is exceedingly valuable. Yet it holds no use for me. It is yours. I am a stoic. You could discern my feelings of concern?" Bai Ya caught the orb, internally lamenting. "The Yuanling pill?" He probed cautiously. "Do you happen to know of its properties?" The Yuanling pill is a manifestation of the soul's essence, with a myriad of uses, especially when bestowed by a high-ranking individual to their bloodline descendants. Its efficacy greatly depends on the intention of the one who condenses it. However, it must not be consumed recklessly. If it is incompatible with one's attributes, it could prove detrimental. Wang Peng explained, then added with a playful tone, and please refrain from addressing me as senior. You make me feel ancient. My name is Wang Peng, of the Yedu lineage from the Sacred Blade sect. Should you join our sect and choose the Yedu lineage, we may very well refer to each other as brothers. Huh. Baya was momentarily taken aback, realizing that after all the turmoil, Wang Peng was indeed attempting to recruit him. The Wang Peng you speak of, is it the Sacred Blade sect? Is it a celestial martial sect? Baya asked cautiously, given my affliction, can I still join the celestial martial sect? You underestimate yourself. Are you aware of the 2 verses that are currently circulating among the northern horse bandits and merchants? Wang Peng gazed intently at Baya and began to hum softly. Shiyang Gathering, Gu Lin Tavern, feigning ignorance for over a decade. Slay the black tiger, extinguish the peach flame, sacrificing oneself to avert calamity. Righteousness fills the skies. Baya stared wide-eyed. Wang Peng chuckled heartily, little fool, you are quite the celebrity now. Chapter 5. Blood Blade Sect. Do not jest. After conversing for a while, Baya had discerned that this youth named Wang Peng was rather familiar, and his initial trepidation had dissipated, prompting a more casual tone. I know my own limitations. I merely borrowed some unorthodox methods to dispose of a bandit leader. Your martial prowess surpasses mine 100-fold. How could the Sacred Blade sect be in need of someone as insignificant as I? Indeed, you make a fair point. While your swordsmanship has some foundation, do not mistake it for being comparable to those renowned sect swordsmen. Even at 10 years old, I was already superior to you. Wang Peng's expression turned serious as he continued, however, the Sacred Blade sect prioritizes character when accepting disciples. At your age, possessing such resilience and decisive adaptability is exceedingly rare. In my view, you are a born killer, perfectly suited for our martial path. You are the killer. Your entire family are killers. Baya inwardly cursed, unable to accept such a label. It felt akin to being labeled a murderer in front of others, which was infuriating. A sense of foreboding crept over him, and he cautiously inquired, is the Sacred Blade sect merely interested in my ruthless nature, rather than my chivalrous deeds? Little brother, do not belittle yourself. At the age of 8, I wielded my family's executioner's blade, and by 10, I was the foremost executioner in Zhangye Prefecture. Why Master praised my exceptional talent, yet were I placed in your circumstances, I doubt I could match your ruthlessness. Wang Peng shook his head, sighing. You were already the head executioner at 10, yet you claim I am more ruthless? Are you flattering me or insulting me? Is there truly a killer's heart hidden beneath my seemingly unassuming exterior? No. I was merely influenced by the memories of that little fool. It doesn't count. Baya shook his head repeatedly, feeling utterly disheartened. Our Sacred Blade sect espouses a philosophy of mercilessness in combat. Even amidst a sea of blood and corpses, one must remain unmoved at heart. It is essential to embody resilience and decisiveness. Should one harbor any notions of compassion, they would surely falter on the exalted path of our sect. While Baya wallowed in despair, Wang Peng continued, as for chivalrous deeds, that is entirely up to you. If you wish to act, then act. If not, there is no compulsion, as long as you do not draw your blade against fellow disciples, or provoke the ire of others, even if you secretly slay a few to hone your skills. The sect will turn a blind eye. Thus, some self-proclaimed righteous sects refer to us as the Blood Blade sect. The name Blood Blade sect reverberated in Baya's mind like thunder, sending a shiver down his spine, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief, rendering him unable to hear the subsequent words of Wang Peng. Young sir, please enter. A mere glance at the copper plate tossed by Wang Peng caused the city gate officer to beam with flattery. Gesturing for 2 guards to remove the horse-blocking stakes before the gate, staring at the imposing city wall before him, Baya found it incredible. The pentagonal fortification towered over Tianzhong, one of the 4 fortifications of Liangzhou City. It was a military stronghold, housing only the Qin army, devoid of ordinary citizens, making it hard to fathom how Wang Peng had gained entry with just a copper plate. Moreover, the gate officer's address indicated that he was aware the 2 were not officials. As they walked a few steps into the gate, Baya could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned in to ask, Wang brother, does the Blood Blade sect have ties to the government? I have already told you, Refer to our sect as the Sacred Blade Sect. Blood Blade Sect is merely a term used by the board. Wang Peng shot Bai Ye an irritated glance, stating, "As for the relationship between the government and our sect, you will learn in due time. Or rather, the relationship between the various celestial martial sects and the states is generally akin." Bai Ye blinked, refraining from further inquiries. The implications Wang Peng had subtly hinted at were now clear to him. In this world, it seemed there were no taboos against martial chivalry, though the nature of the relationship between the government and celestial martial sects remained a mystery. It was at least not adversarial. Bai Ye followed closely behind Wang Peng, his curiosity piqued as he observed the interior of the military city. Upon passing through the city gate, they entered a vast training ground, which stretched at least 700 or 800 steps in length, one step being 6 feet, or approximately 23.1 centimeters, amounting to an area of at least 1 square kilometer. Flanking the training ground were brick houses, bustling with soldiers moving about, while arrow towers and fences surrounded the barracks. At the back of the training ground stood a stone platform approximately 5 meters high, upon which rested 4 large drums and 2 massive gongs, each flanked by a flagpole. The left displayed a wolf's head banner, while the rear bore a prominently embroidered character, Wei. Upon inquiring with Wang Peng, Bai Ye understood that this was the general's platform within the military city. The wolf flag represented the stationed Qin army, while the Wei flag served as the standard of the commanding general. Beyond the general's platform stood a magnificent archway, behind which lay the military yamen. This yamen was not a solitary structure. Rather, it comprised a complex of buildings, with 3 open gates standing side by side. To Bai Ye's astonishment, Wang Peng waved his copper plate before the guards, allowing them to pass through the right gate without obstruction. It was merely a form of identification. Should Bai Ye join their ranks, he too would receive such a copper plate. Observing Bai Ye's curious gaze upon his plate, the blood-drenched swordsman chuckled and tossed the plate to him. The copper plate was cold to the touch, yet it was not the brass Bai Ye had anticipated, but rather a jade-like material that shimmered with a metallic luster. The plate was exquisitely crafted, adorned with various intricate patterns whose meanings eluded Bai Ye, with the word inspection engraved at its center. Inspection? Was it the government's inspection, or that of the Blood Blade Sect? Bai Ye pondered, returning the jade plate to Wang Peng, growing increasingly intrigued by the relationship between the Blood Blade Sect and the government. Upon entering the dark, oil-stained gates of the military yamen, Bai Ye found the environment to be unlike any bureaucratic office. It resembled an elegant and quaint garden. The pathways were paved with stones, surrounded by flowing waters, and the pavilions were exquisitely designed, with flourishing flora, flower beds, bamboo groves, orchards, and peach forests were plentiful, with buildings arranged in a delightful disarray, lush trees, and a naturally captivating scenery. Of course, unlike a true garden, there were no poetic musings or cultured socialites. Instead, soldiers patrolled the grounds. As Wang Peng led the way, Bai Ye's curiosity intensified until they arrived at a heavily guarded courtyard, where he finally grasped the situation. This courtyard lacked artificial rockeries or pavilions. Instead, it featured a peculiar symbol array covering an area of about an acre, resting on a stone platform. The array was odd, adorned with what appeared to be animal bones, inscribed with cryptic symbols. They resembled the natural patterns of bones, yet also bore the marks of a child's doodles. The stone platform connecting the bones was lined with silver and crimson patterns, with certain nodes inlaid with a semi-transparent jade that seemed to emit an internal glow. A type of luminescent jade. Could this possibly be a teleportation array? Bai Ye hesitated, pointing at the strange formation, for it was far from what he had envisioned. Had he not already suspected something, he might have thought he stumbled upon a primitive tribe's altar. "Is this your first encounter with a teleportation array?" Wang Peng replied with a smile, glancing at the formation and nodding. "Not bad. It's made from the bones of the skywing eagle, capable of teleporting up to 30,000 miles. Are these really animal bones?" Bai Ye was left speechless, using animal bones for a teleportation array. The skywing eagle was no ordinary creature but a savage beast. Wang Peng explained with a grin, "It possesses spatial talents, and its bones naturally bear teleportation inscriptions, making them ideal for low-level teleportation arrays. With minimal crystal consumption, a teleportation array that spans thousands of miles is still considered low-level." Bai Ye was taken aback, discreetly inquiring, "Are there other advanced arrays, perhaps those used for traveling to other realms?" "Other realms? Oh, You mean the immortal demon realm? It seems that the arrays used there are not teleportation arrays, but I have never been, so I cannot elaborate. Wang Peng appeared reluctant to discuss the immortal demon realm and quickly shifted the topic. Mid to low-level teleportation arrays are generally used within nations, with distances mostly under 100,000 miles. High-level arrays are utilized for inter-country or interstate travel, employing advanced savage beast bones, while the most sophisticated use inscribed stones by array masters. As their conversation continued, they entered the courtyard. After the array guards inspected Wang Peng's copper plate, they permitted the two to enter the array. "Where are we headed?" Baya anxiously inquired, observing the jade-like skywing eagle bones surrounding them. He was acutely aware that after being abducted by Wang Peng, the Blood Blade sect's demeanor, though seemingly amicable, did not guarantee his release. If not for the heavy responsibility resting upon him, he would have preferred to depart from Liangzhou City with Wang Peng. "We're bound for the prefectural seat of Longxi County, Didao City. The Tao River is experiencing severe flooding, and the sect wishes to ascertain the local conditions," Wang Peng stated earnestly, upon completing this task. "My inspection mission will be deemed successful. Originally, I intended to visit several other locations, but with you in tow, those can be omitted." Baya felt a peculiar unease. Wasn't the Blood Blade sect notorious for its violent deeds? Was this merely a pretext to evaluate where to slaughter the populace? He was unfamiliar with the location of Didao City, although he had heard of the Tao River, a tributary of the Yellow River in his world. As for Longxi County, he was well acquainted, having enjoyed playing Three Kingdoms-themed games, knowing it lay south of Wuwei County, closer to Hanzhong. "Can this teleportation array take us directly to Didao City?" Baya curiously inspected the silver and crimson patterns on the ground. "Not directly. We must make a transfer in between, but the cost is minimal." Wang Peng produced two blood-red spheres from his pocket, carefully placing them into the center of the array, which resembled a bird's skull's eye socket. "Stand still and do not move. The array is about to activate," Wang Peng instructed solemnly, taking his position. With a low hum, the eye socket of the skull began to glow with two blood-red lights, and the entire array emitted a soft tremor, causing the silver and crimson patterns connecting the bones to illuminate in sections, gradually revealing a cerulean fissure at the center of the array. As Baya watched in amazement, the fissure slowly widened, transforming into a vertical, azure portal. "The array is open. Let us proceed." Wang Peng grasped Baya's arm, pulling him through the light gate. Chapter 6. On Martial Arts, Part 1. Baya felt a momentary disorientation, and when he regained his senses, he found himself on a high cliff platform, astonished to realize they had indeed teleported thousands of miles away. Beyond the cliff, mountains stretched endlessly, their verdant peaks rising and falling. Leaving Baya momentarily dazed, he recognized that this was not near Liangzhou City. Liangzhou was situated on a plain, with deserts and gravel plains to the north, and mountains only appearing 1,000 miles to the southwest. Once he steadied himself, he noticed the ground was a finely polished blue stone platform. Unlike the teleportation array in the Liangzhou military city, this array was not composed of savage beast bones. Instead, towering stone pillars stood around, resembling a forest of monuments. These pillars also bore the teleportation inscriptions of the skywing eagle bones, likely meticulously carved by human hands. After observing the stone pillars for a moment, Baya suddenly felt dizzy, his vision blurring with double images. At that moment, he heard Wang Peng's voice cautioning him, "Do not gaze at those stone pillars. You usually seem sharp, but why act foolish now? Have you not considered why there are no guards near this grand array?" Seeing Baya sway like a drunken man, the blood-drenched swordsman chuckled. "This place is home to all of our sect's teleportation arrays. The formation is intertwined with a minor confusion array. Keep your head down and stay close to me." Having learned a lesson, Baya dared not look up again, focusing instead on Wang Peng's heels as they navigated the high cliff platform's teleportation array, winding down a mountain path. "Where are we? Why not continue the transfer within the array?" Glancing back at the stone pillar array atop the cliff, Baya sighed with relief. This is the eastern section of the Chilean Mountains, known as the Tangshu Mountain Range, Wang Peng replied, casting a glance at Baya. "You think teleportation crystal spheres are mere glass marbles? Those are exceedingly precious. I hardly have any on me. Beyond these mountains flows the Huangshui River. We shall take a boat there and head south with the current." Following Wang Peng through the mountains for nearly half a day, Baya became utterly disoriented. Along the way, he encountered many bizarre wild animals. rabbits with three-part mouths that bloomed like trumpet flowers, monkeys with tails resembling poisonous snakes, two-headed brown bears, and three-tailed foxes that could breathe fire. According to Wang Peng, these creatures were not savage beasts but rather ordinary wildlife, as this mountain range was in close proximity to human habitation. While they posed no threat to martial artists, they remained a considerable danger to ordinary people. Fortunately, these creatures rarely ventured beyond the mountains, posing little real harm. As the sun sank low, darkness enveloped the land, and after the morning star hung upon the treetops, the two finally found a clearing at the foot of the mountain to rest. "What is that?" Baya exclaimed, gazing in wonder at a small pouch in Wang Peng's hand, though it was merely palm-sized. The blood-drenched swordsman had just pulled out a thick blanket from within, spreading it across the grass, covering an area of at least 10 square meters. It is the pouch of a skyward mouse. Wang Peng lifted the pouch, retrieving a small incense burner and 2 bags of food, tossing one pack to Baya. Upon opening the oil paper wrapping, Baya was astonished to find a roasted chicken still warm. Not entirely cool in the mundane world, items like mustard storage bags are rare. However, this is an essential tool for most formal disciples of sects. As martial artists travel the world, lacking such an item would be quite inconvenient. Wang Peng produced a flask of wine from the pouch, tossing it to Baya for careful examination. Baya quickly caught the pouch, cautiously inspecting it. The pouch was brown, smooth to the touch yet sturdy despite its thinness. He curiously opened the bag, peering inside to discover a plethora of items, daily necessities, spare clothing, and various jars and bottles. To Baya's astonishment, these items had been shrunk to several hundred times their original size, haphazardly packed together, resembling a miniature warehouse. The opening of the mustard storage bag rippled like the undulating surface of water. Baya attempted to insert 2 fingers into it, only to discover that as his fingers passed through this layer of liquid-like ripples, they transformed into something as delicate as an embroidery needle, without any sensation of abnormality. "Truly remarkable," he exclaimed in wonder, returning the mustard bag to Wang Peng. After a light breakfast and some rest, they would need to continue their journey the following day. Wang Peng took out a fire starter to ignite the small incense burner beside him. Noticing Baya's curious gaze, he sighed and explained, "It contains toad venom incense. While it is colorless and odorless to humans, it is overwhelmingly foul to snakes, insects, and venomous ants. Without this in the mountains at night, sleep would be utterly unattainable." "Indeed," Baya responded, yet he disregarded Wang Peng's suggestion to eat and rest, instead rising to practice the martial arts he had learned in the clearing. Wang Peng, observing his training, refrained from further persuasion, choosing instead to recline and sip wine, occasionally casting an appreciative glance at Baya. For a martial artist aspiring to become a master, even to attain the innate realm, diligence, innate talent, understanding, resources, and luck are all crucial, but only diligence must be unwavering. A slight deficiency in the other aspects is inconsequential, but the absence of hard work is intolerable. After a period of practice, Baya felt his entire body heat up, sweat rising like vapor. Particularly while performing the tiger claw stance for 2 incense sticks worth of time, he sensed his finger joints swelling and tingling. Realizing he had reached his limit, apply a layer of ointment on your finger joints, wrists, and ankles. Upon seeing Baya conclude his training, Wang Peng tossed him a box of ointment from the mustard bag. This method of training is unwise. It may leave hidden injuries in your tendons and bones. Did not your instructor provide you with the medicinal remedies for your practice? The secret manual of the tiger claw technique contains a prescription. But I have yet to prepare the medicine. Baya shook his head with a wry smile. If he had not been captured by the Blood Blade Master that night, he might have gone to the apothecary in Liangzhou City the next day for the medicine. As for the ghost foot technique, there were no records of a prescription within it. Your tiger claw technique is straightforward in form, likely possessing a significant lineage, though you have infused it with an excess of killing intent, lacking the true essence. This suggests a misunderstanding of the fundamental principles of the art. Wang Peng nodded, responding ambiguously. As for the ghost foot technique, it is merely a street style. It is better left unpracticed. Baya frowned at Wang Peng's assessment of the ghost foot technique, finding it hard to accept. The ghost foot technique had been a parting gift from the limping San, and although Baya understood that San regarded him as a young man of the Bai surname, he felt deeply grateful nonetheless. Moreover, Baya had always considered San to be a master. The ghost foot technique should not be lacking in merit. Do you not believe it? Wang Peng scoffed lightly at Baya's expression, saying with a faint smile, your swordplay and footwork were likely taught to you by the legendary rogue of the north, Ghost Foot Mad Blade, He San. He San is quite the legendary wanderer in the north. Yet the martial arts he practiced were rather unimpressive, you know, San? Could you tell me more? He never spoke of himself while at the inn. Baya's interest was piqued, and he quickly inquired. I have only seen his brief introduction and evaluations in the records collected by my sect. Wang Peng shook his head. Speaking plainly to it is said that He San was originally a chef who took up martial arts to avenge his wife and daughter after they were slain by enemies. He had remarkable talent and was a genius. Through stealing knowledge from various martial artists and honing his skills as a chef, he managed to cultivate a hint of sword intention. Among the postnatal martial artists, he was considered a master. Unfortunately, he began his training too late. By then, he was already nearing 40, and his innate potential was solidified, which determined his limited achievements. Wang Peng sighed lightly as he spoke. Otherwise, there would surely have been a sect in Liangzhou willing to accept him. Such talents in the martial arts are most regrettable. With his gifts, he would have had a chance to ascend to the innate realm had he joined our sect before the age of 30. To say that the ghost foot technique is merely a street style does not imply disdain. Rather, to cultivate such a street style to that extent is something I cannot surpass. Wang Peng chuckled. Any martial art suitable for foundational training does not hinge on the complexity of techniques. The essence lies in the foundational stances, which are the key to refining one's sinews and bones. The ghost foot technique has a convoluted footwork pattern but lacks corresponding foundational stances for body refining. The more one practices, the more unsteady their steps become. When martial prowess is shallow, the impact may not be evident, but as one forms corresponding muscle memory, their posture will inevitably become peculiar, ultimately becoming an obstacle to further progress. Baya fell silent, recalling the peculiar swagger with which San walked. While it had once seemed impressive, he now realized it was indeed a skewed method of practice. What about the swordplay I have learned? At this point, Baya had begun to trust Wang Peng's assessment significantly and inquired further. Not bad. The foundation of swordplay lies in 3 principles: speed, precision, and ferocity. Speed refers to drawing the sword like a waterfall. You have already grasped the basics. Precision denotes the ability to wield the sword with ease, while ferocity indicates a cut that cleaves through. You still lack refinement, which relates to your insufficient upper body strength. Once you enter the sect, diligent practice of foundational stances will suffice. Wang Peng casually remarked as he took a swig of wine my bone-removing swordplay is still not even at the foundational level. Baya swallowed hard, asking with difficulty, beyond the foundation of speed, precision, and ferocity, what is the next realm? With a swift motion, Wang Peng drew his sword, the sound resonating like a clear chime. Zing! A brilliant flash of sword light cleaved through the air, severing grass and wood alike, as earth and stone flew. When the dazzling brilliance subsided in Baya's vision, he realized a deep ravine had formed, extending straight from Wang Peng's position for over 100 meters. Baya inhaled sharply, astonished at the might of the Blood Blade Master's strike. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that martial arts could reach such heights as this. Innate sword energy? Baya gazed at Wang Peng, filled with uncertainty. I am but a postnatal martial artist. Where would I acquire innate sword energy? Wang Peng could not help but laugh. Mastering the principles of speed, precision, and ferocity in swordplay signifies successful foundational training. Then, by systematically practicing specific breathing techniques, one can transform their inner strength into sword energy. Once sword energy is achieved, transitioning from external to internal mastery allows one to truly call themselves a swordsman. Otherwise, they are merely a street performer. And what comes after sword energy? What is the nature of swordplay at the innate level? Baya, for the first time since his arrival in this world, felt a profound curiosity about martial arts. Above sword energy lies sword intention, and above sword intention is sword momentum. I once witnessed my master demonstrate sword momentum. It was as if the mountain of blades collapsed, leaving one utterly disheartened to resist. Wang Peng replied with a rueful smile, shaking his head, I am still only beginning to touch upon sword intention, let alone comprehend sword momentum, not to mention the innate sword path. Wang Peng's gaze grew distant as he murmured, The sects of the martial world each have their own distinctive classifications of postnatal martial arts, yet all are variations on the same theme, generally revolving around the four concepts of foundation, energy, intention, and momentum. Master once said that the study of celestial martial arts is divided into skill and path. Postnatal practitioners cultivate skill, and when skill reaches its zenith, the path becomes apparent. Only by establishing one's path can one ascend to the innate realm. The foundation akin to establishing the foundation. Does it involve unblocking the body's meridians, such as the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels? Baya recalled certain knowledge he had encountered in novels from his previous life, inadvertently blurting out his question. Unblocking the body's meridians. Where did you hear such nonsense? Wang Peng raised an eyebrow, turning back in surprise. Meridians are conduits for the circulation of vital energy and blood, connecting the internal organs with the external, facilitating the flow throughout the body, as long as one's body is not severely disabled or ill. All meridians are inherently unobstructed, especially the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. If any portion of these vital pathways were blocked, one would undoubtedly suffer ailments. Coughing awkwardly, Baya lowered his head to conceal his flushed face. However, he grasped the essence of Wang Peng's meaning. The meridians and acupoints serve as pathways and gateways for sword energy. Tio successfully cultivates sword energy. Strengthening the meridians and unblocking the acupoints is essential. Yet, given the countless meridians and acupoints in the human body, no martial artist can attend to them all. They can only focus on the primary aspects relevant to their own training. Wang Peng paused thoughtfully before continuing. Each martial sect has its methods for training the acupoints. Walking the acupoints, inner and outer alchemy, spirit cultivation, primordial infant techniques, visualization methods, and so forth. Our sect employs the walking acupoint method during the postnatal stage. But as you have yet to enter the sect, I cannot elaborate further. The conversation with the Blood Blade Master left Baya restless that night. Wrapped in a blanket, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. His eyes wide open, he stared blankly at the myriad stars in the sky. Having spent some time in this world, he now understood that the stars above were not individual celestial bodies. Perhaps they were the bubbles of various worlds he had encountered during his travels, or perhaps they were the celestial mirrors spoken of by the people of this realm. Baya faintly sensed that he might never return to his previous world. Perhaps it was due to the myriad experiences he had undergone recently. While memories of his former life remained vividly clear, they felt as distant as flowers in a dream or the moon reflected in water. The following day, Baya awoke, sporting dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of a panda, which amused the Blood Blade Master greatly. Let us go. After a hasty breakfast, the two set forth once more. According to the Blood Blade Master, the Tangshu Mountains were merely an inconspicuous range within the vast expanse of Shenzhou. The teleportation array they had previously utilized lay on the outskirts. Yet traversing the mountains still required considerable effort. This experience thoroughly acquainted Baya with the vastness of this world. What does sensitive thought remains unmoved signify? Baya inquired, clutching the Jialan Neijing. Sensitive thought, as the name implies, refers to agile thinking. Your hand seal technique derives from the Buddhist tradition, which emphasizes entering a state of meditation. Therefore, sensitive thought remains unmoved should be interpreted as clearing one's mind and remaining free from distracting thoughts. Wang Peng replied, roasting a wild rabbit over the campfire without turning his head. In recent days, they traversed the mountains like wild men, and in the words of Wang Peng, this too is a form of cultivation. Baya gradually became familiar with him and understood that the Blood Knife Master was not covetous of the few martial arts texts he possessed. Thus, he lowered his guard and seized the opportunity to inquire about the obscure phrases within the manuals. Particularly, he sought clarification on the 64 characters that comprised the essence of the King Kong Great Hand Seal, as well as the acupoint and meridian locations mentioned in several texts. The Blood Knife Master was quite accommodating. Except for matters pertaining to the sacred sword sex techniques or those exceeding his comprehension, he answered nearly all of Baya's queries. For the time being, let us not speak of the knife techniques you are currently practicing. The King Kong Great Hand Seal and the 5 Breaks Tiger Claw serve to enhance upper body strength. It would be beneficial for you to practice them. However, regarding the Ghost Foot technique, aside from its displacement method, it would be wise to refrain from its force application to avoid straining your leg muscles, which could lead to complications that would be difficult to correct later on. Wang Peng advised solemnly, Baya remained silent, yet he etched the advice into his memory. He was not a fool. Although the blood knife master had taken him away, he had not harmed him but rather provided considerable assistance. Furthermore, he did not wish to walk in a manner akin to third master in the future, swaying aimlessly despite having no leg ailment. After 5 days, the two finally emerged from the mountains and beheld the distant, vast river, where the sky and water merged into one. Is this the Huangshui River? Baya stood on the hillside, gazing in astonishment at the boundless river surface. During his studies, Baya had been a mild military enthusiast, particularly fond of massive ships and cannons. He knew that under favorable sea conditions and weather, a ship's lookout could spot enemy vessels from over 10 kilometers away, if it were the horizon. Then from his current vantage point, he could discern indistinct images at least 20 kilometers away. Yet, he still could not see any features on the opposite bank. In other words, this stretch of the Huangshui River was at least 20 kilometers wide. It must be noted that this was not a river mouth, but merely the upper reaches of the Huangshui River, which itself is a tributary of the Yellow River. Indeed, this is the Huangshui River. I have been here a few times before, and I am certain of it. Wang Peng shrugged and said nonchalantly, "You've been in the northern deserts for so long. You haven't encountered such a wide river before. Have you? The main channel of the Huangshui River is only about 200 miles wide, so it hardly qualifies as a major river. 200 miles wide is not considered a major river?" Baya was left speechless. He had no knowledge of the widths of the Yellow River or the Yangtze River in his previous life, but aside from the mouths of those two rivers, the widths of other segments were certainly no more than a fraction of the river before him. If this Huangshui River were to be dammed at both ends, it could very well be labeled an inland sea in his former world. At last, he grasped a modicum of the substantial concept of the cataclysmic transformations that had once occurred in this world. The Songlin ferry is still 20 miles away. Let us quicken our pace to find a passenger boat before nightfall. Wang Peng rummaged through his storage pouch, pulled out a beast skin map, confirmed their location, and urged Baya to hasten their journey. Wang Peng's judgment proved accurate. Before night descended, they indeed arrived at the Songlin ferry. The ferry boasted over a dozen docks, with a shoreline stretching several thousand steps, lined with hundreds of vessels of various sizes. A glance revealed masts standing tall and lights flickering like fireflies, creating a bustling and vibrant scene that left Baya increasingly awestruck. This unknown riverbank ferry was even more spectacular than any seaport he had witnessed in his past life. Wang Peng led Baya to a merchant establishment, paid the fare, and was directed by an attendant to the bow of a grand passenger ship. "Truly magnificent," Baya exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration as he gazed at the imposing vessel. This grand passenger ship was a flat-bottomed, square-headed craft, measuring 100 steps in length and 15 steps in width, approximately 140 meters long and 20 meters wide. The front featured a flat, upright sail, while the rear two-thirds comprised the ship's superstructure, which boasted 7 levels. Each level was brightly lit, adorned with myriad colorful lanterns. From a distance on the dock, one could faintly hear the sounds of drums and music, along with the clinking of cups, a scene reminiscent of a luxurious ocean liner from Baya's previous life. "Why must we board such a vessel?" Baya quietly inquired of the blood knife master. "This ship travels 1,000 miles a day, perfectly suited to our needs. Rest assured, our cabin is on the 7th level. You can practice on the rooftop. We shall manage for a few days." Wang Peng appeared somewhat exasperated, rolling his eyes unconsciously. The blood knife master was a resolute warrior, while Baya, a former homebody, had developed a preference for tranquility since beginning his martial training. Both were impatient to endure such a noisy environment. Once aboard the flower boat, they pinched their noses and retreated to their respective cabins. Although their accommodations were on the top deck, the thin ship's planks could not muffle the clamor from below. Baya was unsure of the blood knife master's feelings, but he found the noise dizzying and was unable to concentrate, marking the first time he had missed training since starting his martial journey. Although unable to settle down to cultivate, he pulled out his yellow cloth bundle and began perusing several martial arts texts. As time passed, he felt a slight tremor beneath him. The flower boat, now filled with passengers, had departed under the cover of night. Baya pushed open the wooden window and gazed out at the scenery. The Huangshui River, wide as an ocean, lay tranquil, its surface shimmering, reflecting countless stars above. He noticed that the flower boat moved at a remarkable speed, defying the characteristics of a flat-bottomed sailboat, as waves cascaded from its sides like layers of rulers pushing towards the horizon. As the night deepened, the clamor below gradually subsided, leaving only the soothing sound of water as the boat glided through the river. Transitioning from chaos to tranquility, Baya felt a growing sense of peace. Until his peripheral vision caught sight of a glimmering object in the corner of his bundle. Wang Peng had mentioned that the Yuan Soul pill was a precious essence of the soul. Immensely valuable, as long as the attributes were compatible, it could bring nothing but benefits. Baya mused, this substance is a fragment of my soul. It should have no adverse effects, right? After some contemplation, he resolved to consume it immediately. If he were to join the Sacred Sword sect, his belongings would likely undergo repeated scrutiny. Though he was still unaware of the true nature of the Sacred Sword sect, he surmised that someone as forthright as Wang Peng would not be overly suspicious. Should someone covet his possession, that Yuan Soul pill, which had fallen from him, would surely be lost. Better to eat it. Perhaps it might even help me regain some of my memories from before my journey. Baya pinched the pill between 2 fingers and tossed it into his mouth in one swift motion. The Yuan Soul pill dissolved instantly, akin to a colorless, flavorless nectar gliding down his throat. After a moment's pause, he was astonished to find no changes in himself. Indeed, my expectations were misplaced. Baya stood up, half amused and half exasperated, reflecting on Wang Peng's claims that the Yuan Soul pill left by predecessors held boundless mysteries. However, being merely a homebody in his previous life, he was far from a revered master, and thus the pill formed from a fragment of his soul would naturally lack any extraordinary properties. Wait, something feels off. Baya suddenly sensed an unusual sensation, and as he looked down, his eyes widened in disbelief. The body he stood in had transformed into a semi-transparent form, and upon glancing back, he saw another Baya seated on the bed, expressionless. What the hell has my soul left my body, or have I turned into a ghost? Baya couldn't help but let out a curse. Chapter 8. The relic enters the body. Baya rose and took a few steps, realizing that his semi-transparent form felt weightless, lacking any grounded sensation. He had truly become a spiritual entity. He circled around his physical body, which sat motionless on the bed, completely unaware. Could this be my fate forever? He thought with a wry smile as he assumed the same seated posture to merge with his physical form. Hoping to re-enter it, however, as soon as he sat down, he was stunned by his own discovery. It turned out that the points of overlap between his spiritual and physical forms manifested as a 3-dimensional projection in his mind. For instance, when the right palm of his spiritual body aligned with that of his physical body, a semi-transparent hand appeared in his consciousness, revealing intricate details of bones, muscles, and even the vascular system, clearer than any ultrasound scan. Most critically, this projected image could be magnified. He discovered that by concentrating his mind on a specific area, he could gain a clearer understanding of his bodily intricacies, even observing the blood flowing within his capillaries. After observing for a while, he realized that he was not entirely incapable of influencing external objects. If he focused his thoughts, he could slightly move lighter objects, such as the teacup on the table. How long will this last? After the initial shock, Baya gradually calmed down. He believed that this out-of-body experience would not persist for long, but he was uncertain if there would be any residual effects upon returning to his physical form. As curiosity waned, he soon found himself feeling bored. What is this glowing object in my bundle? As he circled the table, Baya was suddenly drawn to the yellow cloth bundle that had come undone. Inside, a soft white light radiated, barely perceptible in the lamplight. Otherwise, he would have noticed it much sooner. It was the relic of Hui Kong. Along with that statue, Baya struggled to uncover the yellow cloth covering his bundle, revealing that the glowing object was indeed the relic of the monk Hui Kong and a jade statue. The relic had always been kept alongside the Lankavatara Sutra, and Baya intended to return it along with the sutra to the abbot of the Diamond Temple, who was also Hui Kong's master. The great monk's relic actually emits light, and this statue, could it have been carved from a piece of Buddhist bone relic? Baya marveled as he reached for the relic of Hui Kong. What? How is this possible? As soon as his hand made contact with the relic, he felt a refreshing sensation. It was worth noting that he was currently in a spiritual state. Yet this relic bestowed upon him a warmth typically associated with a physical body. However, the next moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Baya witnessed a shadowy apparition of a relic detached from its physical form, gliding into his ethereal body like a marble, rolling until it came to rest at the navel. In an instant, the relic lost its luster, crumbling into a fine powder. Could relics possess souls? Baya glanced at the powder on the table, then at the shadow of the relic upon his ethereal navel. Nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment, he concentrated his thoughts, attempting to coax the shadow of the relic to roll out once more, but it seemed to resist, akin to a wayward son returning home. No matter how hard he tried, it remained unmoved. It is said that relics are stones formed within the bodies of monks, but what could this be? An ethereal stone? Baya's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Master Huikong, this was not an act of deliberate sacrilege. I beseech you to forgive my transgression and kindly elucidate this matter to the Buddha. Unable to expel the shadow of the relic, Baya relinquished that endeavor and redirected his attention to the jade statue before him. However, this time he dared not reach out with his ethereal form. Before his passing, Master Huikong had not disclosed the nature of this jade statue. From its appearance, it seemed a composite of the dragon subduing and tiger subduing arhat, with the fibrous strands and speckles within the jade resembling both natural patterns and the meridian charts of the arhat's flesh, prompting Baya to wonder if this statue concealed a form of Buddhist martial art. But of course, this was merely conjecture. It could very well be an ordinary arhat statue. Yet, in his ethereal state, witnessing the statue radiate light akin to the relic, he could finally ascertain that it was indeed a treasure. At that moment, the dragon subduing and tiger subduing arhat appeared translucent, emanating a faint glow within the realm of his ethereal vision. The fibrous strands and speckles within seeming to come alive. Perhaps due to his ethereal condition, he perceived the world not through sight but through intent, allowing him to discern these details. The strands and speckles formed a mesmerizing animated tableau, as if the vital essence flowed slowly through the meridians, while each speck resembled an acupoint, each containing a minuscule glimmering vortex. Most astonishingly, within the arhat statue's cranial palace lay a minuscule script resembling tadpole characters, which required intense concentration for Baya to decipher the dust-like minuscule text. This script appeared reminiscent of Tibetan characters, yet bore similarities to ancient oracle bone inscriptions. Baya recognized none of it, yet sensed that it harbored secrets. I must find a way to record this. Uncertain how long he could maintain his ethereal state, he knew he could not commit those tadpole characters to memory. And regrettably, he was incapable of writing in this condition. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He concentrated his intent on his ethereal fingers, allowing a drop of tea to blend with the relic powder, using the resulting paste to sketch the tadpole characters. Exhaustion soon overwhelmed him. As he strained to complete the entire script, he felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue. The pull from his physical body, seated upon the bed, became irresistible, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Time seemed to stretch for an eternity, yet also felt like but a fleeting moment. When Baya opened his eyes again, the room remained eerily quiet, the only witnesses to his experience being the arhat statue on the table and the heap of paste that formed the tadpole script. Confirming that he had not merely dreamt it. "Have you completed today's tasks?" Hearing a sound behind him, Wang Peng turned to glance over. Yes, Baya leaned against the railing of the top deck of the riverboat, the fierce winds billowing his long robe. This ceremonial long robe was a recent purchase. Various small shops aboard the riverboat catered to travelers' needs. Baya had initially thought a short jacket would be more convenient. Yet the Blood Blade Master insisted he change into a long robe, claiming that his short jacket made him look too rustic and would reflect poorly on both of them. Baya felt a surge of indignation. Tempted to demand a tailor create a modern suit that would dazzle that fool. However, he merely entertained the thought, aware that his current identity was that of a Na'vi youth who had not ventured beyond the northern deserts for over a decade. "Brother Wang, you mentioned the importance of practicing martial arts only with a comprehensive guide. What did you mean by that?" Baya feigned curiosity as he inquired of the Blood Blade Master. Compared to earlier days, he had become quite adept at addressing him as brother, though in truth, he was older than Wang Peng by a few years. Recalling the protagonists in novels who address strangers as brothers and sisters without hesitation, Baya felt a pang of frustration in his heart. He found it unsettling to refer to strangers as siblings. For what of his family from his past life? Wang Peng, after a moment of contemplation, finally responded, As I mentioned previously, martial arts can be divided into skill and principle. The overarching guide of advanced martial arts not only serves as a framework but also encompasses the principles and the elevation of one's martial path. In contrast, basic martial arts lack such comprehensive guidance. Without a reference framework, practitioners may easily fall into confusion. Thus, you must remember that even if you acquire the ultimate martial arts of major sects, you must not practice them recklessly, as the more esteemed the sect, the less likely the overarching guide will be explicitly stated. Such guides are often passed down orally among disciples or concealed as codes within the texts. Furthermore, the ideologies of different sects vary significantly. Regardless of a practitioner's innate talent, if the ultimate martial arts contradict their own path, it will only lead to greater confusion and even instability in their resolve. Baya felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that his acquisition of the current martial arts manuals was purely fortuitous, and it was no wonder Wang Peng had not scrutinized them closely. He recalled the overarching guide for the Diamond Great Hand Seal was lodged within his mind, while the Ghost Foot technique lacked a guide, belonging to the realm of street practitioners. The only manual documenting an overarching guide. The 5 Breaks Tiger Claw technique contained only 3 levels, lacking the breath control method essential for mastering the technique's force and spirit. Moreover, as it originated from the Buddhist school, it was evidently incompatible with the Blood Blade sect's martial philosophy, rendering Wang Peng's approach fundamentally different from his own. Baya discreetly touched a piece of paper in his pocket, the tadpole script he had transcribed from the Arhat statue a few days prior. Now, after hearing the Blood Blade master's explanation, he harbored doubts that this script might encapsulate the essence of the martial arts recorded by the statue. He had been contemplating whether to disclose this to Wang Peng, yet ultimately decided it prudent to keep it to himself for the time being. Although the Blood Blade Master had been quite considerate toward him during their journey, his underlying motive was to have Baya fulfill his obligations and improve the evaluation of their patrol mission. The true nature of their relationship was one of captor and captive. While the Blood Blade Master was affable and unconcerned with trifles, he bore no obligation for Baya to feel excessively grateful, as he did not suffer from Stockholm Syndrome. Furthermore, Baya was reluctant to join the Holy Blade sect. Based on Wang Peng's descriptions, it seemed not to align with the ideals of a righteous sect. Baya's interest in martial arts had significantly increased, and he sought to join a celestial martial sect, but he certainly did not wish to become a pariah among practitioners. Brother Wang, a few days ago, I consumed that you mentioned. Baya hesitated briefly, ultimately deciding to confess this additional matter, still haunted by the experience of his spirit leaving his body. Oh, how do you feel now? Did they enhance any particular physical attributes? Or perhaps did it grant you a legacy of martial arts from your ancestors? Wang Peng inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Neither, Baya replied, a pained expression on his face. After consuming it, my spirit left my body and became a semi-transparent ethereal form. And it took quite some time before I could return to my physical body. I wonder if there will be any lasting effects. Chapter 9. Wang Peng's mouth dropped open in shock, his eyes widening to the size of saucers. After a moment of disbelief, he suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, Spirit Vision Heart Mirror. You fool, you never told me that was crystallized from your very own essence. Ah, Baya stood dumbfounded, grateful for his impassive demeanor, appearing utterly unperturbed. The Blood Blade Master, excited, waved his hands, but upon noticing Baya's unchanged, dazed expression, he fell silent, deflating like a punctured balloon as he resumed his seat. Alas, it is my fault for not making it clear earlier. I merely assumed that was an heirloom of yours. Wang Peng sighed ruefully. Now that I think of it, given your prolonged condition of soul loss, with I at your side, one should have deduced its origin. Does that have any relation to my previous soul loss? Baya feigned ignorance, though he was fully aware that his prior affliction had no connection to this, as that was merely a byproduct of his transmigration. However, this revelation served to further mask his true identity. Should anyone ever suspect his authenticity, he could attribute it to the soul loss caused by the I once mentioned that is condensed from living souls, but did not elaborate. Wang Peng sighed, recounting the details. In truth, while is indeed formed from living souls, the term living does not solely refer to humans. It encompasses all wild beasts. Divine creatures, and even demons and specters, can be categorized into 3 types based on its utility. One type is left behind by martial masters above the innate realm, another by sentient wild divine beasts, and the last type is birthed from newborn infants. the left by martial masters, is also known as a legacy pill. It is derived through a unique martial method that extracts fragments of one's own soul, imprinting a particular ultimate technique within, transforming it into a projection of the soul. The creation of inheritance pills is an arduous endeavor, requiring the perfect alignment of celestial, terrestrial, and human elements. Even the most formidable martial masters cannot simply produce them at will. Most inheritance pills can only imprint a minuscule amount of knowledge, often preserving but a singular profound skill. Once crafted, the creator is left either dead or driven to madness. Moreover, the process of severing one's own soul is excruciatingly painful. Unless the essence of the ultimate skill cannot be conveyed through written words, and the creator finds themselves with little time left to impart their wisdom to disciples, few would choose such a fate. Consequently, inheritance pills are typically crafted by solitary masters whose spiritual prowess is vast, yet whose bloodlines have been severed, leaving no successors to inherit their martial legacy. It is they who, out of necessity, resort to inheritance pills, hoping to find a worthy successor to uphold their martial ideals. The second category, distinct from inheritance pills, consists of spirit pills derived from primal beasts. The legacy of these formidable creatures is not passed through learning but rather through bloodlines. Such spirit pills are usually extracted after humans capture these ancient beasts through alchemical processes. These pills retain certain qualities of the primal beasts, such as strength, agility, constitution, elemental affinities, talents, and supernatural abilities. Thus, these spirit pills are also referred to as beast spirit pills. Similarly, if these pills originate from demons or monsters, they may be termed demon spirit pills or monster spirit pills. However, these pills must be consumed with caution. If the attributes of the consumer do not align with those of the pill, it can lead to dire consequences, potentially transforming the individual into a grotesque hybrid of man and beast. Both types of pills, inheritance and beast spirit, are inherently flawed, as they are crafted from the essence of adults or fully grown beasts. They inevitably carry remnants of the creator's personality and memories. Users will be influenced to varying degrees by these traits, and those with weaker wills may find their temperaments altered, as if they have become entirely different individuals. Thus, despite their rarity and value, few would opt to use these pills unless absolutely necessary, which is one reason why Wang Peng ultimately returned the spirit pill to Bai Wide. In contrast, the final category of spirit pills is entirely different. These are formed at the moment of an infant's birth, also known as infant spirit pills or accompanying pills. Since the cataclysmic splitting of the heavens and earth, life essence has flourished, prompting the evolution of all life forms, including humanity. Over millennia of evolution, in certain prominent families, or when both parents are martial experts, infants may emerge with exceptionally potent souls, causing their fragile physical forms to struggle to contain such power. As a result, their souls may overflow at birth, giving rise to a spirit pill. These spirit pills do not confer martial inheritance nor possess the myriad benefits of beast spirit pills, but crucially, they can be consumed by anyone so long as their elemental affinities align, and they carry no adverse effects. Upon ingesting an infant spirit pill, the user may experience a brief state of astral projection. And when their spirit and body reunite, they enter a state known as the spiritual vision mirror, allowing them to perceive the inner workings of their bodies in detail, akin to gazing into a mirror. While the spiritual vision mirror offers no advantage to ordinary individuals, it holds invaluable utility for martial artists, particularly those struggling at a bottleneck in their training. It enables them to observe their internal conditions and identify deficiencies in their cultivation, significantly shortening the duration of their stagnation, or even allowing them to break through to the next stage. The sole drawback of the infant spirit pill is that the infant may experience delayed cognitive development due to the absence of their soul, potentially exhibiting signs of dissociation during early childhood. To consume such a pill now would indeed be a waste. Wang Peng gazed at Baiya with a complex expression. Let it be lost. Baiya remarked, observing the sorrowful countenance of the blood blade master, yet feeling indifferent himself. After all, he had not left empty-handed, having uncovered the secret of the Arhat statue. The spirit pill he possessed was certainly not an infant spirit pill, but it bore similarities, for after consumption, he had not regained any lost memories, likely erased during his passage through the dimensional membrane. Though Wang Peng was generally open-hearted, he felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing he had brushed past a treasure. In his view, that infant spirit pill should rightfully belong to him, as Baiya had no current use for it. He could easily compensate Baya for any losses with other means. Noticing the Blood Blade Master's prolonged silence, Baya understood that he was in low spirits and promptly descended to the bow of the ship to catch a breath of fresh air. "Look, Li Long, the auspicious beast Li Long." Before he could step out of the cabin, excited shouts erupted from outside. "Li Long. What is that?" Baya quickened his pace and rushed to the ship's bow, where he was taken aback by the sight before him. Three gigantic creatures, as massive as mountains, blocked the river ahead. The largest among them, with its lower limbs submerged in the water, boasted a back that towered over 100 meters above the surface, covered in thick, disc-sized scales, resembling a colossal turtle resting upon its back. Its form bore a striking resemblance to the long-necked dragons Baya had seen in his previous life, complete with two sharp horns sprouting from the back of its head and fleshy whiskers adorning its jaw. Indeed reminiscent of a dragon. The three Li Longs moved slowly through the river, making their way towards the right bank. Although they were still several miles away from the ship, the waves they stirred caused the vessel to sway as if it were but a pebble on the water's surface. Li Long is an auspicious beast. An adult Li Long possesses wisdom comparable to that of humans. Wang Peng, who had appeared behind Baya without notice, remarked with a hint of perplexity. Yet, while Li Longs prefer to dwell near water, what brings these three to such a small river as the Huangshui? 200 miles wide, and yet you call this a small river? Baya could hardly suppress his sarcasm, tentatively inquiring, could it be related to flooding in the Tao River? Perhaps, Wang Peng replied, his demeanor subdued, clearly still reeling from the impact of the infant spirit pill. With such colossal beasts appearing near human settlements, are there no martial artists to eliminate them? Baya pondered aloud. Filled with curiosity. Among the primal beasts, there exist auspicious ones, and Li Long is one such creature. They are beneficial to humans and pose no threat, thus there is no need for anyone to deal with them. Wang Peng explained with a smile. In truth, there are many such auspicious creatures. Most reside near rivers, trade routes, and pastures. Humans refrain from hunting them, and in return, they serve to protect vital pathways, preventing other primal beasts from intruding and wreaking havoc. Otherwise, how many human armies would be required to patrol those thousands of miles of trade routes? Now I understand, Baya exclaimed, realizing the extraordinary nature of this world, humans coexisting with such immense beasts. In his previous life, these colossal creatures would have long since faced extinction. After more than half an hour, the three Li Longs finally vacated the waterway, vanishing into the thickets along the shore. The temporarily anchored vessel resumed its journey downstream, heading eastward, as passengers excitedly recounted their recent experiences. However, Baya and Wang Peng lost interest and returned to their respective quarters to rest. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Baya felt waves of drowsiness wash over him. Since that night of the spiritual vision mirror, he had noticed an inexplicable change within himself. His mind was clearer, his reactions sharper, and even his memory had improved significantly. Although he had recorded the tadpole script using powdered relics, he later discovered that the script remained vividly etched in his mind, as if he had never forgotten a single detail. Of course, the side effects of the spiritual vision mirror were also evident, leading to excessive fatigue. He had been excessively sleepy in recent days. Whenever this happened, a cool current would surge from his navel, invigorating his spirit. Baya recognized this as the effect of the relic's ethereal form, a secondary benefit of the spiritual vision mirror experience. Like the Arhat statue, he chose not to disclose this matter to the Blood Blade Master, opting instead to keep these secrets to himself, wary of unnecessary scrutiny. While Baya did not consider Wang Peng a bad person, he understood that human nature is the most precarious of tests. In the days that followed, Baya settled into a routine of eating, sleeping, and cultivating until, 2 weeks later, Wang Peng finally summoned him to disembark. They had arrived at their destination. "Have we reached Didao City?" Baya inquired with a hint of excitement, having grown weary of their prolonged time aboard the ship. "No. We crossed the confluence of the Huangshui and Yellow Rivers yesterday. We have just entered the waters of the Tao River. From this point onward, we must walk to Didao City, utilizing the ferry services along major trade routes where possible. After all, I am here to assess the conditions of the common folk and cannot remain on the boat indefinitely." Wang Peng replied with a wry smile, clearly finding the task burdensome. For a martial artist of his caliber, assessing the populace was evidently a laborious undertaking. Had he been given a choice, he would likely prefer to battle primal beasts instead. After several days of walking along the riverbank, the two were compelled to take a detour. The path ahead had transformed into a muddy swamp. A scene of devastation lay before them, with broken pottery, shattered bricks, and splintered beams half buried in the mire. Occasionally, they encountered swollen corpses of humans and livestock, waterlogged and bloated. Baya had never witnessed the aftermath of a flood disaster in his previous life. He had only seen brief news segments about floods in impoverished countries on television. However, those fleeting images could not compare to the calamity unfolding before his eyes. As they continued on their journey, they began to notice groups of refugees fleeing northward to escape the disaster. It seems that the situation is not too dire, Baya observed closely, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he examined the refugees before him. Some pushed handcarts, while others rode on ox carts. Strong laborers bore various burdens on their backs, while women and children carried chickens and lambs, creating a scene of families traveling together along the main road. Although everyone wore a troubled expression, it was evident that they were not in a state of utter despair. Provided that the local authorities managed the situation appropriately, they would soon find solace. However, news from Liangzhou indicated that the floods breach was situated 500 miles south of Didao City, far from their current location, which lay several thousand miles away. Here, they had merely endured the aftermath of the deluge. Yet, the Blood Blade Master did not share Baye's optimism. Rather, his countenance darkened as he remarked that they should not have had to evacuate. "What?" Baye exclaimed, glancing at Wang Ping's grim visage. Suddenly realizing the implication. Could it be that these individuals were indeed displaced by the genuine devastation faced by the true victims? Baye found it hard to believe. He had read the historical accounts of the Yellow River's breach at Huayuankou, where floods ravaged hundreds of kilometers, affecting millions. In this era, with the unique geographical conditions of Shenzhou, the population was less dense, yet the affected area was undoubtedly larger. The mere thought that a single flood could impact those thousands of miles away was almost inconceivable. If that were the case, the local calamity must have far exceeded initial estimates, compelling most to take desperate measures only when survival was at stake, turning against their neighbors. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Peng lifted his gaze and declared that, instead of meandering through the area, they must hasten their pace and head directly to the nearby county, utilizing the teleportation array to reach Didao City. The two quickened their steps and, at last, entered a small county town just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Although the town had been ordered sealed by the county magistrate under Wang Peng's inspection plaque, the county official had no choice but to permit them to use a small teleportation array within the town. In a fleeting moment, the scenery blurred, and upon opening their eyes, they found themselves at their destination. "Who goes there?" Upon witnessing the long sealed teleportation array glow with light, the soldiers stationed near the military office instantly took up arms. It was not until Wang Peng presented his inspection plaque to an approaching official clad in fine garments that they were granted passage from the military compound. This military office belonged to a city that safeguarded Didao City. As soon as they exited the city, the guards, seemingly driven by a sudden urgency, hurriedly shut the city gates, and the two sensed that something was amiss. The military stronghold did not allow idle folk to linger near its walls. However, a mere 100 meters away, they encountered a sprawling expanse of tattered cloth tents. These makeshift shelters were haphazardly assembled from various scraps, and Bayi even spotted several old garments that had been cut up. It appeared that individuals resided within these tents, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of roosters crowing or dogs barking, resembling a desolate burial ground, with only the cold wind whipping the fragments of cloth into a haunting symphony. A shiver of inexplicable dread crept up Baye's spine, sending chills throughout his being. "We must leave this place," Wang Peng whispered urgently, swiftly moving to distance themselves from the area. Bayi dared not linger and trailed closely behind the Blood Blade Master, though his gaze remained fixed on the tent city, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within. After a brief sprint, Wang Peng suddenly halted, nearly causing Bayi to collide with him. "What is it?" Bayi inquired, perplexed, but upon glimpsing the scene before Wang Peng, a jolt of horror coursed through him, as if something had exploded within his mind. Not far ahead of the Blood Blade Master lay two figures, and a dog point. One of the figures had already succumbed to death. Now little more than a skeletal remains missing its right forearm, while beside it lay a gaunt youth. The boy's cheeks were sunken, his cheekbones protruding sharply, his ribs visible, and his skin tightly clinging to his bones. He resembled nothing more than a living skeleton. Too weak to stand, he crawled along the ground, one arm cradling the skeletal body while the other waved slowly before him, as if to shoo away a wild dog that was nearby. That wild dog, equally emaciated, was bent over gnawing at something, yet it occasionally lifted its head to fixate on the boy and the corpse he held, its eyes gleaming with a ghastly green light. Upon noticing Wang Peng and Bai Yi, the dog seemed startled, letting out a low growl before snatching up its find and scurrying away with its tail between its legs. It was only then that the two discerned what the creature had been devouring: a severed skeletal hand still attached to an arm bone. Presumably the very limb that the corpse had lost. The boy, finally aware of their presence, struggled to turn his head towards them, his deeply sunken eyes pale as pearls, save for the two dark pupils that flickered with the same eerie glow as the wild dog. Slowly extending a hand towards them, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, a cold gasp escaping him, and he instinctively took a step back. "We must hurry. They are all emerging," he heard the blood blade master whisper urgently. Startled, Bai Yi scanned the surroundings, and indeed, he noticed that from the previously silent tents, countless emaciated figures began to crawl out, appearing to be a collection of the frail and infirm. These individuals lacked the strength to rise, their bodies trembling like dry twigs as they crawled upon the ground. Their gazes reflected an eerie, chilling light, their forms reduced to little more than skin and bones, resembling the withered remains of the dead. The atmosphere, influenced by their presence, turned dull and lifeless, enveloped in a thin fog that seemed to emanate from the very essence of death itself. Bai Yi felt his scalp tingle, momentarily forgetting where he was. Until Wang Peng yanked him away from that place, the haunting images of those ghostly eyes burned into his memory. Having taken lives since the tender age of 8 and witnessed countless ruthless death row inmates, Bai Yi never anticipated he would one day fear those on the brink of death. The blood blade master gasped for breath, lamenting, "How could this be? Didao City is not merely a county seat. Is it? Even if it pales in comparison to Liangzhou, could it truly lack even a morsel of food for these victims?" Finally regaining his composure, Bai Yi stared in shock at Wang Peng. "I cannot fathom." Wang Peng hesitated, contemplating his words, but ultimately clenched his jaw, his eyes gleaming with a chilling ferocity. "Let us proceed to Didao City. I intend to uncover what the local officials and the county governor have done." The military stronghold lay less than 3 miles from Didao City, yet as they traversed the path, they encountered countless more tent cities resembling the previous one. The two dared not approach too closely, even their gazes faltering, fearful of witnessing scenes too harrowing to bear. Upon sighting the city walls of Didao City, they both felt a silent relief, though Bai Yi soon became engulfed in shame, his face flushing with heat. The outer perimeter of Didao City was fortified with makeshift earthen embankments, manned by fully armed soldiers wielding long spears, and they even spotted a line of crossbows the size of small cars. It was no wonder that the displaced individuals were confined to the tents outside the military stronghold, unable to approach the county seat of Didao City. Beyond the checkpoint, they still observed tents belonging to the victims, likely distributed by the local authorities. However, compared to the sea of tents outside, the number of these individuals was but a drop in the ocean, a mere fraction of the countless suffering souls numbering in the millions outside. Wang Peng ascended the earthen embankment, his face a stormy shade as he gazed upon the expanse of tents. After passing through the checkpoint, they had hoped to find a more favorable situation for those receiving aid. Yet as they journeyed onward, they encountered a grim scene. Bones littered the grass along the roadside, and a few scattered victims squatted weakly, their bodies resembling those at the checkpoint, little more than skin and bones. Devoid of energy, their expressions vacant and lifeless. "Look, there's a relief porridge tent over there," Wang Peng exclaimed, his sharp eyes catching sight of the tent. He tugged Bai Yi along towards it from a distance. They could see stacks of flatbreads piled inside the tent, alongside a well, yet it struck them as odd that there were no soldiers guarding the tent, nor anyone distributing food. Only a few victims lingered nearby, as if others had deliberately chosen to overlook this place. "This is not flatbread," Bai Yi uttered in astonishment. Stepping inside the porridge tent, he reached for a piece and, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. "This is mud bread." "What mud bread?" Wang Peng furrowed his brow, examining the bread stacks, his expression shifting as he grasped one. applying slight pressure that caused it to crumble into dirt. Indeed, as Bai had stated, it was bread made from dried yellow clay. Turning to the adjacent well, he noticed it was a deep, dry pit. The thought that the victims had to resort to eating mud bread suggested that Didao City had run out of provisions. The Blood Blade Master murmured, incredulity coloring his tone. Bai. Wang Peng's thoughts lingered on this revelation, his desire to remain outside waning. He called out a few times, but noticed Bai standing rigidly with his back turned. Unresponsive to his entreaties, frowning, Wang Peng approached and discovered that the youth was lost in a trance, fixated on something across from the porridge tint. Following his gaze, Wang Peng beheld a pair of raggedly dressed women, a mother and daughter, who, due to their connection to the victims, dared not approach the tent and stood trembling at a distance. The woman was bare from the waist up, her wrinkled breasts resembling deflated water bags pressed against her chest. Cradling a toddler who appeared to be only a year or two old. Close behind her stood another girl, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, with unkempt hair, watching them with trepidation. The toddler, weak and gasping, began to convulse. Upon hearing her child's cries, the mother's hollow, vacant eyes ignited with urgency. Without hesitation, she bit down on her finger, blood seeping forth, then pressed the dripping digit into the toddler's mouth. The child sucked twice before convulsions seized her once more, prompting the mother to inspect her finger, which had ceased bleeding. Without a second thought, she bit down again. "Mother, give brother some bread." The girl behind her, having ventured into the porridge tent at some point, emerged clutching 2 pieces of mud bread, tiptoeing as she extended them toward her mother. As he beheld the woman's bony fingers and the mud pie in the young girl's hand, Bai could no longer restrain himself. He stumbled out of the porridge shed and crouched beside it, his hands covering his head and face. Chapter 11. Man-made calamity. Bai had never considered himself a soft-hearted individual. However, the scene before him was so profoundly shocking that it marked the first time in his life he lost control of his emotions. Wang Peng stood quietly behind Bai, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts as he observed the boy burying his face in his knees. He suddenly felt that Bai might not be suited for the martial way of the Holy Sword sect. Yet he was inexplicably compelled to witness how this youth would forge his heart through the path of the blade. After a prolonged silence, as Bai began to regain his composure, the Blood Blade Master spoke softly, "Do not weep. Let us depart." "I am not crying, merely feeling a bit sorrowful," Bai replied, wiping his face, his eyes still tinged with red. He looked up and asked in a hushed tone, "Is there a way to help them? I have already given them some food, but I dared not offer too much, fearing they would not be able to hold on to it." Wang Peng sighed. "Can we take them with us?" Bai lifted his head, his gaze intense as he looked at the Blood Blade Master. "No." Wang Peng hesitated but ultimately shook his head, muttering almost to himself, "There are countless victims here. How many can we truly assist? It would merely be an act of misguided compassion, addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause, if one wishes to address the root." Wang Peng narrowed his eyes, lifting his gaze towards the distant city of Didao. Bai's expression dimmed. He recognized his own powerlessness. The discomfort he had felt earlier seemed to fade with time, dulling his sadness. As the two stepped out of the porridge shed, they were met with the sight of that woman, cradling her infant, kneeling before them alongside the young girl. Bai turned to Wang Peng, only to witness the Blood Blade Master's face twitch, slowly and resolutely shaking his head. The woman bowed repeatedly, blood streaming down her face. Upon seeing Wang Peng continue to shake his head, her countenance turned ashen, the flickering hope in her eyes extinguishing. Suddenly, the woman sprang to her feet, clutching her infant, and dashed towards the porridge shed. By the time Bai and Wang Peng realized her intent, their faces paled. "Wait!" Wang Peng leapt into action, reaching out to grasp the woman, but it was too late. She leaped into the adjacent dry well, infant in tow. "Mother!" The young girl emitted a heart-wrenching scream, scrambling toward the well, only to be caught by Bai, who had reacted swiftly. The Blood Blade Master stood frozen at the well's edge, his face a deep shade of gray, his expression unusually marked by a hint of confusion. "You, who have shown compassion by providing them food, why then do you strip them of their only hope?" Bai suddenly pushed the girl he held towards the Blood Blade Master, coldly stating, "You are the one who has slain this mother and child. Does the Blood Blade sect not advocate for killing to forge one's heart?" Why not sever this girl's resolute spirit as well? Wang Peng was taken aback, staring at the bewildered girl caught between them, silent and forlorn. Baiya immediately regretted pushing her away, but upon seeing the blood blade master's silence, his pupils constricted as his right hand slowly reached for the dagger at his waist. Embers of fierce determination igniting in his eyes. You dare draw your blade for this girl? Truly fearless. Wang Peng suddenly looked up, pointing at the stoic youth and bursting into wild laughter. Good, good, good. You are indeed a born killer. After laughing for a moment, Wang Peng sighed softly, adding, even if I were to kill to forge my heart, I would not deign to take this girl's life, if you wish to save her. Then you shall bear her with you, but remember to see it through. Otherwise, I shall slay you. With that, the blood blade master turned and walked away, not sparing another glance at Baiya or the girl. Watching his retreating figure, Baiya felt a wave of fear wash over him. Realizing he had momentarily lost his senses, confronting the blood blade master for the sake of a stranger. However, after some reflection, he sensed that this was not merely influenced by the memories of the Bai family youth. He could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. Come with me, Baiya crouched down before the numb-faced girl, lifting her as he pursued the path of the blood blade master. The girl rested her head on Baiya's shoulder, staring blankly at the well within the porridge shed, tears finally breaking free as she began to sob softly. Xiao Zhao, eat more. Grow up quickly. Baiya placed a piece of greasy, twice-cooked pork into the bowl of the little girl, chattering nonsensically while ignoring her resentful gaze, reaching out to tousle her hair. This small, bony girl beside him was the same one who had lost her mother and younger brother 2 days prior. Now following Baiya and Wang Peng into Didao City, she had donned new clothing, and after 2 days of rest, a hint of color had returned to her pale face. The girl's nickname was Xiao Zhao, her surname Ji, with her full name yet to be chosen. Her father had perished on the escape route, and with her brother also dead, she had now utterly become an orphan. She has been hungry for too long. Do not let her eat anything too rich, lest she suffer from diarrhea, Wang Peng interjected, unable to hold back any longer. Baiya felt a bit awkward, glancing back only to find the blood blade master had turned his head away, presenting him with his back. How stingy, Baiya muttered to himself. Ever since their confrontation, the blood blade master had taken on this indifferent demeanor, completely devoid of the concern he had previously shown. Xiao Zhao glanced up at the two, then continued to lower her head, her small face set in a frown as she dealt with her food. Though she understood that the deaths of her mother and brother could not be blamed on them, her resentment towards the two was not so easily dispelled. Baiya, unperturbed by the girl's feelings, turned to survey the tavern both inside and out. Passers-by outside hurried along, while the tavern was filled with laughter and cheer, showing no signs of the famine within the city. Despite the county city being surrounded by countless victims, the existence of teleportation arrays and aerial routes meant that Didao City was not an isolated fortress. It seemed the inhabitants were deliberately ignoring the plight of the millions outside, as if by closing the city gates, they could blind themselves to the suffering beyond. Were you not curious to see how I would kill to forge my heart? This night, would you dare accompany me? Just as Baiya pondered, a voice like an ant's whisper suddenly reached his ears. He turned to look, finding the blood blade master still facing away from him, as if he had not spoken. This voice was only heard by him, and the little girl beside him seemed oblivious. Perhaps it is merely that the city has limited food. Baiya began to grasp the blood blade master's intentions and muttered to himself, Humph! I initially thought the disaster was not so severe, but there is something I have not disclosed to you. The voice returned, echoing in his ears. In any county capital of the Qin state, there must be a granary stocked with vast supplies. This granary is owned by the government and generally reserved for the army, with no arbitrary movements allowed. However, the county magistrate of Didao City possesses the authority to make decisions on the spot. As long as he is willing to take responsibility and open the granaries, even if it does not suffice for these tens of thousands of victims, it could at least sustain them for 2 to 3 months until central aid arrives. Corrupt officials, Baiya's expression changed as he recalled what he had seen and heard in the past few days. He had never considered himself a chivalrous figure, yet upon learning such secrets, a fierce urge to kill surged within him. You could force those corrupt officials to open the granaries. Baiya's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration, quietly inquiring. Yet this time, he received no immediate response. Just as disappointment began to set in, he finally heard a resigned sigh. I cannot do that. The oaths of the celestial and mortal realms are ironclad. The sect of celestial martial arts must not interfere with worldly affairs. Killing that corrupt official in secret would be acceptable, as it could still be considered killing to forge one's heart. However, to compel him to open the granaries would surely bring calamity upon our sect. Baya felt his heart sink, but soon his eyes brightened as he promptly fell silent, refraining from mentioning the matter further. After the three finished their meal, Wang Peng led the two children towards the inn where they would rest. Halfway there, his expression tightened, and he abruptly halted, spinning around like a whirlwind, exclaiming loudly, "Which friend approaches? Why not reveal yourself and converse with Wang? Are you too ashamed to show your face?" Baya was startled. Quickly lifting Xiao Zhao into his arms, turning cautiously to look back, two graceful women emerged from the alleyway's corner, one clad in white, the other in yellow, both bearing long swords and donning wide-brimmed hats akin to Wang Peng's. The woman in white was veiled in a white gauze, revealing only her bright, phoenix-like eyes, while the woman in yellow had willow-like brows and watery eyes, her lovely face marred by a hint of icy menace that stripped away her alluring aura. Disciples of the holy sect, Zhang Mei and Jin Yin, greetings to our friend. The veiled woman in white appeared to be the leader, cautiously bowing her head to Wang Peng. The Holy Academy? Zhang Mei. Wang Peng frowned slightly, suddenly recalling something, and looked at the woman in white in astonishment. The ugly immortal. Didn't he expect our friend has also heard of my infamous title? The veiled woman fixed her gaze on the purple-red sheathed long knife at Wang Peng's waist. Asking nonchalantly, might I inquire what connection our friend has with the Blood Blade sect? I am a member of the Holy Sword sect, Wang Peng of Lu Du, upon hearing the woman refer to his sect as the Blood Blade sect. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Peng's face as he replied curtly, I am unaware of what business the two celestial maidens of the Holy Academy have with me. Lu Du Wang Peng. The woman in white pondered briefly, her expression growing serious. Before Fengdu City, heads rolled. The Wang family is known for their knife washing. You are the knife-washing Wang Peng. May I ask what brings you to Didao City? Just some trivial matters. There is no need for the celestial maidens to inquire, Wang Peng replied, hand resting on the hilt of his knife, his brow lowered. Humph. Everyone knows the Blood Blade sect kills to forge their hearts. Are you truly afraid of being held accountable by your peers? Upon hearing Wang Peng's somewhat impolite tone, the yellow-clad woman raised her brows in cold defiance. Junior sister. Zhang Mei reached out to restrain the yellow-clad woman, preventing her from speaking further, then turned to Wang Peng, stating flatly, if you have no business here, I hope you will leave the city swiftly, lest you bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself. If I wish to leave, I would do so without your concern, Wang Peng scoffed, casting a glance at Baya before slowly retreating. Senior sister, are we just going to let them leave like this? Upon encountering Wang Peng and the other two retreating figures, the woman in yellow, with a hint of reluctance, inquired. The woman in white gazed at the trio's departing silhouettes, her silence betraying a flicker of concern in her eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Peng, accompanied by Baya and Xiao Zhao, departed with a countenance equally grave. Brother Wang, shall we proceed tonight? Baya discreetly observed the expression of the Blood Blade guest, tentatively posing the question. Previously, there was no urgency in their decision, but now it was imperative to act. Since a decision had been made to temper the heart through killing, they could not hesitate due to minor obstacles. Otherwise, they would surely be plagued by inner demons, rendering future ascension to innate abilities impossible. Wang Peng sighed wryly, however, with the involvement of the Holy Academy, I fear tonight's endeavor may not unfold smoothly. Chapter 12. Prehistoric Shenzhou. After escorting Xiao Zhao to rest, Baya and Wang Peng sat facing each other in the guest room. Brother Wang, what exactly is the Holy Academy? Is it also a sect of celestial martial arts? Baya inquired with curiosity. The Blood Blade guest did not immediately respond to Baya's question. Instead, he solemnly asked, have you ever heard of the 100 Schools of Thought? The 100 Schools of Thought? I have certainly heard of them. Baya nodded after a moment's contemplation. This world, during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, resembled the ancient Huaxia of Baya's previous life. Thus it too boasted various scholarly factions like the 100 Schools of Thought. However, the turning point in history occurred when the Qin state annihilated the Zhou dynasty, leading this world to experience a cataclysmic upheaval akin to the creation of the universe. Consequently, Shenzhou expanded infinitely. The Qin never unified the states again, and the Han dynasty was never established. Without the Han dynasty, the promotion of Confucianism by Dong Zhongshu during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, along with the suppression of the other schools, never transpired. Moreover, this world fragmented into numerous states, devoid of the grand unified feudal dynasty of the past, as long as the states continued to be embroiled in conflict. Baya believed that the 100 schools of thought would find ample fertile ground for survival and might even flourish further. Wang Peng gazed at Baya in astonishment, initially posing a casual inquiry, not expecting that the youth had indeed heard of the 100 schools of thought. Contrary to Baya's assumptions, the 100 schools had not perished, but their existence had undergone significant transformation, no longer purely academic factions. In the contemporary world, nearly 6 millennia after the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, common folk like Baya were seldom aware of the 100 schools of thought. Since you are familiar with the 100 schools, you should also have heard of a major academic faction from prehistoric times, the legalists, Wang Peng slowly articulated. The Holy Academy was established by disciples of the legalists during the martial flourishing era and is one of the 5 great academies of Shenzhou, primarily teaching legalist doctrines and celestial martial arts. Prehistoric times, martial flourishing era, the 5 great academies of Shenzhou. Baya felt somewhat bewildered. Wang Peng's words left him utterly perplexed. He could grasp the concept of legalist philosophy. But what was this celestial martial arts, Brother Wang? May I ask, when did the prehistoric period and martial flourishing era occur? And what is this celestial martial arts? Baya struggled to find the right words. How could you know of the 100 schools yet be oblivious to the prehistoric period and martial flourishing era? Wang Peng looked at him incredulously. The prehistoric period refers to the historical moment of the cataclysmic upheaval, while the martial flourishing era, Brother Wang, wait, could you first explain to me what this cataclysmic upheaval entails? Baya endeavored to widen his eyes, attempting to present a diligent and eager demeanor. Unfortunately, his expressionless face rendered him utterly comical. Wang Peng looked at him with a deadpan expression. You see, I once suffered from a memory loss condition. I was quite dull-witted, and no one ever taught me these things. Baya's face remained blank, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. The Bloodblade guest gestured towards Baya, exasperated. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask them all at once. Let us start with this cataclysmic upheaval. Baya's voice grew softer with embarrassment. Wang Peng sighed, resignedly beginning to explain. It's the end of the Warring States period, 9 years after the Battle of Chongping. The Qin state, beginning with Xiangyang's reforms, expanded over a century, swallowing Ba and Shu, successively defeating the neighboring states of Zhao, Han, Wei, and Chu, occupying vast territories in the east, thereby becoming the most formidable power among the 7 states of the Warring States, laying the foundation for the unification of the 9 provinces. In the 51st year of King Zhaoxiang of Qin, known in the present day as 1089 years before the prehistoric era of Shenzhou, the Qin state mobilized against Han, attacking Yangqing and Fushi. These 2 cities were mere distances from the Zhou capital of Luoyi, causing great fear in King Zhuang of Zhou. Consequently, he conspired with Yin and Chu to unite the states against Qin. However, this plan was leaked, inciting the wrath of King Zhaoxiang, who sought to annihilate the Zhou dynasty. The Qin general Zhao Qian besieged the Zhou capital of Luoyi, but one night, a calamity struck. Heavenly thunder struck the Qin camp, resulting in a cataclysmic upheaval. 30,000 elite soldiers of the Qin army perished, and the western expanse of Luoyi turned to scorched earth for 1,000 miles. This event marked the beginning of a millennium of catastrophic upheaval, known historically as the Luoyi Incident. Following that year, the Qin state suffered significant losses, prompting the 4 eastern states to unite against Qin once more. The Chu state reclaimed its former capital of Yingdu and 12 cities north of the Xiang River. The Wei state regained its former capital of Anyi and Nanyang, along with lands in the east of the river. The Han state reclaimed cities in Hunan such as Wanqing and Yuanyang. And the Zhao state reclaimed territories in Hebei such as Dai County and Shandong. As Wang Peng recounted, he sighed. From that point forward, our Qin lost all territories east of the mountains and beyond the Hanggu Pass. Not a single inch of Qin land remained. King Zhaoxiang regarded this as national humiliation, dying from blood loss in his advanced age. In the subsequent millennium, I already know what happened next, Baya interjected, suddenly recalling a conversation he had overheard at the inn between 2 individuals. Is it true that the land of Shinjo underwent continuous upheaval, with territories expanding endlessly? However, Baya was puzzled. But why did the states not govern these newly acquired lands, leading to the present desolation, overrun by various feral beasts and supernatural entities? Baya inquired curiously, could it be that the states were too preoccupied with warfare to populate and develop those lands? No, quite the opposite. After the cataclysmic upheaval, the states hastily ceased hostilities, and for over 1,000 years, no large-scale wars were waged. Wang Peng smiled slightly, continuing, this was due to the fact that while the upheaval was unpredictable, it followed certain patterns at that time. The world was filled with vital life energy, with stable mountains and cities experiencing fewer calamities. However, if a vast number of beings emerged in the barren plains, it could easily trigger a surge of life energy, attracting heavenly thunder and causing earth fractures. Consequently, this indirectly prevented the major states from mobilizing large armies for war and hindered the relocation of significant populations to develop the newly expanded territories. Nevertheless, although Shinjo could not unify at that time, it did not mean there was a lack of turmoil. Wang Peng lamented 778 years before the prehistoric era of Shinjo, marked by the severance of the Shu Road. Bao and Shu, previously annexed by the Qin state, regained independence, signaling the gradual expansion of the territories of the 7 states of the warring states, each welcoming a wave of territorial division. The various vassal states that had been absorbed by the 7 states during the spring and autumn period began to raise their banners of independence. Among these were the larger states such as Ba and Shu, previously annexed by the Qin, the Lu state within Chu's territory, the Wu and Yu states, the Wei state that had absorbed the Wei state, the Zhang state swallowed by Han, the Song state divided among Qi, Chu, and Wei, and the only state established by the Di people, the Zhongshan state, nestled between Yin and Zhao. Naturally, in addition to these relatively powerful vassal states, there were also numerous smaller vassal states with limited strength and territory, such as Zhou, Su, Qian, Kai, Tan, Zhu, Qi, Zhou, Tong, and Ai, and several others, along with the fiefdoms of former great powers. This rapid territorial expansion, coupled with the inadequate flow of population and communication, was an inevitable outcome. Tio addressed the fragmentation of the states. The 7 powers of the warring states restored the feudal system of vassal states from the Zhou dynasty in exchange for the recognition of their suzerainty. At this time, although the Zhou dynasty still possessed the 9 tripods, it no longer held the title of overlord among the states, becoming a small vassal state on equal footing with the others. During this period, due to the inability of the human populace to migrate in large numbers, most remained in densely populated areas and cities. Therefore, the number of other life forms in the wilderness surged, and under the catalysis of rich life energy, they gradually evolved intelligence. Wang Peng chuckled bitterly. Plants evolved into various spirit creatures resembling flowers, grasses, and trees, while animals birthed feral beasts, fierce beasts, demon beasts, and divine beasts endowed with diverse innate abilities. Some beings, after death, were nourished by the energy of the underworld, transforming their bodies or souls into the legendary demons and monsters of lore. Did humanity remain completely oblivious during this period? Baya's expression shifted, and he blurted out, then, did these entities ever threaten humanity? Indeed, they did. The feral beasts and demons each possessed formidable innate abilities and regarded humanity as sustenance. Wang Peng stated matter-of-factly, during that time, they gradually spread and encroached upon human habitats, severing the connections between cities, turning Shinjo into isolated islands. Thus, we developed the Great Post Roads and aerial routes, and the teleportation formations. Baya's eyes brightened as a realization struck him. Indeed, the Great Post Roads were a contingency plan devised by humanity at that time. However, the aerial routes and teleportation formations emerged much later. Wang Peng replied with a smile. Initially, humanity did not take the feral beasts and demons seriously, but then a significant event transpired 122 years before the prehistoric era of Shinjo. A beast tide within the Mongshan region breached the borders of the great city of Ji at the Weihan Junction, devouring over 50,000 humans in the area. After the beast tide receded, Ji was left littered with bones, and ghostly fires flickered across the fields, while birds and beasts vanished without a trace. This event sent tremors across the vast expanse of Shinjo, compelling the lords of the various kingdoms to finally set aside ancient grievances in the face of a looming racial crisis. They began to unite with neighboring nations, dispatching numerous small-scale demon-hunting teams to cleanse and expel the savage beasts and malevolent spirits that had occupied vital transportation arteries, driving them back into the desolate and uninhabited wilderness. During this endeavor, the kingdoms commenced the construction of dedicated postal roads and fortifications between major cities, employing cavalry and domesticated auspicious beasts to patrol these routes and strongholds. For instance, the Lee dragon, which Baya had encountered recently at Baya, is one such auspicious creature that safeguards the waterways. These primitive postal routes and fortifications, over the course of time, gradually gave way to floating airships, rotating treasure vessels, and remote teleportation arrays. Wang Peng continued, however, even then, they played a crucial role in facilitating trade and communication across Shenzhou. From 1089 to 778 BCE, during the 300 years of the most frequent cataclysms, and from 122 BCE to the founding year of the Shenzhou calendar. When the rampage of savage beasts and malevolent spirits reached its zenith, the lack of unified governance among the kingdoms led to a near-complete cessation of external communication for human settlements. Consequently, much historical documentation from these two periods has become irretrievable. After nearly 11 centuries had passed, when people gazed back, they found that the territory of Shenzhou had expanded to an almost boundless extent, transitioning from the 9 provinces of the Western Zhou era, Ji, Bing, Yin, Yu, Qing, Yang, Jing, Yong, and Yu, into the era of 13 provinces. The original Qingzhou was divided into Shuzhou, while Yongzhou evolved into the 3 provinces of Si, Yi, and Liang, with the southern parts of Yang and Jing giving rise to Jiaozhou. Historians of later generations marked the year of the first thunder strike upon the world during the Qin's assault on Zhou, until the completion of the first postal road from Xianying to Luai, as the prehistorical period. The year that saw the establishment of the first grand postal road is referred to as the founding year of the Shenzhou calendar. Wang Peng spoke with a hint of nostalgia. In that era, heroes emerged to hunt demons, and many poignant tales unfolded. It is indeed a regret that we, as martial practitioners, have not witnessed such events firsthand. Chapter 13. The Flourishing of Culture and Martial Prowess. What then is the era of martial flourishing? Baya inquired with keen interest, finding it far more captivating than any Hollywood blockbuster he had seen in his previous life. To discuss the era of martial flourishing, one must first address the era of cultural flourishing and the Qin-Chu War. As Wang Peng spoke, a spark of excitement ignited within him, reminiscent of the first time he had heard his master recount these secrets. In the first year of Shenzhou, after more than a century of struggle and immense sacrifices made by countless demon-hunting teams, the major kingdoms gradually freed themselves from the threat posed by savage beasts and malevolent spirits, and began to venture into territories inhabited by other species. From the first year of Shenzhou to 802 CE, this period saw a gradual decline in natural disasters, and the threats from other species also diminished. The population of Shenzhou began to grow at an unprecedented rate. In comparison to the changes in land and population, the physical fitness of the secular populace also showed remarkable improvement over the course of a millennium of adaptation. However, in the absence of large-scale warfare, the spiritual world of the common people became increasingly impoverished. Thus, during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, various schools of thought flourished, achieving significant development over this lengthy period. In particular, Daoism, which advocated for tranquility and non-action in harmony with the natural order, deeply resonated with the populace, gaining immense popularity and devotion. From the founding year until the introduction of Buddhism to central China in 802 CE, this era is known as the flourishing age of the 100 schools of thought. I see. So, following the era of cultural flourishing, we enter the era of martial flourishing? Baya ventured to ask. Patience, young one, let me elaborate. Wang Peng replied, his enthusiasm growing as he pondered briefly before continuing. The era of cultural flourishing and the era of martial flourishing are not seamlessly connected. There exists a gap of several hundred years between them. The onset of the era of martial flourishing can be traced back to the Qin-Chu War that began in the year 997 of the Shenzhou calendar, also known as the Second Unification War of Shenzhou. In the year 997 of the Shenzhou calendar, King Xiong Xian of Chu, in his folly, imposed harsh measures upon the lords within his realm and extorted the populace mercilessly, causing widespread discontent that eventually ignited a rebellion across the land. The people of Chu, led by Qixin, rallied in insurrection, taking control of 56 routes and styling themselves as the path of the virtuous. With the support of the Yu maiden sword lineage, The lords of Wu, Yu, and Lu further fueled the flames of rebellion, covertly supplying the insurgents with arms and resources. The rebel forces, bolstered by 1,000,000 strong, gradually advanced upon the capital of Chu. At that time, King Xiong, disregarding all else, mobilized an elite force of 600,000 troops to confront the path of the virtuous outside the capital, successfully crushing the insurgents, who, though spirited, were poorly trained and lacked discipline. Bai Qixin was defeated and took his own life, while the Yu maiden faction was scattered, seeking refuge in Wu and Yu. Nevertheless, although King Xiong had vanquished the rebellion, he could not suppress the internal strife among the various lords of Chu, leading to a sustained period of turmoil in the kingdom. This large-scale conflict within Chu awakened the various kingdoms of Xinzhou to a profound realization. The cataclysms that began over 2,000 years ago had ceased to hinder large-scale military mobilization and operations. Simultaneously, due to a millennium of peaceful propagation, the population of the major kingdoms had reached saturation, necessitating new living spaces and resources. The challenges of expanding into wilderness territories paled in comparison to the prospect of seizing cities from other kingdoms. And thus, the flames of war reignited across Xinzhou. The ancient grievances of 2 millennia ago resurfaced, as our great Qin sought to avenge past humiliations. In 1016 of the Xinzhou calendar, we once again assembled a grand army to march eastward from Hanggu Pass, invading the chaotic territories of Chu, Wu, Yu, and Lu, initiating the Second Unification War of Xinzhou. Wang Peng's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness as he spoke of the Qin-Chu War. Despite the vast territorial expansion of Xinzhou, even with the advancements of airships, postal roads, and teleportation arrays, the mobilization, assembly, and transmission of information for the army remained sluggish. The sudden assault by Qin caught the beleaguered state of Chu off guard, and they were unable to secure support from other kingdoms. The hastily assembled Chu forces suffered a devastating defeat, resulting in the rapid loss of numerous cities in northern Jingzhou. Among these, the small vassal state of Yan, situated in Shangyong County, was completely overrun. The Qin army, having invaded Yin, wreaked havoc, leading to widespread suffering and inciting the wrath of the populace. At that time, Wudong Mountain, located within the borders of Yin, was a sacred site of Daoism, home to countless temples, with the 3 foremost being Jinwu Temple, Sanqing Temple, and Yushu Palace. Wang Peng continued with a profound gaze. Daoism espoused tranquility and non-action, advocating for harmony with nature while opposing conflict. Yet, in contrast to the ruling elite, the Taoist masters throughout the ages also embodied a compassionate spirit, promoting the notion of transcending worldly strife to aid the populace. For instance, the 3 brothers of the Mao family, Taoist from Xizhou, were revered as the 3 Mao true lords for their herbal remedies and elixirs that saved the mountain folk, leading to the renaming of Zhueka Mountain to Maoshan. The teachings of the Complete Reality School, transmitted by the teachings of the Tao, further integrated the concrete ideals of aiding the populace into their doctrines. The 3rd-generation patriarch, Cheng Chunzi, even shared a celebrated tale of stopping slaughter towards the end of the era of cultural flourishing. The Taoists, having endured the cataclysmic changes, integrated the philosophy of benevolence towards all into their teachings, earning widespread recognition among the common folk. In contrast to other schools of thought that primarily catered to the elite, Taoism's appeal extended to the masses, gradually evolving into the foremost enduring religion among the 100 schools of thought. Even decades ago, Bai Qixin, who first incited the rebellion in Chu, leveraged the name of the Path of the Virtuous to swiftly rally the people. The masters of the 3 leading temples of Wudong Mountain, Yuqianzi, Jingtian Daoren, and Shilu, descended from the mountain to thwart the Qin army's rampage in Yin. When persuasion proved futile, the 3 led 1,000 Taoist disciples in a nighttime assault on the Qin army's camp. What was initially perceived as a sacrificial act turned out to be an unexpected triumph. Wang Peng remarked with a wry smile. 3,000 Taoist disciples, like an unstoppable tide, surged forth against the Qin forces, while the masters of the 3 temples wandered through the encampment of hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers as if they were taking a leisurely stroll. Wielding the might of heavenly thunder with each gesture, slaying countless Qin generals of ranks above that of a mere commander, by dawn, the once mighty Qin army had been decimated by the 3,000 Taoist disciples in a single night. Leaving countless corpses strewn across the battlefield, the ground soaked in blood. The outcome of this conflict sent shockwaves throughout Xinzhou. In the annals of recorded history spanning thousands of years, This marked the first instance where the individual martial prowess of a small group surpassed the violent apparatus of the state, with warriors emerging before the world in a completely new light. This battle further compounded the humiliation for our great Qin. Yet aside from the ramifications of war and history, it also represented a milestone in the realm of martial cultivation for practitioners. Wang Peng's expression grew complex as he spoke. Notably, certain disciples of the Taoist temples demonstrated the ability to achieve a state of unity with nature, connecting with the celestial energies, leading future generations to categorize their martial prowess as innate martial arts, distinguishing it from the previously established acquired martial techniques. The accomplishments of the masters of the three temples remain beyond the reach of speculation. Only conjectures exist regarding their mastery being above the innate level. Scholars of the later generations, through the analysis of the 100 schools of thought, deduced that the ability of martial practitioners to reach such heights is undoubtedly linked to the cataclysmic transformations of the world. As the land expanded, the accompanying influx of spiritual energy facilitated further advancements in martial cultivation, particularly among the Taoists, Mahists, Yin-Yangists, strategists, and physicians. There was an emphasis on both nurturing life and excelling in martial arts. Unbeknownst to them, the disciples of these schools had undergone a metamorphosis in their existence. Coupled with their combat techniques, they often found themselves capable of facing hundreds, even thousands, or truly becoming a match for tens of thousands. Recognizing this, other schools of thought, initially focused on academia, began to emulate this dual cultivation, with legalists, Confucianists, logicians, and agrarians also embarking on the path of both culture and martial arts. Yet, the rulers and lords of the various kingdoms found themselves at a loss. After over 2,000 years of development, the influence of the 100 schools of thought had deeply entrenched itself within both the halls of power and the common populace, rendering complete eradication an impossibility. Thus, the various nations began to devise ways to win over those scholarly sects skilled both in the arts and martial disciplines, compelling them to serve as vanguards against their adversaries. The influence of martial practitioners gradually expanded from a select few devoted to self-cultivation to the broader secular realm. It seems that in the year 1503 of the Divine Land Calendar, the 20th disciple of the revered San Mao Zhenjuan, the Taoist Hongjing, established a sect on Maoshan, recognized by posterity as the first formal sect of celestial martial arts. Wang Peng remarked with a smile that roughly a century later, the three major temples of Wudong would merge and ultimately establish the Wudong Zhenwu sect, with the disciple of the pure heaven Taoist, Tang Xuanzi, as its inaugural leader. Wudong sect? Bai felt a twinge of perplexity and could not help but inquire about the Holy Academy. That brings us to the point, Wang Peng replied with a calm smile. Continuing, in the autumn of the year following the establishment of the Qingdao on Maoshan, Moji Zhuzihong gathered numerous disciples in the Song capital, Shangqiu, founding the Yingtian Academy, which primarily taught the doctrines of Moism and celestial martial arts. However, unlike the Taoists, the disciples of the legalists did not originally emphasize health and martial training, nor did they, like the Moists, advocate for universal armament against war. Consequently, the Holy Academy, headquartered in Xianying of the Qin state, was established over 200 years later than the Yingtian Academy. If my memory serves me right, it was founded in 1738 of the Divine Land Calendar. The Holy Academy not only taught legal studies but also integrated legalist principles into health and martial disciplines, forming a unique style of legalist celestial martial arts. Henceforth, other schools began to emulate this approach. During the period from 1788 to 1912 of the Divine Land Calendar, Confucianism and other schools gradually collaborated to establish the Jixia Academy in Lini, the Yuelu Academy at Yuelu Mountain in Chu, and the Beiludong Academy. These four prominent academies, along with the Yingtian Academy founded centuries earlier by the Moists, would later be collectively referred to as the five great academies of the Divine Land, each opening branches in major cities to impart the teachings of various schools. Among them, the Holy Academy primarily focused on legal studies, the Yingtian Academy on Moist doctrines, the Beiludong Academy on Confucianism, the Yuelu Academy on military strategy, while the Jixia Academy embraced a multitude of teachings, including Confucian, Moist, legalist, Taoist, and military doctrines, without excluding yin-yang, diplomacy, medicine, agriculture, and miscellaneous schools. In the centuries spanning from the establishment of the Maoshan sect to the founding of the five great academies, the martial spirit of the Divine Land flourished, with everyone engaging in cultivation, a period that would later be referred to as the era of martial prosperity. Wang Peng concluded his narrative in one breath. Raising the now cold tea for a drink, Chapter 14. The ugly immortal maiden. The Holy Academy had astonishingly existed for nearly 3,000 years. Baya gasped in astonishment. According to the Blood Blade Master, the Holy Academy was established in 1738 of the Divine Land Calendar, and now it was the autumn of 4700, a span of nearly 3 millennia. In his past life, surveying the history of Huaxia, he realized that not only were there few institutions lasting 3,000 years, but even those enduring over 300 years were nearly non-existent. The oldest institutions he recalled were in the Western world, while in Huaxia, the longest standing would likely be the Guozijian from the Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The Holy Academy could hardly be considered a true sect of celestial martial arts, as their entanglement with the courts of various nations was too profound. The Blood Blade Master reminisced about texts he had perused, reciting, "The core principle of the legalists is not to differentiate between friends and foes, nor to distinguish between rich and poor. All is determined by law. The ultimate aspiration of legalist disciples is to assist wise rulers, achieving immortal accomplishments like Guanzhong, Shangyang, and Wu Qi. For this, they are willing to sacrifice their lives and blood, even to the point of martyrdom. The orthodox disciples of the Holy Academy never consider themselves martial practitioners. They engage in martial training solely to better realize their ideals." Wang Peng sighed, stating, however, the Holy Academy does have a martial hall of protection, which houses many formidable individuals. Although restricted by the oaths between celestial and mortal realms, innate martial practitioners cannot compare with the top celestial martial sects of Buddhism and Daoism. The numerous branches across the nations have far more acquired martial practitioners, granting them considerable secular power. Fortunately, the legalist disciples across the nations serve their respective masters and cannot unite as a single force. "Are the two women we encountered today from the martial hall of protection?" Baya inquired curiously. "Indeed, the leading woman clad in white and veiled is known as the ugly immortal maiden, a rising star of the Holy Academy," Wang Peng replied, frowning. "It is said that she was once a beauty, but during her studies, the head of the Chang'an branch feared she might distract the other students, thus refusing her admission. Do you know what she did upon learning this news? Did she disfigure herself to gain entrance?" Baya recalled the nickname of Zhang Mei, the ugly immortal maiden, and his eyes widened in shock. Indeed, she knelt at the Academy's entrance for 3 days and nights. Eventually, a compassionate steward revealed the headmaster's words to her. Wang Peng said, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Upon hearing this, she immediately found a shard of stone and marred her otherworldly beauty. In the end, the headmaster of the Chang'an branch opened the gates and personally accepted her as a disciple, later joining the martial hall of protection. Such a remarkable woman, if not for her deviance from the Tao heart, I too would not wish to contend with her. Why would such a person obstruct our endeavors? Baya asked in astonishment. The corrupt officials of Didao City, in their quest for power, have disregarded millions of starving citizens, turning the outskirts into a hellish landscape. Do they not deserve death? The legalists advocate for governance by law. While the governor of Didao City may seem deserving of death in our eyes, the legalists may not perceive it the same way. Wang Peng lowered his head. Baya was rendered speechless. Coming from a modern society governed by law, he understood the implications of what the Blood Blade Master was conveying. Law is not synonymous with morality. Many lawful actions are not just, and many just actions may not be lawful. Given the situation of the disaster victims outside the city, the calamity along the Tao River had persisted for quite some time. The governor of Didao City was an old bureaucrat. No matter how many illegal acts he had committed prior to the disaster, he likely had already covered his tracks. Regardless of whether the Qin court would later hold him accountable, it was of no consequence now. Meanwhile, people continued to perish outside Didao City. If the corrupt official were not removed, the situation would not change. Only his swift demise could incite other officials to step forward and distribute the grain. "When shall we proceed?" Baya asked in a somber tone. "It is not we, but rather someone." Wang Peng glanced at Baya and replied nonchalantly. "Originally, I intended to take you along for a first-hand experience, but since the Holy Academy has intervened, bringing you along would only be a burden. Besides, have you forgotten about the little girl in the adjacent room? You insisted on having her by your side. What would happen to her if you were trapped in the governor's office?" Baya opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. "Keep this safe," the Blood Blade Master said, removing a mustard seed pouch from his waist extracting some blood pearls, and casually tossing the pouch to Baya. These pearls are called transference crystals, formed from the essence of savage beast's blood, capable of providing the energy needed to activate transference arrays. Wang Peng displayed the blood pearls to Baya, which bore imprints of geographical maps. Serving as tickets to specific regions, blood pearls without imprints were empty pearls, which could be imprinted with specific transference areas at military offices for a fee. Can I enter the military office alone? Baya furrowed his brow. Yes, I've placed my inspection badge in the mustard seed pouch. The military officials recognize the badge, not the individual, and they will not care who you are. The Blood Blade Master paused before adding, I have also included a map of the transference nodes in the pouch. Follow the symbols on it to transfer to Lidu. Once in Lidu, seek out. Upon hearing that he could utilize the Blood Blade Master's badge and the transference crystals, Baya could not contain his joy.as for what Wang Peng said afterward. He hardly paid attention. Baya felt fortunate that he had never disclosed the trust that Huikong the monk had placed in him. Now, he could journey to Hanzhong County without being conflicted about whether to join the Bloodblade sect. He did not believe the Bloodblade Master would pursue him to Hanzhong County later. Do not look at me like that. Even if this journey does not go as planned, I am confident in my ability to extricate myself, Wang Peng remarked, misinterpreting Baya's expression of concern as worry for him. Wang Peng glanced out at the night sky, stood up, opened the door, and turning back, said, It has been a great fortune to have accompanied you, young brother, for nearly a month. We shall part ways here. Until we meet again in Lidu, I look forward to sharing drinks with you. Brother Wang, if things go awry, please take care of yourself. Baya lowered his head, though he knew his face would not betray any flaws. He felt a sense of unworthiness under the Blood Blade Master's scrutiny, unable to meet his gaze. However, Wang Peng, preoccupied with his own matters, remained oblivious to Baya's thoughts, swiftly disappearing into the vast night. Baya stood at the door, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, letting out a soft sigh, myriad emotions swirling within him. He and Wang Peng had known each other for less than a month. Yet they had developed a bond of camaraderie, each regarding the other as a friend. However, he and the Blood Blade Master were merely passing acquaintances. As an adult from the modern era, he found it difficult to accept the values of the Blood Blade sect, and their paths were destined to diverge. Did that big brother go to kill someone? Just as Baya pondered the complexities of life, a tender voice broke through his reverie, startling him. The place where Baya and Wang Peng resided was a secluded courtyard within a large inn. A quiet and tranquil abode, exemplifying the classical style of elevated wooden structures. The floor below was hollow, supported by wooden pillars to prevent dampness and retain warmth. At that moment, a small head peeked out from beneath the entrance hall, large eyes blinking curiously at him. Little girl, where do you think you're sneaking off to? Baya took a closer look and realized it was Xiao Zhao, whom he had assumed had gone to bed early. Instantly, his irritation flared, and he grasped the back of her collar, lifting her up like a kitten. Why aren't you asleep yet? Baya's mood was already sour, and he glared at her with a fierce expression. Wait a minute. Weren't you the one who refused to speak to us? Why are you this little brat? Who would have thought she was so cunning at such a tender age? How long have you been hiding beneath the house? Xiao Zhao stared at Baya, pouting and remaining silent. The two exchanged fierce glances, their stares locked in a standoff until Baya, feeling defeated, finally let her go. This was the downside of the world. Children as young as 5 or 6 seemed to possess the maturity of adults. In the past, he would have been playing games like eagle-catching chicks. Baya muttered under his breath, glancing at Xiao Zhao with a weary expression. Are you going to sleep or not? If you're not going to sleep, we'll be on our way. I want to go to the county office, Xiao Zhao murmured almost inaudibly. Huh? Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Baya widened his eyes, doubting the reliability of his hearing. I want to see the big brother kill that corrupt official, Xiao Zhao exclaimed, leaning closer to Baya's ear and shouting, Oh dear, little miss, keep your voice down. Baya was startled, hastily covering her mouth and dragging her into the room. Xiao Zhao wriggled free from Baya's grasp, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Did you hear everything we just said? Baya circled around her in disbelief, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. A living person hiding beneath the floorboards. How had he missed that? It was astonishing that even Wang Peng, a skilled fighter, hadn't he noticed her presence. Could it be that this little girl possessed some innate stealth abilities? Like a backstab or shadow step? Stop right there. Baya quickly shook his head, dismissing the unreliable memories from his past life. We can't go. It would only drag Wanggu down. His expression was a mixture of complexity and resolve as he shook his head. Just avoid being discovered, and it will be fine. Are you scared? Xiao Zhao shot him a scornful sideways glance. Do I strike you as someone who would be provoked by a 5-year-old girl? Baiya replied, both amused and exasperated, vigorously ruffling Xiao Zhao's hair. You are scared? Yes, yes, yes. The little girl struggled against Baiya's grip, her face flushed with frustration. Otherwise, you should go with that big brother. Why do you always let him make the decisions? Aren't you a man? Back then, your mother and brother Xiao Zhao began, but suddenly stopped, realizing something, and her words trailed off. Baiya froze in place, rendered speechless for a moment. So, you are still resentful towards us? Baiya sighed bitterly. A wry smile playing on his lips. I can't blame you. If it weren't for us, perhaps your mother and brother would still be alive. Xiao Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head but did not cry. You rewrite. Everyone must make their own decisions. Wang Peng's intent to kill that official stemmed from me. Since you want to go too, how can I not join? Baiya forced a smile, attempting to appear encouraging. Let us go together. Let us go. Chapter 15. Infiltration of the county office. Wait for me here for a moment. I need to make some preparations, Baiya instructed after a moment of thought. Then headed alone towards the inn's front courtyard. After a while, he returned, bringing a warm garment for Xiao Zhao, and together they set out. Although they had decided to venture to the county office together, Baiya regretted it just 2 streets into their journey. Xiao Zhao's frail body couldn't endure the night wind, and despite having rested for 2 days, she still shivered in the cold. Baiya was strong enough to carry her, but the chill of the night air made her cough uncontrollably. Though it was evident that the little girl was making an effort to suppress it, her body's instinctive reactions proved too overwhelming. At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to evade the night watchman on their way to the county office. Put me down, after narrowly avoiding a patrol. Xiao Zhao wriggled free from Baiya's back, her small face displaying disappointment. Seems I can't accompany you two to the county office. I'll just return to the inn by myself. If I am to go to the county office, you cannot remain at the inn. Baiya gently brushed Xiao Zhao's hair, saying, just endure a little longer. I will take you to the water gate in Didao City, and you can wait for me there. Due to the restrictions at the gates of Didao City, even with Baiya's inspection token from the Bloodblade guest, the gates would not open until noon the following day. Before departing, Wang Peng had taught Baiya how to sneak out of the city, in case they faced capture by the city guards. The eastern part of Didao City bordered the Tao River, with an underground waterway connecting to the river. The water gate was merely 3 iron grates separating the inside from the outside. Each of these grates was as thick as a child's arm, with gaps too narrow for a person to pass through. But this would not deter Baiya, for he possessed a short knife, personally forged by Old Man Tao. While this knife might not be regarded as a divine weapon by the Bloodblade guest, it was sharp enough to cut through iron. The water gate, located in the underground channel, was damp but at least sheltered from the wind, allowing Xiao Zhao to hide there for a few hours until he returned. The residential areas within Didao City were predominantly square or rectangular, known as Li Fong, with a red-painted archway adorned with a short gabled roof at the entrance. The layout of the Li Fong resembled a grid, with each section featuring small cross streets and alleys, resembling a city within a city. From the main thoroughfare, one could only see the walls of the Li Fong and the archways that resembled piefangs, interspersed with small rivers, stone bridges, and verdant shade along the streets, creating a unique charm. As they arrived at the entrance of the Li Fong, Baiya drew his knife and approached the wall. Unable to scale the towering 3-zhang entrance with Xiao Zhao in tow, he decided to take the underground route. With a flash of his knife, he severed the stone plank at the end of the channel, releasing a foul odor that made him instinctively cover his nose. Turning to glance at Xiao Zhao, he was surprised to see her seemingly unfazed, as if she couldn't smell the stench at all. It's even worse outside. Noticing Baiya's gaze, Xiao Zhao seemed to understand his concern and calmly remarked, the disaster victim's camp is filled with bones, and the stench of corpses lingers. Remembering that scene, Baiya suddenly found the water channel before him to be much more tolerable. If Xiao Zhao could endure this foul odor, he had no reason to hesitate any longer. He jumped into the waterway, half standing in the filthy water to catch the little girl as she leaped down. Let us go. He carried Xiao Zhao on his back, lighting a fire stick, and waded deeper into the channel. His steps uneven. Baya recalled the direction he and Wang Peng had scouted in the city over the past few days, winding through the channel for about half an hour. The channel gradually widened and rose higher. And soon there was a narrow walkway alongside it. Baya assessed the situation and set Xiao Zhao down, retrieving a water flask from his satchel to clean himself up and change into a fresh set of clothes. "Stay here and wait for me," he instructed. After a moment's thought, he took out some silver coins and knife tokens, wrapping them into a small bundle and handing it to her. "If I don't return, you must survive. I don't need money." The little girl raised her hand and tossed the entire bundle of silver coins into the nearby filthy water, her expression as calm as ever. "If you don't come back, how can I live alone? I might as well wait to die here." Baya could only smile bitterly and shake his head, feeling that this girl was utterly unlikable. Was it common for children who crawled out of graveyards to be this unnaturally mature? After noting Xiao Zhao's position, Baya continued down the channel for a while longer, stopping at a section where the stone plank was overhead. He tied the hem of his long robe around his waist, bit down on the short knife, and with a push from his toes, leaped up to the top of the channel, scaling a height of roughly 1 zhang. Pressing his feet against the wall, he used his right hand to support himself, his fingers sinking into the channel's top as easily as grasping tofu. However, Baya was painfully aware that while he had mastered the destructive force of the 5 broken tiger claw technique, the penetrating power was not so easily acquired. Though he appeared to perform the feat effortlessly, the dampness of the channel and the looseness of the soil made it a painful endeavor, causing his fingers to feel as if they might split. Struggling to maintain his grip, Baya hurriedly used his short knife to clear the gaps in the stone plank. This was no longer the area of the Li Fong. He could not afford to cut through the stone plank as he had before. If he were discovered by patrolling guards, it might expose their tracks and endanger all 3 of them in the dead of night. A shadow quietly emerged from the underground. Baya glanced at the towering palace walls beside him and let out a secret sigh of relief. The structure of Didao City was fascinating. From above, it resembled concentric rings. The outermost ring was the residential area, the next was the commercial district, and the innermost was the palace city. This palace city did not refer to the emperor's residence, but rather encompassed the various official buildings and the noble quarters where officials and wealthy merchants resided. Due to the surrounding walls, this area was designated as the palace city or inner city. The function of these palace walls was quite similar to that of the Li Fong walls, but life within was somewhat more liberated. Inside the palace city, there were numerous taverns and brothels, bustling with activity, creating a vibrant atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the silence that fell upon the residential area after nightfall. Baya leaped gracefully, using his knife to insert into the wall for support, quickly scaling the high palace wall and disappearing beyond its edge. The Didao City government office was originally the residence of a county marquis from the Qin dynasty. Later, this marquis encountered some trouble, resulting in his family being exterminated by the reigning Qin king, and the residence was transformed into the current county office. It is said that in his later years, the marquis cultivated the Dao and constructed a tower in his backyard, naming it the Ascension Platform, in comparison to the Fengtai of Mount Yuelu outside the city. This Mount Yuelu, also known as Dongshan, is not the same as the Yuelu mountain of the Hengshan range. A couple of days ago, when Baya accompanied the Blood Knife guest to this place for reconnaissance, he learned from the legends of Fengtai about the so-called Didao City, which in his previous life was known as where Fengtai, also referred to as Chaoran Terrace, is the very spot where the Taoist sage Laozi, upon his departure from Hango Pass, delivered his teachings and ascended to the heavens. There is also a tale known as Laozi Points to the Taiji. Due to Laozi's association, Didao City had already gained considerable fame in Baya's past life. He had visited this place as a tourist, thus realizing that Didao City corresponded to his previous life's Lintao County. It is no wonder that upon hearing the name Tao River, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It turned out he had indeed been there in that world. The Ascension Platform, towering several tens of zhang, is discernible even in the depths of night. Baya moved stealthily along the shadows beneath the high walls, occasionally evading the drunken revelers returning from their escapades, and soon arrived beneath the crimson walls of the government office. This moment, the hour of Su had passed, and it was approximately the second watch. Baya was well aware that the Blood Knife guest had yet to make his move. However, since he had come, he did not wish to merely be a bystander. During twilight, Wang Peng revealed a lack of confidence in his discourse. It seemed he had come solely to dispel his inner demons. And he had little assurance of eliminating the target, that time. Baya conceived a notion. If the blood knife guest's assassination attempt were to be exposed, perhaps he could use the chaos to infiltrate the government office, compelling that corrupt official to open the granaries or even eliminate him, thereby prompting other officials to do the same. Yet, he later reconsidered due to concerns regarding Xiao Zhao, which prevented him from executing this plan. Now that Xiao Zhao was unafraid of death, he felt emboldened to act upon his intentions. Scaling the crimson walls of the government office, Baya crouched down, peering through the bamboo fence to observe his surroundings. This government office originally served as the residence of the county lord, and although many modifications had been made over time, the general layout remained unchanged. Within, there were small bridges, flowing water, secluded ponds adorned with lotus, and pavilions accompanied by rockeries. Nonetheless, as a government office, it lacked the vibrant revelry of the outside world. At this hour, it was enveloped in profound silence. Baya dared not move recklessly. During his previous reconnaissance, he had spotted patrolling guards throughout the office from a distance. Although it was now deep night, there likely remained hidden sentinels. Wang Peng had not yet made his move, and he did not wish to become an unwitting hindrance. However, the affairs of the world are often unpredictable. Just as he lay in ambush, he heard the soft laughter of a couple approaching from afar. What a stroke of bad luck, observing a young man, dressed like a dandy, embracing a maid as they slipped into the bamboo thicket. Baya felt as if countless steeds of discontent were galloping through his heart. The pair, having entered the thicket, were momentarily taken aback upon encountering the expressionless youth. The young dandy with acne on his face turned beet red, about to speak, only to be knocked unconscious by Baya's swift hand strike. Ah! The pretty maid, now freed from her previous shyness, looked at the fallen dandy in horror and instinctively wanted to scream. Baya would not permit her to make a sound. He stepped forward, his right hand clamping down like an iron vice on the girl's throat, roughly pulling her close, though not scream. Otherwise, next year on this day, though, she fainted. Baya feigned a sinister demeanor, and the maid, upon seeing his expressionless wooden face in the dark, rolled her eyes back and fainted away. When the little maid finally regained consciousness, she found herself bound, her mouth stuffed, and her eyes covered, rendering her unable to see. "Awake now!" A youthful voice rang in her ears, causing her to tremble all over as she instinctively recoiled. "Do not be afraid. I merely wish to ask you some questions. If you answer well, you and that young man beside you will be safe." Baya mimicked Wang Peng's tone, and upon mentioning the dandy, he noticed the maid ceased trembling, hesitantly lifting her upper body. The magic of love? Perhaps. Baya cast a glance at the still unconscious dandy, silently shaking his head. However, he knew he must continue to play the villain. "You heard that, right? I am now taking the object from your mouth. So remember not to scream, or else your fair-skinned, delicate lover may." Hee. Chapter 16. "The hostage, who are you in the residence?" Baya covered his mouth, his tone icy as he inquired. "I am the maid." "He Hua, a personal attendant to the second miss," the little maid answered, her voice trembling with trepidation. Baya, in his past life, had been merely a reclusive otaku, unfamiliar with interrogation techniques. However, having watched numerous films, he believed that questioning should be gradual, ensuring not to provoke resistance from the captive. Yet, he had not anticipated that in her panic, the little maid would not consider lying and would instinctively respond to every question, requiring little effort on his part. "The second miss?" Baya was taken aback. "She is the daughter of the master, the county magistrate." The little maid replied hesitantly to, "Ah?" Baya was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. He had not expected such fortuitous luck to encounter two individuals closely linked to that corrupt official. Since this maid was the personal attendant of the magistrate's daughter, she would undoubtedly know where the magistrate resided. Even so, Baya understood that deceiving the maid into leading him to the magistrate would be challenging. This maid, no matter how naive, would realize the consequences of bringing an intruder into the magistrate's residence. His eyes shifted, landing on the dandy lying on the ground. "And who is this young man?" Baya kicked the young man on the ground. You must not harm the young master. He is the only son of Wang Jun. The magistrate, if you harm him, you will surely not escape the palace city." The maid, unable to see, panicked at the sound, urgently warning Baya. However, Baya paid her little mind. instead displaying a slight smile. The more the maid, He Hua, cared for this young man, the easier he would be to control. Wang Jun, the county magistrate of Didao City, is also in the residence. Baya frowned slightly. It was not unusual for the magistrate's family to reside in this government office. But it was unusual for the magistrate's son to be present at such a late hour unless Wang Jun was also there tonight. However, as he continued to inquire, he soon understood the situation. It was not mere luck that he stumbled upon individuals connected to the magistrate and county magistrate, but rather that in Didao City, any official of considerable rank would currently be residing in the magistrate's residence alongside their families. There are over 1 million disaster victims outside Didao City, and this is merely the county seat. The floods of the Tao River have inundated much of Longxi County and parts of Jincheng County. The magistrate of Didao City has consistently refused to open the granaries for disaster relief, inciting widespread resentment among the populace. Since a month ago, numerous righteous heroes and wanderers have infiltrated Didao City, attempting to compel the magistrate to provide aid, and the situation has escalated dramatically. In addition to the magistrate and county magistrate, other officials have also employed various means to pressure the magistrate. And there are individuals whose relatives perished in the floods seeking revenge, leading to a spate of poisonings and assassination attempts. After several low-ranking officials were indeed killed, the officials of Didao City found themselves in a state of paranoia, compelled to band together and relocate to the government office for protection from the county soldiers and guards. Given this, how could you and this young man so easily slip away for a clandestine rendezvous? Baya inquired skeptically. The gentlemen are all staying at the Ascension platform at night. I am sneaking out with young Master Wang. The little maid's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke. The Ascension platform? Baya was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated it to be related to the Ascension platform. The Ascension platform is essentially a tower, resembling a pagoda, yet with a spacious interior. The county lord of the Qin state who once resided here constructed this tower for the purposes of alchemy and cultivation, as well as for storing treasures. The tower has 9 levels, symbolizing the exquisite 9-tiered pagoda, and contains numerous rooms. Originally intended for storing books and treasures, as well as housing alchemical furnaces and quiet chambers for cultivation, it had now been repurposed into guest rooms, where the officials likely resided. What a predicament! No wonder everyone says that those in power are cunning. These corrupt officials are not only fearful for their lives, but also quite astute. Baya ground his teeth, feeling somewhat helpless. The area surrounding the tower was completely empty, an expansive courtyard. They were staying at the Ascension platform at night, surrounded by guards. Let alone assassins, even a bird could not fly in. Baya felt fortunate to have come as well. Otherwise, Wang Peng alone would have likely returned empty-handed. If these corrupt officials were to prepare some strong bows and crossbows, the blood knife guest might well meet his demise here. No matter how powerful Wang Peng was, he was still merely an acquired martial artist, and there exists a considerable gap between him and the legendary innate masters who regard blades and arrows as inconsequential. Since a direct assault would not work, Baya's thoughts turned back to the young dandy on the ground. This young man was either under immense psychological pressure in this environment, or simply a libertine seeking to relieve his urges with a maid. However, this provided him with an excellent opportunity to infiltrate. Yet, he was uncertain of the young man's disposition. Regardless of whether he was passionate or cunning, he would be difficult to control. Baya felt a headache coming on, and his gaze returned to the little maid. It would be better to choose her. At least the young dandy was her weakness, and he need not worry about her compliance. His only concern was whether she could deceive the guards outside the Ascension platform. Baya contemplated disguising himself as this young dandy, using the little maid's cover to infiltrate the Ascension platform tower. However, his current physique was not yet 14 years old, and there was a notable difference in stature compared to the already adult young dandy. Not to mention his appearance, to blend in, the little maid's acting skills would be crucial, along with her willing cooperation. "Do you wish to live or die?" Baya sighed, asking mildly, "I beg you, young sir. Spare my life." The little maid's complexion turned pale with fright, yet her heart still lingered on the young dandy on the ground. "The maid and young Master Wang have no enmity with you. I implore you to show mercy. If you wish to live, I will require your assistance with a small task." Baya reached out and tore away the blindfold from the little maid's eyes. The young maid, possessing the ability to perceive her surroundings, swiftly turned her head in all directions until her gaze fell upon the unconscious young master on the ground. at which point she exhaled a sigh of relief. Though that noble scion, Wang Gongzi, lay bound hand and foot, his chest still rose and fell rhythmically, indicating that he was indeed alive. How you treat him now, one cannot help but wonder if he shall remember this profound affection in the days to come. Baya let out a quiet sigh, recalling the enchanting Mainyang from Xiangyi. Time seemed to flow backward as he found himself once again compelled to exploit a woman's infatuation to serve his own ends. One could only wonder if Mainyang had achieved her heart's desire. Though his heart was filled with sentiment, Baya had no intention of yielding to weakness in front of the young maid. He pried open Wang Gongzi's jaw and inserted a small pill, speaking with an impassive demeanor. Heh, I have administered the 7 steps of heartbreak pill to him, and I alone possess the antidote. Should you refuse to assist me, he shall inevitably perish in agony. The maid, He Hua, blinked her eyes and nodded fervently, much like a chick pecking at grains, yet remained oblivious to the young hero's intentions. It is not yet time. We shall discuss this later. For now, sit tight. Baya closed his eyes, cultivating his energy as he awaited the unfolding events. After a considerable span of half an hour, a sudden clamor erupted from the distant confines of the manor, the sounds of human voices escalating in volume, quickly enveloping the surroundings in a cacophony. What is happening? The young maid gazed in astonishment beyond the bamboo fence. They are coming! A flicker of joy crossed Baya's eyes as he rose and approached the unconscious young master. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he furrowed his brow and kicked out. Awakened already? As Baya's toe barely grazed the young man's waist, a series of panicked whimpers escaped from his gagged mouth. Coward, you are even more timid than a girl, Baya inwardly cursed, swiftly redirecting his foot to strike the captive's temple, rendering him silent and once again unconscious. This time, Baya had struck with considerable force. It was likely that the young man would remain in his stupor for a while. No, please, do not harm Wang Gongzi. Seeing him strike, the young maid He Hua, disregarding the risk of incurring Baya's wrath, knelt and wept upon the young man's body. Silence. He is not dead yet. Remove his clothing and replace it with mine. With a flash of his blade, Baya severed the bonds around He Hua's wrists in no time. He donned Wang Gongzi's long robe, leaving him clad only in undergarments. Is it acceptable now? The maid stood trembling beside him, casting furtive glances at Baya. Let us wait a moment longer. Baya's gaze was fixed on the courtyard beyond the bamboo fence, where lanterns flickered to life within the county office. And the sounds of revelry filled the air, reminiscent of a boiling cauldron. Over there it is coming from that direction. From the distant small courtyard, a series of disordered footsteps gradually approached, prompting Baya to hastily pull the young maid closer and cover her mouth with his hand. A troop of fully armed soldiers, lanterns in hand, rushed past, heading towards the eastern side of the county office. The distant clashing of blades suggested that the blood blade had been discovered. Baya exercised patience, waiting until no soldiers remained in sight before rising. If your young lover has not consumed the antidote to the 7 steps of heartbreak pill within half an hour, he will undoubtedly perish. Baya's lips curled into a grimace as he feigned a ferocious demeanor. Now, take me to the ascension platform. Once I masquerade as Wang Gongzi and infiltrate the tower, I shall grant you the antidote to save him. Oh. The young maid's eyes darted nervously as she stammered her compliance. Observing her reaction, Baya's brow furrowed. Did the girl perceive something amiss, or was his act of ferocity insufficient? In truth, having spent some time with him, He Hua had gained clarity regarding his appearance. Although Baya bore a stoic visage, his youthful countenance was undeniable. Realizing he was merely a youth even younger than herself, her fear significantly diminished as she contemplated her own escape. Unfortunately, as a mere maid, her cunning was not profound enough. A moment's hesitation betrayed her intentions to Baya. Humph, it seems I must implement an additional precaution. With a shift in thought, Baya abruptly turned. Bending low to strike once more, this time, he wielded only a fraction of his strength, employing finesse as the blade's tip precisely grazed the young man's pulse point, causing blood to flow profusely from his hand. However, the wound was not deep enough to rouse him from his unconsciousness. Did you not promise not to harm Wang Gongzi? He Hua gasped in horror, ready to advance, but was swiftly restrained by Baya. He will not die, but at this rate, he cannot hold on for long. Whether he survives now depends on you, Baya stated coldly, Hurry and take me to the ascension platform. Then he may yet be saved. Delay, and you shall have no one to blame but yourself. Woo-woo. The area outside the ascension platform is filled with the Lord's personal guards. Even though you have donned Wang Gongzi's attire, you do not resemble him at all. They will see through the ruse. The young maid sank to the ground, sobbing. Ha ha, you have finally spoken the truth. Baya smirked, having already anticipated her concerns and prepared a countermeasure. Chapter 17. The pitfall. Baya gazed up at the starry sky, releasing a heavy sigh. Regardless of past or present, he had never envisioned himself as a hero. Despite his companions praising him for possessing the gallant spirit of ancient knights, he was acutely aware that this sentiment was confined to friendships and familiar circles. He could never embody the selfless altruism of a Lei Feng. In his previous life, immersed in literature and cinema, he had always detested those self-righteous individuals, incessantly preaching about righteousness and morality, eager to sacrifice themselves and wield swords indiscriminately. Yet, in this life, whether at Xiangyi or outside Didao City, confronted with injustices and the plight of suffering civilians, he found himself unable to dismiss the harrowing sights before him, unwilling to become a mere observer. By chance, he had arrived at this juncture. Reflecting upon it now, Baya himself found it astonishing. Let it be a means to accrue merit, for this crossing of worlds has befallen me. Perhaps such merits hold some value. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Baya steeled his resolve, grasping a handful of gravel from the ground and, with a vigorous motion, rubbed it against his face. The gritty stones, mingled with dirt, scraped against his skin like sandpaper, drawing blood and stripping away a layer of flesh. The mixture of mud and gravel embedded itself in his facial tissue, rendering him a gruesome sight. Yet, Baya felt little pain, though his spirit and body were gradually uniting. His sensitivity to pain had diminished due to his stoic nature and atrophied facial nerves. Even in this state, the discomfort was merely a slight sting, hardly severe. Dio it thoroughly. Baya, sensing the pain was less intense than anticipated, felt a spark of determination. He twirled the dagger in his palm and made a deep incision across his face. The cut was excessively deep, slashing from his left brow to his right jaw, cleaving his visage in two. With a gaping wound across his nose, blood gushed forth from the torn flesh, cascading down his chin in a gruesome stream. The young maid could only avert her gaze, trembling in terror. Look at me. Do those guards not recognize me now? Baya felt a burning sensation on his face, and his patience wore thin as he roughly grasped the maid's chin. Forcing her to face him, Hua cast a fleeting glance at Baya, her complexion draining of color, tightly shutting her eyes, fervently shaking her head, clearly on the verge of fainting. Baya's face was now utterly disfigured. The skin had been entirely scraped away, exposing bloodied muscle fibers to the open air, resembling nothing more than minced meat. The jagged gash running diagonally across his face was grotesque and horrifying. In this condition, it was certain that not even Wang Gongzi's father, Wang Junshun, would recognize him at first glance. That will suffice. Let us depart. Baya tucked the dagger into his cloak and grasped the young maid, leaning against her for support. However, after several attempts to pull her along, he realized she remained utterly still, frozen in fear as he noticed her legs trembled, rendering her unable to move. Hurry, do not forget your young lover is also losing blood. If we delay any longer, we shall both be bound for the afterlife, Baya urged with urgency, rousing the young maid from her stupor. Recalling the unconscious young master, Hua finally summoned the courage to support Baya as they emerged from the thicket of bamboo. The two leaned upon each other as they made their way toward the ascension platform. Having walked only a short distance, Baya heard the sounds of a struggle gradually shifting toward their courtyard. He adjusted his posture, resting his head on the young maid's shoulder, glancing back over his shoulder. Through the latticework of the courtyard wall, he observed the distant courtyard illuminated with bright lanterns, the glimmer of blades and swords amidst a throng of soldiers encircling the area. For figures darted about with incredible speed, resembling bolts of lightning. The group split into pairs, intermittently engaging in combat on the ground and leaping to the rooftops, each clash erupting in bursts of dazzling sparks, akin to fireworks igniting in the night sky. Utilizing the torches held by the surrounding soldiers for illumination, Baya discerned the appearance of the four combatants. One pair was easily recognizable. Clad in green, the masked figure beneath a large hat must be Wang Peng, while the sword-wielding woman in white, her face concealed by a veil, was undoubtedly the infamous Zhang Mei. The other duo, however, was unfamiliar to Bai Ye. One was a hunchbacked individual clad in patchwork attire, carrying a large gourd on his back and wielding a black iron staff. The other, a middle-aged man adorned in an official's robe and coronet, bore glimmering iron claws on his hands. Could it be that Wang Peng has sought assistance? Bai Ye pondered briefly before dismissing the notion with a scoff. There are more than a few righteous souls in the city who detest that pack of corrupt officials. It is truly a miracle that these ruffians still draw breath. Let us hasten. Upon witnessing the tumultuous circle of 4 combatants drawing near, Bai Ye hastily urged the young maidservant to this moment. The maidservant He Hua had regained considerable composure and obediently quickened her pace. The young hero was willing to mar his own visage to infiltrate the Ascension platform, yet it was all for the purpose of assassinating the county lord. He Hua lowered her voice, trembling slightly as she inquired, "Isn't that redundant? If it weren't for the unbearable grudge weighing on my heart, why would I bother with this ruckus?" Bai Ye silently scoffed, though he refrained from voicing such sentiments. "Nay, I shall advocate for the people, demanding that the county lord open the granaries and distribute the grain." Bai Ye lied without a moment's hesitation. Outside the city, the fields were littered with the starving dead, a million disaster-stricken souls crying out in despair. Have you ever tasted a cake made of sun-dried earth, or sipped broth boiled from the bones of siblings? Originally, he intended merely to reassure the maidservant, but as he recounted these grim realities, the flames of anger within him surged uncontrollably. "Young sir, please cease your lamentations. I shall escort you into the Ascension platform." Despite sensing Bai Ye's repressed rage, the maidservant felt no anxiety, only a hint of melancholy as she softly replied, "I only hope that you keep your promise. Once we enter the Ascension platform, allow me to depart and tend to young Master Wang." "Very well. As long as you guide me to the county lord, I shall set you free," Bai Ye exclaimed joyfully, realizing that the girl would at least refrain from any treachery. A gentleman's word is his bond. Swift as a galloping horse, with her heart at ease, the maidservant became more cooperative, adjusting Bai Ye's posture so that he appeared gravely wounded, relying entirely on He Hua's support to move slowly. Moments later, they finally approached the heavily guarded Ascension platform in the rear courtyard. Bai Ye discreetly cast his eyes about and observed a barricade set before the tower, behind which stood 2 rows of heavily armed infantry wielding crossbows. To make matters worse, several temporary pavilions had been erected around the tower, where a motley crew of eccentrically dressed individuals were either drinking, gambling, or engaging in dubious conduct with their maidservants. Astonishingly, even 2 scholars, brandishing folding fans, were swaying about in a drunken stupor. Bai Ye felt a chill run down his spine. He and the Blood Blade Master had clearly underestimated the cowardice of those bureaucrats. As for the soldiers, they were one thing, but the individuals before him were evidently martial experts hired to protect the county lord. While these individuals may not possess the prowess of a sect master like Wang Peng, it was reasonable to assume that anyone summoned by the county lord would not be weak. Bai Ye could not ascertain whether the Blood Blade Master could defeat these warriors, but he estimated that any one of them could easily subdue him with a mere finger. This is madness. Whether they could infiltrate was one thing, but how would they escape after dealing with those bureaucrats? Heroes cannot afford to be reckless. How foolish of me. I merely sought to show off. And now my face is bruised, with no option to surrender and concede half my losses. Bai Ye felt a torrent of bitterness welling up within him, regretting not inquiring sooner about the defenses of the Ascension platform. He had taken it for granted, believing that once the Blood Blade Master diverted those 2 disciples from the rear, he could stealthily slip in, eliminate the bureaucrats, and then make a hasty exit. However, with the situation as it stood, there was no retreat. Someone had already taken notice of them, as a commanding figure approached with several soldiers in tow. "Little He Hua, why are you not attending to the second miss? Is this person the son of County Lord Wang? How did he end up like this?" The middle-aged commander's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he drew closer. His gaze fell upon Bai Ye, who was leaning against the maidservant, and his brow furrowed in suspicion. Bai Ye's face had been so thoroughly marred, coupled with the attire of a young master, and his bent posture concealed much of his physical disparity. Before He Hua could offer an explanation, the middle-aged commander instinctively mistook him for someone else. Nonetheless, Bearing the weight of his responsibilities, the commander dared not be negligent and approached to inspect Bai Ye's injuries. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted from behind them, as a brilliant long rainbow streaked across the sky, crashing down and demolishing a section of the courtyard wall. Following it was a point of white light that rapidly expanded, resembling a grinding stone plummeting from the heavens toward the collapsed section. Yet, no matter how Bai Ye perceived this object, it resembled a massive seal, albeit in an exaggerated and bizarre form. A figure leapt from the rubble. Soaring skyward towards the sealed it was Wang Peng. Bai Ye squinted, filled with trepidation as he observed the Blood Blade Master. Yet, his concerns were unwarranted. Wang Peng's purple-red scabbard suddenly disintegrated, transforming into a liquid-like state akin to nanometal. Before recoalescing into a fist the size of a water vat, the sky reverberated with a deafening crash as the colossal punch struck the base of the grinding seal, sending it flying far away. Meanwhile, the Blood Blade Master was once again hurled back, causing another section of the wall to collapse. However, Bai Ye now discerned that the transformed purple-red scabbard had morphed into a shield, barely protecting Wang Peng's back. The retreating seal visibly shrank, ultimately transforming into a jade seal that landed in the hands of the approaching ugly immortal. Zhang made a magical artifact? A transforming robot. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Ye's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he felt an overwhelming surge of disbelief. This is martial prowess. Is this truly martial prowess? Such abilities exist? Chapter 18. Slaying officials quickly, enter. Have the esteemed gentleman within the manor attend to young Master Wang's injuries. The middle-aged commander, observing the fierce battle in the distance, instantly grew anxious, no longer caring to check Bai Ye's wounds. He waved urgently at the maidservant, urging her to hasten into the tower. That moment, Bai Ye's emotions were a tangled mess, a cacophony of discomfort. Now, he understood why the Sacred Blade sect referred to themselves as a celestial martial sect rather than a martial arts faction. The phenomena he had witnessed that night evidently transcended the realm of martial arts. Or perhaps it was simply beyond his comprehension of martial prowess. Wang Peng's purple-red scabbard and the jade seal held by the ugly immortal Zhang Mei had not a shred of connection to martial arts. In his understanding, they should be classified as magical tools or treasures. Now he realized that Wang Peng, backed by the Sacred Blade sect, would undoubtedly be safe. As for Zhang Mei of the Rearly Academy, her sole intention was to prevent him from killing, rather than engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Otherwise, the experts watching the spectacle in front of the tower would have long since intervened to claim credit. Regaining his composure, Bai Ye gently squeezed the trembling arm of the maidservant, and together they crossed the barricade, entering the tower of the Ascension platform. The Ascension platform was an octagonal tower, expansive in size, with a spiraling staircase along the outer wall, while the inner chambers were arranged in a circular fashion around a central axis. Perhaps wary of spies infiltrating, there were no guards stationed inside the tower. As they passed through, the servants encountered the bloodied Bai Ye, their faces filled with shock as they screamed and hurried aside. Bai Ye surmised that these servants belonged to various officials, as no one offered assistance. Occasionally, a couple of elderly servants approached to inquire, but they were effortlessly dismissed by the maidservant. "Young sir, I have just inquired. The lord and other gentlemen are convening in the assembly hall on this level." Upon reaching the third floor, the maidservant pointed ahead to a large chamber, speaking in a hushed tone. "Is this the place?" Bai Ye surveyed the area, ensuring no one was around, then straightened himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I keep my word. You may leave now. There is no need for you to be involved further." The antidote? The maidservant asked, releasing Bai Ye and holding her hands in a restrained manner. "I was deceiving you. That fellow ingested a herb that is beneficial and harmless. If you have someone staunch his bleeding, he will be fine," Bai Ye replied before striding toward the chamber, prompting the maidservant to turn and flee. Upon reaching the door of the chamber, Bai Ye took a deep breath, grasped the intricately carved wooden door, and stepped inside. As Bai Ye entered, he swiftly scanned the room, and upon recognizing the situation within the grand hall, he let out an internal sigh of relief. The spacious hall was arranged in a manner befitting a council chamber. At the front stood a large sandalwood table, behind which sat an elderly official clad in a blue-patterned robe. While on either side of the hall, small tables were occupied by over 20 officials of varying appearance, kneeling or seated. Upon seeing a bloodied stranger enter the hall, The officials exchanged bewildered glances. Turning to observe him. Who are you? The elderly official behind the table questioned sternly, his gaze fixated on Baya. Yet, before he could finish his inquiry, a figure leapt from the left side of the hall. Exclaiming, "Cheer! How did you end up like this?" Baya remained silent, calmly closing the door behind him and securing the latch before turning his attention to the two individuals. The elderly official at the table, lacking a hat, wore a common black cloth cap instead, his round face and stout physique adorned with a faint air of authority acquired from years of holding office. The figure on the left was a gaunt old man, with a slender face and a wispy beard. Baya was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He had no time for idle chatter and swiftly approached the elderly official behind the table. "You are the county lord of Longxi, Lu Yuan? Impudent, Wang Junshun. Is this how you conduct yourself?" The elder in official robes bellowed in anger, turning to glare at Wang Junshun, the county official. However, Wang Junshun's expression shifted to one of confusion as he scrutinized the bloodied Baya. Furrowing his brow, upon hearing Baya's voice, he recognized it did not quite match that of his son. Upon closer inspection, although the stranger wore his son's clothing, he seemed slightly shorter and leaner. Resembling a youth. Cheer, do not act recklessly in front of the dignitaries, withdraw at once. As the superior reprimanded, Wang Junshun had no choice but to probe further. Yet, Baya paid him no mind. Their exchange had already revealed their identities. "As long as you are here, that is sufficient." At the edge of the white cliff, with a swift leap, he sprang onto the table, drawing his knife with a reverse grip, and bellowed, "Lu Yuan, meet your demise." A brilliant flash of the blade, accompanied by a soaring column of blood, lingered in the retinas of the onlookers for an eternity. As the gleam of the knife faded, the officials beheld a youth clad in blood-soaked garments. His face marred and flesh torn, smeared with gore, he stood with his right foot upon Lu Yuan's back, his left hand grasping a head that wore an expression of sheer terror, akin to a ferocious beast surveying its prey from above. His gaze piercing and intense, Lu Yuan's headless corpse lay sprawled upon the long table, convulsing in its death throes, blood gushing from the severed neck, pooling into a crimson puddle on the floor before the table. The officials averted their eyes, their scalps prickling with dread, a chill rising from their bellies. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the white cliff, the hall fell into a deathly silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Under the suffocating pressure, one finally broke down, screaming and collapsing to the ground, releasing both excrement and urine. "There are assassins." As the officials regained their senses, they scrambled, using hands and feet to clamber over the small tables in front of them, shoving one another towards the hall's entrance in a frenzied rush. "Ha ha ha!" The white cliff observed their swine-like antics, tilting his head back in laughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of dominion over the boundless heavens. Unlike the tension and indignation he felt during the incident at Xiangyi, this massacre brought him an exhilarating thrill deep within his bones. He raised his knife, releasing his hair from its bun, cascading dark strands like a waterfall to obscure his bloodied visage, revealing only a pair of eyes ablaze with a fiery red light, like flames licking at the air. "Where do you think you're going?" The white cliff pivoted, leaping into the air, stepping on several officials scrambling on the ground, landing in front of the doorway and blocking their escape. You are you human or a ghost?" Seeing his dark hair obscuring his face, resembling a demonic entity, several timid officials froze in terror. "Naturally, I am a ghost. A million vengeful souls from outside the city have entrusted me to pay respects to you, esteemed officials." The white cliff bared his teeth in a smile, his white fangs causing the crowd to retreat in fright. The officials huddled back, only to realize the white cliff did not pursue further violence, leaving them exchanging glances, their faces pale as frost. Still shaken from the encounter, "Young hero, we are not unaware of the calamity outside the city, but Governor Lu was obstinate, unwilling to open the granaries. We are also helpless." After a moment of hesitation, the frail elder, who mistakenly thought the white cliff was his son, finally stepped forward, his expression grim. Indeed. The officials exchanged furtive glances, hastily agreeing. "Now that Lu Yuan is dead, are you willing to open the granaries?" The white cliff lowered his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. "You will indeed open the granaries." The elder, Wang Jun, exchanged glances with several leading officials, their mouths full of acquiescence. Such promptness. The White Cliff tightened his grip on the dagger, a soft chuckle escaping as he slowly advanced towards the officials. Young hero, wait. The officials were alarmed, realizing they could not deceive this youth. We do not wish to withhold the grain. It's just. Wang Jun stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It's just that the granaries in Longxi are less than 20% full. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd interrupted, causing all officials to stiffen. So that's it. The White Cliff's mind flashed with understanding. No wonder Lu Yuan refused to open the granaries. It turned out the officials of Didao City had long been embezzling the grain, leading to the granaries' depletion, leaving insufficient supplies to aid the disaster-stricken populace. The remaining grain would only suffice for half a month's needs, and the grain convoy from Chang'an would take at least a month and a half to arrive at the county seat. Wang Jun's voice grew weaker as he spoke, panic evident on his face. If we delay for another month, we will delay for another month. The White Cliff remained silent, knowing from what he had witnessed outside the city that the victims had reached a point of desperation, nearly resorting to cannibalism. If they delayed even a day longer, countless lives would be lost to starvation, becoming sustenance for others. Had it not been for what he had seen that had breached his moral limits, prompting even a ruthless killer like Wang Peng to recoil in horror, he would not have risked his life to act the hero. Since the reforms of Shangjuan, the Qin state had governed by law, emphasizing disaster management over relief. In the face of natural calamities, officials typically refrained from opening granaries, instead organizing the populace to hunt in the mountains and forests, preventing them from becoming idle and dependent. However, times had changed. Following the cataclysmic upheaval, the wilderness had become perilous, making self-rescue nearly impossible for the victims. Thus, the law had transformed into a half-enforcement, half-relief measure, with the local highest authority wielding complete control. This was also why the bloodthirsty killer had previously stated that the governor of Didao City might not be acting unlawfully. Their intent to slay was driven by a desire to awaken their conscience, while the disciples of the legalists at Heli Academy might intervene to stop them. The world boasted aerial routes, grand thoroughfares, and teleportation arrays, yet the transportation of large quantities of grain could not rely on teleportation arrays. And air routes had limited capacity, necessitating the use of great thoroughfares. The flying carts on these thoroughfares could traverse 1,000 miles in a day, yet the expanse of the Shenzhou region was vast. Moreover, due to the officials in Didao City deliberately concealing the disaster, the court in Chang'an remained unaware of the once-in-a-century flood, and by the time they decided to dispatch grain southward, months had already passed. The combination of natural disaster and man-made calamity was the reason Didao City had transformed into a hell on earth. Then, what of the grain stored by the wealthy households within the city? The White Cliff's eyes glinted with insight as he slowly inquired. I have been in the city for several days and have yet to witness any sign of grain shortages. The wealthy households within the city. The officials exchanged glances, and Wang Jun forced a bitter smile. Since the reign of King Hui, the laws of Qin strictly prohibit officials from requisitioning grain privately, harassing the common folk. Offenders face the death penalty. And unless the current emperor grants clemency, even justifiable causes would lead to demotion or military service. You need not continue to evade responsibility. Otherwise, even if you escape the blade today, you will not escape the calamity in the future. The White Cliff stated coldly. Instantly, the officials turned pale, clearly struck by the truth of his words. They might play the role of an ostrich today, but as the matter concluded, just as the White Cliff had said, even if the Qin court chose not to punish them, there would be plenty of wandering heroes eager to take their heads. In this world, there was no such thing as universal dominion by the king. The court's control was merely temporal and secular. Should true martial artists emerge, they would not hesitate to take their lives, and this blood-soaked youth before them was a testament to that truth. We lack the authority to issue grain requisitions. Otherwise, not only would our lives be at stake, but our families would also suffer. Wang Jun suddenly turned to look at the headless corpse sprawled on the table. His expression peculiar. However, if there were a last will from the governor, it might be worth a try. Chapter 19. Filth indeed, indeed. The governor summoned us today precisely to issue orders for the requisition of surplus grain within the city. Furthermore, Governor Liu had previously mandated the allocation of grain from the east and west markets. The guards' rations could also be diverted. It was as if a drop of ink had fallen into a basin of water. The hall buzzed with chatter as the officials engaged in a lively discussion, each contributing to the elaboration of the governor's final commands. Amidst the officials' deliberations, the White Cliff came to understand the dire situation outside the city and why they had previously refrained from confronting the wealthy households within. The northern region of Longxi County was a crucial juncture on the Silk Road, bordered by the important nodes of Jinqing and Liangzhou, while to the west lay the Tuyuhan established by the Murong Xianbei. To the south was Hanzhong and Yizhou, and to the east was the capital of Chang'an. This county served as a western barrier against Tuyuhan and shielded the North Silk Road, making it a strategic location fiercely contested by military forces. Most crucially, Longxi County boasted a unique geographical environment, with the Qinling and Qilian mountain ranges flanking its eastern and western ends, while the Lupan and Kunlun ranges were not far to the north and south. Within its borders lay the Daxing, Dabin, and Tangshu mountains, making it the confluence of four major river systems: the Huang, Tao, Yellow, and Wei rivers. The abundance of mountains and rivers in this world signified the presence of numerous sacred grounds and cultivation sanctuaries, resulting in a plethora of sects and martial families throughout the region. Within this area existed both grand sects of the celestial and martial realms, as well as ordinary martial arts factions, comprising ancient families and burgeoning clans alike. As the seat of Longxi County, Didao City was a bustling hub of commerce, with a population of approximately 180,000, while it paled in comparison to Liangzhou City. It was still a significant urban center. The intricate web of relationships within the city involved powerful families, martial sects, and countless influential households connected to the martial arts world, making even the slightest disturbance potentially disastrous. In such circumstances, the officials dared not act recklessly and invite calamity upon themselves. Corruption within the bureaucracy might cost a few lives, but provoking the celestial sects and prominent families could endanger future generations. Furthermore, the issue of the granaries in Longxi County was murky. It was unclear what filth and corruption lay beneath the surface. The White Cliff's gaze turned icy as he observed the officials discussing the governor's last wishes with a facade of seriousness. Feeling a sense of suffocation in his chest, he could see that they were deliberately performing for his benefit. Officials were astute. They were often more intelligent than ordinary folk, in the face of natural disasters. These officials were not without solutions. Rather, the question was whether those solutions were feasible and who would shoulder the blame if things went awry. The granary of Didao City was a black hole, and Lu Yuan was merely its lid. Of course, within the bureaucratic structure of the Qin state, the governor could not have absolute power. These officials would undoubtedly share the spoils. Didao City now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Could they truly not see their impending doom? Certainly not. They were aware. Before the White Cliff severed Lu Yuan's head, they had merely been ostriches burying their heads in the sand. If no one was willing to take the blame, they would prefer to cling to a slim hope, dragging the million disaster victims outside the city down with them. Now that Lu Yuan was dead, with a scapegoat available, they naturally sought to devise a means of self-preservation. And invoking the governor's last wishes presented itself as the most viable option. Baya could easily foresee the impending chaos. Once they finished distributing relief with the last of their orders, they would undoubtedly cast the blame squarely upon Lu Yuan, seeking to extricate themselves from the quagmire. Yet, such matters no longer concerned him. He had done all he could and felt no guilt. Besides, Lu Yuan deserved his fate. Bearing the brunt of this debacle was hardly unjust. Baya pondered this. A sudden tremor in his ear caught his attention, and a surge of brilliance ignited in his eyes. With a leap, he plunged into the crowd, his blade flashed, and without warning, he severed the head of an official. The headless corpse flailed about, and before the severed head could touch the ground, Baya delivered a swift kick, sending it hurtling like a soccer ball towards the ornate wooden door. The head smashed through the decorative paper, colliding with the wall of the opposite corridor, its trajectory unknown. It was Su Tsongshi. Following the head's flight, muffled gasps of shock erupted from outside. "Have the soldiers outside withdraw from the building," Baya commanded, pointing his blade at the terrified Wang Junshun, his expression devoid of emotion. "You must not act rashly. Quickly retreat from the ascension platform." Wang Junshun, seasoned as he was, managed to regain his composure and barked an order to the soldiers outside. The stunned officials, finally roused from their stupor, began to exhibit expressions of indignation. not directed at Baya, but rather at the soldiers outside who had rushed to protect the governor. In their view, such intervention was entirely unnecessary. With Baya having achieved his objective, as long as they refrained from provoking him further, the assembly would not face danger as for capturing the perpetrator. That was a concern for another day. Everyone all right? Wang Junqin, Lord Liu, and the esteemed gentleman? Silence reigned outside, but after a moment, a deep, resonant male voice broke through. Baya recognized it as the voice of the middle-aged commander guarding the tower. Who is it outside? He inquired softly of Wang Junqin. It is Du Wei Lu Tong, a trusted family retainer of Lu Yuan. Wang Junqin's face darkened with worry. If he learned of Lu Yuan's demise, he would undoubtedly rush inside recklessly. Humph! A glint flashed in Baya's eyes as he suddenly stepped to the left, his blade flashing once more. Another official fell to the ground, and yet another head was sent flying out the door. Tell him the governor is unharmed, if he does not withdraw his troops. I shall kill Lu Yuan. Lu Tong, do you not retreat swiftly? Do you wish to endanger the governor and the esteemed lords? Wang Junqin's forehead glistened with sweat, his voice trembling. The officials gazed at the two headless corpses sprawled on the floor, their faces ashen, holding their breath as they stared toward the doors of the hall. They naturally wished for salvation, yet none were willing to become the final sacrificial lambs. I shall withdraw the troops at once. Please, do not harm the esteemed lords any further. A response soon echoed from outside, accompanied by a collective exhalation from within the hall. Yet, Baya remained undeterred, his gaze flickering as he raised his blade again, this time striking down two more individuals, their heads flying in succession. An enraged shout rang out from outside. Tell him that if he continues to play games, the next head will belong to Lu Yuan. Baya smirked, gesturing dismissively at Wang Junqin with his short blade. Wang Junqin took a deep breath and shouted as instructed. Very well, I shall withdraw the troops at once. Outside, shouts of humiliation and rage erupted. Hearing Lu Tong's furious outcry, Baya couldn't help but grin. Little did this man know that the officials inside, in their desperation to save their lives, had revealed his true nature to him. As a family retainer, it was inconceivable that he would not have heard his lord's voice and, without negotiation, would merely heed Wang Junqin's inquiries before retreating. This was clearly a ruse. However, Lu Tong, unaware of Lu Yuan's fate, would undoubtedly be disinclined to press the matter. As long as Baya proved more ruthless, he would be left with no choice but to yield. Such was the tragic reality of this world, where lives held little value in a lawful society. Like Baya's previous life, negotiators were plentiful. The one unmasked would invariably be Baya himself. The officials, trembling with fear, turned their gazes toward the still bloodied short blade, terrified that a moment's inattention might lead to their own demise. After a while, seeing Baya merely closing his eyes to listen, they collectively sighed in relief. With the tension released, the officials beheld the four headless corpses on the ground and began to retch, some realizing they had lost control of their bladders. Do you find this unbearable? Imagine if you were to witness the ghoulish horrors of those outside, feasting upon corpses. Surely, you would vomit your very insides. Baya remarked with a cold laugh. The sound of retching erupted anew within the hall. The officials, weakened by their heaving, after regaining a semblance of composure, dared not glance at Baya, their gazes fixed upon their own toes. After Lu Yuan's death, this group had previously conversed grandiosely, believing themselves to be free from peril. Now, faced with the gruesome sight of the blood-soaked headless corpses, they comprehended that this young man before them was nothing short of a cold-blooded executioner. Remove your belts and shed your undergarments, Baya commanded, having seized control of the situation. His objective had been met. It was time to contemplate an escape. The officials complied without uttering a word, behaving as obediently as sheep, much to Baya's astonishment. He had initially intended to claim a few more heads. This was hardly surprising. The officials of Didao City, who were unafraid of death yet maintained their integrity, would not seek refuge in the Ascension platform. Those who sought shelter there were undoubtedly the guilty and fearful, lacking the fortitude to face dishonor. Join your belts together, each grasping a segment, and use your undergarments as hoods. Baya instructed an official to strip a corpse of its official garb and hand it over to him, issuing a stern command. In a moment, I will lead you out. Everyone must hold tightly to their belts, one after another, without speaking or removing their head coverings. When I shout charge, do not hesitate. Anyone who does not run can expect my blade to show no mercy. The officials exchanged glances, comprehending Bai Ye's intentions. Sir, may I inquire about the well-being of the child? Wang Junchen struggled to maintain his composure, clutching his undergarment, and cautiously asked. He is unharmed, Bai Ye replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Wang Junchen let out a sigh of relief. He knew Bai Ye was the sort who would not deign to deceive him, which alleviated much of his anxiety. Once Bai Ye donned the deceased's official garb, the officials were ready. Each donned their hoods and undergarments. Resembling a line of bewildered geese, as Bai Ye led them out of the hall, cautiously, Bai Ye pushed open the door, discovering that Lu Tong had indeed retreated as instructed. The area outside was devoid of any ambush. Watch your step, he urged, guiding the officials to grasp their belts with one hand while steadying themselves against the tower's external wall with the other. The corridor of the ascension platform lined the tower wall, allowing the group to navigate without the risk of falling. After traversing a short distance, the officials were struck by confusion. Bai Ye was not leading them downward but upward instead, stopping intermittently, leaving them uncertain of his intentions. Yet, Bai Ye's ruthless reputation instilled fear in them, preventing any inquiries for fear of provoking him and becoming the next victims. Bai Ye, for his part, offered no explanations, merely observing the tightly shut doors on each floor and the pairs of terrified eyes peering anxiously from behind them, all while he secretly mocked their ignorance. The people of this world had not seen the countless crime dramas he had. While the officials could guess the beginning of the escape plan, they could not possibly fathom its conclusion. Chapter 20. Chaos and Combat. Lu Tong gazed anxiously at the tightly shut tower doors. Earlier, the young maid He Hua had requested to go out for medicine, which had struck him as odd, though he had not given it much thought. He was aware that the tower had medical personnel but no medicine. However, He Hua was a maidservant to the second young lady, and the injured young Master Wang was the son of the governor. Having initially assisted him inside could be attributed to coincidence, but her subsequent request to fetch medicine seemed rather suspicious. Of course, if Lu Tong had been able to deduce that young Master Wang was an impostor, he would have truly been a sage. Though not a veteran, he had served in the military for many years and could easily discern that the injuries on the young man's face were genuine. It wasn't until a servant rushed in to inform him of a disturbance within the assembly hall that he realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Tong discreetly reassured the servant and swiftly ascended the stairs with a squad of elite soldiers. However, he had not anticipated that the man holding the officials hostage would be so astute. The slightest clatter of armor prompted a head to fly out from within the hall. He recognized the head as that of Su Tsongshi, one of the governor's trusted aides, with whom he had previously shared drinks. Yet, a severed head held little significance for Lu Tong. Prior to becoming a commander, he had been a family retainer of the Lu family and was related to the governor Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was both his superior and benefactor. As long as he could protect Lu Yuan, the lives of others mattered little to him. However, Lu Tong had not anticipated the ruthless nature of the person within, who would not be swayed by his delaying tactics. Before he could even issue a command for a strong assault, heads began to fly out in rapid succession. By the time the fourth head soared through the air, Lu Tong was genuinely alarmed, fearing that the next would belong to Lu Yuan. Although Wang Junchen was the one speaking within, which suggested to him that the governor might already be dead, he dared not gamble on that and had no choice but to comply with the order to retreat from the ascension platform. Keep your eyes wide open. Not a single bird is to escape. Lu Tong shouted at the soldiers outside, his tone a mix of bravado and insecurity. As a military commander, he understood the situation in Didao City far better than Lu Yuan. Not long ago, he had even patrolled the disaster-stricken areas outside the city. Deep down, he feared that if the actions of the officials inside were made public, it would lead to their demise and the annihilation of their families. As Lu Yuan's trusted aide, he would not fare much better at that moment. He found himself envying the few lieutenants beneath him, although they were currently forced to patrol the outer city in the night wind. At least they did not have to fear for their heads. See, Commander. Look, they are coming out. As Lu Tong lost himself in thought, one of his personal guards shouted a warning. What? Lu Tong focused his gaze and indeed saw the tower doors flung wide, with the officials stumbling out in disarray. These individuals had their heads covered with undergarments, and their loose official robes, lacking sashes, resembled a peculiar style of long skirts. Upon exiting the tower gate, they all resembled rabbits fleeing from wolves. desperately clutching the hems of their official robes as they scattered in all directions. This peculiar scene not only startled the soldiers outside the door, but even left Lu Tong momentarily dumbfounded. Gripping his long knife in a daze, "Quick, stop the criminals, oh no, esteemed lords." After a brief moment of shock, Lu Tong regained his composure and bellowed furiously at his subordinate soldiers. In truth, not all the officials were cowards. Although their heads were covered by loose trousers, obscuring their vision, the absence of an opening at the neck allowed them to see the ground beneath their feet and the flickering flames beyond. Once they burst through the tower gate, they realized their safety was assured. The decapitating madman behind them would no longer pursue them. Some of the bolder officials immediately tore off their trousers, shouting to the soldiers in front, "Criminals among officials, criminals among officials." Before donning the trousers, they had witnessed Baya donning the official robes of the deceased, realizing that this young devil, concealing his hair, wished to blend in with them to escape the prefecture. Some officials silently vowed revenge, intent on exacting a brutal retribution upon this detestable little thief once they were safe. However, human nature is diverse. For every brave soul, there is a timid one, and for every defiant spirit, there exists a compliant one, fearful of the executioner's blade. The officials shouting about criminals among officials were but a minority. Many others, upon hearing the clattering of armor outside the building, were utterly terrified, crying out and crashing against the soldiers' defenses. Dressed in official robes and with their heads covered, the soldiers found themselves at a loss. Hesitant to unleash their bows and crossbows against them, in their indecision, several individuals managed to slip through the gaps in the barricades, breaking the lines and making a dash towards the courtyard walls. In an instant, the area outside the tower descended into chaos, resembling a grand spectacle of eagles hunting chicks. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the predicament of the soldiers, another group outside the ascension platform exhibited a rather intriguing demeanor. This group comprised the various individuals from the martial world that Baya had seen prior to infiltrating the tower. In reality, they were not entirely the skilled martial artists recruited by the government, but rather a complex mix of individuals, including both government recruits and nearby wandering heroes. The government's recruits were primarily individuals of dubious repute, akin to the likes of Lame 3 and Black Tiger. Given the actions of the Longxi prefecture, they could only attract such characters. As for the wandering heroes who came to lend a hand, they were predominantly disciples of sections. Of course, it remained uncertain whether these wandering heroes, who assisted by day, transformed into merciless masked assailants by night. Hence, Lu Yuan and others were compelled to huddle together within the relatively defensible ascension platform. They had long since lost hope in this group of martial artists and merely hoped that the Green Forest experts and wandering heroes they had hired with hefty sums could mutually restrain each other. With no further expectations, Lu Tong had realized earlier that trouble had befallen the council chamber, and thus refrained from communicating with the individuals outside, which was why they only learned of the incident within the ascension platform at this moment. Ha ha, after being cooped up for so long, we finally have some entertainment. In the small pavilion to the left of the ascension platform, a burly bald man pushed away the servant girl in his arms, casting aside his wine cup as he rose to his feet. The bald man, with a face full of flesh and eyes gleaming with ferocity, stood nearly 9 feet tall, equivalent to approximately 2 meters and 8 centimeters. His muscular frame seemed ready to burst through his garments, exuding an imposing presence. Grasping a coiled dragon bronze staff, he propelled himself towards a fleeing official. Yet, halfway there, he halted, agilely twisting his massive body to evade a sudden attack from behind. The muscles on his face twitched as he glared menacingly at the assailant. "Young Master Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Shaved donkey, I found your corpulent form displeasing for quite some time. Tonight, with the beautiful scenery, let us engage in a lively contest." The assailant turned around, retracting his folding fan, revealing a handsome face adorned with a charming smile, exuding cultured elegance. However, his words were quite provocative, and he was one of the 2 young scholars Baya had previously observed, who had wielded folding fans and recited poetry together. This individual was named Ruan Yu, the young head of the Ruan family escort agency. The agency's headquarters was in Tianshui, primarily engaged in escorting goods along the Silk Road, with a branch in Didao City. Ruan Yu's father had practiced at the Zhenyue Palace in Huashan Town, and the escort agency was, in fact, an extension of that palace. Due to the recent floods in Longxi, Ruan Yu had been in Didao City for the past month, and he was one of the wandering heroes who had voluntarily come to assist. As the young head of the Ruan family escort agency, Ruan Yu was on the verge of becoming an outer disciple of the Jinyue Palace. His father had repeatedly advised him to accumulate reputation and connections during his escorting endeavors, so he could start from a higher position in Huashan. Ruan Yu was well versed in both literature and martial arts, appearing gentle on the outside but fierce within, presenting himself as a modest gentleman while harboring a fiery temperament. The rampant corruption of the local officials, hoarding military provisions, and causing 1,000,000 disaster victims to starve was no secret to him and his companions. Had it not been for the stringent family values of the Ruan family and his recent appointment as an outer disciple of the Jinyue Palace, he would have surely partaken in the bloodshed of the night as a killer. Now, joining the fray, he hoped to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate a few corrupt officials and vent his pent-up frustrations. The bald man, referred to as Shaved Donkey by Ruan Yu, was not actually a monk. His surname was Jin, and his given name was Bao, a rather common name, but he was the leader of the bandit faction known as the Crow's Head Stronghold, earning him the nickname Evil Head. Infuriated by the insult, the burly man charged at Ruan Yu, wielding his bronze staff in a fierce clash. In truth, the moment the officials fled the Ascension platform, the previously distinct factions began to disband. Although they were unclear about the events occurring within the tower, common sense dictated that something was amiss. The Green Forest experts hired by the government aimed to intercept the fleeing officials, while the wandering heroes came to assist those officials in their escape. Other martial artists shared similar sentiments. Another young scholar, previously standing with Ruan Yu, now engaged in a fierce duel with a middle-aged man whose features resembled that of an owl. Their clash creating a tumultuous spectacle that surpassed even the ruckus between Ruan Yu and the Evil Head. A glance at the scene outside the Ascension platform revealed a chaotic melee. With swords and blades flashing, a cacophony of battle cries echoing like a boiling kettle. At this moment, on the rooftop of an official building some distance from the courtyard housing the Ascension platform, two pairs of combatants heard the sounds of conflict. Oh, something has happened. Zhang Meifeng's eyes widened as the white veil upon her face fluttered without wind. She executed a sword flourish to fend off a blood saber-wielding assailant and prepared to rush towards the Ascension platform. Humph, after disturbing Fairy Zhang for so long, it would be impolite to not reciprocate. Wang Peng's eyes gleamed with intensity, his long knife shimmering with a brilliant azure light. Influenced by his fervor, a massive serpent apparition seemed to rise in the night sky behind him, its mouth flicking out its tongue towards the ugly fairy. The manifestation of his blade intent was nothing short of spectacular. Zhang Meifeng's gaze sparkled with determination, yet she showed no hesitation in tossing her small seal into the air, transforming it into a giant seal the size of a grinding disc to counter the serpent apparition. Ha ha, those two have truly begun to fight seriously. Lord and I, shall we also draw closer? Among the other pair of warriors, a masked figure bearing a large gourd and dressed in patched garments laughed as he obstructed his opponent. Old beggar, clear out. While Lu Yuan may deserve punishment, it cannot be at your hands. The middle-aged official, clad in a ceremonial robe, grew increasingly agitated, his claws expanding like mountains, ready to crush down with the upheaval at the Ascension platform. The stances of the four individuals suddenly shifted. Now, it was Wang Peng and the gourd-bearer who stood in the way of those approaching the Ascension platform. Captain, esteemed lords, all of you have blocked the way. A total of 17 individuals, yet not one of them is that blood-faced demon. Despite the chaos caused by the officials' onslaught, which led to a melee among the martial artists, the soldiers surrounding the Ascension platform, due to their sheer numbers, managed to recover a few stragglers after a brief moment of disarray. Not there? How can that be? Could it be? Dao Yutong's expression shifted dramatically. Where is the prefect? Among the 17, did anyone see the prefect? The prefect, the esteemed prefect. As Lu Tong pressed for answers, the responding guards averted their gaze, hesitant to respond. Speak quickly. Lu Tong, in a panic, grasped the collar of one guard. The prefect is dead. According to the officials who escaped, the blood-faced demon killed the prefect as soon as he entered the council chamber. Even severing his head, the guard replied, his face a mask of despair. Dead? Dead? Lu Tong's face flushed with an unnatural hue, feeling as if stars were exploding in his vision, nearly fainting. Sir, you must see. A nearby guard quickly supported the swaying Lu Tong. Suddenly narrowing his pupils and pointing towards the ascension platform in alarm, Lu Tong bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting him back to awareness, and followed the guard's gaze to turn towards the tower. He beheld the towering 9-story ascension platform, where flames began to ignite layer by layer from the top down. The highest levels had flames leaping out of the windows, licking at the exterior walls of the tower. The flames on the lower levels, though still dim, were rapidly intensifying, evidently on the verge of being engulfed by the inferno. The families within the tower, Lu Tong's pupils dilated in horror, his complexion turning ashen as he collapsed into the arms of the guard. Out they come, my lord, they are rushing out from within. The loyal soldier beside him, clearly more alert than Lu Tong, vigorously shook his official robes. They are out? That is a relief. Lu Tong, akin to a drowning man grasping at a final straw, exhaled a breath laden with despair, struggling momentarily yet failing to rise. Upon glancing down, he discovered his legs trembling uncontrollably, rendering his lower body utterly paralyzed. At that moment, the grand gates of the ascension platform swung wide open, and hundreds of individuals surged forth in a frenzied scramble. Due to the limited width of the gates, many women, children, and the elderly were trampled underfoot. Their cries for help and wails echoing deafeningly. In reality, Baya had no intention of mingling among the officials to escape during the council. The number of officials was limited, and he knew the soldiers outside would hesitate to shoot their bows and crossbows for fear of hitting them. However, with the soldiers being numerous and lacking the martial prowess of Wang Pong, a head-on charge was out of the question. Baya donned the official robes merely to create a facade. In truth, as soon as the officials fled through the gates, he reversed course and ascended the tower once more. He had led the officials upwards instead of immediately descending, as he had scavenged a significant quantity of flammable materials from the inn and stored them in a mustard seed sack. With the idle onlookers now hiding in their rooms, his preparations for arson proceeded without hindrance, as no one obstructed him. He aimed to set the building ablaze from the top down, driving the families within to launch a second assault against the officials and soldiers, thus creating an opportunity for his own escape. At each level where he ignited the fire, he mingled among the crowd, deliberately disheveling the hair of the womenfolk. By the time the throng descended to the ground floor, nearly half of them bore long hair obscuring their faces, rendering them indistinguishable from him. Most officials seeking refuge in the ascension platform had families, along with servants and maids attending to them, totaling nearly 200 residents in the 9-story tower. The majority were women, with a few male servants present. Most individuals were disheveled, their hair tousled and faces blackened by smoke, overwhelmed with panic. Once they emerged, their sole concern was to distance themselves from the inferno, rather than congregating before the tower's entrance. Moreover, the soldiers outside, having been preoccupied with intercepting the officials, had long since lost their formation, transforming the entire courtyard into a disarray. Even the group of martial artists ceased their fighting, partly due to their inability to stop so many people, and partly because the narrow space left by the throng of women and children rendered further battle impractical. Yet, while these individuals may have paused their fighting, unlike the officials, they were not aimless. Rather, they focused intently on scrutinizing the fleeing families of the officials. The forest dwellers sought to capture assassins for bounty, while the chivalrous rovers were eager to uncover the identity of the audacious figure behind this dramatic upheaval. That moment, for individuals stood atop the high walls surrounding the courtyard, each positioned in a corner, observing the towering flames of the ascension platform with varied expressions. These were none other than Wang Pong and his companions, who had been engaged in battle from a distance. When the fire erupted at the ascension platform, they had ceased their conflict as further fighting was rendered unnecessary. The platform was ablaze, and all that needed to occur had already transpired. Quickly, stop them! That bloody-faced demon must be among them. Lu Tong, witnessing the disheveled families emerging, realized the gravity of the situation. Captain, we cannot hold them. The loyal soldier beside him offered a resigned smile, gesturing behind. Turning to look, Lu Tong saw the soldiers scattered around the officials, utterly lacking any formation. There was no time to regroup. It's over. A chill ran through Lu Tong, his hands and feet feeling icy. Before him, the ascension platform had transformed into a colossal torch, flames and thick smoke billowing into the sky, illuminating the night with a crimson glow. She's over there. Suddenly, an excited shout from a forest dweller drew everyone's attention. Following the direction of the outstretched finger, they beheld a maid in a jade-green skirt furtively climbing the high wall. Her skirt held aloft. Upon meeting the collective gaze of hundreds, the maid faltered, her grip slipping, and she tumbled to the other side of the wall. It was as if the courtyard, momentarily silenced in suspense, erupted into an even louder cacophony. The group of martial artists once more became entangled, their chaos returning. The four individuals who had been standing on the wall also leaped into action, colliding mid-air like meteors striking the earth. The night courtyard resembled a rock concert in full swing, pulsating with energy and igniting sparks. Damn it, these folks have sharp eyes. I'm disguised as a woman, yet I'm still recognized. Baya gritted his teeth, tearing off the high-waisted skirt and sprinting away. This body of Baya was still youthful, making the guise of a maid more fitting than that of a male servant. He had no choice but to sacrifice his appearance for the sake of his escape. Heroine, perhaps I shall leave behind a name. Just as Baya made a few strides, a distant shout reached his ears, sending him into despair. Baya believed that no matter what, a real man should clarify such misunderstandings. A thought struck him, and an idea formed at this moment. Ruanyu was exhilarated, his handsome face aglow. He was the one who had just shouted. The young escort felt that his journey tonight had not been in vain. Though he had failed to slay any corrupt officials, witnessing such an exhilarating spectacle was reward enough. In his fervor, Ruanyu had not anticipated a response would echo from beyond the wall. Heads rolling before Fengdu, blades washing in the Lidu gate. Do not be enamored with me. I am but a legend. A voice floated in, eliciting a peculiar sensation within the young escort. The bloodied swordsman and the ugly fairy simultaneously staggered. Although Wang Peng's face was obscured by a black cloth, Zhang Mei clearly recognized that the figure before her was the genuine blade-washing legend, bound by the oaths of the immortal and mortal realms. Neither had the inclination to expose the other, each feigning ignorance despite their mutual understanding. I asked that the youth who was by your side that day? Zhang Mei mused, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this seemingly inconspicuous boy would accomplish such a significant feat. This lad so adept at killing and arson. I should have realized it was him. Wang Peng's expression grew complex, yet upon seeing Zhang Mei's astonishment, a faint smile graced his lips. Do you truly believe he can escape? Noticing the swordsman's strange gaze, Zhang Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted coldly, Have you forgotten that I have a junior sister in this city? While the masters were momentarily hindered, Baya did not perceive himself as safe. He dashed along his previous route, successfully exiting the prefectural office and plunging into the underground waterway. Yet, he remained oblivious to the small black, circling above him. Centered on his position, I asked that you, big brother? Upon seeing Baya, disheveled and smeared with blood, even the battle-hardened Xiao Zhao paled in fear. It's nothing serious, just some flesh wounds. Baya had already applied salve to his wounds. Though the gashes appeared gruesome, Baya had never been particularly handsome in his past life, and in this life, he bore a facial paralysis, rendering him indifferent to a few more scars. Moreover, given the advanced state of medicine in his previous life and the lengthy history of this world, it was unlikely to be subpar. At worst, he could seek a divine healer to remedy his appearance. He did not aspire to become a paragon of beauty, merely to remove the scars and venture out into society. Let us depart swiftly, lest the night grows long with dreams. Baya hoisted Xiao Zhao onto his back, instructing her to hold a torch as they hurried along the channel. Just as they had departed, footsteps echoed from the other end of the channel. A woman in yellow, covering her mouth and nose with a silk scarf, observed Baya's trail with a grim expression. Damn it, he actually hid in such a place. Even Xiaoying cannot continue the pursuit. The woman in yellow furrowed her brow, muttering in frustration, When I capture you, I'll whip you 30 times to vent my anger. This woman in yellow was none other than Zhang Mei's junior sister, Zhan Yin, who had not been present within the prefectural office that night. Lacking extensive experience in the martial world, she had merely come to observe, and Zhang Mei, fearing for her safety, had kept her from entering the office. Hailing from a prominent family, Zhan Yin was accompanied by a ferocious pet bird. Upon receiving Zhang Mei's urgent message, she had eagerly followed the trail left by Baya, disregarding Zhang Mei's warnings against acting rashly. Chapter 22. A fight to the death. Baya carried Xiao Zhao through the channel for nearly half an hour, his body utterly fatigued, yet his spirit soared, his tiger-like eyes shining like stars. "Big brother, let us rest for a moment," the thoughtful Xiao Zhao whispered from his back. "No, it is nearly dawn. We must exit the city before daybreak." Baiya adjusted Xiao Zhao's position for greater comfort and urged, "Let us hold on a little longer. We are close to the water gate. We will talk once we are outside the city." Baiya had slain the prefect Lu Yuan, and come dawn, news would reach the city of Dao. Although he possessed Wang Ping's inspection token, the wounds on his face were too conspicuous. He was uncertain whether the city guards would allow him to use the teleportation array. The relationship between the immortal sects and the various kingdoms was complex, but given the need for the bloodied swordsman to conceal his identity, Baiya surmised that they did not hold dominion over the court. Should they receive word of his actions and refuse to permit his use of the teleportation array or even attempt to capture him, it would spell trouble. Even if they did not apprehend him, simply being unable to leave the Dao city limits would be a significant predicament. With no way to contact Wang Peng and the outside world now a treacherous labyrinth, Baiya, despite possessing some martial prowess, was merely a half-grown youth, and with Xiao Zhao in tow, the danger was considerable. Reflecting on their circumstances, Baiya's resolve only grew more steadfast. He was compelled to reach the city walls by dawn, striving to ensure the first wave of teleportation was completed. Thus, he quickened his pace even further. After another incense stick's worth of time, Baiya, carrying Xiao Zhao on his back, finally heard the distant sound of rushing water. The underground water gate of Dao City had arrived. The water gate was composed of 3 layers, narrow within and wide without, resembling the mouth of a river leading to the sea. As they approached the outside world, the water flow became gentler. Although winter had not yet set in, the underground waterway was damp and frigid, and Baiya struggled to swim through the icy water with Xiao Zhao, who shivered from the cold. Once they emerged from the water gate and scrambled up the riverbank, both of them instinctively began to tremble. They could not continue on their journey in such a state. Otherwise, the girl's health would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Observing Xiao Zhao's ashen face, Baiya contemplated thoughtfully. "Child, go dry yourself off and change into this set of clothes." He retrieved a clean outfit from his storage bag and handed it to Xiao Zhao, while he gathered some dry twigs along the riverbank to kindle a fire. The flames gradually dispelled the chill that clung to their bodies. Baiya gathered his disheveled hair and tied it back simply with a piece of rope. "What is it?" After securing his hair, Baiya noticed Xiao Zhao regarding him with a peculiar expression. Her large eyes, starkly contrasting in color, suddenly misted over. The little girl remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks one after another. "Is it that unsightly?" Baiya realized. Reaching up to touch his face, a slight sting revealed the pockmarked skin, particularly the ghastly wound that stretched from his left brow to his right jaw. "Resembling an unfathomable chasm, I inflicted this upon myself. Consider it penance for your mother and younger brother." Baiya forced a smile, speaking calmly. Xiao Zhao wiped away her tears, nestled closer to Baiya, wrapping her arms around her knees against his chest, and they sat in silence before the fire. Moments later, just as Baiya was about to rise and continue their journey, his expression shifted slightly as he buried his head in his arms. Cradling Xiao Zhao. "Someone is coming. Do not speak." Xiao Zhao tensed momentarily but then relaxed, closing her eyes as she clung to Baiya, the two resembling siblings huddling together for warmth amidst calamity. Soon enough, they heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. Have you seen a blood-faced man pass through here?" Through the gap in his arms, Baiya's heart raced upon recognizing the figure before him. A striking woman in a yellow robe with delicate brows and bright eyes. None other than Zhang Mei's junior sister, the infamous ugly immortal. How had she caught up to them? Baiya's mind raced with alarms. The methods of these sect disciples were truly manifold, and he wondered if he could deceive her. Feigning ignorance, he slowly raised a hand and pointed toward the open fields to the right of the riverbank. "Thank you. Take this and have a good meal." The woman in yellow seemed somewhat sympathetic toward them and tossed a silver ingot at their feet before swiftly darting away to the right. "Foolish bird, the destitute lack grain, not money. Silver cannot fill their bellies." Baiya scoffed at her gesture, but nevertheless pocketed the ingot, squatting down to hoist Xiao Zhao onto his back. "We must hurry. That woman will certainly return if she cannot find us." In truth, the speed with which the woman in yellow pursued them exceeded Baiya's expectations. He had barely traversed half the distance to the city walls when a gust of wind rushed past him. "You little thief, where do you think you're going? How dare you deceive me?" The woman's furious voice echoed from a distance. "Destitute people do not wear such pristine clothing." This foolish bird was not entirely dim-witted. Yet it seemed their streak of good fortune had run dry. Baya bitterly smiled as he set Xiao Zhao down, gently touching her hair and whispering, "Run far away. You must survive, big brother." Xiao Zhao clung tightly to Baya's leg, stubbornly shaking her head. "Xiao Zhao will not run. I have already lost my mother and younger brother. If I am to die, let it be together with you. Leave. I am not a lullicon. I do not wish to die with you." Baya kicked her away with a slight tremor in his leg. No, Xiao Zhao scrambled back, using all her strength to return, leaving Baya exasperated. "Very well, if you wish to die, then we shall gamble." Baya drew his blade, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. As sparks ignited in his eyes, "Little thief, huh?" The woman in yellow pursued swiftly. But upon reaching them, she found Baya had positioned his dagger threateningly against the little girl's neck, standing his ground. "If you dare to pursue further, I will sever this child's head." Baya bared his teeth. His face contorted in a feral grimace, resembling a beast driven to desperation. "You?" Jeanine furrowed her brows, recognizing the little girl. Just the previous day, when she encountered the Blood Blade Master alongside Zhang Mei. Baya and the girl had been nearby. Yet, she could not determine the relationship between the girl and the other two, despite her noble lineage. Jeanine possessed a fundamentally kind nature. Seeing Xiao Zhao's gaunt figure evoked her compassion, and she hesitated to inflict harm. "Little thief, how can you claim to be a chivalrous man with such actions?" Jeanine ground her silver teeth, her handsome face frostbitten with cold severity. "I never intended to be a chivalrous man." Baya retorted fiercely, his gaze unwavering from the woman in yellow. Observing Zhang Yin's flickering eyes and her occasional involuntary movements that brought her closer, Baya scoffed inwardly. "Prepare to meet your end." "Little thief." As the distance between them dwindled to merely 10 paces, Zhang Yin's brows shot up, and with a fierce cry, she lunged at Baya. Her left hand transformed into a claw, reaching out, while her right hand unleashed a sword gleaming with azure light, striking like a bolt of lightning. Sword chi. Baya's pupils constricted. He felt a jolt in his right arm, the entire limb going numb, causing his dagger to slip from his grasp and Xiao Zhao to be torn from his embrace before he could react. However, Baya did not panic. The flames in his eyes flared as he crouched slightly, propelling himself forward to intercept the sword light. Previously, Xiao Zhao had shielded him, directing Zhang Yin's sword toward his left shoulder. As he lunged, a jet of blood erupted from his shoulder, pierced cleanly through by the sword's edge. Given their proximity and simultaneous advance, they were face to face in an instant, their eyes locked. Zhang Yin had not anticipated Baya's reckless determination. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as he crashed into her. And in the blink of an eye, they were entangled in a close-quarter struggle. The sword followed the path of the blade through Baya's left shoulder until it was fully embedded. In her moment of alarm, Zhang Yin had not considered dropping the sword, and her left hand was trapped tightly against their bodies. The stench of blood wafted from Baya's visage, leaving her momentarily dazed and leading to both of them tumbling to the ground. Baya's gamble had paid off partially. From the moment Jeanine began her pursuit, he recognized he would never be her match. He had witnessed Zhang Mei's prowess at the county government, on par with the Blood Blade Master. Jeanine was her junior sister. Even if she had not reached the level of sword intent, she had at least mastered sword chi, while his own blade techniques had barely progressed beyond the foundational principles. If he could not close the distance, she could easily slice him to pieces with her sword chi, hence the earlier scene. Yet, he was not unscathed. His right arm remained utterly numb, devoid of sensation. The blade had pierced through his left shoulder, rendering him powerless. Though he had managed to take Jeanine down, he lacked confidence in maintaining his hold over her. Bang! Baya understood he could not allow his opponent a moment's respite. With resolve, he delivered a brutal headbutt to Zhang Yin's forehead, causing both of them to see stars and become disoriented. However, Baya had prepared himself for the impact, while Zhang Yin was caught off guard. Allowing him to regain his senses more swiftly as he focused, he noticed Zhang Yin still dazed, her eyes unfocused, and a fierce fire ignited within him as he bared his teeth, sinking them into the smooth, delicate skin of the woman's neck. Bang! Just as his teeth grazed Zhang Yin's soft flesh, a tremendous force propelled him away. Crack! The sound of his jaws clashing sent shivers down one's spine. He felt as if he were a stone skipping across grass, bouncing several times before collapsing, every bone in his body aching painfully. His peripheral vision caught sight of a graceful figure clad in white approaching slowly from the distance. Ugly immortal, Baya could only murmur before collapsing, utterly immobilized. Senior sister. Jeanine scrambled to her feet, clutching her head, her once yellow robe now muddied and tattered. She touched her neck, her face betraying a hint of lingering fear. Had Zhang Mei arrived a moment later, she might have truly perished at Baya's hands. Alas, junior sister, what have I told you before? Zhang Mei sighed, shaking her head as she regarded Jane. I doubt it was this little thief's cunning that led to this. Jin Yin's face flushed crimson, her voice dwindling as she bowed her head in shame. I will go and slay this little thief. Embarrassed before the sister she admired, Zhang Yin was consumed by frustration, picking up the sword she had dropped and preparing to sever the motionless Baya in two with a sweep of her blade. Stop! Just as Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhao's actions, Zhang Mei's voice rang in her ears. Senior sister? Zhang Yin looked at the ugly immortal in confusion. Tao Yin. Zhang Mei ignored her and simply gazed down at the hilt of the short dagger, deep in thought as she furrowed her brow. After a while, the ugly immortal finally spoke again. You cannot kill him. Then, should we take this little thief back to the government office? Zhang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had only been driven by shame and anger in that moment, but upon reflection, she too did not wish to commit murder in front of a young girl. Baya had always believed that once Zhang Yin caught up, it would lead to a disastrous end for both parties. In truth, these two disciples of the legalists were so intent on upholding the law that they even sought to prevent the Bloodblade assassin from assassinating the prefect Lu Yuan. How could it be that they were left with no choice but to kill him? At most, they would merely arrest him and hand him over to the authorities. The injury Zhang Yin inflicted upon him with her sword was, after all, an attempt to rescue the kidnapped Xiao Zhao. Baya's flawed judgment of the situation had led to the current predicament, and the sword wound he bore could only be seen as a consequence of his own actions. Capturing criminals is the duty of the constables. It has nothing to do with us, Zhang Mei said, shaking her head lightly. Huh? Zhang Yin appeared somewhat stunned, stammering as she asked, but didn't senior sister say we must prevent the Bloodblade assassin from killing and disrupting the law? Indeed. Cho Xiangu turned to look at Zhang Yin, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Junior sister, let me ask you, what do we, as disciples of the legalists, most abhor? Breaking the law and enforcing it unjustly. You remember well, Zhang Mei proclaimed loudly. Our disciples of the Postli sect are spread across the courts of various kingdoms, with monarchs relying on us, officials fearing us, and the populace respecting us. Even bandits flee at our sight. And even those from the same sect regard us with trepidation. Why is this so? It is because both the righteous and the wicked understand that this world can be devoid of kings and emperors, devoid of gods and Buddhas, but it cannot be without order and law. Zhang Mei, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering, spoke with calm authority. The disciples of the Postli sect who enter officialdom do so to clarify the laws for the kingdoms and uphold societal norms. Meanwhile, the martial disciples of the martial hall practice in seclusion, safeguarding the invisible boundary between the mundane and the celestial martial sects. Are you referring to the Celestial Mortal Pact? Zhang Yin inquired in astonishment. But what does that have to do with this petty thief? Once again, the mention of the Celestial Mortal Pact stirred something within Baya, who lay nearby. Although he was immobilized, he had not lost consciousness and immediately paid attention. He had heard the term Celestial Mortal Pact several times from Wang Peng. However, each time the Bloodblade assassin mentioned it, it was brushed aside, suggesting that he would understand once he joined the Sacred Blade sect. Leaving him feeling helpless is indeed relevant. Zhang Mei replied calmly, why earlier attempt to stop the knife-washing man was not merely to save a despicable prefect. It was to remind that individual to adhere to the Celestial Mortal Pact and not to cross the line. The Celestial Mortal Pact binds the Bloodblade sect and the martial disciples of the Academy alike. It is a covenant we must all honor. It is not uncommon for sect members to engage in mutual combat, even to the point of death, but once one joins a sect bound by such a pact, interference in court affairs becomes impermissible. Zhang Mei continued. Moreover, as disciples of the Postli Martial Hall, We are not only bound to uphold the celestial mortal pact, but also to abide by the laws of the mundane world. If you were to kill this youth, it would be a clear violation of the law. Wait, senior sister, did you not just say that mutual combat among sect members, even leading to death, is normal? Jean-Yin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in confusion. But what if this youth is not a martial disciple of the sect? Zhang Mei smiled gently and asked, not a martial disciple of the sect? Isn't he with that knife-washing man? Janine blinked, glancing at Baiya on the ground. Cho Xiangu refrained from further explanation and walked gracefully to Baiya's side, softly inquiring, little girl, may I have a word with your older brother? Xiao Zhao hesitated but stepped aside. Though she was young, she was perceptive enough to sense that this masked woman meant no harm to Baiya. Young man, might you be surnamed by and hail from Liangzhou? Zhang Mei inquired, glancing at the short blade in her hand. Baiya's gaze flickered as he realized that this woman, much like the blood blade assassin from days prior, had discerned his identity. Her earlier discourse was not merely a lesson for Jin-Yin, but also directed at him. However, he had little desire to engage in conversation and chose to close his eyes, ignoring her. Surname Bai, from Liangzhou? Jin-Yin furrowed her brow in deep thought. Suddenly, realization struck her and her eyes widened. Senior sister, do you mean this petty thief is from Shiyang Gathering? That? Most likely. Noting Baiya's indifference, Zhang Mei remained unfazed, tossing the short blade to Jian-Yin. Examine the inscription on the hilt. The blacksmith from Shiyang Gathering is named Tao Yin. Given this youth's age and the events of tonight, it should be unmistakable. Even if it is him, being alongside the knife-washing man means he has likely joined the Bloodblade sect. Zhang Yin's voice trailed off, growing softer. She knew the likelihood was slim. Any disciple venturing into the world should have at least reached the Qi realm, otherwise, it would be perilous to traverse the rivers and lakes. Not to mention the beasts and monsters lurking in the wilderness. Even the thieves and bandits could claim their lives. Yet this youth before her clearly had not even reached the foundation establishment stage. Even with the knife-washing man's support, the Bloodblade sect would not relax its regulations to allow him to venture out for training. We cannot kill him, but can we not at least capture him and turn him over to the authorities? He has committed murder against the prefect, which surely constitutes a crime, Janine reasoned, still feeling indignant. After all, she had nearly been bitten to death by Baiya, and as a Qi realm martial artist, her dignity was almost irreparably tarnished. It is permissible, but do not forget that this youth is not a sect martial artist. He is merely a vagabond, Zhang Mei replied with a gentle laugh. His act of slaying Lu Yuan cannot truly be labeled as murder in the eyes of the public. It would be viewed as an act of righteousness. The constables would be justified in capturing him, and no one could object. However, if we were to apprehend him, would you not fear being besieged by spittle upon your future outings? But I am simply indignant. Senior sister, how about I give him a few slaps to vent my frustration? Shall I? Janine rolled her eyes, cautiously making her request. Upon hearing this, Baiya felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Inwardly lamenting the difficulty of dealing with women and petty individuals. Enough of this. You should return to the city first. I shall join you shortly. Zhang Mei waved her hand gently, signaling her to leave. With no choice, Jean-Yin stomped her foot in frustration, dropped the short blade from her hand, and turned to depart. Cho Xiangu glanced back at Baiya, then at the little Xiao Zhao standing beside her. Suddenly, she struck like lightning, rendering the little girl unconscious and cradling her in her arms. Baiya's heart raced as he struggled to rise, but with his limbs weakened, he ultimately collapsed back to the ground. Do not worry. I will not harm this girl, Zhang Mei spoke softly. Our paths do not align, and though I will not kill you, this girl cannot accompany you any longer. Otherwise, you will one day bring her into peril. I will find her a good family, allowing her to grow up safely. Perhaps this is better for Xiao Zhao. At her words, Baiya's body relaxed as he ceased struggling, calmly gazing at the sky. In the meeting of mountains and waters, cherish our encounters. Zhang Mei glanced meaningfully at the distant earthen slope before gracefully departing with Xiao Zhao in her arms. Baiya fought to hold onto consciousness. But as he watched Zhang Mei and Jian-Yin leave, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted once more. When he eventually awakened, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body and a gnawing hunger. Little brother, you're awake, rasped a voice beside him. Startled, Baiya turned to see a disheveled, elderly beggar standing before him. The beggar was tall, clad in a patchwork robe, with a large gourd strapped to his back and holding an iron staff, all of which appeared strangely familiar to Baya. "Were you not hunchbacked?" Baya blurted out, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. "Ha ha!" The old beggar chuckled mischievously, his body producing a series of crisp cracks. His tall form suddenly shrinking, his back arching high as he transformed into the old hunchback Baya had seen the previous night. "Just a little trick to throw off suspicion," the old beggar said with a grin. "I have just tended to your wounds. How do you feel now, little brother?" Baya looked down and discovered that the wound on his left shoulder, pierced by sword energy, had been bandaged, and the other injuries on his body were also treated with ointment. "It's nothing serious, thank you, old senior." "May I ask how long I have been unconscious?" Baya inquired, moving his arm and feeling that the pain had lessened considerably. "About half an hour," the old beggar replied with a smile. "That is good to hear," Baya sighed in relief and cautiously asked, "What should I call you, old senior?" "I am an outer sect steward of the Falling Lotus Hall. You may call me Lao Tong." "Lao Tong, did you come with that?" "Cho Xiangu," Baya pondered, "since you are both here, what has become of Brother Wang?" "Well, I have been avoiding those two women behind the earthen slope," the old beggar replied. "The Brother Wang you mentioned, is he the knife-washing man Wang Pong?" The old beggar shook his head with a chuckle. "That lad has decent swordsmanship, but his movement skills are woefully lacking. He has been entangled by that official scoundrel in Aicheng. Would you like me to send him a message?" "No, please do not." Baya quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. "Since you were here just now, you must know I am not a disciple of the Bloodblade sect." "Are you unwilling to join the Bloodblade sect?" The old beggar's gaze sparkled with interest as he smiled. "I do not wish to speak ill of others, but the Bloodblade sect is known for its mixed quality." "Your choice is certainly justified." Baya's smile turned bitter. He had gathered from Wang Peng's words that the Bloodblade sect was not well regarded, and it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. The old hunchback had fought alongside Wang Peng the previous night, yet he too held a disdain for the Bloodblade sect. However, having received much care from Wang Peng, he was reluctant to speak poorly of him. "If you do not wish to join the Bloodblade sect, would you consider accompanying me to the Falling Lotus Hall?" the old beggar inquired tentatively. "The Falling Lotus Hall is a part of the beggar's sect?" Baya hesitated, asking in return. "The beggar's sect?" The old beggar was taken aback before breaking into a laugh. "That's not far off. The Falling Lotus Hall indeed has many beggars, so calling it a beggar's sect wouldn't be inaccurate." "I do not wish to become a beggar," Baya said after a moment of silence. Choosing to speak the truth, the young brother is indeed quite sincere. "Very well, fate has predetermined this connection, and it cannot be forced." The old beggar waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "So, where does the young brother intend to go now? Why not allow this old man to escort you a short distance? The territory of Didao City is now a perilous dragon's den for you, and it would be unwise to linger." "Not to worry, I possess Brother Wang's inspection bronze token, which allows me to utilize the teleportation array to depart." Baya took out Wang Peng's token from his storage bag and waved it before the old beggar. "Ha ha, young brother, that bronze token is of no use to you now." The old beggar laughed heartily, shaking his finger as he spoke. "Have you forgotten? Last night at the county office, not only did you kill Lu Yuan, but you also left behind the name of the knife-washing master. Had it not been for that, how could an I Chung have so persistently pursued the knife-washing master, Wang Peng?" "Ah?" Baya was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere jest would inadvertently entrap Wang Peng. "Let us go. I shall accompany you for a while. Once we exit the territory of Didao City, you shall be free of any troubles." The old beggar chuckled as he took Baya by the arm. Chapter 24. Enlightenment. Baya glanced back, and through the morning mist, the towering walls of Didao City appeared hazy in the distance, stirring a myriad of emotions within him, a blend of flavors filling his heart. The events of the previous night lingered vividly in his mind, yet they felt like a dream from a millennia past. Life is indeed fragile, akin to fine sand slipping through one's fingers, vanishing in an instant if one is not vigilant. Baya murmured to himself, lost in thought. In his past life, he had often witnessed numerous terrorist attacks on television. Feeling nothing but astonishment and curiosity, it was not until last night, when he himself became a perpetrator, that he truly grasped the fragility of life and the perilous nature of the world. Those bewildered souls wandering the earth were utterly oblivious to the fact that they walked precariously on the edge of a cliff, with the abyss ever ready to consume them, separating them from their loved ones. Now, as he gazed upon the world, everything around him appeared so vibrant and full of life, exuding a vigorous vitality. Yet he felt that with a mere stretch of his hand, he could extinguish these flickering flames of existence. Baya took a deep breath, the cold wind filling his throat, invigorating his spirit. He sensed a subtle change within himself. The carnage of the previous night had washed away the dust from his heart like a crystal-clear spring. Renewing him entirely, Baya began to comprehend the blood knife master's philosophy of killing to refine the heart. As a modern individual who had undergone moral education, he understood that killing was wrong. Yet he could not suppress the exhilarating sense of liberation that came from breaking free from all worldly constraints. He now felt a sense of gratitude for being transported to this world. To this era, if his previous life had allowed him to indulge in countless cinematic masterpieces and various forms of entertainment, in this world and time, he found himself as a freer creator. He was now the protagonist he had once yearned to be, capable of pursuing anything his heart desired, unafraid and unrepentant. How fortunate I am to have arrived in this world, to dwell in this era. Baya looked up at the starry sky, extending his hand as if to grasp it. Freedom lies within my grasp. As long as I unleash my imagination, I am the master of my own fate. Young brother, young brother. Just as Baya was lost in his musings, he heard the old beggar calling from a distance. I'm coming. Baya grinned and quickened his pace to catch up with the old beggar. Upon reaching his side, a thought suddenly struck him, and he curiously inquired, Elder Tong, you seem to know who I am, do you not? Baya's question was somewhat disjointed, yet the old beggar understood his meaning and turned to smile at him. Indeed, you are the little fool from Xiangyi, Brother Wang, the ugly fairy, and now you doubt what is the reason for this? Baya asked with a wry smile. I merely killed a bandit leader. It should not be regarded as anything significant. Should it? Ha ha, young brother. Why do you underestimate this place when you have lived in Xiangyi for so long? The old beggar looked at Baya with a knowing gaze. A mere shabby gathering place. Is it not just frequented by passing merchant caravans, consisting mostly of small teams? Baya queried, puzzled. I have heard that you suffered from a loss of spirit in your youth, and it seems that is indeed the case. The old beggar chuckled in surprise. Xiangyi is not merely a small market in the northern regions. To the north lies the Tiela and Hu people, to the east the Tanguts of the western Xia, and to the west the 36 nations of the western regions. This place is a gathering ground for bandits, with numerous merchant caravans passing through, among which are spies from various nations and factions. Ah? Baya was taken aback, and upon reflection, he realized the truth in the old beggar's words. The uncle and nephew he had once overheard were indeed spies affiliated with a certain sect's merchant caravan. It was no wonder he had not considered this before, as he had only spent a little over a week in Xiangyi. The by-surname youth was indeed a bit of a fool. He had never paid attention to these matters, and thus had no relevant memories. Such a significant event would naturally be widely circulated by passing merchant caravans and bandits, so the likes of the knife-washing master and the ugly fairy, who ventured out to hone their skills, would surely receive relevant news. The old beggar paused for a moment before continuing. Disciples of the immortal martial sects, when traveling, are often tasked with performing certain duties for their sect. For instance, investigating local industries for the sect, inquiring into the social conditions of nearby regions, and eradicating bandits and robbers, among other responsibilities. Although the reception of disciples is not solely the responsibility of those on their journeys. If they encounter promising martial talents, they certainly would not let them slip away. Moreover, most sects place great importance on this aspect. If they can recruit a genius whose temperament and aptitude align with their sect, the traveling disciples would receive substantial rewards and recognition. Baya suddenly understood. Since recruiting outstanding disciples carries such high rewards, then disciples like Wang Pong and the Ugly Fairy would naturally receive a potential recruitment list from the sect's intelligence personnel upon arriving in a new location. However, young martial artists with a slight reputation, like Ruan Yu from the Ruan family's escort agency, would have already been signed by nearby sections. Only a sudden newcomer like Baya would be considered a fortunate stroke of luck for the traveling disciples. Yet, the emphasis on temperament over aptitude means that such overlooked gems as young brother Baya are not overly common. The old beggar stroked his chin and chuckled. Is temperament truly more important than aptitude? Baya inquired, astonished. But young people's temperaments are often capricious. How can they be assessed? Indeed, temperament is naturally more important than aptitude. The old beggar spoke earnestly. In the development of martial arts, technique is the foundation, but the path is the essence. Without a path, there is no innate ability. Any sect that possesses martial prowess but lacks a guiding principle will surely fail to cultivate capable disciples. Even demonic sects have their own paths. As for assessment, the old beggar smiled. It is naturally through listening to their words and observing their actions. After years of interaction, the elders of the sect generally have a good sense of their disciples. Of course, some individuals may be exceptions. Bribery and gifts? Baya scoffed. Not at all, not at all. The old beggar winked at Baya, teasingly stating, for instance, young brother, by risking your life to accomplish a significant feat, you make it abundantly clear to everyone what kind of person you are, thus eliminating the need for any assessment. Cough. Cough. Baya began to cough hurriedly. Even though he had a thick skin, he found it somewhat difficult to bear this time. The events in Xiangyi could be overlooked, but last night he had indeed slain a county governor and 4 high-ranking officials, reducing the grand flying ascension platform to a mere wasteland. The old beggar clicked his tongue in admiration. In just a few days, I fear your name will become widely known throughout the entirety of Liangzhou. Little brother, you may not know, but after you escaped the county office, the green skirt you left behind caused several young heroes to fight over it, ultimately being seized by that fiery Qilin of the Ruan family. What the hell? Baya was left speechless, finding the statement rather bizarre. If that knife-washing master returns and does not find little brother, he will surely regret it deeply. The old beggar could not help but laugh. However, little brother's decision was not misguided. The blood knife sect is not a wise choice for you. With your current reputation, as long as you are willing to reveal your name, many sects in Liangzhou would be eager to accept you. Those who refuse you merely do so because your martial principles do not align with theirs. Baya quickly grasped the situation. His foundational knife skills were quite commendable, and his ruthless nature aligned well with the martial philosophy of the blood knife sect, which explained why Wang Peng had forcibly taken him away. Although the ugly fairy had spared him, his unrestrained temperament would certainly not suit the Holy Academy, hence she did not take him along. As for the old beggar's lotus-falling hall, it was due to its unique composition that they did not insist on others joining. As the two conversed, the city gates of Didao were now within sight. Put this on to cover the wounds on your face. The old beggar, spotting the soldiers guarding the city gate, took out a theatrical mask and tossed it to Baya. Is this really necessary? Baya looked at the mask made from animal hides, feeling amused yet perplexed. Of course. The officials guarding the teleportation array recognized the token, not the person. As long as you do not use the knife-washing master's bronze token, there will be no issues. The old beggar chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. 5 days later, at the city gate of Ju County in Wudu Prefecture, an old man and a young boy emerged. The elder wore patched robes, carried a large gourd on his back, and held an iron staff. The youth donned a short jacket and tattered trousers, his face adorned with a comical theatrical mask. It was none other than the old beggar from Lotus Falling Hall and Baya. Brother Bai, Ju County marks the boundary between Wudu and Hanzhong. Beyond lies the land of Han. I shall escort you this far, and here we must part ways, the old beggar said with a smile. Elder, your long journey to accompany me is deeply appreciated. Baya expressed his gratitude. He removed the mask and respectfully bowed. The two exchanged smiles, understanding everything without words. By the way, accept this as a parting gift. The old beggar pulled out a bronze token from his pocket and tossed it to Baya. Upon catching it, Baya examined it closely, discovering that it bore a striking resemblance to the inspection token left by Wang Peng. The front depicted mountains and rivers, while the back had 2 characters inscribed in small seal script, Shangji. This item is intended for use by the merchant caravan under my Liantang, and it may also utilize the civilian teleportation symbol array, but the military city symbol array is strictly prohibited. The old beggar solemnly stated, young brother, it would be prudent to refrain from using that inspection token from the Bloodblade sect, as this sect has garnered a rather poor reputation in the martial world, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. In light of this, I shall entrust this token from Brother Wang to you. Esteemed elder, I kindly request that you deliver it to the subordinates of the Bloodblade sect. Baya contemplated for a moment before retrieving the inspection token from his mustard seed bag and handing it to the old beggar. After a brief pause, he added, if you happen to encounter Brother Wang, please convey a message from me. Inform him that Baya has failed to live up to his expectations, and should we meet again in the martial world, we shall share another drunken revelry. Ha ha, young brother, you possess a commendable spirit. The old beggar chuckled, clasping his hands in salute. Until we meet again. Baya watched as the old beggar's figure faded into the distance, and he took a deep breath. Raising his gaze to the azure sky adorned with white clouds, feeling a profound emptiness within his heart. Someone once remarked that life is composed of myriad choices. Had I been presented with a choice a month ago, I would surely have returned to my former life. Baya silently mused. But now, to be an official or a minister, to amass wealth and wield power, is not my aspiration. The pursuit of immortality through cultivation feels exceedingly distant. A man of dignity ought to stand amidst heaven and earth with free will, traversing this boundless world, lest I squander the serendipity of my crossing and fail to honor the skin bestowed upon me by surname youth. Chapter 25. The great postal road suppressing the turbulent waves of his heart, Baya lifted his gaze towards the path ahead. Though he found himself alone once more, the confusion and helplessness of the past had dissipated. Replaced by a resolve to leave his own mark upon this world, he currently occupied the easternmost region of Wudu County, specifically Zhu County, which lay at the border between the Qin Kingdom and Han China. A few days prior, while traveling with the old beggar, he had inquired about various circumstances concerning Han China. This place was several 100,000 miles distant from Didao City, characterized by undulating mountains that stretched endlessly. Belonging to the Great Ba mountain range, the mountains before him were none other than the renowned Dingjun mountain of his previous life, while across the way lay Mian County, part of Han China. Han China was a small vassal state, comprising only one administrative region, Hanzhong County. Geographically, Hanzhong County was subordinate to Ezhou, bordered to the north by the Qinling Mountains and to the south by the Great Ba mountain range, forming a basin known as the Hanzhong Basin. Thanks to the northern Qinling Mountains acting as a barrier, cold currents could not descend southward, and the Mian River, also known as the Han River, traversed the basin from east to west, resulting in a warm and humid climate with ample water supply, making it a land of fish and rice since ancient times. Hanzhong boasted a rich history. During the Western Zhou period, it was known as the state of Bao, ruled by the Bao clan. The ancestors of the Bao clan aided Emperor Yu in controlling the floods, earning them the right to establish a state that persisted through the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. However, what truly brought fame to the state of Bao was an unrivaled beauty, Bao Si. The famous tale of the beacon fires that deceived the feudal lords revolves around King Yu of Zhou and this unamused beauty, Bao Si. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, Hanzhong changed hands several times between Qin and Shu. It was not until the Qin kingdom annexed Ba and Shu that Hanzhong County was established. Yet, the Qin kingdom's hold over Hanzhong County was short-lived. During the prehistoric era of Shenzhou, both Shu and Hanzhong were independent. At that time, a nobleman of the Zhou kingdom named Ji Yang raised his banner in Hanzhong, establishing Han China with his retinue. Although Han China faced near annihilation due to repeated assaults from Qin and Shu, it adeptly navigated perilous situations, ultimately preserving its sovereignty to this day. Given the strength of Qin and the weakness of Shu, if Qin were to once again annex Shu, Hanzhong would also find it difficult to survive. Moreover, since Hanzhong County was subordinate to Ezhou, Han China nominally paid homage to Shu, forming an alliance to resist the Qin kingdom together. There were no direct teleportation symbol arrays between Qin and Hanzhong, and air routes fluctuated with the changing relations between the two states. Thus, to travel from Zhu County to Hanzhong County, only two options remained: to navigate the Mian River by boat, or to traverse the intermittently established Great Postal Road through the mountains. A few days ago, Baya had experienced the luxurious flower boat in Longxi County for several days, so this time he was determined to witness the famed Great Postal Road and the legendary flying carts that purportedly traveled 1,000 miles in a day. The Great Postal Road station in Zhu County was located 30 miles outside the city, called Feilin Du, resembling a manor or ranch. Feilin Du was enclosed by tall outer walls, but compared to the heavily guarded teleportation symbol arrays, it had fewer soldiers stationed, with only a few officials and sturdy men maintaining order. The flying carts of the Great Postal Road were occupied by both scattered travelers and merchant caravans. The entry points for these two groups were different. Travelers entered from the southern side of Feilin Du, requiring only a travel permit, while merchants faced a more complex process, necessitating an inspection of their cargo. Baya followed the flow of people, gradually moving forward. When it was his turn, the attending official merely checked the merchant token given to him by the old beggar. And after paying 5 coins of silver as fare, he was permitted to proceed. Upon entering the outer walls, Baya was greeted by an expanse of emptiness. Aside from a row of travel pavilions at the forefront, the entirety of Feilin resembled a horse racing track, lush with verdant greenery, devoid of anything resembling carts. All travelers entering Feilin headed directly towards the travel pavilions. Although these pavilions had entrances for both incoming and outgoing travelers, the two groups were not the same, as if those who had entered previously had vanished without a trace. However, Baya was not surprised. Despite this being his first experience with the flying cart, he had already gathered some information beforehand to avoid any embarrassment. Following the throng of travelers, Baya stepped into one of the travel pavilions, where he found a ground-level opening leading to an underground tunnel. The smooth staircase sloped downwards, and looking down, he could see it extended at least 100 meters deep. Upon reaching the end of the staircase, a vast underground plaza unfolded before his eyes. The layout of the underground plaza bore some resemblance to subway stations from his previous life, with the dome and walls embedded with luminous fluorescent stones, and small shops lining both sides offering food and travel supplies. The most significant difference from subway stations lay in the tunnel at the center of the plaza. The subway tunnels from his past life stretched straight ahead, laid with iron tracks, while here, the tunnel resembled a sloping cave leading to the depths of the earth. Only the beginning portion of the tunnel was visible above the plaza. The cave-like tunnel had a cylindrical shape. With a diameter of nearly 50 meters, Baya observed a multitude of silver symbols densely inscribed along the interior walls of the tunnel. At the tunnel's entrance, a renowned flying cart was stationed. Due to the incline of the tunnel, Baya could only glimpse a portion of it, but it was enough to astonish him. This contraption bore little resemblance to a traditional cart. Its form was akin to that of a colossal centipede. If the linked flat compartments had a hint of a train-like quality, the appendages resembling the legs of a centipede on the exterior were somewhat disconcerting. Each compartment of the flying cart, or centipede cart, was approximately 20 meters wide and long, resembling a cube, while the legs on either side measured 7 to 8 meters in length, resulting in an overall width of approximately 35 to 36 meters, perfectly accommodating the tunnel. Nevertheless, Baya was left curious about how this centipede cart was meant to move. Surely, it wouldn't crawl through the tunnel like a real centipede using its exterior appendages, would it? Such a notion felt exceedingly unsettling, and he found it difficult to imagine achieving the speed of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. With these questions in mind, he soon boarded the cart. The interior of the flying cart was surprisingly comfortable, divided into individual small rooms. Each room was furnished with tables and chairs, along with tea and pastries. Additionally, crystal windows, akin to those on subway trains, allowed views of the surroundings within the tunnel. The centipede version of the wooden bull and flowing horse. Baya couldn't help but chuckle, yet he also admired the imaginative prowess of the ancient people of this world. In fact, he had heard that when the Great Postal Road was first established, it was not an underground route but rather built above ground, resembling the long walls of various nations. The ancients constructed elevated postal roads using massive stones, establishing a post fort at intervals along the route. However, this was during the early phase of the Great Rift in heaven and earth, when the territory of Shenzhou was not as vast as it is now, and the wild beasts and demonic creatures were not as formidable. The above-ground postal road was feasible. As the Great Rift deepened, however, the above-ground postal road became increasingly untenable. The territory of Shenzhou expanded too greatly, and the length of the roads increased, exposing them to greater dangers. Even though humanity later domesticated some wild beasts, there were still not enough people to guard the route. Without guards, the above-ground postal road would be riddled with damage from wild beasts and demons, rendering it worthless. Thus, the wise ancients transformed the above-ground postal road into an underground one, adopting the attitude of if I cannot provoke you, can I not hide? If the above-ground postal road was unfeasible, then I shall construct it underground. Come if you dare to invade. This measure indeed rendered the Great Postal Road remarkably safe, truly becoming the arterial connection for humanity across Shenzhou. Even with the advent of more secure and expedited teleportation symbol arrays and air routes, the cargo transport function of the Great Postal Road remains irreplaceable. Teleportation symbol arrays consume too much energy, and air routes have limited capacity. Only the Great Postal Road can satisfy the cargo transport demands of various regions. Lost in thought, Baya suddenly felt a jolt beneath him as the centipede flying cart finally initiated its journey. After the cart had traveled for a while, Baya observed its operating mode through the crystal window. Feeling a surge of admiration and understanding as to why the flying cart was designed to resemble a centipede. The conditions of the underground station are far more intricate than those above ground, as certain subterranean rock formations are composed of high-hardness strata, and perilous underground beasts inhabit some sections. Consequently, the constructed tunnels do not follow a straight path but rather meander and undulate, resembling a roller coaster. To ensure the safety of the flying carriage, it has been ingeniously designed in a centipede-like shape. The appendages on either side of the carriage function similarly to probes, generating a magnetic force in conjunction with the silver symbols engraved upon the tunnel walls. This design not only prevents the carriage from colliding with the tunnel's interior but also utilizes magnetic force to accelerate, allowing the heavily laden vehicle to travel at high speeds relying on inertia. This engineering marvel reminded Baya of the yet-to-be popularized maglev trains of his previous life, stirring within him a profound sense of wonder at how this seemingly crude flying carriage had achieved such technological sophistication. Despite the carriage's impressive ability to traverse vast distances, the journey from Juxian in Wudu County to Mianxian in Hanzhong County still required over 10 days. Baya had heard from an old beggar that, in the time before the Great Rift in the world, Juxian and Mianxian were but a stone's throw apart. The two counties were merely a short distance of over 10 miles apart, almost separated by a single mountain. However, following the onset of the Great Rift, that short distance transformed into an insurmountable divide. Today, the two towns are separated by thousands of miles. Nevertheless, in the grand expanse of Shenzhou, Juxian and Mianxian still share a close kinship, regarded as neighboring counties. After 10 days, Baya emerged from the expansive underground station, feeling somewhat disoriented. Having overcome the initial novelty of the flying carriage, he finally grasped the arduousness of the journey. Although the ride was not particularly jarring, one could hardly imagine living aboard a train for 10 consecutive days. However, upon inhaling the cool, fresh air of the outside world, Baya felt a surge of vitality. Now within the borders of Hanzhong County, he could utilize the teleportation talisman array and would no longer need to rely on the flying carriage. Most importantly, he could finally fulfill the last wishes of Master Huikong. Chapter 26. Yunlong Temple. Baya raised his gaze to the imposing mountain before him, which lay at the northern end of the Dingjun mountain range. This range stretched endlessly, winding and undulating like a dragon or serpent coiled in repose. Although not as steep and majestic as the main ridge of Dingjun Mountain, the layered cliffs resembled a dragon adorned with scales. Mist and clouds swirled around the mountain, evoking the image of a dragon concealed among the clouds, hence the name Yunlong Ridge. Before coming here, Baya had inquired and learned that Yunlong Ridge was born only during the time of the Great Rift. It did not exist in ancient times. At the southern foot of Yunlong Ridge lies the historically rich Bao City, once the royal capital of the state of Bao, and now the second largest city in Hanzhong County. After the capital, Nanzhong, Baya had come to this area because the Jinggang Temple, where Master Huikong practiced, should be located within this vicinity. Young sir, shall we ascend the mountain today? Just as Baya was surveying the landscape, a deep, earnest voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw a boy of about 15 or 16 years standing there. This boy, named Tu Sanlang, hailed from the nearby Sanchi village at the mountain's base. With a round face and a youthful exuberance, he carried a quiver of arrows on his back and wielded a three-pronged spear. Coming from a family of hunters, Tu Sanlang was quite familiar with Yunlong Ridge and had been hired by Baya as a guide. In fact, Baya had already arrived in Bao City from Yinxian using the teleportation talisman array 2 days prior. This region, nestled against the mountains, was rich with temples and Taoist shrines. However, despite his inquiries, no one seemed to know of Jinggang Temple. The most renowned establishment was, instead, Yunlong Temple within Yunlong Ridge. This left Baya feeling quite frustrated, doubting whether Master Huikong had been in his right mind when he mentioned a temple that could not be found. Nonetheless, this thought was fleeting, for he had journeyed with the old beggar who had mentioned hearing of Jinggang Temple in Hanzhong County, a Buddhist sect with a long history located near Bao City. If the common folk were unaware of Jinggang Temple, they would have to seek information at the more famous Yunlong Temple. Perhaps the monks there would know of Jinggang Temple's whereabouts, as they too belonged to the Buddhist order. With no other option, Baya nodded in agreement to Tu Sanlang. Yes, Let us enter the mountains today and find Yunlong Temple as soon as possible. Young sir, Yunlong Temple lies deep within Yunlong Ridge, approximately 2 days' journey. The mountains are home to many wolves, tigers, and leopards. Would it not be wise to hire a few more people to accompany us? Tu Sanlang, with his earnest demeanor, hesitated before making the suggestion. But are there no beasts in the mountains? Baya raised an eyebrow and inquired again. There should be no beasts. Yunlong Ridge is quite close to Bao City. And if any beasts appear, the authorities will organize a hunt, Tu Sanlang replied after some thought. However, wolves, tigers, and leopards can be quite ferocious. In the past, our village would send over 10 hunters accompanied by bear dogs to dare enter the mountains. With just the 2 of us now, is it? The absence of beasts is no concern. Baya confidently patted the short dagger at his waist and grinned. With more people, I would rather be unable to keep track of them. Tu Sanlang glanced at Baya's scarred and ghastly visage, feeling a twinge of unease. He could hardly imagine how such a face had come to be. The boy before him seemed even younger than himself, yet stood there with an intimidating presence that made the village's seasoned hunters hesitant to meet his gaze. Although Tu Sanlang was young, he had encountered his fair share of wolves, tigers, and leopards. This youth appeared akin to a fierce beast, especially when he smiled, as the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched, twisting his face into a grotesque mask more terrifying than a night demon. Those who were timid might well be frightened to death upon encountering him at night. If it were not for this, the role of guide would not have fallen to him. Seasoned hunters would have long snatched it away. Contemplating the lucrative reward offered by this little demon, Tu Sanlang gritted his teeth and stepped ahead. 2 days passed as they traversed the mountains, and by the 3rd day at noon, a distant, resonant chime of a copper bell echoed from within the mountains. Young sir, we are nearing Yunlong Temple, Tu Sanlang exclaimed with a hint of joy, turning to Baya. Having spent 2 days together in the mountains, the young hunter had come to realize that Baya was not as fearsome as he initially appeared. In fact, he was quite amicable compared to certain wealthy merchants and gentry who ventured into the mountains to burn incense. Oh! Baya lifted his gaze toward the front and spotted the eaves of a temple peeking out from the mountainside, instantly feeling a wave of relief. After 2 days of consuming only fried rice and dried meat, he was eager to enjoy a warm meal upon arriving at Yunlong Temple. Let us hasten our pace, so we may reach the temple before nightfall. Otherwise, we shall be forced to camp outside once more. With renewed energy, Baya and Tu Sanlang quickened their steps. Upon reaching the mountain peak where Yunlong Temple was situated, they beheld a winding staircase of blue stone ascending upward, bordered by lush grass that seemed to stretch endlessly. Is it really that high? Baya asked, momentarily taken aback. Not at all. Yunlong Temple is situated halfway up the mountain, less than 5 miles away, Tu Sanlang replied cheerfully, bounding up the steps ahead of Baya. However, the journey into Yunlong Temple proved to be far easier than Baya had anticipated. After walking a short distance along the stone steps, they encountered a young acolyte emerging from the temple. Upon hearing that Baya and Tu Sanlang sought to enter for prayers, the young acolyte willingly turned back to lead the way. Having engaged in casual conversation with Tu Sanlang over the past 2 days, Baya had come to understand that his fearsome appearance intimidated others. He had refrained from speaking, allowing the young hunter to converse with the acolyte. Yet, as they approached a massive boulder ahead on the stairs, Baya could not help but ask in astonishment, "Young monk, what is the significance of this colossal rock?" The boulder Baya referenced stood squarely in the center of the stone steps, measuring approximately 5 meters in width and 7 meters in height, completely obstructing the staircase, leaving only narrow pathways on either side. The surface of the boulder was adorned with vibrant green moss, and 2 lines of Buddhist verses were engraved in its center. What once was is now gone. What was not is now. This stone serves to prevent people from ascending the mountain to worship the Buddha. The young acolyte answered with a smile, palms pressed together in reverence, showing no sign of fear toward Baya's fearsome visage. Preventing worship? Baya expressed his surprise, raising an eyebrow in further inquiry. What does that mean? This verse conveys the meaning that what once existed is now lost. What once did not is now gained. All things are in a cycle. Everything is transient, not eternal, the young acolyte explained solemnly. Burning incense and praying will not guarantee that all your wishes come true. It is better to go with the flow of nature and perform good deeds. In time, you shall surely reap the rewards of your kindness. Baya fell silent, pondering the acolyte's words with depth. Young monk, what is your name? After navigating around the massive rock, his eyes glimmered as he smiled and asked. Little monk's Dharma name is Jingru. The acolyte answered promptly, yet refrained from elaborating further. Such composure from a young acolyte intrigued Baya, making him think that Yunlong Temple held a certain charm. After continuing for a while, they finally reached the summit of the stone steps, where the three of them beheld the grand outer walls of Yunlong Temple. Baya looked around, realizing they stood upon a large platform on the mountainside of Yunlong Ridge. The outer walls of Yunlong Temple formed an arc around the platform, with half of the temple structures built upon the platform and the other half seamlessly integrated into the cliffside, appearing as though they were part of the mountain itself, both hidden and revealed. Upon entering the temple gates, Baya found the interior to be quite similar to other temples he had encountered in his previous life. Before him lay a spacious courtyard paved with blue stone, dominated by a colossal incense burner at its center, with several halls dedicated to the Buddha arranged along the central axis. Esteemed patrons, you have arrived at your destination. I shall take my leave now. The young monk Jingru made a respectful bow and departed, while a middle-aged monk dressed in robes approached along with another young acolyte, making their way toward Baya and Tu Sanlang. I am Monk Fajing. May I inquire whether you wish to burn incense or seek accommodation? A middle-aged monk, known for his hospitality, approached with a round face adorned by a warm smile that inspired immediate goodwill. He offered incense and accommodation, while harboring some inquiries he wished to pose to the master. With a jovial demeanor, Baya handed over a small bundle containing 10 taels of silver. The monk, Fajing, accepted the silver pouch without peering inside, casting a brief glance at the short blade at Baya's waist and the bow and arrows on Tu Sanlang. Recognizing Baya as the decision-maker among the duo, he returned a smile. Esteemed benefactor, I must kindly request that you refrain from bearing weapons within the temple, and perhaps surrender your protective items to this humble monk. Of course, Baya replied without hesitation, unfastening his short blade, while Tu Sanlang also relinquished his bow and spear. This is most acceptable. Please follow me, and I shall guide you to the main hall for your worship. The middle-aged monk, bearing the weapons, instructed a nearby young acolyte. Hold on, let the young monk take my companion ahead. I still have some matters I wish to consult with the master, Baya interjected hastily. The monks who served as hosts in the temple were the ones who most frequently engaged with visitors. Baya had come to Yunlong Temple seeking directions to the nearby Jingyang Temple, and he certainly could not allow Fajing to leave just yet. Although Baya could have been more patient, the pressing matter regarding Huikong had weighed heavily on his mind for far too long, almost becoming a source of anxiety. Now that he had arrived in Hanzhong Prefecture, his impatience grew. Is there something troubling you? Fajing observed with curiosity as he watched the young acolyte lead Tu Sanlang away. Master, to speak candidly, my visit to Yunlong Temple is not solely for worship, but rather to inquire about another temple in Hanzhong Prefecture. Unfortunately, no one in Baoqing seems to know of its whereabouts, and since your esteemed temple is the most renowned in this area, I had no choice but to come here for guidance. I humbly ask for your understanding. Baya hesitated before articulating his thoughts. Oh, another temple? Fajing narrowed his eyes slightly, probing as he inquired, might I ask what this temple is called? It is called Jingyang Temple. Baya's eyes sparkled with recognition as he perceived the monk's expression, realizing he had likely found the right place. I seek this temple because Master Huikong has entrusted me with a task to find his mentor. Master Yuanming, the abbot of Jingyang Temple. Huikong? Fajing appeared unfamiliar with Jingyang Temple, but upon reflecting on Huikong's name, his expression shifted suddenly, as if recalling something significant. He lowered his voice and said, Young benefactor, please follow me. Chapter 27. Master Yuanwu Fajing escorted Baya around the main hall, leading him toward the rear of the temple. Along the way, they encountered numerous monks. Having accompanied the Blood Blade Master and the old beggar for some time, Baya had gained a fair bit of insight. Observing the monk's unsteady gait and heavy steps, he surmised that they were likely ordinary monks rather than martial artists. Fajing guided him through 2 courtyards within the temple. Stopping at the entrance of a quiet chamber, Master Shizu, Fajing pays his respects. He bowed at the door. Come in. After a brief pause, a frail voice emerged from within. Please wait a moment. I shall first announce your arrival to Master Shizu. Fajing excused himself to Baya, removed his shoes, and entered the chamber, closing the door behind him. Shortly after, he re-emerged, gesturing to Baya, young benefactor, Master Shuza requests your presence. Baya hesitated momentarily before mimicking Fa Jing's earlier actions of removing his shoes and entering, while Fa Jing remained outside. Upon entering, he noticed the walls of the quiet chamber were bare, with only a large character for Zen affixed to the back wall. A small table and several cushions were arranged in front of it, behind which sat an elderly monk with a long white beard. His face resembled a gnarled tree, eyes closed, and fingers grasping a string of sandalwood prayer beads, exuding an aura of stillness and twilight that startled Baya, who sensed this monk might not have much time left. Young benefactor, please take a seat. The old monk gestured toward a cushion, keeping his eyes closed. I asked the Zen master Yuanming. Baya inquired tentatively as he complied. I am Yuanwu, the abbot of Yunlong Temple. Yuanming is my senior apprentice. The old monk replied with a faint smile, his hands pressed together in greeting. Your senior apprentice? Has Master Yuanming already passed? Baya was taken aback. If this monk appeared so aged, then surely his senior must be even older. Had he perhaps already succumbed to the passage of time? However, upon reflection, he calmed himself, reasoning that despite the temple's connections, this Yuanming may not necessarily be the same individual he sought. Fear not, young benefactor. My senior apprentice still walks the earth and has not yet attained nirvana. Master Yuanwu seemed to read Baya's thoughts, smiling as he reassured him. If the Huikong you mentioned is indeed the one who returned from the Western esoteric school, then it is certain he is a disciple of Master Yuanming. Master, might I inquire about the relationship between Yunlong Temple and Jinggang Temple? Baya furrowed his brow, choosing not to mince words with the old monk. Yunlong Temple is Jinggang Temple, yet Jinggang Temple is not Yunlong Temple. The old monk replied with a riddle. However, Baya grasped the implication, blinking in realization that so. You mean to say that Yunlong Temple is merely a part of Jinggang Temple? Indeed, young benefactor. Yunlong Temple is solely for those who come to worship. The practice of Zen here is not martial. Most of the monks are unaware that Jinggang Temple even exists. Yuanwu nodded in affirmation. At last, I have found it, Master. Might I have the honor of meeting Master Yuanming? Baya could no longer contain his excitement, rising abruptly from his cushion. Please do not rush, young benefactor. I have already sent Fa Jing to summon the martial monks from Jinggang Temple. Someone will come to escort you shortly. The old monk gestured gently, smiling kindly. There is still some time. May I ask you to share what you know about Master Huikong? Reluctantly, Baya sat back down and recounted Huikong's misfortunes at Xiangyi. However, he kept an important detail to himself, refraining from mentioning the Lungyan Jing, as Huikong had insisted he deliver it to Yuanming before revealing its existence. Ba, good, good. Upon hearing of Huikong's plight, Yuanwu uttered a Buddhist chant. Yet his expression bore no sorrow. When he learned of Baya's actions against the White Tiger and Tao Yin, and the burning of the Gu Lin Inn, his demeanor shifted slightly. He opened his previously closed eyes and regarded Baya closely. In that moment, Baya realized why the old monk had kept his eyes shut. A veil of white clouded them, rendering him unable to see. Still, Baya found himself uncomfortable under the gaze of those pale eyes, which seemed to possess a penetrating power, stripping him bare under a blazing sun. Listen closely, the initial night is fleeting. Deep are the troubles, boundless the sea of life and death. The boat of suffering remains unmoored. How can one find joy in slumber? With courage, one must strive diligently, for the heart is ever within Zen. Master Yuanwu once again slowly closed his eyes, reciting the verses repeatedly. At first, Baya felt an overwhelming restlessness, as if a fly buzzed incessantly in his ear. But soon he noticed that the surroundings had quieted, leaving only the sound of the old monk's voice resonating like a great bell. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he could no longer resist. His eyelids grew heavy, and he slumped forward on the cushion, drifting into a light sleep accompanied by soft snoring. Yet, the old monk's verses continued to echo clearly, each word shining like golden light illuminating his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the ethereal relic within him began to turn slowly, casting a milky halo that enveloped his entire being, imparting a gentle warmth to both body and spirit. Young benefactor, Baya had no sense of time passing. When he finally awoke, Master Yuanwu had vanished, and Fa Jing stood beside him, gently rousing him from his slumber. What time is it? Baya exclaimed. Leaping to his feet from the cushion, it is already midnight. Baya rushed to the door and peered outside, confirming that the stars twinkled brightly against the deep night sky. He had unintentionally slept for the better part of the day. "Where is Master Yuanwu?" he asked, momentarily dazed. "Master Shuzu has returned to his quarters to rest." Fa Jing turned his face away, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes, unnoticed by Bai Ye. Taking a moment to steady himself, Fa Jing continued, "Rest assured, young benefactor, I have conveyed your message to Jinggang Temple, and someone will come to escort you tomorrow. For now, please follow me to your quarters for rest." "That is reassuring," Bai Ye sighed in relief and stepped out. But after a few strides, he suddenly remembered Tu Sanlang and turned back to inquire, "What of my companion?" "Oh, not worry, young benefactor. I will arrange for someone to bring him out tomorrow." With no further doubts, Bai Ye followed Fa Jing to a guest room. Inside, a simple vegetarian meal awaited him, yet after days of travel, the first hot meal did not bring him the joy he had anticipated. His mind remained preoccupied with the inexplicable slumber he had just experienced. After finishing the meal, Bai Ye took a moment to assess his condition and was astonished to find himself feeling revitalized. As if a weight had been lifted from him. His physical state was remarkably improved, leaving him astounded. He surmised that the old monk Yuanwu must have performed some kind of blessing upon him, though it seemed he meant him no harm. Despite the late hour, Bai Ye found himself unable to sleep. He removed his outer garments and ventured into the courtyard to practice the 5-severing tiger claw technique. After completing the forms, he decided to practice the finger posture. To his astonishment, what once could only be sustained for the duration of 2 incense sticks now lasted for over half an hour. And he had yet to reach his limit. He realized he had mastered the forceful strikes of the tiger claw technique, while the elusive, penetrating energy, which he had believed would take years of arduous practice, now seemed within reach, as he estimated he would require at least an hour of finger stands to lay the groundwork for it. However, given the current progress, it seems likely that the standards will soon be met. Might this have something to do with that venerable monk? Bai Ye vaguely felt that his inexplicable nap in the quiet room was somehow related, yet he could not fathom how the seemingly dying Yuanwu Zen master had instigated such a transformation in his own body. Bai Zhong and the others recited the initial verses of the impermanence verse. "Deep are the troubles, boundless is the sea of life and death," Bai Ye softly chanted. He still remembered the few lines of Buddhist verse spoken by the old monk, but reciting them himself evoked no deep resonance. Regardless, it was a positive development. With a sigh, Bai Ye suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the Vajra Mudra that Hui Kong had taught him. This particular Buddhist hand gesture had previously only been practiced in a single stance. While he could not sustain the other forms for long, it was not a matter of willpower, but rather his body simply would not permit it, often ending with complete numbness. Now that his condition was so favorable, without hesitation, Bai Ye began to assume the other stances in the courtyard. After practicing for a while, he leapt up with excitement. It worked! The crucial acupoints documented in the stances were now pulsating with warmth, and having broken the ice, he could steadily progress from here. Overjoyed, Bai Ye felt on the verge of laughing aloud. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided against being complacent and continued to perform the Vajramadra stance. He was uncertain how long this physical state would last, so he resolved to practice for as long as he could, embedding this sensation deep within his body. When dawn broke, Fa Jing came to see him and discovered Bai Ye perched with his right hand cradling his head, his left arm wrapped around his left knee, standing on one leg at a 60-degree angle to the ground, as if he were a solitary golden rooster, leaning against an invisible wall. Despite wearing only a single garment, his face shone with a radiant glow, and wisps of warmth still emanated from him in the chilly morning breeze, creating an eerie spectacle. Little benefactor, Fei Jing called out in astonishment, attempting to rouse him gently. "Oh, not call him." However, his attempts were swiftly halted by a middle-aged martial monk nearby, clad in a sleeveless tunic with his legs wrapped in bindings. The middle-aged monk narrowed his eyes at Bai Ye, standing silently alongside Fei Jing, arms crossed and nodding slightly. Yet, Bai Ye did not keep them waiting long. Sensing someone's presence in his dream, he gradually opened his eyes, which sparkled with a fleeting brilliance. "Little benefactor, you are awake," Fei Jing exclaimed upon seeing him stir. Joining his palms together in reverence as he approached, "Would you like some morning sustenance?" "Not at all. Who is this?" Bai Ye's gaze fell upon the middle-aged monk beside him, inquiring cautiously. "This is a senior brother from the Vajra temple." Who has just arrived? The middle-aged monk replied with a smile, joining his palms in greeting. I am Huinan. My master Yuan Ming has sent me to invite you, little benefactor. Chapter 28. The Vajra Temple. After standing in stance for most of the night, Baya found his appetite greatly increased, consuming several times his usual portion. However, he was not the one who ate the most in the Yunlong Temple dining hall. The middle-aged monk beside him devoured half a barrel of rice meant for dozens. The rice in this world was markedly different from any he had previously encountered, the grains larger and glistening with vitality. With each bite, warmth spread through his belly. The rice produced by the monks of Yunlong Temple seemed superior to that from the outside world. And paired with the exquisite vegetarian dishes, Baya only paused when his belly was round and full. After they had eaten their fill, the middle-aged monk led Baya on their journey. However, Baya was puzzled by Huinan's choice to ascend the mountain rather than descend. Master Huinan, is the Vajra Temple located at the mountain summit? Baya queried with curiosity. You shall know when you arrive. Huinan replied with a mysterious smile, leaving Baya feeling vexed by the cryptic response. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, Baya's displeasure deepened. Yunlong Ridge towered over 2,000 meters, surrounded by towering peaks that hindered the flow of moisture, resulting in a sea of clouds enveloping the summit, creating breathtaking scenery. Yet, at the top, there stood only an ancient pavilion and a welcoming pine tree at the cliff's edge, with nothing else in sight. Certainly no sign of the Vajra Temple. However, before Baya could voice his question, Huinan stepped beyond the welcoming pine. Baya was taken aback. The tree stood at the cliff's edge, and a single misstep would lead to a perilous abyss. Yet, to Baya's astonishment, Huinan boldly stepped off the cliff and vanished into thin air before his eyes. Just a minor illusionary formation, a common feature among most celestial martial sections, little benefactor. Please follow closely, Huinan called, as a robust arm materialized from thin air, beckoning him. An illusionary formation? Realizing he had misjudged the monk, Baya scratched his head and cautiously stepped off the cliff. As he crossed the threshold, he felt as though his body passed through a veil of shimmering glass, and the scenery before him transformed dramatically. Once he regained his bearings, his eyes widened in astonishment. He found himself standing on a massive iron suspension bridge, with iron chains for railings and blue stones for planks, spanning the air, with a tumultuous sea of clouds swirling beneath. Most astonishingly, the opposite end of the bridge connected to a gigantic floating stone platform, broad at the top and narrow at the bottom, resembling a jelly-like pudding suspended in mid-air, bobbing amidst the clouds. Upon closer inspection, he noticed another iron suspension bridge extending from the far end of the platform to another stone platform. These numerous floating platforms and iron bridges seemed to blend seamlessly with the landscape, akin to a celestial dragon riding the clouds, a dreamlike vision. Baya could vaguely discern a series of iron bridges connecting the platforms, winding their way toward a distant peak, while similar structures appeared to link other mountain summits around them. These floating stone platforms and iron bridges astonishingly interconnected numerous peaks in the area. From the nearest peak, he could catch glimpses of temple buildings adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets. The architectural style resembled that of Yunlong Temple, harmoniously merging with the mountainous terrain, partially concealed and illuminated by the surrounding sea of clouds and radiant light, exuding an ethereal atmosphere. This is the celestial martial sect? In that moment, the overwhelming astonishment in Baya's heart was beyond expression. Now he understood why Huinan had refrained from revealing the location of the Vajra Temple earlier. For those who had never witnessed its true form, mere words could scarcely convey its grandeur. The experience of seeing it firsthand was far more impactful. Master, just how vast is the Vajra Temple? After a moment of contemplation, Baya took a deep breath and respectfully inquired. Aside from particularly steep and treacherous peaks that are uninhabitable, the entirety of Yunlong Ridge essentially serves as the residence of this temple. As for the temples known to the secular world at the foot and mid-slope of the mountains, they are merely places provided by this temple for devotees to offer incense and prayers. Baya gasped in astonishment, now grasping why the courts of various nations exhibited such peculiar attitudes toward the celestial martial sect, regardless of the disdain the secular courts or emperors held toward the sect. What could they truly do? Yunlong Ridge stretched for 1,000 miles. Setting aside the disparity in individual martial prowess, how many troops would it take to conquer Yunlong Ridge and obliterate the Vajra Temple? Furthermore, in the present day, Yunlong Ridge was merely a small mountain range at the northern end of Dingjun Mountain, a new formation birthed during the great upheaval of heaven and earth. If it were a renowned mountain like Mount Hua, Wudong Mountain, or Hung Mountain, with their illustrious histories, reflecting on how these mountains once housed ferocious beasts and malevolent spirits, Baya speculated that perhaps the nations were not uninterested in claiming territory, but rather incapable of doing so. The armies of the nations were comprised of ordinary people who found it increasingly difficult to exert combat effectiveness in treacherous terrains. Only formidable martial artists could systematically clear these famed mountains, ultimately establishing the celestial martial sect that has endured for millennia. Little benefactor, let us proceed. Seeing Baya had regained his composure, Hui Nin smiled and continued across the iron suspension bridge. Huh? Master, how did you know my surname is Bai? Baya was taken aback, hastily following behind, finally recalling that Hui Nan had earlier referred to him as Little Benefactor rather than Little Benefactor. There is no need for surprise, Little Benefactor. Though the Vajra Temple is a Buddhist institution, it is not entirely ignorant of the outside world. The Qin state has repeatedly waged war in Hanzhong, thus this temple has some channels of information in Qin territory. Hui Nan continued walking without pausing, not turning back as he spoke. Moreover, Master Hui Kong was supposed to return a month ago. The delay until now naturally indicates something has transpired. The temple has already dispatched people to inquire along the way. While Master Yuan Wu focuses on meditation rather than martial prowess, he may not be aware of Master Hui Kong's situation, but we have long been cognizant of it. Now it makes sense. Baya understood, hesitating briefly before asking, since Master is aware of my surname. Little Benefactor is curious whether the temple is aware of matters regarding Didao City? Hui Nan finally stopped, turned back with a wink, and flashed a smile. As a monk, I cannot comment on your actions, but I can convey a few lines of verse from the disaster-stricken people of Longxi verse. Baya's expression darkened. After the incident at Xiangyi, he had written a few lines of verse that had been ridiculed by the former knife-washing king, Wang Peng. He had not anticipated that so little time had passed before another verse emerged. The head-chopping hero beheads the offenders, the ascension platform incinerates officials. The corrupt governor's heartless actions bring tears to the disaster-stricken, bloodied-faced righteousness makes the vile officials weep. Hui Nin seemed unfazed by Baya's expression, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I have aspired to become a demon-slaying Vajra throughout my martial journey, yet unexpectedly, young benefactor, you have already taken the lead. You are the one leading the way. Your entire temple is ahead of us. Upon hearing the whimsical poem, Baya was engulfed by a profound sense of melancholy. He had just resolved to wander freely and unrestrained through this world, yet the mantle of chivalry seemed to grow increasingly burdensome, akin to being trapped on the back of a tiger. If, in the future, every Tom, Dick, and Harry sought him out to right wrongs, would he take up the mantle of responsibility, or would he turn a blind eye? Perhaps he ought to be more ruthless in his dealings, eliminating both the good and the wicked alike, thus ensuring that no one could label him a knight-errant. Baya ground his teeth in determination. After pondering for a while, he suddenly recalled a question and gazed at the monk Hui Nan, inquiring gently, Master, how does the scale of Jingang Temple compare to that of the Blood Knife sect in Liangzhou? Can it be considered a major sect in the realm of Shenzhou? The significance of a sect cannot be determined solely by the size of its premises, Hui Nin replied with a smile. Have you ever delved into the origins of Buddhism in Shenzhou, by benefactor? It traces back to the travels of monks from Tianzhu, who journeyed eastward. Baya pondered the fragments of knowledge he had gleaned from his past life and ventured. Indeed, during that time, Tianzhu was referred to as Shindu. Hui Nin cast a surprised glance at him, not expecting Baya, a mere innkeeper's servant, to possess such mythical historical insights. Around the year 792 in the Shenzhou calendar, Duke Zhou had a prophetic dream of a golden figure, radiant with light, soaring above the hall. The following day, upon consulting his ministers, he learned of the existence of Buddhism in Shindu and subsequently dispatched envoys westward in search of its teachings. Hui Nin reminisced, continuing, by the year 802, the monks Kasaipa Mathinga and Zhu Phelan, after enduring numerous hardships, finally arrived in the capital of the Zhou kingdom, Luoyang, bearing sutras and a statue of the Buddha on a white horse, thus introducing Buddhism to Shenzhou for the first time. To commemorate this event, Duke Zhou erected the first Buddhist temple in Shenzhou by Masi. From that point onward, Buddhism gradually emerged into the public eye, beginning its propagation. Was there already a Buddhist temple in the year 802 of the Shenzhou calendar? I thought Maoshan's Qingdao was the first officially recognized sect of immortal martial arts in Shenzhou, established in the year 1503. Baiyu exclaimed in astonishment, recalling Wang Peng's words about Maoshan's establishment being 7 centuries later than Baimasi. The martial sect of Wudong, which had repelled hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers, was even more delayed, only forming in the year 1614. By benefactor, you seem to be mistaken. The existence of Baimasi does not preclude the emergence of immortal martial sections. Although Wudong was established in 1614, its temples had existed long before. Huinan chuckled, clapping his hands. Oh, indeed, I see my error. Baiyu smacked his forehead in realization. At the inception of Baimasi, there were merely 2 foreign monks, Kasaipa Mathunga and Zhu Phelan, and even if Duke Zhou had provided them with a few servants and novices, it hardly constituted a sect of immortal martial arts. Since Baimasi is the ancestral temple of Buddhism in Shenzhou, what connection does Jinggang Temple have with it? Baiyu inquired with curiosity. Jinggang Temple is unrelated to Baimasi. There are other ancestral temples of Buddhism in Shenzhou, Huinan replied with a smile. It seems you have heard of some knowledge regarding the sects of immortal martial arts. Have you heard of the 4 great temples of Shenzhou? The 4 great temples of Shenzhou? Baiyu's interest was piqued as he asked, are they akin to the 5 great academies of Shenzhou? Not quite. Huinan shook his head with a smile. The 5 great academies are institutions that promote the doctrines of various schools of thought, aside from the Daoist sections, while they do have martial halls for the protection of the Tao. Their disciples primarily focus on aiding the populace. Schools like legalism, Confucianism, and militarism often produce officials to assist the sovereign, whereas the Mahists, agrarians, and physicians delve into the evolution of all things in the world, employing their knowledge for practical use, creating new tools and medicines to benefit the people. Huinan paused briefly, then added, in contrast, Buddhism and Daoism do not emphasize external matters. They advocate for secluded cultivation, developing a sanctuary for the soul to pacify the hearts of all in Shenzhou. The explanation from Huinan enlightened Baiyu. Through his recent experiences, he had come to view this world not merely as ancient Huaxia, but as a distinct modern civilization, diverging from the technological advancements of his past life, perhaps even a future civilization. However, despite the differences, some aspects remained constant. For instance, the Confucianism, legalism, and militarism prevalent in the courts of various nations were, in Baiyu's mind, akin to the separation of powers in the later world. Yet, this tripartite division did not refer to judicial, administrative, and legislative branches, but rather to the realms of propriety, law, and military, with Confucianism managing propriety, legalism establishing laws, and militarism commanding the military. As for the Mahists, agrarians, physicians, and Yin-Yang scholars, they seem to embody the scientists of his past life, leading most of the world's innovations and inventions. Just as Huinan had described, Buddhism and Daoism, having set aside the study of material aspects and social structures, focused instead on providing spiritual solace to the common people, ensuring that even in their darkest moments, individuals could find faith to anchor their souls. So, who are the 4 great temples of Shenzhou? Is Shaolin Temple among them? Baiyu asked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. So my benefactor has heard of Shaolin Temple. Huinan affirmed with a smile. Baiyu had merely intended to jest about a renowned temple from his past life, yet Huinan confirmed its existence in this world. According to Huinan, during the 1371st year of the Shenzhou calendar, the eminent monk Bhadra arrived in Luoyang, invited by King Han to the capital of Xinjiang, where he established Shaolin Temple at the northern foot of Mount Song's Shaoshi Mountain. However, the monk who solidified Shaolin's esteemed position in later years was not Bhadra, but Bodhidharma, the 28th disciple of Shakyamuni, who arrived at Shaolin Temple in 1506 of the Shenzhou calendar. He gathered followers, established the teachings, and imparted the essence of Zen and the 72 martial arts techniques to the then abbot, Haik, thus founding the Zen Shaolin sect. This occurred even earlier than the establishment of Baimasi as an immortal martial sect, being merely 3 years later than the founding of Maoshan's Qingdao, thus securing its place as the foremost ancestral temple of Buddhism in Shenzhou. About 2 centuries after Shaolin's founding, in 1712 of the Shenzhou calendar, the monk Shantao from Tianzhu crossed the seas once more, receiving favor from King Qin, and established Huayan Temple on Mount Taibai. Transmitting the teachings of the esoteric school, Huinan, with a sudden seriousness, clasped his hands together and bowed his head, stating that Huayan Temple was the ancestral temple of esoteric Buddhism in Shenzhou and that it held some relation to him. "That is how it should be," Baiya replied nonchalantly, shifting the conversation. "What about the final temple among the four great temples of Shenzhou?" "The last among the four great temples of Shenzhou is located in Dali, south of the Shu region," Huinan explained with a smile. Around 1878 in the Shenzhou calendar, the chieftain of the Duan clan in the former Nanyue kingdom, inspired by an unnamed monk, converted to Buddhism and established the Fa Xiang sect at Chongsheng Temple, which the locals refer to as Tianlong Temple. Despite being the latest established temple, Tianlong Temple has been incredibly effective in its propagation of the teachings. The people of Dali held Buddhism in high regard, and many successive rulers adopted the custom of retiring to become monks in their later years. Huinan continued, "In terms of martial arts, Tianlong Temple is also quite distinctive. Throughout its history, it has produced numerous masters, even surpassing Huayan Temple and Baimasi, thereby ranking second among the four great temples of Shenzhou. Thus, the four great temples of Shenzhou are Shaolin Temple, Tianlong Temple, Huayan Temple, and Baimasi, all of which serve as ancestral foundations of Buddhism in Shenzhou." Huinan respectfully stated, however, Shaolin belongs to the Zen sect, Tianlong to the Fa Xiang sect, and Huayan to the esoteric sect. Each has its distinct doctrines. As for Baimasi, its complexity arises from its early establishment as the first temple in Shenzhou, leading many monks from the west to stop here during their travels over the subsequent centuries, resulting in a mingling of sects that defies categorization, were it not for the excessive internal strife. Baimasi, which was built over 700 years before Shaolin, would not rank third among the four great temples of Shenzhou, Huinan lamented with a wry smile. Yet, despite the early establishment of the four great temples, Buddhism faced significant challenges in its propagation at that time, exerting little influence in the secular realm. Why was that? Baiya inquired, puzzled that he recalled that in his previous life, both Taoism and Buddhism were prominent religions. With Buddhism often regarded as superior, native Taoism struggled to gain recognition, while Buddhist temples could operate like corporations, amassing wealth. Due to the relentless suppression from various schools of thought, particularly Taoism, Buddhism faced considerable obstacles. Huinan replied with a bitter smile, "As both are sects that value seclusion, the Taoists would not permit outsiders to usurp their secular followers." "How then did Buddhism eventually flourish?" Baiya asked with keen interest. "All things in the world experience cycles of rise and fall. Although Buddhism faced considerable oppression during that time, it inevitably encountered opportunities, and such an opportunity arose at the end of the Wuxing era." Huinan began, turning to ask Baiya, "Have you heard of the Qin-Chu War and the Wuxing era?" "Yes, I know." Baiya promptly recounted what Wang Peng had previously mentioned about the Qin-Chu War and the Wuxing era. Indeed, after the Qin-Chu War, the various states witnessed the might of martial artists through the disciples of the Daoist sect on Wudong Mountain. The erudite individuals within the court have begun to realize that relying solely on the ordinary military is no longer viable for brutally suppressing the common folk. Such actions would inevitably provoke the intervention of martial practitioners. Huinan sighed and remarked that, due to the deep-rooted presence of various philosophical schools within the court and society, complete eradication was impossible. Consequently, a conciliatory approach was adopted, enlisting the martial practitioners of the various schools as tools for aggression against neighboring states. However, although this method proved effective, it also sowed the seeds of great calamity for the future. As Huinan recounted the events, Baiya seemed to witness a historical tapestry from millennia past unfold before his eyes. The war between Qin and Chu in the year 1016 of the Divine Lands calendar had a profound impact on posterity, ushering in an era of martial prosperity following the flourishing of culture. During this period, the five great academies of the Divine Land were established by various philosophical schools, alongside Taoist sects such as the Maoshan and Wudong schools. The martial spirit thrived, with everyone engaging in cultivation, a veritable golden age for martial practitioners. This era persisted for over a millennium, and as nearly 1,000 years passed, the influence of the martial practitioners grew increasingly formidable, leading them to seek more than mere tools for the wars of the sovereigns and nobles of the various states. Whether driven by ideals or the thirst for power, they gradually infiltrated the halls of governance, exerting control over kings and courts. I recall from historical records that around the year 2280 of the Divine Lands calendar, King Huai of Qin passed away, leaving a young heir, while the power was held by the legalist-born Empress Dowager Fan. Huinan reminisced, stating that the disciples of the Huashan sect and the academy of the latterly flooded the Qin court and military, sparking the Third Unification War of the Divine Land in the following spring. "How extraordinary!" Baya exclaimed, astonished. The Qin state had unified the entire Divine Land in his previous life, and it seemed this world had reached a pinnacle of martial prowess as well. The war between Qin and Chu was the Second Unification War of the Divine Land, and with this new conflict, it marked a total of 3, truly more martial than a certain Western nation from his past life. This war engulfed all 7 states of the Warring States period, leading to prolonged and intermittent strife for over 5 centuries, thus dubbed the Second Warring States era of the Divine Land. Hui Nan shook his head and lamented, "The suffering of the common people in the Divine Land is immense." "Alas, how tragic, Master. Does the Second Warring States era relate to the propagation of the Buddhist faith?" Baya interjected, having begun to grasp a concept. "Indeed, but it is not the aspiration of my Buddhist disciples. One can only say it is a matter of timing and fate." Hui Nan sighed heavily. From the year 2281 to 2845 of the Divine Land's calendar, a span of nearly 5 centuries saw the populace endure untold hardships during the Second Warring States era. The various states were utterly exhausted by this conflict, suffering heavy losses themselves, as did the philosophical schools and martial sects, ultimately concluding with the Qin state and its allies, Qi and Shu, acknowledging their defeat in name only. The consequences of this war were dire. While the royal families that incited the conflict faced repercussions, the greatest losses were borne by the martial practitioners who had engaged on a grand scale. Their once favorable image in the eyes of the populace crumbled to dust. Meanwhile, Buddhism, advocating against all evils and promoting the practice of all good, as well as the equality of all sentient beings, found fertile ground in the hearts of the people, who began to place their hopes in the cycle of rebirth and the attainment of Buddhahood after death, thus enjoying tremendous growth and dissemination. During the Second Warring States era, the 4 great temples of the Divine Land and monks from the western regions established numerous temples in the blessed lands across the various states. The tenets of Buddhism began to take root within the Divine Land, rivaling the Daoism, which had the most followers and influence among the philosophical schools. Of course, the rise of Buddhism was not without its costs. At the very least, the philosophical schools and Taoism of that time viewed Buddhism as a formidable adversary, directly leading to the doctrinal conflicts between Buddhism and Taoism in later generations. Hui Nan paused, suddenly recalling something, and ceased his discourse. "Master, why have you stopped?" Baya could no longer contain his curiosity. "White benefactor, you have yet to formally join a martial sect. I have perhaps spoken too freely." Hui Nan replied with a wry smile as it related to the vows of immortals and mortals. Baya felt a flicker of enlightenment and hastily pressed on. Hui Nan merely smiled and remained silent, leaving Baya in a state of profound frustration. Chapter 30. Yuaming. As Hui Nan and Baya walked and conversed, they traversed countless iron suspension bridges and floating stone platforms, finally arriving at a peak on the opposite side. This peak soared even more perilously than the mountain where Yunlong Temple resided, with its summit barely reaching the waist of this new peak. However, this peak excelled in its abundance of platforms above the waist, capable of accommodating numerous structures needed for martial practitioners' training. According to Hui Nan, ordinary temples, like Yunlong Temple, catering to the secular populace for worship, were typically constructed at the waist or foot of smaller hills, while the summits were connected by iron suspension bridges leading to the main peaks of the Vajra Temple. The true main peaks of the Vajra Temple were essentially colossal mountains, with temple buildings only present on the platforms above the waist. The lower slopes generally lacked pathways. Where paths once existed, they were often destroyed by martial monks who erected barriers and illusory formations. These towering peaks, steep and treacherous, were utterly inaccessible to ordinary folk, thus isolating the Vajra Temple from the secular world. This is why, aside from a select few, the common populace remained oblivious to the existence of the Vajra Temple in this region. As for the other peaks of Yunlong Ridge, which were equally perilous and incapable of accommodating temple structures, the Vajra Temple mostly utilized them for special purposes, such as cultivating rare medicinal herbs and raising exotic beasts and celestial birds. In every temple, apart from the abbot, there were also heads of various divisions and administrators. The head of a division was a senior monk guiding the practices of the meditation hall or chanting hall, while ordinary temples were divided into the chief seat, west hall, rear hall, and various hall masters, among others. Administrators were monks responsible for the various affairs of the temple, including the supervising monk, guest master, monk attendant, and others. When classified in detail, there could be over 100 different types of administrative roles. For instance, the administrator of the kitchen and dining hall would oversee subordinates responsible for various aspects like meal preparation, ingredients, water, fire, and tea.as. The Vajra temple occupied the entirety of Yunlong Ridge as a celestial martial sect. The relationships and duties among its disciples were even more intricate. The peak they were approaching was an outer temple of the West Hall of the Vajra temple, presided over by the Zen master Yuanming. Baya gazed up at the outer temple of the Vajra temple, noting its stark differences from Yunlong temple. Before them lay a vast platform square, its ground paved with blue stones, expansive in size, with only a few protective stone railings at the edges. Beyond these railings lay sheer cliffs and deep abysses, and even someone as daring as Baya would not dare to approach too closely. At the far end of this platform square, against the mountain wall, stood a grand palace. According to Hui Nan's introduction, this was the only meditation hall of the outer temple, used by the monks for their morning and evening rituals. Apart from this square and the main hall, the other buildings of the outer temple were scattered across the various cliffs and platforms, some even precariously hanging at the edge of the cliffs. Appearing quite alarming, narrow, winding mountain paths connected the various structures, with the terrain being bizarre and perilous. Certain buildings were linked only by suspended walkways, constructed from simple wooden planks, leading Baya to suspect that perhaps a few monks fell to their deaths each year at the Vajra temple. In addition to the main hall, square, and residential buildings, Baya also noticed numerous Buddha statues carved into the mountain walls on either side. These statues varied in size, from palm-sized figures to towering representations exceeding 100 meters, resembling deities gazing down upon the vast sea of clouds below, illuminated by the sun and stars. At this moment, many martial monks were practicing within the platform square, most of them youths, including bald children as young as 5 or 6 years old. Baya found himself intrigued, pondering how the Vajra temple recruited disciples despite its isolation from the secular world. However, he refrained from inquiring with Hui Nan, knowing the Grand Monk would likely withhold such information. "White benefactor, please follow me." Upon noticing Baya's pause, Hui Nan did not urge him but allowed him to observe for a while before leading him forward. They circumvented the grand hall at the back of the platform and ascended a winding mountain path. After approximately half an hour, Hui Nan brought him to a small cliff. This cliff platform featured only a modest single-room thatched cottage, with a small vegetable garden and several tea trees in front. "Surely the Zen master Yuanming does not reside here?" Baya marveled at the simplicity of the cottage. One comes into this world with nothing and leaves it the same, not to mention a thatched cottage. As long as the heart holds the Buddha, a recluse can dwell beneath the heavens without concern. From a distance, a clear and hearty laughter resonated from within the cottage. "Young Baya, please come in for a chat." Hearing the robust voice, Baya was taken aback, as it seemed unlike the frail Zen master Yuanwu. He cast a puzzled glance at Hui Nan. "It is indeed my master, Yuanming." Hui Nan stood firm, nodding toward Baya. Seeing that Hui Nan had ceased to move forward, Baya had no choice but to navigate around the vegetable garden, push open the wooden door, and enter the cottage. Inside, it was as he had imagined, exceedingly simple. Against the wall stood a wooden table, upon which rested a statue of a 3-headed, 6-armed wrathful deity. In the center of the room was a small stone table, upon which were 2 steaming cups of fragrant tea, as if freshly brewed. On either side of the small table sat a cushion, with a youthful monk seated on the one behind. The monk had a gentle demeanor, dressed in a gray robe, and held a prayer bead, smiling warmly at Baya. "Are you Yuanming?" Baya frowned, gazing skeptically at the monk. Though martial practice could extend one's life, as the senior disciple of Zen master Yuanwu, this monk seemed rather too young. He appeared not much older than Hui Nan, and it would be more fitting to consider him Hui Nan's disciple. "I am indeed Yuanming. What must I do for you to believe?" "Young friend?" Despite the somewhat impolite tone of Baya, the monk appeared to possess remarkable composure, showing no signs of anger as he simply watched him with a cheerful demeanor. "If you are Master Yuanming, then please describe what Master Huikong looks like," Baya inquired, half in disbelief. He felt that monk Hui Nan would not deceive him, especially since he had not divulged to anyone about possessing the Shurangama Sutra. Thus, the monks had no reason to conspire against him. It should be so. The young monk slowly began to recount the appearance of Huikong, and to Baya's astonishment, he described him with exact precision. If that is the case, do you know why Master Huikong ventured out to cultivate? Once the monk finished his explanation, Baya found himself convinced by half. However, as a modern individual seasoned by the trials of deceit, he felt compelled to probe further. With a quick flick of his eyes, he posed another question. The old monk sent Huikong out into the world, both to retrieve a Shurangama Sutra from the Western region's esoteric sect and to help him evade the calamity of life and death. The monk sighed deeply and replied, I had not anticipated that Huikong would ultimately lack the fortune to turn peril into safety. Umitba. He clasped his hands together and recited a prayer, gazing at Baya with clear eyes. Although the old monk had already sent someone to investigate matters at Xiangyi, the specifics of Huikong's misfortune remained rather unclear. Baya, my young friend, perhaps you can alleviate the doubts in my heart. Baya fell silent, finally believing that the young monk before him was indeed Master Yuanming, the senior disciple of Master Yunwu. If he were an impostor, even knowing Huikong's mission to retrieve the Shurangama Sutra, he could not possibly be aware of the calamity that befell him. For the genuine Master Yuanming would never speak of Huikong's misfortunes to anyone prior to his peril or return. Otherwise, it would surely incur karmic retribution. Master, since you are aware that Huikong is in trouble, why did you still send him out? Would it not have been better to keep him in the temple? Reflecting on the great monk who had been so kind to himself in Shaoxin, Baya's gaze dimmed slightly. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. What good would it do to keep him in the temple, never venturing out to cultivate, like a mere puppet? A hint of bitterness finally appeared on Master Yuanming's face. Moreover, although my disciple may be somewhat dull-witted, he has nonetheless entered the postnatal realm of Qi. As long as he is not confronted by fellow sect members or savage beasts and demons, the mundane world poses little threat to him. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Baya abruptly interrupted the monk's words. Despite Yuanming's explanations, Baya had no desire to hear more. The matter concerning Huikong had become a source of deep anguish for him. In his heart, he believed that this monk was the cause of Huikong's demise, dismissing the notion of calamity entirely. Since this monk was indeed Yuanming, he thought to himself, it was time to resolve this matter. Taking a couple of steps forward, Baya seated himself on the mat that did not kill Bo Ren. Yet Bo Ren perished because of me. Master Huikong's fate is a burden upon me. With a tranquil gaze, Baya recounted the conversation he had had with Yuanwu the previous day to Master Yuanming. This time, however, he not only described the circumstances of Huikong's misfortune, but also revealed the conspiracy between Tao Yin and the Black Tiger against Gu Lin. This is the Shurangama Sutra that Master Huikong entrusted to me before his demise, along with the Jialan Neijing that he personally transcribed, Baya said as he opened the mustard seed bag, placing a roll of silk cloth and a Buddhist scripture upon the stone table. Master Yuanming gazed silently at the two scriptures, seemingly lost in thought. However, Baya could discern that the monk was somewhat heartbroken. And he joined him in mourning for Huikong. Huikong, is there anything else you wish for me to convey to the old monk? After a moment of silence, Yuanming finally spoke again. No. He simply urged me repeatedly to ensure that I personally deliver this Shurangama Sutra to the master and to repay him with the 2 martial arts recorded in the Jialan Neijing. Baya shook his head, saying, one of them is the great hand seal of diamond, which I have already begun to learn from my exchanges with the disciples of the esoteric sect. The other is an unnamed mental technique that even Master Huikong could not comprehend, so I did not pursue it. My young friend, you truly embody sincerity. Upon hearing Baya admit to having trained in the martial arts recorded in the Jialan Neijing, Master Yuanming was momentarily taken aback. Learning is learning. There is no shame in acknowledging it. Baya's expression remained calm as he replied nonchalantly, if the master finds this inappropriate, I shall refrain from using this martial art in the future. Could it be that the master does not trust me? Your temperament is indeed fiery. I have heard of it, Yuanming remarked with a wry smile. How could I not trust you, my young friend? This hand seal was created by Huikong himself. Since he has bestowed it upon you, our temple naturally will not question it. Baya felt a surge of joy within him. He had only been testing Yuanming earlier. He was not an inflexible person, unaware of the need for adaptation, and would certainly not abandon it. Moreover, this martial art was the reward Huikong had granted him. Tio delivered the Shurangama Sutra. He had traveled tens of thousands of miles from Xiangyi to Hanzhong, thus fulfilling Huikong's request, and would naturally not relinquish the great hand seal of diamond. However, Master Yuanming's understanding and reasonableness inspired him with a different thought. Chapter 31. Mo Jiao E.In Truth. Master Huikong has one more relic in my possession. Baya hesitated briefly before retrieving the statue of the Arhat that could subdue dragons and tigers, placing it upon the stone table. Master Huikong probably did not have the time to instruct me on how to handle this item when he entrusted it to me, so I will now return it to the master. Although Huikong had not specified how to deal with the Arhat statue, Baya felt it was better to return it, as he had unwittingly consumed Huikong's relic during his journey. This item had become Huikong's sole relic aside from the two scriptures, making it more fitting to entrust it to Yuanming for safekeeping. While it was likely that this statue also contained a martial art, Baya had memorized the contents of the statue during his vision with the heart mirror, rendering it inconsequential whether he kept it or not. The relic of the Dharma body that subdues dragons and tigers. Upon seeing the jade statue on the stone table, Master Yuanming was shaken to the core, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the Arhat statue, examining it closely, and was momentarily stunned. Baya noticed the monk's intense grip on the Arhat statue, his eyes unfocused and his expression shifting, which stirred a sense of displeasure within him. That moment, he realized that this object must undoubtedly be a treasure, and Yuanming had clearly begun to covet it. Remembering Huikong's noble spirit in knowing he was in peril yet still risking himself to save both him and Xiaoxin, Baya felt a growing disdain for Yuanming, finding his demeanor increasingly despicable. Nonetheless, having surrendered the item, he felt no regret, as he had already committed the content of the statue to memory. It was better to deliver the relic to its rightful place, thus thoroughly concluding his ties to Huikong. This item contains a martial art that can only be seen under the heart mirror. Baya stood up and said coldly, "If the master has no further matters, I shall take my leave." Wait! Upon hearing Baya's words, Yuanming was jolted back to reality, as if awakening from a deep slumber, and he hurriedly called out to him. "What is the master's intention?" Baya's eyes sparked with defiance as he reached for his waist, only to find it empty, suddenly recalling that he had surrendered his dagger at Yunlong Temple. "Omitba!" Yuanming let out a bitter laugh, gently placing the Arhat statue back on the stone table, his palms pressed together. "I apologize for the embarrassment, my young friend. My cultivation is insufficient, and I momentarily succumb to unwholesome thoughts, which truly shames me. Please, take a seat. Allow me to elaborate further on the origins of this item." Yuanming's expression regained its calm, and he gazed intently at Baya. Baya furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating before returning to his original spot. "Before I introduce this item, the old monk has one question. How did you come to know that it could only be observed under the heart mirror?" Yuanming pointed at the Arhat statue with a smile. "I consumed the Yuan Ling Dan that I had condensed myself." Baya had no reservations about this, as he had indeed consumed the Yuan Ling Dan. He also casually mentioned the incident of accidentally absorbing Huikong's relic, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him, free from any lingering psychological burden. Master Yuanming found Baya's gradual revelations amusing yet exasperating, as it was his first encounter with someone so distrustful of him. However, considering that he had just entertained greedy thoughts himself, he could hardly fault the youth for withholding information. This item is known as the Dharma body relic that subdues dragons and tigers. It is said that there are 4 in total, left behind by a Buddhist Taoist master 1,000 years ago. After Baya finished speaking, Yuanming pondered for a moment before continuing. "Master?" Baya was taken aback. He had previously encountered a brief description of martial arts realms in the Wujuan Tuzhao manual, where above the innate level lay a realm referred to as the immortal martial realm. Only those who reached the immortal martial realm could be called masters. Wang Peng had once mentioned that the postnatal realm is broadly divided into 4 stages: foundation, qi, intention, and momentum. Warriors in the qi realm could emit energy externally, such as blade energy or sword energy. Those in the intention realm were even more unfathomable. Baya had witnessed 2 intention realm warriors in battle, namely Wang Peng and the ugly immortal Zhang Mei. Wang Peng claimed to be newly entered into the intention realm, with his blade energy capable of transforming into beasts, and their fights resembled the grand spectacles of immortal heroes Baya had seen in his past life. If they had been fighting seriously, they could have flattened everything around them in an instant. As for the momentum realm warriors, Baya had never encountered one, but Wang Peng had once witnessed his master in action, describing it as akin to a mountain collapsing. evoking an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, even such formidable power had not reached the innate level. Sometimes Baya imagined that innate warriors were likely akin to divine beings, let alone the immortal martial masters above that level. The Arhat statue that subdues dragons and tigers had actually been left by an immortal martial master. No wonder even Master Yuaming was tempted. The esteemed master of Buddhism and Daoism, originally a monk from the western regions named Mogal, upon arriving in the central plains of China, chose to let his hair grow and return to secular life, entering the Chuanjian sect, which caused great shame among the monastic community. Yu Yuan, with closed eyes, spoke slowly, stating that 200 years later, Mogal achieved enlightenment. However, unexpectedly, he chose once again to shave his head and return to monastic life, resulting in his being regarded as a traitor by the Taoist community. Baya, upon hearing this, was left dumbfounded. It was no wonder that Yu Yuan referred to Mogal as a master of both Buddhism and Daoism. He truly practiced both paths. Yet, this master's capriciousness, coupled with his continuous offenses against both the Buddhist and Taoist teachings, would surely leave him with nowhere to find refuge in this vast world. What happened to this master afterward? Baya inquired with curiosity. Although the venerable Mogal was rejected by both Buddhist and Taoist schools, he remained unfazed, wandering the world with a staff and bowl. Yu Yuan shook his head in admiration, recounting that at the moment of his passing, he alone ascended the summit of Mount Buzhou, merging his lifetime of teachings into his Dharmakaya. And then, with great resolve, he disintegrated his Dharmakaya, leaving only a trace of his primordial spirit to ascend westward. Before his ascension, he left a written testament for the disciples of both schools, which led to countless sects and practitioners journeying to the Tsongling Mountains over the subsequent millennium, seeking the relics of the Master's Dharmakaya, which began to emerge. Smiling, Yu Yuan noted that among them were 4 statues of the Arhats subduing dragons and tigers, which were transformed from the relics of Mogal's right arm bone. Then, aside from the statues of the Arhats, are there other relics of the Dharmakaya? Baya, filled with longing, quickly pressed for more details. Indeed, but those who have obtained the Master's relics often cherish them deeply and speak little of them. Hence, not much has been passed down, Yu Yuan remarked, gazing at the Arhat statue upon the stone table. Moreover, the relics left by the venerable Mogal encompass a series of extraordinary teachings, ranging from the postnatal to the celestial martial realms. This particular relic of the Arhat subduing dragons and tigers does not originate from the skull, but rather from the right arm of the Dharmakaya, likely pertaining to either postnatal or innate teachings, not celestial martial arts. Baya felt a tinge of disappointment. My young friend need not be disheartened. Even if this artifact only records postnatal martial skills, it still embodies the Master's profound insights into both Buddhism and Daoism, rendering it a treasure among treasures. Henceforth, do not display it lightly before others. Yu Yuan, with a smile, pushed the Arhat statue towards Baya. Does the master not desire this artifact? Baya raised an eyebrow, looking at Yu Yuan in surprise. Relics are impermanent, bestowed by the Buddha to those with affinity. Yu Yuan solemnly pressed his palms together, softly asserting, this object cannot be considered a legacy of Hui Kong. Moreover, since you have grasped its mysteries, you are naturally one with such affinity. If an old monk were to covet this object, the heavens and earth would surely not permit it, and what kind of zen or reverence for the Buddha could he then cultivate? Baya could not help but feel a deep respect. This truly was a venerable monk. He set aside any pretense, placing the Arhat statue into his bag, and reflected that since this monk held such high principles, he too ought to offer something in return. With that thought, he dipped his finger in the tea and began to silently inscribe the tadpole script he had perceived from the statue onto the stone table. My young friend, do not write further. This is the Sanskrit of India. Just as Baya had inscribed a couple of lines, Yuan closed his eyes and interrupted, in the future, you may study Sanskrit on your own. Do not seek the guidance of others, lest it brings peril to your life. Baya felt quite embarrassed and ceased his writing, leaving the room in silence. After sitting in stillness for a while, Baya suddenly remembered something and changed the topic. I saw Master Yunwu yesterday, and he appeared quite aged. Since he is your senior brother, why does he seem so young? Yuan reopened his eyes. Revealing a hint of a smile, Master Yuanwu enjoyed a lifespan of 132 years, while this old monk has idled away 156 springs and autumns. Hardly youthful. Wouldn't you agree? Baya's mouth fell agape. Before him stood a monk with skin as smooth as an infant's, brimming with vitality, resembling a young man. Yet he had lived for over 150 years. Though Baya had seen centenarians in his past life, compared to this monk, they were worlds apart. Though not be astonished, my young friend. Once a martial artist enters the innate realm, they are as if reborn from the flames. In the monastery, this old monk is still considered a minor figure. Yuyuan chuckled. Were it not for the need for an innate martial artist to preside over the outer doors of the Shitong, I would have long since entered the inner sanctum to cultivate. Baya felt a deep shock. He finally grasped a concrete understanding of innate martial artists, and he was equally astonished by the profound heritage of these millennia-old sections. From the fragments shared by the old monk, it seemed the Vajra temple had an entire inner sanctum composed solely of innate masters. Then why did Master Yuanwu? Baya pondered, suddenly curious. Master Yuanwu, having sustained a grievous injury in his youth, has since made no advancement in martial arts and has had to cultivate Zen in the external temple without practicing martial skills. However, the Dharma is boundless. Even without martial practice, his cultivation may not be inferior to that of this old monk. Yuyuan suddenly picked up the Lankavatara Sutra resting on the stone table with a sense of nostalgia, remarking that this sutra had been specially chosen by him. Had this sutra arrived a month earlier, Master Yuanwu would not have had to depart this world so soon. What? Baya's eyes widened in shock. And he stood abruptly. Master Yuanwu has passed away? When did this happen? Yesterday at the hour of you, Yuyuan replied, his expression suddenly turning peculiar as he regarded Baya with a sigh. The hour of you. Baya muttered, realizing that it referred to the time between 5 to 7 p.m., just after he had seen Master Yuanwu alive. The realization struck him. He had inexplicably taken a nap, and his physical condition had undergone a significant change. Baya's complexion changed dramatically. Could Master Yuanwu's passing be related to me? Baya's face turned ashen as he blurted out, I had no particular relationship with Master Yuanwu. Why would he choose to do this for me? Young friend, there is no need for you to worry. This matter does not concern you, Yuyuan responded, shaking his head with a sigh. Before the Lankavatara Sutra had arrived, Master Yuanwu had already exhausted his life force. With no hope of revival, fate must run its course. Death is merely the beginning of life. Monks regard life and death with equanimity. Master Yuanwu's ascension to the Pure Land is not a matter of regret. But I share no connection with Master Yuanwu. Why would he act for me? Baya stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts as they became disjointed. Explaining his physical changes, I have heard from Huinan regarding yesterday's events. It appears Master Yuanwu employed the Zen sound of thunder to cleanse the karmic ties upon you, Yuyuan remarked lightly. During the incident at Shiryang Inn, 3 lives were lost, leaving the patrons without a place to stay. While the cause was not directly related to the Lankavatara Sutra, since it involved Huikong, Master Yuanwu bore his share of responsibility. Teobaro, his own passing to cleanse your karma was a just act. Baya fell silent, feeling at a loss for words in the face of such lofty, ethereal notions. Yet, he could not fault Master Yuanwu's compassionate spirit, and he was left to brood in solitude. He had traveled far to deliver the sutra, hoping to assist Huikong, alleviating his own sense of guilt towards the venerable monk. But now, it seemed he owed a debt to a deceased person instead. Yuyuan's expression remained calm. To him, all matters in this world were governed by karma, and there was no sense of indebtedness. Baya's connection with Huikong was his own affair, whether he delivered the Lankavatara Sutra or not. However, if he merely reaped the benefits without delivering it, he would remain ignorant of the significance behind the relic of the Arhat subduing dragons and tigers, carrying a precious treasure yet remaining unaware. Trouble would inevitably find him. And that was the essence of karma. If Master Yuanwu had not chosen to liberate Baya through his own passing, then the old monk's virtue would remain incomplete, and that karma would fall upon his senior brother Yuyuan. For it was he who sought to defy fate and alter his younger brother's destiny. Even if Yuyuan would not face mortal peril, the lingering psychological burden would hinder his progress, leaving him stagnant. As for the changes in Baya's body, they were likely triggered by the Zen sound of thunder resonating with the relic's shadow within him. But fear not, young friend. The relic's shadow is beneficial and harmless to the body. Many disciples of the Buddhist order have utilized relics gifted by their predecessors to break through in martial arts, Yuyuan continued to reassure him. However, the efficacy of this method diminishes over time. offering no further benefit, and it only affects those who possess a unique constitution in the postnatal realm. This is your own opportunity, unrelated to Master Yuanwu. Baya remained silent, pondering over the matter as the two in the humble abode each became lost in their thoughts. No longer speaking, Master Yuanwu had left a less profound impression on Baya than Huikong's death, which had deeply affected him. Furthermore, being a modern recluse, Baya's disposition was relatively carefree. After a brief moment of melancholy, he shifted his focus. Master, what is so special about this Lankavatara Sutra that it could extend Master Yuanwu's life? Baya asked, looking curiously at the silk scroll resting on the stone table. This Lankavatara Sutra, in terms of its textual content, bears no difference from other Lankavatara sutras. Its true value lies in the sutra itself, Yuan side. The Buddhist teachings had long since taken root in the Central Plains. Yet the disciples there were unable to behold this sutra for quite some time. Thus, a venerable monk from the western regions named Bansimi, with great aspirations, vowed to bring this sutra to the Central Plains to benefit all sentient beings. Yuan recounted slowly, however, each time he sought passage, he was thwarted. Consequently, Master Bansimi inscribed the sutra onto a piece of white silk, carving it into his own flesh for concealment, and only once his wound healed could he pass through. Upon arriving in the Central Plains, he once more cut open his arm to retrieve the sutra, translating it into Chinese. This white silk Lankavatara Sutra symbolizes great compassion and merit, a treasure of the Buddhist order. Later returned to the Western esoteric traditions, Yuan lamented, I had hoped to use this sutra to inspire my younger brother before his vitality waned, extending his lifespan. Yet, before the sutra arrived, Master Yuanwu's life had already begun to fade, and divine powers were rendered powerless. It is evident that fate is predetermined, beyond human alteration. Now I understand. Baya finally comprehended, growing increasingly in awe of the venerable Yuanwu, whom he had only met briefly. When Baya first arrived at the Yunlong Temple, the Dharma mirror had taken him to meet Master Yuanwu immediately after contemplating Huikong, indicating that Yuanwu must have been aware of the significant task Huikong bore. Yet the old monk merely inquired about the circumstances of Huikong's misfortune, without uttering a single word about the Surangama Sutra. Even though he was at the brink of exhaustion, his profound understanding of life and death's illusions was undeniably impressive. With the confusion in his heart resolved, Baya's mind was illuminated. After conversing for a while longer, he finally prepared to take his leave once more. Young friend, do not be in haste to depart. If you have no pressing matters, you are welcome to linger here for a few more days. Yuaming smiled, inviting him to stay. Master, do you have something you wish to entrust to me? Baya blinked. Inquiring, he was untroubled by the prospect of assisting Master Yuaming again. The disposition of such a grand monk seemed unlikely to bring him any detriment. There is nothing I wish to entrust to you. But after you leave, have you contemplated where you shall go? Yuaming asked with a gentle smile. Though this journey has brought you considerable hardship, it has also broadened your horizons. You would not wish to return to a mundane existence. Would you? Baya cast a skeptical glance at the old monk, yet sensed that Yuanming did not appear to have any intentions of recruiting him into monkhood. He hesitated before responding, I have just begun to glimpse the path of martial arts. And naturally, I shall not be content to wallow in the mundane. He intended to seek a suitable celestial martial sect. He wondered if the master had any recommendations, in the vast expanse of the celestial martial sects in Shenzhou. If you wish to achieve success in martial arts while remaining true to your heart, then your choice must be made with utmost caution. Yuaming nodded, imparting wisdom. Each individual's physique is distinct. Choosing the right martial discipline will yield twice the result with half the effort, while the opposite will result in the inverse. Moreover, should you aspire to further advance to the innate realm, it is essential that the sect's martial philosophy resonates with your core. Otherwise, you shall remain stagnant, unable to progress. But that I know nothing of the sects in Shenzhou, how am I to choose? Baya expressed his confusion. The reasoning Yuanming articulated echoed sentiments he had heard from Wang Peng and the old beggar. However, aside from the martial sects he had encountered, he was entirely ignorant of the other celestial martial sects in Shenzhou. He could not simply drift aimlessly, could he? Thus, I wish for you to remain here for a few more days, so that I may observe your current learning and provide you with some guidance, Yuanming said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Baya glanced at the old monk, feeling that Yuanming had only revealed part of his intentions. likely withholding something. However, upon reflection, he believed that the old monk would not wish him harm. Staying a few days seemed acceptable. Well then, I shall impose upon you, Baya conceded, as Yuaming had said as much. And having no other matters at hand, he decided to stay. Exiting the thatched cottage, Baya discovered that Huinan the monk was still outside, seated in meditation upon a large rock, while a young novice stood beside him. As soon as Baya stepped out, Huinan opened his eyes and, with palms pressed together, smiled. The master has conveyed all matters to me. Let Jingru lead Bai Shizhu to the guest quarters for rest. Jingru? Baya felt the name sounded somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the young novice beside Huinan was indeed the little monk he had encountered on the stone steps of Yunlong Temple the previous day. Bai Shizhu, please follow me. Jingru gazed at him, his expression seemingly filled with excitement, completely shedding the calm demeanor he had exhibited the day before. As Baya followed Jingru along the mountain path, he soon understood why this little monk's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Bai Shizhu, the outskirts of Daidu City are truly littered with the hungry dead. Bai Shizhu, did you truly sever the head of the city's governor? But the ascension platform is indeed 1,000 zhang high. Bai the ugly immortal truly possesses the beauty of a celestial being. Initially, Baya responded to a couple of his inquiries, but as the questions grew increasingly absurd, he could only maintain a wooden expression and ignore him. However, the little monk was undeterred, chattering away, until Baya realized that this young fellow was a natural-born chatterbox. The previous day's restraint in front of outsiders was likely due to Huinan's strict teachings, which compelled him to temper his exuberance. Baya had thought him wise beyond his years, poised and composed, but now it seemed he was merely a playful child at heart. How could one call the ugly immortal beautiful like a celestial being? Baya could no longer contain himself and playfully flicked the little monk's bald head. But are not female heroes usually quite beautiful? Could they possibly be ugly? The little monk, feeling the sting, covered his forehead and gazed at Baya with watery eyes. Fine, I have not seen her with my own eyes. She has always been veiled. Baya realized that engaging in a serious debate with a chatterbox was futile, so he reluctantly spoke the truth. Then, how many times a day does the knife washer wash his knives? Baya finally reached his breaking point, resignedly closing his mouth. Master, why not invite Baya to join our temple? Huinan inquired of Master Yuaming, who was diligently transcribing scriptures, somewhat perplexed. This boy harbors worldly desires, and his senses are unclean. He is unlikely to wish to shave his head and become a monk. Yuaming set down his brush and slowly shook his head. But our temple also has worldly protectors. There is no need for him to shave his head and leave. Huinan furrowed his brow slightly. Then according to your perspective, why must he remain in our temple? Yuaming asked with a smile. Bai Shizhu possesses a compassionate heart and carries the profound teachings of Master Huikong. Is that not a connection to the Buddha? Huinan respectfully inquired. Once this boy is provoked, he will sever heads without hesitation. Where then is the compassion? Yuaming shook his head and sighed. Even if he only slays the wicked, it does not align with the principles of our Buddhist sect. Yet he is undoubtedly a chivalrous individual, Huinan exclaimed, unable to refrain from defending. This boy does indeed possess a sense of chivalry, but it is limited to what lies within his sight. Should he be compelled to act as a grand hero for the world? That would be asking too much. Yuaming continued to shake his head, sighing as he spoke. Our Buddhist teachings aim to liberate all beings, yet we cannot only alleviate the immediate suffering. If Baya were to hear Yuanming's current words, he would undoubtedly feel a kinship. Just as Yuaming articulated, whether in Xiangyi or Daidu City, his actions had indeed been driven by momentary fury, as the principles and boundaries of humanity were challenged, leading him to act out in desperation. His true intention was never to meddle in others' affairs or to become a revered hero. Moreover, while the temple did have worldly protectors, lay disciples ultimately could not uphold the great precepts. Martial arts would inevitably reach a plateau in the early innate stage. To force this boy to remain would not necessarily be beneficial for him. Master is wise, Huinan finally relented, ceasing to pursue the matter. Chapter 33. Guidance. Baya followed the little monk Jingru along the winding mountain path, passing once more by the martial arts plaza below. The sun blazed high in the sky, nearing noon, and many monks continued their diligent training upon the plaza. Seeing this, Baya felt a stirring in his heart. Jingru, during my stay in the mountains, may I also come here to train? Master has instructed that as long as it belongs to this peak. Bai Shizhu may come here, Jingru replied earnestly to Is Master Huinan your uncle? Baiya remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. Huinan appeared to be only in his 30s or 40s, yet he had already become an uncle. Nevertheless, Baiya refrained from further questioning, recognizing that martial artists often maintained robust physiques, with those in their 70s or 80s appearing as youthful as those in their 30s or 40s. It was not uncommon to witness Master Yuanming, who had seemingly reversed the effects of age, with a disciple in his 70s or 80s at over 150 years old. After walking a little longer, Jingru led Baiya to a cliff on the mountain's backside. Here stood a wooden cottage, with a small courtyard in front where some vegetables were planted. The courtyard contained a well, with buckets, gardening tools, and a carrying pole leaning against the wall. The wooden house was simple, consisting of one hall and one room, lacking kitchenware, but furnished with a bed, table, and stools. The toilet was located behind the house, a rudimentary wooden shelter. However, having seen Master Yuanming's thatched cottage, Baiya was already quite satisfied with his current accommodation. These monks were indeed true practitioners. Wealth and luxury were but fleeting illusions to them, and the only structure that seemed somewhat grand was the hall where they usually practiced. The mountains are simple. I hope you do not mind. Bai Shizhu, I shall deliver your meals 3 times a day, Jingru said with a cheerful smile. If you require meat, I can send someone down the mountain to procure it. But please inform me in advance and no need. Vegetarian meals from the temple will suffice, but make sure the rice is ample, perhaps 1/3 of what Master Huinan consumes. Baiya recalled the changes in his body and intended to increase his training regimen, thus making the request based on the portion he had eaten that morning. Bai Shizhu, your appetite is truly small. You eat even less than I do. How about adding another meal in the evening? Jingru's comment caused Baiya's temples to throb with irritation, and he felt an urge to flick him again. The stark contrast between the little monk's previously calm and graceful demeanor and his current playful and mischievous nature was somewhat difficult for Baiya to accept. For meals it is, Baiya thought, considering that he could practice his stances at night, and he ultimately suppressed his annoyance, responding with a flat expression, oh, by the way, the martial arts plaza will be closed before the first watch. If you wish to practice at night, you can only do so here by the cliff. Do remember to be cautious. Jingru suddenly recalled something important before leaving, turning back to speak earnestly. Understood. Baiya quickly grasped that the martial arts plaza was adjacent to the cliff, and the first watch would be from 7 to 9 in the evening. Once night fell, practicing martial arts on the plaza would be unsafe. Soon, Jingru returned with Baiya's lunch, bringing along the short blade he had stored at Yunlong Temple. After finishing his meal, Baiya found himself with nothing to occupy his time, and thus descended the mountain to the martial arts plaza. In the afternoon, the plaza was even more bustling with monks practicing martial arts. There were elderly monks performing cotton-padded punches, robust young men striking with fierce intensity, as well as lay disciples sporting long hair, and a handful of 5- or 6-year-old novice monks. Most of these young novices were laying the groundwork for their physical training. Neatly lined up in rows, their little faces tense as they practiced under the watchful eyes of their seniors. Upon noticing Baiya entering the plaza, many cast furtive glances in his direction. The monks, devoid of guile, furtively observed him, resembling thieves caught in the act, and Baiya could hardly overlook their scrutiny. The memory of the loquacious young monk Jingru surfaced in his mind, and Baiya felt a sense of resignation, realizing that these monks likely knew of his deeds in Xiangyi and Dichotomy. The incident at Xiangyi was somewhat forgivable, but the uproar in Dichotomy had been too significant to ignore. Outside the city, countless corpses of disaster victims lay strewn across the land, and although the county magistrate Lu Yuan he had slain was merely an ordinary man, he held the esteemed position of a county protector. It was only natural for these monks to be curious about him. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Baiya felt a prickling discomfort, as if exposed. However, as he assumed the stance for the 5 severing tiger claw technique, he gradually quelled his distracting thoughts, as if he were the sole being in the universe. Standing tall and proud, resembling a fierce tiger, It was indeed peculiar. Despite possessing multiple martial arts and having mastered the bone-cleaving blade technique to a profound level, even Wang Peng, the blade-washing master, had praised his technique for its speed, precision, and ferocity. Yet, in Baiya's heart, the 5 severing tiger claw technique derived from the black tiger, felt the most fluid and responsive. Time slipped away unnoticed. And when the bell for the evening prayers in the grand hall chimed, Baya realized that the sun had set beyond the mountains, ushering in dusk. By benefactor, with diligent practice, you shall surely achieve greatness. The monk Huinan, appearing by his side unknown to him, smiled and suggested, since the training grounds are about to close, why not join this humble monk for a meal? Very well, I shall accompany you. Baya replied, concluding his practice and following Huinan. After they finished their meal, Huinan did not depart but instead accompanied Baya back to his dwelling at the cliff's edge. Observing this, Baya felt a stir of curiosity. Master, when will Zen Master Yuaming assess my martial foundation? By benefactor, your master has already observed your practice from the cliff's peak when you first began your training. However, since you have not yet entered this temple, it would be inappropriate for him to offer guidance, Huinan explained. Nonetheless, this does not hinder me from engaging in a spar with you. Would you be willing to impart your skills? Baya was elated. In the past, the young Bai had been forced by the limping trio to practice his blade, and he only retained vague memories of it. Now, having internalized the blade techniques, they had become akin to instinctive reactions. His own training had only been supplemented by some martial knowledge shared by Wang Peng. No one had ever offered him direct guidance. Now, a splendid opportunity had presented itself. I humbly request your instruction. Master, Baya respectfully clasped his fists in salute. Though Huinan spoke of sparring, he was essentially offering to teach him, and thus deserved the role of a teacher. You are overly courteous, Huinan replied, sidestepping the gesture of respect. Master, be cautious. Baya did not mind, and he took a stance, his feet shifting as he approached like a wraith. His right hand transformed into a claw, aimed at Huinan's chest, simultaneously employing the steps of the ghostly foot technique along with the 5 severing tiger claw technique. Since the previous night, he had felt a transformation in his body, and the power of the 5 severing tiger claw had surged, now exuding a fierce claw wind. Before the claws could reach him, Huinan already sensed the formidable gust approaching. Excessive force, yet insufficient punch. Although Baya believed he had executed his technique in peak form, Huinan merely shook his head, effortlessly evading his strike while offering an assessment. A glint of determination flashed in Baya's eyes. He pushed off the ground with his left foot, his right leg sweeping like a whip towards the monk's waist, resembling a tiger's tail in motion. This was not the ghostly foot technique, but rather the tiger tail whip from the tiger claw technique. The form was commendable, but the force should originate from below the calves, not from the thighs. Huinan deftly redirected Baya's leg, causing him to stumble and neutralizing the attack. Baya recognized the vast disparity in their martial prowess and did not feel disheartened. He reformed his stance and charged again. Beneath the starry sky, they engaged in a fierce exchange, darting and weaving, for over half an hour. Noticing Baya's fatigue, Huinan finally called a halt. Thank you, master. Baya gasped for breath, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had exerted himself fully with every move, and at times, his claw techniques had taken on an even more unpredictable flair. Nevertheless, before Huinan, he felt akin to a child performing tricks. The great monk faced his onslaught without much exertion of internal energy. Often, he merely extended a hand to playfully sidestep Baya's attacks. After half an hour of sparring, Baya had not even brushed against the monk's robes, rendering his efforts futile. Yet, each of Huinan's remarks felt like a revelation, deepening Baya's understanding of the 5 severing tiger claw technique. Let us conclude for today that I wonder, by benefactor, have you gleaned anything of worth? Huinan inquired with a hearty laugh. I have gained much. And now understand that the ghostly foot should not be employed alongside the tiger claw. Baya nodded vigorously, expressing his joy. The tiger's claw relies on momentum rather than brute strength. Without the force of a tiger, even the mightiest claw is but an extension of 5 blades on one's fingertips. At that moment, Baya recalled Wang Peng's earlier comment about his tiger claw technique possessing a hint of murderous intent while lacking true essence. He had not understood it at the time, but now the meaning was clear. Huinan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon observing your tiger claw technique, by benefactor, it seems to have some historical significance. However, it is heavily reliant on momentum. The original intent of its creation may not have been for combat. After a moment of contemplation, Huinan elaborated, Master Qinji, this technique was originally known as the tiger capture technique. developed at the White Horse Temple in Luoyang, it was inspired by the observation of tigers hunting and was initially intended to strengthen the body and provide a solid foundation for the disciples. Baya replied with a smile. However, it was later appropriated by the father of the black tiger, who practiced it incompletely, transforming it into a claw technique. After speaking, Baya retrieved the 5 severing tiger claw techniques tome from his bag and handed it to Huinan. As both the Golden Vajra Temple and the White Horse Temple belong to the Buddhist lineage, I kindly request that you send this back to the White Horse Temple to resolve this matter. Huinan regarded the black-bound tome in Baya's hands, his eyes flickering with contemplation. After a moment, he accepted it with a wry smile. By benefactor, you are truly magnanimous. I shall personally deliver this book to the White Horse Temple. Ha ha, my thanks to you, master. Baya laughed heartily, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. As night deepened, the two bid farewell, and Huinan, clutching the tome, pondered as he made his way to Zen Master Yuanming's cottage. Master, upon arriving at the cottage, Huinan found Zen Master Yuanming still engrossed in copying texts, and he stood respectfully at the side. What is your assessment of the martial foundation and potential of our young friend Baya? Yuanming paused his writing, looking up at Huinan with a smile. His foundation is nothing to write home about. His basics are not solid as for his disposition, it is well known. His potential? His comprehension is decent. An average talent, but his innate qualities. Huinan hesitated, and a peculiar expression crossed his face, reflecting what his master had suspected. Indeed, he possessed a rather unusual physique. Master, I have another matter to report. My benefactor entrusted me with a martial arts tome. Related to the White Horse Temple in Luoyang, Huinan respectfully placed the black-bound tome before Zen Master Yuanming, recounting the origins of the 5 severing tiger claw technique. This young man is resolute and forthright. Yet his temperament seems somewhat lethargic. The old monk shook his head, unable to contain a chuckle as he regarded the black tome. Huinan smiled at his master's words, realizing that the assessment closely mirrored Wang Peng's earlier comments. The terms resolute and forthright essentially described a character that is tenacious and ruthless. This was partly influenced by Baya's memories as a young man from the Bai family, having spent considerable time in Xiangyi, where even a fool would be imbued with the rugged spirit of the Northwest Gobi. Of course, Baya's willingness to change played a significant role as well. From the moment he traversed into this world, he had sensed overwhelming hostility and quickly adapted to the dangers and harsh realities surrounding him. His forthrightness stemmed from the chivalric spirit he possessed in his previous life, while his perceived lethargy did not denote laziness, but rather a mischievous and cunning disposition. Closely tied to his aversion to trouble, the 5 severing tiger claw technique, originally the tiger capture technique from the White Horse Temple, was not particularly significant as a martial arts tome, especially given its incomplete state and its focus on foundational training. Observing the Black Tiger's carefree existence for decades after betraying the temple indicated that the White Horse Temple did not prioritize it. Nonetheless, Baya's decision to return it was not misguided. The error lay in his reluctance to deal with the matter himself, instead delegating it to Huinan. Theo Baya, a modern recluse, it seemed a trivial issue, forgetting that this world differed dramatically from his previous one, where there existed no express delivery services. Even if such a service were available, Huinan would not dare to casually send it off. This was a martial arts tome, and even if incomplete, it was invaluable. The technique had been instrumental in creating 2 successive bandit leaders. Understanding its worth, one might ask, would you dare to send a package worth over 1,000,000 yuan through a courier? Hence, when Huinan received the tome, he solemnly assured that he would personally deliver it to the White Horse Temple. The great monk had no choice but to accept it. Both the Golden Vajra Temple and the White Horse Temple belonged to the Buddhist faith, and such a minor matter was naturally his responsibility. Master, how should we handle this situation? Huinan inquired, somewhat troubled. The great monk was not concerned about whether to return the tome, but rather how to compensate Baya. The 5 severing tiger claw technique held little significance for either the Golden Vajra Temple or the White Horse Temple. Such trivial matters would likely remain confined to their outer sects, with the higher-ups unaware of any such occurrences. However, it was certain that the White Horse Temple's outer sect would owe Baya a small favor. A millennia-old sect that stood firm would inevitably adhere to the principles of cause and effect. And one day, there would be a return on such favors, possibly manifesting in the disciples of Yuanming or Huinan. Thus, Huinan felt the necessity to compensate Baya, although determining the appropriate measure was challenging. Since Baya had not taken vows as a monk at the Golden Vajra Temple, they could not offer him their martial arts tomes, at most providing him with some guidance on his original techniques. However, such guidance can no longer resemble the sparring sessions with Huinan in the afternoon. It must be more substantial. After all, the 5 breaks tiger claw technique is a classic of martial arts. This matter is not difficult, nevertheless. What poses a challenge for Huinan is merely trivial in the eyes of Master Yuanming, who chuckles as he flips through the black leather tome. This technique lacks the art of breathing and energy manipulation. The latter 2 aspects, following strength and mental energy, should be related to the intent of the fist, which we cannot teach him. However, the original purpose of this technique is to lay a foundation. The old monk recalls that there is a tiger form taught in the temple's martial arts. With your knowledge of martial arts, you may integrate them to complete this technique. Yuanming paused momentarily and continued to advise. But remember, the tiger form is vast and profound. This technique emphasizes power. The modified tiger claw must adhere to a path of strength, minimizing bizarre changes. If this is achieved, it will perfectly complement this young man's unique physique. If he is willing to put in the hard work, he is likely to transcend externally and internally, achieving harmony in martial intent. Huinan's eyes lit up, and with a face full of admiration. He clasped his palms together, knowing how to proceed. To master this technique to its fullest is no easy feat. Diligence, insight, and opportunity are all indispensable. After all, this technique has a low starting point and is merely foundational. In the future, when he joins a certain sect, perhaps he will find it easier to cultivate internal energy and martial intent with a different internal school technique. Yuanming smiled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. Half a month later, on the clearing of the short cliff where Baya resides, 2 figures crossed paths. "Haha, I've caught you." Baya turned around, palm outstretched, a piece of monk's robe falling from his grasp. His voice was jubilant, yet his expression remained stiff and wooden, creating a striking contrast. Over the past 10 days, Baya had been quite fulfilled. Huinan would spar with him for a couple of hours each morning and afternoon. During other times, he was not idle either, diligently practicing various stances, and he had already entered the preliminary stage of the King Kong Great Hand Seal. However, he still had some distance to cover before achieving a level suitable for actual combat. The King Kong Great Hand Seal is a peculiar palm technique, nearly devoid of formal moves, focusing purely on the manipulation of energy. Yet, as his time of practice was short, the strength flowing through his meridians was not robust enough for practical application. Huinan joined his palms together and smiled silently. In truth, Baya was aware that Huinan often intentionally held back. Over the past half-month, the great monk seemed to be guiding him to reduce the variations in his tiger claw technique, steering it towards a path of strength and simplicity. Nonetheless, Baya felt his own progress and did not resist such guidance. What troubled him was Huinan's opposition to his practice of the ghost foot technique. Much like Wang Peng's stance, although the great monk's words were somewhat oblique, they were, in fact, more stringent than those of Zhidalang. Wang Peng had once suggested that the footwork of the ghost foot technique could be practiced. But the energy manipulation should be avoided, lest it lead to imbalances in the leg muscles. Huinan, however, outright forbade him from even touching the ghost foot technique, as its unpredictable nature contradicted the robust path of the tiger claw technique. With both masters possessing superior martial skills and greater knowledge, Baya ultimately relinquished the ghost foot technique, keeping the hide that recorded it as a memento of an old friend. Another matter that left Baya somewhat troubled was regarding his bone-cleaving knife technique. Each time he sparred with Huinan using his knife skills, he found the great monk extraordinarily strict, often defeating him in just a few moves, subtly indicating that he need not showcase this skill any further. After several attempts, Baya ceased to practice the knife technique with Huinan, dedicating himself to solitary training instead. He vaguely understood that his bone-cleaving knife technique had likely reached its limits. Without a better knife manual, he would have to rely on the passage of time to accumulate breakthroughs. Baya was not like San, who possessed exceptional talent, able to cultivate knife intent through street fighting techniques, but he was not capable of such feats. Initially, Baya had made breakthroughs between life and death, advancing his bone-cleaving knife technique to a level of seamless integration, achieving a technique as fluid as a waterfall. Yet, in the eyes of true knife masters like Wang Peng, this knife talent was merely ordinary, claiming to have been able to outmatch Baya since he was 10 years old. The blood knife master valued Baya's character rather than his knife talent. Benefactor Bai, let us conclude here for today. Huinan explained with a smile. Your recent circumstances are known to your master. He has instructed me to take you there this afternoon. Oh, Baya's emotions were complex. Filled with both joy and regret, in merely half a month, his progress had been astounding. Yet, he understood that such treatment was exceptional. Should he truly become Huinan's disciple, the great monk would likely treat him equally, and he would no longer receive daily, hands-on instruction. Master Huinan, before meeting Master Yuanming, I have an ungrateful request, and I hope the master will grant it. Baya bowed deeply, speaking reverently. There is no need for such formalities. Benefactor Bai, please, speak your mind. Huinan did not step aside this time to show deference. Although he had not directly taught Baya martial arts, he had in a sense guided him for half a month. This gesture of respect was entirely appropriate. Otherwise, it would seem contrived. Master, among all those I have encountered, you must be the strongest martial artist who has ever taken action, perhaps not merely at the initial stage. Right? Baya asked solemnly. The monk is dull-witted and still half a step away from entering the realm of power. Huinan did not hide the truth, nodding in response. Master, for these past half-month, your guidance through sparring has left me immensely grateful. Baya said, clasping his fists, but if I depart without witnessing the full extent of your prowess, I shall feel unsatisfied. I implore you to demonstrate your skills. Such is the mindset of a martial artist seeking the path. Huinan chuckled. If you had not spoken, I would have found it strange. Then, Benefactor Bai, please make the first move. Baya took a deep breath, slowly drawing the knife into his hand. He had diligently practiced the 5 breaks tiger claw technique and the King Kong great hand seal over the past month. Yet his strongest skill remained the knife technique. It was no longer a matter of learning. He need not be constrained by which martial art to employ. Baya held the knife behind him and strode forward towards Huinan. The great monk's expression was calm as he slightly crouched into a horse stance, his fists drawn to his waist, adopting the simplest posture for a straight punch. Warriors beyond the realm of intent need not adhere to formal moves. Especially when facing a novice like Baya, the simpler the move, the more profound the impression it leaves. As Baya approached, Huinan suddenly noticed that the youth had closed his eyes. Behind the monk was a cliff. Should he evade, the opponent might plunge off the edge. Baya was indeed betting his life at this moment. I know you have been teaching me the path of strength for the past half-month. So allow me to show you what I have learned. Baya gauged the distance to be just right, suddenly opening his eyes, sparks igniting within, and swiftly raising the short knife. Why martial skills are insignificant and hardly worth your notice. Yet I wish to demonstrate how I can conquer the strong with my weakness, how I slayed the black tiger, and how I learned a technique akin to Jingkuo in Didao City. The blade glimmered like a radiant rainbow, slicing through the space between them. Before the knife's edge arrived, a fierce killing intent surged forth, enveloping Huinan in an overwhelming aura that evoked an instinctual urge to retreat. Master Huinan, I am grateful for your guidance over the past half-month, and this strike is my return. In the face of Baya's breathtaking strike, Huinan's expression shifted, his fists relaxed at his waist, and his right hand instinctively rose to block the incoming blade. As Huinan thrust his palm forward, a colossal golden statue of a Buddha manifested behind him, also pushing forward with a single palm to meet the knife's edge. The statue bore a striking resemblance to Huinan, with kind eyes and a compassionate demeanor. Baya felt an immense force pushing against him, making it difficult to breathe, as if a massive stone were crushing his chest. The ferocity of his blade was instantly halted, and he seemed on the verge of being blasted away by that single palm. Baya's face contorted as he braced himself, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with the repressed energy from his chest. Enveloping Huinan in a mist of crimson, Huinan caught the pungent scent of blood, and his expression changed. The Buddha's phantom began to waver. The knife edge pressed against the massive palm of the Buddha, as if the mountains were chronicling the passage of ages. Yet in the blink of an eye, the knife's brilliance surged with an intensity that shattered the Buddha's palm. Clang, the blade struck squarely against Huinan's palm, producing a resounding clash. Crack! Baya felt as though he had been struck hard, his short knife snapping in response, and his body was hurled through the air as if collided by a truck. Meanwhile, Huinan's expression remained blank, seemingly unaware. His left hand, instinctively, clenched into a fist and rose, the shadow of his fist arriving before Baya. The previously wavering Buddha statue coalesced once more, but this time, the usually benevolent golden figure bore a hint of ferocity, resembling an enraged diamond warrior as its colossal fist descended from above. The giant fist loomed larger in Baya's eyes, akin to a mountain collapsing, instantaneously obliterating all surrounding scenery, as if in this expanse of the world. Only that fist remained, with Baya appearing as insignificant as an ant beneath it. Umitba. The resounding Buddhist chant echoed in Baya's ears, and the gigantic fist dissipated into nothingness. He felt a gentle force behind him, as if a cushion had caught his falling body. When Baya regained his footing, he felt an intense pain in his chest and wrist, as if both his wrist and rib were fractured. The old monk truly struck with ferocity, Baya grimaced. Looking up at Huinan, he saw Huinan, not far away, somewhat dazed, gazing down at his right palm, where a narrow blood mark appeared in the center, precisely where Baya had struck him with the knife. Baya remained silent, deeply contemplating Huinan's previous palm and fist strikes. The initial palm was unremarkable. He had seen manifestations of intent before. However, the latter fist seemed to possess an obscure transformation that had affected his five senses. For a fleeting moment, Baya truly believed he might perish. "Thank you, benefactor Bai." After a moment of daze, Huinan suddenly joined his palms together and bowed respectfully to Baya. "Hee, this is the master's culmination of profound knowledge." "Unrelated to me," Baya chuckled, scratching his head. He sensed that Huinan had seemingly gained some understanding earlier, but that was not his intention, and he felt undeserving. "Umitba." The master often says that this humble monk's temperament is overly placid. While it poses no hindrance in Zen practice, it is indeed a detriment in martial arts. Huinan appeared somewhat pleased and remarked with a smile, "For disciples of the Buddhist path, practicing martial arts strengthens the body and serves to subdue demons and vanquish evil. Without the indomitable spirit of self-sacrifice, even the mightiest martial skills are rendered futile. Over the past fortnight, this humble monk has merely imparted the essence of valor to my young friend, and my young friend has just now reciprocated with an ardent heart. How could I not express my gratitude?" Huinan laughed heartily. "Has the master entered the state of enlightenment?" Baya inquired joyfully. "Hee, I have yet to reach that state. It was merely a fleeting moment of insight. However, the bottleneck has loosened." Huinan shook his head with a smile. "Now, let us not keep the master waiting any longer." Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Baya discovered Master Yuanming, holding a rosary, already waiting patiently outside. "Master, has my young friend sustained an injury?" Yuanming turned to glance at Huinan beside him, and suddenly, the old monk raised his brow, a hint of surprise gleaming in his eyes, clearly noting the change in Huinan's demeanor. "Have you come to an understanding? It is due to the merits of Bai Shizhu that I lost my focus for a moment, inadvertently wounding Bai Ya." Huinan replied apologetically, "No matter." Baya hastily waved his hand, steering the conversation. "Since the master is aware of what I have learned, do you have any advice to offer? The celestial martial sects of the Middle Kingdom are as numerous as the stars. Yet those that have stood for over 1,000 years are relatively few." Yuanming, contemplating thoughtfully, continued, "Lesser sects often lack depth and typically adhere to one or two styles of martial arts. If one discovers later that these do not suit them, the path of cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous. In contrast, larger sects possess profound heritage, with ample time allowing predecessors to create various martial paths, each possessing unique strengths, whether in swords, sabers, or hand techniques. There will always be a style that suits one's disposition. Even if none are a perfect fit, one can still draw inspiration from the myriad martial paths of predecessors, thereby innovating through observation." Baya nodded silently. The old monk's words, while rather commonplace, held undeniable truth. He had no desire to stand apart and join a little-known sect. Such a disposition may be admirable, but it would ultimately lead to his own hardships. "Then, does the master have any good recommendations?" Baya tentatively inquired. "Martial artists have their own preferences in martial arts, yet few understand that the martial path also chooses its practitioners." Master Yuanming smiled. "Choosing a sect will influence one's entire life. Such a significant matter, I dare not speak lightly of it. I only have a few words to impart to my young friend. Please do share." Baya rolled his eyes, knowing the old monk would not provide a straightforward answer. and that he would ultimately have to make his own choice. The Hanzhong region lies at the heart of 4 battle zones, with the north being Old Qin, Yuaming thoughtfully stated. The people of Old Qin are known for their fierce spirit, unyielding in battle, and within their borders, sects flourish. Regardless of philosophical schools, Buddhist teachings, or demonic sects, their disciples often embody a bold and generous spirit, which mostly aligns with your temperament. I wonder if you would consider returning home? Absolutely not, Baya replied decisively, surprising both Yuanming and Huiyana and I. In truth, they were accustomed to Baya's fierce and chivalrous side, but often overlooked his occasional displays of lethargy. Having traversed into this world, Baya's demeanor had indeed shifted from his previous life. Yet, at his core, he remained a trouble-averse recluse. His 2 acts of heroism had garnered him some renown, but the ensuing troubles were far more numerous. Were there any other options, he would not wish to join a martial sect in the land of Qin. Since the north is not a viable option, that leaves the east, west, and south. The west is occupied by Tubo, where most sects revere Buddhism, which my young friend would likely not choose. Master Yuaming continued, preferring not to delve into foreign nations. Should Baya truly wish to become a wandering monk, he would rather keep him at the Vajra temple. To the east lies Han and Chu. Han is the weakest among the 7 heroes, yet it is home to the Shaolin Temple of Songshan, the foremost among the 4 great temples of the Middle Kingdom. Throughout history, the kings of Han have honored Buddhism, and Shaolin has always obliged. However, apart from Shaolin, there are only small sects within. Yuaming said slowly. Shaolin's martial arts are vast and profound. The ancestral master Bodhidharma once imparted the 72 ultimate techniques of Zen, which have since flourished brilliantly. Yet, if my young friend does not wish to shave his head and become a monk, and cannot uphold the great precepts of Buddhism, then martial arts will be limited to the initial stage of innate potential. What of the Chu kingdom? Baya interjected, finding this perspective quite agreeable. To the north of Jingzhou lies a sect that holds the reins, Wudong's true martial path, also known as Wudong sect. Master Yuaming smiled. Both the Taoist and Buddhist paths are transcendent sects, yet the rules and regulations of the Taoist path are not as stringent as those of Buddhism, making it quite suitable for my young friend. Aside from Wudong, what other sects exist in Chu? Baya asked, unwilling to pin his hopes solely on one tree. The Chu kingdom is the largest among the 7 heroes, with countless lords within its borders. Even excluding the states of Wu and Yu, it is a colossal entity spanning 5 provinces, Yuaming sighed. However, besides Wudong, the major celestial martial sects in Chu are primarily located in the Jiangnan region, where the populace tends to be somewhat feeble and inclined towards extravagance. Baya remained silent, yet found himself disagreeing with Yuanming's words. He hailed from Jiangnan in his previous life, not merely a petty servant from the north. However, having never been to Jiangnan in this world, he refrained from rebutting. After discussing the east, the next focus was the southern region, Shu. Yuaming paused for a moment, weighing his words before continuing. Shu, like Hanzhong, is part of Izhou, with the Dali kingdom further south. The Shu region is rich in hidden paradises, and the number of major celestial martial sects is nearly on par with Old Qin, setting aside the southern poison cult and martial families. The renowned sects with a history of over 1,000 years include Qinxing, Amei, and Yaowang Valley, among others. Then, not according to the master's words, where should I go first to explore? Baya chuckled bitterly, realizing the old monk had spoken at length only to leave him none the wiser. My young friend may first visit the land of Shu. Baya had initially expected the old monk to continue with his vague suggestions, yet was surprised to receive a definitive answer this time, albeit with reasons that seemed somewhat far-fetched. Shu is the closest to Hanzhong, and the major sects are relatively concentrated there. Should you find none of those sects to your liking, you may venture to Chu. Very well, Baya responded, somewhat exasperated. He sensed that although the old monk had not explicitly recommended any particular sect, there was an underlying admiration for the Taoist path in his words. After contemplating, Baya found the Taoist path quite suitable for himself. He preferred freedom and wished to roam this vast world unencumbered. The Taoist path emphasizes the harmony of natural law, the unity of heaven and humanity, and its rules and regulations are considerably more lenient than those of Buddhism. Even without becoming a Taoist priest, one could still engage in martial cultivation, unlike Buddhism, which requires adherence to strict precepts. Otherwise, the martial path would stagnate at the initial stage of innate potential. Upon noticing the confusion gradually fading from Baya's expression, Master Yuanming understood that he had reached a decision. Huinan? Go fetch the writings I transcribed for the master some days ago. The old monk joined his palms together and smiled. Parting is inevitable when we meet. I shall not see my young friend off when you leave. After speaking, Master Yuaming turned back into the house, presenting Baya with a casual view of his retreating figure. Baya couldn't help but smile wryly. After a while, he saw Huinin emerge from the cottage, carrying a small bundle, which he promptly handed to Baya. By Shizhu, let us depart. This humble monk will escort you down the mountain. What is contained within this package? Baya inquired curiously as he examined the bundle in his hands. My young friend has returned the Jialan Neijing that senior brother Huikong gifted to you. The master cannot refuse the relics of his junior, so I have transcribed the diamond great hand seal and the nameless heart method contained within and returned them to you. Huinan smiled. The diamond great hand seal created by senior brother Huikong indeed possesses unique qualities, yet his understanding is still insufficient. This technique, if practiced by someone with a weak foundation, poses significant limitations on the body and can easily lead to prolonged meditation and slumber. Did you not notice this? Baya was taken aback. Recalling Huinan's words made him remember some peculiarities during his practice of the diamond great hand seal. It indeed demanded rigorous physical conditioning. Back at Shiryang Gathering, he had only managed to master a single stance due to his physical limitations. It was only after the recent encounter with Master Yuan Wu of Yunlong Temple, who had awakened the potential within him through Zen teachings, that he was able to initiate the remaining 4 stances. He had consistently entered a meditative state while practicing the great hand seal stance, often falling into a deep sleep until awakening naturally. Hence, he assumed this peculiar occurrence was a unique aspect of the technique. However, in hindsight, it was evident that something was amiss. Even if no particularly glaring flaws manifested during practice, how could any technique induce sleep upon mere practice? If external circumstances arose, wouldn't it be perilously easy to stray off the path? He wouldn't fall into chaos, but it would certainly be inconvenient. When Baya inquired further, Huinan could not help but smile. The diamond great hand seal established by senior brother Huikong originates from the esoteric traditions of the western regions, yet he lacks a deep understanding of the Tibetan esoteric teachings, which reveal that the great hand seal belongs to the supreme yoga methods. Rather than martial combat techniques, the eminent monks of the western regions often endure prolonged periods without food or drink, utilizing the great hand seal for meditation, compensating for their spiritual pursuits through physical austerities. Huinan explained with a smile. Thus, the great hand seal is not suitable for martial artists with weak foundations. Senior brother Huikong, unaware of this, has mistakenly transplanted the stance of the esoteric great hand seal, inevitably leading to errors. Can I still practice it? Baya hesitated to ask, reluctant to abandon the technique he had been diligently honing, especially since he sensed its potential for immense power. You may practice it. The master has slightly modified the channels of the Vajramadra, ensuring that it will no longer induce a state of meditation, thereby preventing potential harm to the physical body should one delve too deeply into their practice and remain in meditation for an extended duration. Huinan nodded in affirmation, which relieved Baya. However, he soon discerned an anomaly in the monk's previous statements. Channels? Baya inquired, astonished. Isn't the Vajramadra an external martial art? How can it involve channels? Haha, why can't external martial arts involve channels? Huinan replied with a smile, his composure unshaken. Every person possesses internal energy. Without it, life ceases to exist. What do you mean by that? Baya asked. Bewildered. Huinan chuckled, young friend. After vigorous exercise, do you not observe the heat emanating from your body? Oh, indeed, Baya stammered, feeling somewhat sheepish. But can this heat be compared to the internal energy of martial arts? Different, yet there are similarities, Huinan asserted seriously. The heat arises from the body's consumption of energy, while internal energy is derived from the martial artist's expenditure of vital life force. The principles of both ultimately converge. Then are you saying that external martial arts also require the manipulation of energy? Baya expressed his surprise. Indeed, all external martial arts generate a sensation of energy by stimulating the muscles, bones, and skin. When you practice the 5 breaks tiger claw and the Vajramadra, do you not feel a sense of warmth in the key acupoints? Huinan nodded in response. This sensation is characteristic of external martial arts. With continued practice, internal energy gradually fortifies the muscles and skin, rendering the body as resilient as iron and stone. As one advances in skill, the sensation of energy intensifies, transitioning from external to internal, thus achieving a harmonious state of energy. And what about internal martial arts? Baya inquired with curiosity. If you wish to understand internal martial arts, you must first learn about the chi refiners of ancient times. Huiyin replied with a smile. Before the teachings of Buddhism entered the Central Plains, the concept of chi refinement did not exist. Chi refiners? Yes, during the ancient times preceding the great upheaval of the world, chi refiners developed methods of chi cultivation. They sought to enhance their physical constitution and prolong life by absorbing the light of the sun and moon and inhaling the morning and evening air. Huiyin explained slowly in their practice. They gradually formulated the techniques of energy manipulation and acupoint activation, which are the precursors to modern internal martial arts. Since the purpose of chi cultivation was primarily for longevity rather than combat, internal martial arts were initially unable to contend with external martial artists. Huiyin shook his head with a smile. It was only after the great upheaval, when the world became saturated with vital life energy, that chi cultivation became an essential path in the martial arts. Which is more powerful, external or internal martial arts? Baya asked with great interest. This depends on the personal cultivation of the martial artist and the quality of the martial arts they practice. Huiyin pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Typically, external martial artists progress more rapidly and dominate the foundational phase, easily overcoming internal martial artists, if both are at the level of energy manipulation. Those who have trained in solid techniques of external martial arts will have certain advantages. However, once one reaches the level of intent and beyond, it largely comes down to individual cultivation and the martial arts learned. Moreover, the combat environment and the states of the participants also play a role, Huiyin added thoughtfully. For instance, in our earlier encounter, while you had not yet perfected your martial arts foundation and I was at the half-step intent stage, I was nearly defeated due to your overwhelming aura. Huiyin raised his right palm, revealing a faint red line, and joked, had I not practiced my protective hard techniques, this hand would have been in jeopardy. Hee. Baya scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. He had been too focused on showcasing his half-month's learning, not anticipating that a master like Huiyin would struggle to withstand his strike. Remember this lesson, young friend. The realm of martial arts does not equate to martial prowess, nor does martial prowess guarantee victory, Huiyin remarked with a smile. Furthermore, the martial arts of this world are diverse. If there is a significant disparity in quality, then a practitioner of energy manipulation may indeed triumph over one of intent or momentum. A postnatal martial artist can defeat a congenital strongman. When you speak of martial arts quality, what exactly do you mean? Baya inquired, pondering. Could it be that different martial arts have varying levels of superiority? Absolutely, Huiyin sighed in resignation. Martial arts are human creations. Since humans possess strengths and weaknesses, virtues and vices, it follows that martial arts must also have distinctions in quality. Oh, then according to your perspective, how are martial arts categorized? Baya asked with curiosity. There are various opinions regarding the classification of martial arts among different schools. Essentially, everyone has their own assertions, and when they converge, no one will concede. Huiyin suddenly chuckled wryly. Baya quickly grasped the situation. In literature, there is no first or second. Who would acknowledge that their own martial arts are inferior to others? If disciples from two schools were to meet, they would both loudly proclaim their own martial arts as the world's best, claiming superior ranking over others, resulting in inevitable chaos. Is there a universally accepted standard? Baya pressed, unwilling to let Huiyin off the hook. There are accepted standards, but they often lead to errors in judgment, Huiyin replied solemnly. Young friend, take heed. When engaging in combat in the future, do not use this as a benchmark for assessing combat strength. All right, please continue, master, Baya urged eagerly. When distinguishing the depth of martial arts, the unique profound teachings bequeathed by immortal martial masters are termed ultimate techniques. If a martial art has the potential to be practiced from the postnatal stage to the congenital stage, it is worthy of being called divine skill. If it can only be practiced to the stage of momentum, it is referred to as mysterious skill. As the congenital martial way also has its own levels, divine skills can further be classified into 3 grades or 5 tiers. Huiyin contemplated as he spoke. From the breadth of martial arts, if a martial art encompasses internal cultivation, external techniques, body methods, weaponry, and hand-to-hand combat, and its principal techniques reach the level of divine skill, it is referred to as true scripture. Conversely, If a martial art solely relies on a single internal or external technique to derive other forms and can be practiced to the congenital stage, it is termed treasure scripture. Additionally, there are certain martial arts that do not belong to orthodox techniques but achieve the congenital stage through unconventional means, often referred to by sects as certain grand method. Why do you not speak of martial arts that can only cultivate to the level of intent? Baya interjected, feeling somewhat distant from the martial arts Huinan discussed. He quickly shifted to a topic that piqued his interest. After the great upheaval, with abundant life energy, diligent martial artists will undoubtedly achieve success. Should a martial art be incapable of reaching the level of intent, regardless of how it is practiced, it can only be deemed inferior, a mere trick of the rivers and lakes. Huinan regarded him with a hint of exasperation. As for your 5 breaks Tiger Claw and the Vajra Mudra, they do not amount to a complete martial art but are merely foundational aspects thereof. There exist deeper, more profound complementary martial arts. Baya considered this, but quickly thought of another question. Master, you did not mention any martial arts that can be practiced from the postnatal stage to the celestial martial realm. How should such arts be referred to? There is no such thing, Huinan said, exasperation creeping into his tone. Do you not aspire to attain the unattainable? If one could become a supreme master merely by reading a book, would there not be an abundance of masters in the land? Each master is akin to an unparalleled calligrapher. If you merely copy their work, can you truly become them? Would they still be considered unparalleled? Oh, Baya laughed awkwardly, refraining from further inquiries. Please convey my gratitude to Master Yuan Ming upon your return. Wait, I have not finished, Huinan sighed, almost forgetting amidst Baya's interruption. The master, being well-versed in many matters, has traced the origins of that unnamed heart technique and has completed its comprehensive outline. You may refer to it for your practice. What? Baya exclaimed, astonished. Why would the old monk do such a thing? Master Hui Kong had his last wishes. He entrusted the unnamed heart technique to you, and as the master, how could I not fulfill this? Huinan stated casually. Additionally, I have also copied a volume of your 5 breaks Tiger Claw. Has it been supplemented as well? Baya expressed gratitude while feeling a hint of frustration. This monk-student duo was remarkably earnest. Do not worry, young friend. The 5 breaks Tiger Claw is too incomplete. Even when supplemented, it remains merely a basic tiger-style claw technique, Huinan responded calmly. What else do you have in your bundle, master? Baya shook his head with a wry smile. There is a vial of little Vajra pills for your protection, and a box of healing skin and bone ointment, which can eliminate scars. Surely, you wouldn't want to constantly bear such a fearsome visage? Huinan pointed at the terrifying scar on Baya's face. Lastly, I have prepared a household registration and travel permit under the same name, granting you a fabricated identity as a young hunter from beneath Yunlong Ridge, with an unblemished background. Chapter 37. Jiaming. This household registration and travel permit identifies him as Baya, a young hunter from the foot of Yunlong Ridge, with a clear lineage and solitary existence. Baya could not help but admire the monk's attentiveness. He indeed required such proof of identity. Since he did not plan to return to the Qin state, he had only 2 options, to remain in Shu or to venture into Chu territory. In his previous life, he had been a resident of the southeastern coastal region and was somewhat familiar with the customs there. However, regardless of which immortal martial sect he joined, as long as it was not a demonic sect, he would need a clear background. Of course, Baya could also reveal his true identity, which would be more effective than any household registration. Yet, Shu and Chu were not the same as Hanzhong, being somewhat distant from Longxi, and they were adversaries of the Great Qin. They likely would not be overly impressed by his chivalrous deeds. It is akin to the previous life of Baya. Should a corrupt official from the Neon Nation be eliminated by the populace, the citizens would merely glance at the news and utter a few spiteful comments. If this righteous individual were to appear before them, the initial reaction would likely be that they are excessively violent, best observed from a distance rather than befriended. Thus, the revelation of Baya's true identity to the celestial sects of Shu and Chu would yield limited effects and might even invite unnecessary troubles. Moreover, as Baya is a reclusive individual averse to complications, he is even less inclined to expose himself openly before others. The master's kindness is etched in Baya's heart. With gratitude, Baya performed another bow. There is no need for such formalities, my young friend. Facilitating others is a means of facilitating oneself. I merely hope you will engage in more virtuous deeds in the future, lest you squander this precious karmic connection. the monk Huinan imparted with profound significance. Without sending him too far, there exists a small teleportation array at the mountainside of this peak, leading to Baocheng, as Baya stepped through the vertical pupil portal. The scenery before him shifted, and he found himself within the civilian teleportation array of Baocheng. Baya did not tarry in Baocheng, having already visited this city a few days prior. After completing some formalities, he once again utilized the teleportation array, arriving at Jiaming City in Zidong County, which borders Hanzhong and the Shu Kingdom. Jiaming City, formerly known as Tufei, was once part of the vassal state of Zhu. Established by Du Jiaming, the brother of the former Shu monarch Du Shangdai in ancient times, Zhu was annihilated during the Qin conquest of Bashu, and when the Shu Kingdom gained independence from the Qin, Zitong County was established in this region. However, over the subsequent millennia, there were several instances of Zhu lords being infected by the Shu kings, but these minor lords rarely lasted long, with their reigns spanning from a mere few years to a century, after which Jiaming City would revert to the central authority of the Shu Kingdom. Presently, Jiaming City has no new Zhu lord and is directly governed by the Zidong Prefecture. Baya's ultimate destination in his southward journey is the capital of the Shu Kingdom, Chengdu. To join a major celestial sect in the Shu region, Chengdu is the most crucial stop. To the northwest of Chengdu lies Qinsheng, while to the southwest stands Mei, and the Valley of the Medicine King is located near the junction of Zidong and northeast Chengdu and Fucheng. As the capital of the Shu Kingdom, it is certain that these prominent celestial sects have established footholds within the city, such as Taoist temples, escort agencies, martial arts schools, and medical clinics. Hanzhong maintains a cordial relationship with the Shu Kingdom, as both nations ally against the Qin. Unlike Baya's journey from Wudu County to Hanzhong, entering Zidong County from Hanzhong is quite convenient, with both teleportation arrays and aerial routes available. Upon arriving in Jiaming City of Zitong County, Baya initially planned to take a ride on the Flying Wool treasure ship, curious to see how air travel in this world differs from that of his previous life. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. Having resolved to use a false identity, it seemed unwise to draw attention to himself. Once Baya joins a major sect in the Shu region, it is obvious that they will investigate his background. The Diamond Temple is a behemoth in the vicinity of Baocheng and Yunlong Ridge, and the false identity bestowed upon him by Huinan should pose no issues. Any complications would arise solely from his own actions. For an ordinary person, particularly a youth from a humble background, utilizing both the teleportation array and the Flying Wool treasure ship would be rather extravagant. While flying from Hanzhong to Zidong is understandable due to the border, continuous use of these modes of transport would unmistakably signal to others that his identity is questionable. Realizing this, Baya resolved to travel by riverboat or ferry. He would no longer opt for the ferry, as although it was relatively fast and not overly bumpy, it was exceedingly dull. He preferred the riverboat, which would allow him to appreciate the scenery of the Shu region along the way. Most importantly, it would be convenient, as the area from Jiaming City in Zidong County southward to Chengdu is crisscrossed by numerous tributaries of the Jialing River with an intricate network of waterways. Roughly counting, there are over 80 waterways, with prominent rivers such as the Bailong River, Qingshui River, Donghe River, and Mumen River, among others. The mountains flanking these rivers are steep and perilous, transitioning from mountainous terrain to basins. Surrounded by numerous peaks, major ranges include Maoyan Ridge and Maikang Mountain, while Longmen Mountain stretches diagonally from northeast to southwest, along with other arc-shaped mountain ranges like Jinmen Mountain and Dalan Mountain. Generally, the topography slopes from north to southeast, with significant elevation differences along the ridges. This region is characterized by towering peaks and stunning vistas, yet the pathways are exceedingly treacherous. In ancient times, certain areas' waterways were obstructed by mountains, necessitating mountain paths for connection, making it almost impossible for birds to traverse. The saying "the road to Shu is as difficult as ascending to the heavens" originates from this arduous journey. However, conditions have improved significantly in modern times, as several passages have been carved through the mountains that traverse north and south during the period of the Great Earth Rift. Successive Shu monarchs have also connected major rivers like the Min and Dadu, forming an extensive network of waterways. Traveling aboard a flower boat offers Baya another advantage. He hopes to seize this opportunity to glean information and understand the local customs of the Shu region, achieving two objectives at once. However, since Baya refrained from using the merchant copper plate gifted by the old beggar, he found himself in a queue awaiting the next boat's departure. According to the boatman's assistant, The fleet would likely set sail in approximately 2 days. As the sun set, Baya hurriedly sought accommodations at an inn by the dock. "Innkeeper, do you have any private rooms available?" "Yes." The assistant's demeanor appeared somewhat wary, as his face was rather intimidating. Upon seeing the assistant's appearance, Baya suddenly thought that perhaps delaying his trip to Chengdu for a few days might be wiser, allowing him to use the ointment given by Huinan to diminish the scars on his face, thus avoiding inconvenience in the future. After paying the required silver, the assistant's expression softened considerably as he led Baya into the inn's courtyard. "Innkeeper, do you have a quiet courtyard with a private entrance?" "I'm willing to pay extra." Baya surveyed the environment surrounding the guest rooms and felt a twinge of disappointment. This was a small courtyard encircled by 8 guest rooms, with the center occupied by a well. Observing the surroundings, it appeared that all the guest rooms were already occupied. In such an environment, aside from practicing his stances within the room, his uninterrupted cultivation would inevitably come to a halt. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed guest. Our establishment lacks such private courtyards, and the remaining guest rooms are all quite similar to this one." The assistant, noticing Baya's polite manner of speaking, had noticeably lessened his initial fear. "Are there any larger inns nearby?" Baya pondered briefly and then handed a piece of broken silver to the assistant. The assistant discreetly accepted the silver and moved a bit closer, whispering, "Esteemed guest, your timing is unfortunate. This period marks the peak of the river flood season, which is our busiest time of the year. It is fortunate that our inn still has a few guest rooms available. The larger inns in the city are completely full." "Very well. Please bring the meals to my room later." Baya, feeling resigned, abandoned his plan to change inns. One night passed without incident, and on the following morning, Baya faintly heard a crisp call from outside his room. Baya opened the window to find a young couple sparring in the modest courtyard outside the quadrangle. The girl, strikingly beautiful and spirited, wore 2 braided pigtails adorned with tassels, dressed in a short jacket and fitted trousers. Her opponent, a tall young man, donned a scholar's headscarf and a long robe cinched at the waist. The two bore a striking resemblance, and Baya quickly discerned that they were merely practicing and not engaged in a serious fight. With 2 sheathed long swords leaning against the well at this early hour, their sparring soon attracted the attention of the neighbors, who peeked out to observe. 3 families merely glanced, muttering a few words before retreating indoors, while several young men living nearby couldn't help but steal glances at the beautiful girl, occasionally applauding in admiration. Clearly smitten. "Brother, I don't want to practice anymore," the girl pouted, turning to glare fiercely at the onlookers. However, her expression only heightened her allure, instantly captivating the attention of several onlookers. Baya chuckled softly, closing the window to reflect on the techniques displayed during the sparring match. His martial arts knowledge remained relatively superficial, and he could not discern whether their moves were particularly exquisite. The only observation he could make was that their martial arts seemed to resemble a form of short-range combat. This type of quick-strike boxing emphasizes close-quarters aggression, focusing on grappling and takedowns, reminiscent of Wing Chun he had seen in films from his previous life. Wing Chun is a southern martial art. Could it be that these two hail from the Jiangnan region? Baya mused softly, contemplating whether to engage them in conversation, as it might provide insights into the southern part of the Divine Land. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly extinguished it, chuckling to himself. With his face, approaching them would be futile. Damn it. Time for some ointment. Baya retrieved the skin-healing ointment Huinan had given him upon parting. Upon opening the box, he discovered a green paste resembling grease. Applying it to his face felt pleasantly cool and soothing. However, after about 10 minutes, when he glanced in the bronze mirror, regret washed over him. His face now resembled a monkey's behind, red and purple, as if coated in grease paint, far more unsightly than the scars he had previously borne. A face marked by scars might elicit fear or caution, but this new visage would undoubtedly invite ridicule from anyone he encountered. Huinan, you wretched monk, are you trying to ruin me? Is this what karma feels like? Baya stood frozen in disbelief, having initially planned to explore the city. But now it seemed he would be confined to his room for the next few days. Chapter 38. Scions of noble families. Since applying the skin-healing ointment, Baya dared not venture out to avoid embarrassment, remaining cooped up in his room for his daily sustenance. His routine consisted of practicing his tiger claw and great hand seal forms, interspersed with sleeping and eating. However, The techniques of the tiger claw and great hand seal he practiced had deviated from their original forms. The great hand seal was relatively unchanged, as Master Yuanming had only made slight modifications to the stance, altering the body's points of force and adjusting the acupressure points. He has now overcome the previous issue of easily entering a meditative state during practice, and his muscles and tendons have received a more comprehensive workout. However, the 5 breaks tiger claw technique is markedly different. This martial art has been completely transformed by Huinan, with the foundational stance training evolving from 2 forms to 4. In addition to the original prone stance and claw standing stance, a bow stance and an inward 8-character horse stance have been introduced, while the variations of the tiger claw techniques remain limited. The methods of harnessing energy have expanded from 3, CUI, 2, and Duan, to 5, now including Zhen and Qin. The introduction of these latter 2 methods, particularly Zhen and Qin, has excited Baiya immensely. The hallmark of mastering Zhen is the ability to leave not only claw marks but also to reduce the interior of a wooden post over 1 foot thick to powder upon impact. This description reminds Baiya of a legendary technique he heard in his previous life, known as the distant mountain striking cattle qigong, which, once mastered, transcended the external to reach the realm of energy. The introduction of Qin is even more extravagant, akin to capturing dragons and controlling cranes, an ability to manipulate objects from thin air, belonging not only to the realm of energy-based martial arts, but also at a remarkably profound level. In the texts he transcribed, Huinan has renamed this martial art Vajra Tiger Form Fist, transforming the singular claw technique of the 5 breaks tiger claw into a complete foundational boxing style reminiscent of the original tiger capturing technique. Nevertheless, Baiya does not concern himself with the name of this martial art. After all, it is a creation of Huinan, so Vajra Tiger Form Fist it shall be. Furthermore, he has perused the nameless heart technique that Master Yuanming completed. However, Baiya has yet to practice it, as this book contains a letter from Yuanming, which has deterred him from attempting it hastily. According to Master Yuanming's letter, this nameless heart technique was created by a wandering ascetic from the western regions and is not a profound martial art. Rather, it is a formula left by this eminent monk for future generations to cultivate tranquility during meditation, effectively reducing distracting thoughts and negative emotions. After reading this, Baiya felt a tinge of disappointment. He has thoroughly developed a fondness for martial arts and feels that his distractions during practice are minimal, rendering this nameless heart technique seemingly of little help to him. Moreover, Master Yuanming cautioned in his letter that this heart technique must be practiced in an exceptionally quiet environment. Otherwise, any disturbances could lead to severe consequences. The old monk did not specify what those consequences might be, but given Baiya's understanding of him, he was certain that the repercussions would not be trivial, certainly not something easily remedied with a simple application of hemorrhoid cream. Hence, Baiya resolved to set aside this heart technique for the time being, intending to bring it out only when he finds himself overwhelmed by agitation. 2 days swiftly passed, and Baiya boarded the riverboat as scheduled. This vessel was significantly smaller than the flower boat he had previously taken in Longxi County. It was a medium-sized, sharp-bottomed fortune boat with 3 sails, TO enhanced speed. The sides of the boat were equipped with 4 large wheel-like water wheels. When in motion, these water wheels would turn, allowing for a speed comparable to the gas-powered cruise ship Baiya had previously experienced, nearly reaching 20 knots, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a day. Upon boarding, Baiya unexpectedly spotted the brother and sister pair from the inn. However, he was now wearing a bronze mask that the innkeeper had helped him procure, and since he had not ventured out during his stay at the inn, it was likely they did not recognize him. The siblings were accompanied by 2 young men and 1 young woman, all appearing to be just a few years older than Baiya's current physique, around 16 or 17 years of age. They were all dressed in fitted attire, adorned with wrist guards, and carried long swords at their waists, exuding an air of martial prowess. This group of young people appeared to be in high spirits, engaged in lively discussions, while the other passengers on the boat instinctively kept their distance. Baiya felt a stir of curiosity and feigned indifference as he edged closer, eager to glean the nature of their conversation. "Lu brother, what are the odds of success in this examination?" A tall, robust youth, whose face bore a youthful innocence and was sprinkled with freckles, inquired loudly. The one referred to as Lu brother was indeed the elder brother of the inn's sibling duo. He seemed to be the most mature among the group, displaying a composure befitting his age. "Regrettably, I have already attempted twice. If I fail to make the list again this time, My family elders may not permit me to try again. The Lu youth's expression was tinged with worry. Do not speak such nonsense. You will certainly make the list, assured Lu's younger sister, brimming with confidence as she waved her delicate fist. Indeed, indeed. Lu brother, coming from a scholarly family and being diligent in your studies, you are bound to see your wishes fulfilled. The freckled youth chimed in, casting a furtive glance at Lu's sister. Ahem, Lu brother, do not fret. You barely missed the cut last time, and after 2 years of rigorous training, you are sure to succeed this time. A pale youth, whose delicate features were reminiscent of a beautiful girl, added with a gentle smile. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Tang. The Lu youth seemed quite convinced by this individual's words. Expressing his gratitude promptly. Examination? Making the list? Baya was taken aback. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? This group was not comprised of martial artists, but rather scholars heading to an examination. However, it was already nearing winter. He was unfamiliar with the ancient civil service examinations, but had heard of the spring and autumn tests, never having heard of a winter examination. Yet, Baya was not bewildered for long. After listening for a while, he finally understood that they were en route to participate in the examinations held by several martial academies in Chengdu. From their discussions, it seemed that being accepted as a disciple by those academies was quite a challenging endeavor. Baya surmised that these academies might have connections to prominent sects, likely renowned ones. The making the list they referred to indicated the postings of accepted disciples following the martial academy exams. Realizing this, Baya felt it would be prudent to set aside his pride and forge a connection with them. These young individuals were not too suspicious of strangers, presenting a prime opportunity for him to gather information. Ahem, esteemed brothers, I happen to overhear that you are heading to Chengdu's martial academies for the examination. Might I inquire which academies you are referring to? Baya decided to take the initiative, clearing his throat to capture their attention as he approached. The young people paused their conversation, regarding Baya with some wariness. This was not surprising. Anyone would adopt such an expression upon seeing a stranger approaching while wearing a bronze mask. Show your face if you wish to speak with us. Please remove your mask first. A melodious voice, akin to that of a nightingale, chimed from behind the group. This was the lone girl among them who had yet to speak. She had been leaning against the railing by the side of the boat, and only now did she venture closer upon noticing Baya's approach. However, while her voice was enchanting, her appearance was merely ordinary and paled in comparison to the captivating and playful Lu's sister. Little sister, the tall, freckled youth appeared somewhat embarrassed, clasping his fists toward Baya. Forgive my sister. She is simply blunt. Another pair of siblings again. Baya felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Although the freckled youth offered an apology, the others did not seem inclined to ease their scrutiny of Baya, their gazes remaining fixed on his masked face. Particularly, the pale youth, who bore a striking resemblance to a beauty. Scrutinized Baya from head to toe with utmost caution, it is of no consequence. That is only to be expected. Baya had anticipated this reaction. He swiftly removed his mask, allowing them a glimpse before donning it again. Upon seeing Baya's facial condition, expressions of shock adorned their faces, and the Lu sister gasped softly, I did not mean to conceal my identity. It is simply that I have an affliction on my face that compels me to do so. Baya addressed the group in a calm tone. After 2 days of applying ointment, Baya's face had become even more grotesque than before. The ointment was actually a type of corrosive treatment. It first removed the necrotic skin and flesh before stimulating natural healing. If combined with a small golden Buddha pill, the results would be even more pronounced. However, having only applied the ointment for 2 days, Baya had merely begun to shed the scar tissue, rendering his face more ghastly than it had ever been. Akin to that of a decomposed corpse, in terms of appearance, he could portray repugnance without the need for makeup. Such a visage, without a mask, would be a profound disrespect to others. Why apologies? I hope you will not take offense. The eldest Lu brother immediately donned an apologetic expression and clasped his fists in respect. From where do you hail? The pale youth, keenly perceptive, seized the opportunity to inquire further. I am Baya, hailing from Hanzhong, residing at Yunlong Ridge. My father, Bai Fu, was once the lay disciple of the outer sect of the Vajra Temple. Baya was aware that this group would not easily accept his claims, so he invoked the false identity prepared for him by Huinan. The Vajra Temple is a prominent sect. Why would you seek to take the examination at the Chengdu martial academies? The girl with the nightingale-like voice queried with curiosity, "My father has passed away, and I am unaccustomed to the strictures of the Buddhist precepts. Hence, I have come to Chengdu to seek my fortune." Baya replied with a smile, "You brother," and the pale youth exchanged glances, and finally ceased their inquiries. "I am Lu Yuan. This is my sister Lu Qing, a disciple of the Lu family from Jiangyu." The Lu youth introduced everyone, gesturing toward the robust, freckled youth and another girl. "These two are the Jiang siblings from Yinping, Jiang Wu and Jiang Nan. I am Tang Shou, a disciple of the Tang family from Jiangzhou. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me, brother." The pale youth hastily introduced himself before Lu Yuan could finish. "It is of no matter. Prudence is advisable when venturing out." Baya waved his hand with a smile and then inquired, "Might I invite you all to share a drink with me and discuss matters regarding the martial academies?" The young people exchanged glances. By their inclination, they were reluctant to drink with a stranger. However, Baya's courteous demeanor and willingness to reveal his disfigured face made it difficult for them to decline. This was precisely what Baya had anticipated, despite some among them being exceptionally astute. They were still young and lacked the hardened disposition of seasoned individuals. Had he encountered more experienced folk, forging such connections would have been far more challenging. "Well, I find myself feeling a bit hungry as well. Let us go together." Lu Yuan glanced at the others with a hint of helplessness and nodded in agreement. Chapter 39. Tang Family Fortress. At this moment, it was nearly noon. The river was bathed in gentle sunlight, and the fortune boat glided smoothly along the water. The group descended into the cabin, instructing the boatman to prepare a feast of wine and dishes. This fortune boat was nothing like the flower boat they had previously traveled on. Its narrow hull offered less space than a flat-bottomed vessel. The supplies on board were limited, necessitating several stops along the way to replenish food and water, yet a trawl net at the back of the boat occasionally yielded fresh fish and shrimp. As the boat had just set sail, the dishes were fresh and the meat tender, complemented by the rich flavors of the river fish, making the banquet irresistible to all. Baya took his seat at the table but refrained from asking numerous questions. Instead, he first requested a small jar of the boatman's homemade rice wine, raising his cup in a toast to entertain his companions. Although Baya had been a reclusive individual in his past life, his work in marketing had required him to engage in social drinking. Utilizing his skills at the table, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wu could not decline, and soon their faces were flushed from the alcohol. Just as Baya had anticipated, these young men were relatively innocent, lacking ulterior motives. As long as he adopted a humble demeanor, they would not push him away. Under the influence of the drink, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wu gradually relaxed, and the three began to refer to one another as brothers, their camaraderie significantly deepening, contrasting with their earlier awkwardness. However, the sickly-looking youth, Tang Shou, maintained a clear mind. Citing health concerns as an excuse to eat only vegetables and abstain from alcohol, clearly harboring some doubts regarding the suddenly appearing Baya. The other two young ladies also partook sparingly, whispering secrets to one another. Which martial arts schools are recruiting disciples this time? Baya, sensing the atmosphere was ripe for discussion, finally broached the subject. "Perhaps around 10 or so," Lu Yuan replied, "but only Jinwu Daochong and Ling Tian Wuguan are truly noteworthy. The former is founded by disciples from Qinsheng, while the latter is backed by the Mei Ling Tian Pavilion." The tall youth, Jiang Wu, whose face was adorned with freckles, slightly inebriated, was the first to open up. "Why have these martial arts schools chosen this particular time for recruitment?" Baya nodded, intrigued by the question. When he first traversed into this world, it was early autumn, yet now winter had arrived. Seemingly an unfavorable time for recruiting students. Dear brother, you may not know, but Chengdu is the capital of the Great Shu Kingdom, surrounded by numerous renowned mountains. Each major sect has its enterprises within the city, especially the various martial arts schools, of which there are no less than 100. Lu Yuan also felt a bit tipsy. Being a person of great spirit, after several rounds of toasting, he noted Baya's cup was empty and offered no resistance. Feeling quite exhilarated, his demeanor growing warm. With Lu Yuan and Jiang Wu's narration, Baya began to piece together an understanding of the small martial arts world within Chengdu. The city boasted over 100 martial arts schools, each backed by various sects, ranging from small factions to the grandiose sects like the King Kong Temple, which occupied entire mountain ranges and blessed lands. If these schools were to open their doors wide and compete for martial talent, it would likely result in chaos within Chengdu. Thus, The martial arts schools would privately negotiate recruitment times each year, ensuring that their schedules did not overlap, allowing martial students the freedom to choose. And what sort of examinations do these schools conduct during recruitment? Bayu inquired curiously. Are they assessing strength or testing bone structure for potential? Different schools have varying methods of recruitment, with new variations emerging each year. Before the tests, no one knows the specific content, Lu Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. However, they evaluate strength, potential, and comprehension, and there is also a written examination. A written examination? Bayu was taken aback. This was truly unexpected. In his previous life, he had graduated from university, yet this world clearly did not test for mathematics, physics, or political economy. The so-called written examination was likely assessing personal character and moral integrity. Connecting this to the words of the knife washer, the old beggar, and the two elderly monks from the King Kong temple, it appeared that the celestial martial sects were initially probing the disposition of prospective disciples. In other words, they were scrutinizing one's worldview, outlook on life, and values. If these perspectives were flawed, even the most talented individuals might not be accepted. This was not the narrative of a certain path leading to the sect and being revered as a treasure, only to be slapped in the face by an underdog later on. Bayu mused internally, feeling somewhat resigned. If this written examination held significant weight, he feared he might not catch the eye of the examiners. The boy he had possessed had recognized a few characters, yet it was limited to commonly used simplified script. If Bayu were to take up a brush, whether his writing style was appropriate was secondary. The paper would likely be overrun with crabs. If there were no written examination, would the schools accept anyone based solely on strength and potential? Bayu asked with a grimace. If there were no written examination, it would typically be children under 10. Lu Yuan and Jiang Wu exchanged glances, hesitating before responding, and very few martial students are accepted as exceptions. Upon hearing this, Bayu could not help but sigh. What is destined to be will come, and forcing it is futile. After all, he merely intended to observe for now. There was still about a month before he turned 14. If no schools were recruiting at the moment, it mattered little. He possessed 2 foundational martial arts techniques and could hire a tutor to practice writing. He could always try his luck at the schools in a couple of years. Realizing that his chances of being accepted were slim, Bayu's interest waned significantly, and he ceased to mention the recruitment of martial arts schools, opting instead to relax and engage in light conversation with the others. However, rather than inquiring directly, he gleaned a wealth of information from their casual chatter. Although Lu Yuan and the others had introduced themselves earlier, Bayu only now learned that they all hailed from prestigious martial families, with ancestors who had produced renowned martial artists. The Lu siblings, Lu Yuan and Lu Qing, were from the Lu family of Jiangyu, known for their prowess in hand-to-hand combat, confirming Bayu's earlier suspicions that their lineage traced back to the Wuiwei region. Although they had migrated to the Shu region of Jiangyu City long ago, their martial skills still adhered to the southern fist lineage. The Jiang siblings, Jiang Wu and Jiang Nan, were born and raised in Shu, with ancestral roots in Yinping, which heightened Bayu's vigilance as he discreetly observed them. This was because Yinping County was the northernmost part of Yizhou, adjacent to Longxi County, and closer to Didao City than Hanzhong. These 2 siblings might very well be aware of the flood disaster in the Tao River and his exploits in Didao City. However, the individual who piqued Bayu's interest the most among these young people was the handsome yet sickly-looking youth, for he bore the surname Tang and resided in the Tang family fortress in Jiangzhou. Bayu had not paid much attention when Tang Shou introduced himself earlier, but as conversation flowed, he finally realized that Jiangzhou was the equivalent of modern-day Chongqing, an ancient land of the Ba people. When Tang Shou inadvertently mentioned his home in Tang family fortress, Bayu finally connected the dots, recognizing that this striking young man was linked to the illustrious Tang sect of his former life. Bayu had always enjoyed reading and gaming, and he had a penchant for historical research. Thus he was aware that the Tang sect was not entirely fictional. At least its concealed weapons and poisons had historical prototypes and figures associated with them. Are there disciples of the Tang family skilled in hidden weapons and toxic substances? As Tang Shou began to engage in the conversation, Bayu could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, "Haha, Jiangzhou is rich in minerals, so it's no surprise that the Tang family excels in weapon crafting." At Bayu's inquiry, the others responded with friendly laughter. Indeed, Jiangzhou is abundant in gold and stone mines. If heaven grants but one opportunity, one must seize it. My Tang family has produced master craftsmen in every generation, proficient in the arts of mechanisms and hidden weapons. Should any of you require assistance, I hope you will consider our family business." As the others discussed their family strengths, a hint of pride appeared on Tang Shou's otherwise placid face. As for the crafting of poisons, it is not exclusively our Tang family's forte. Tang Shou continued with a smile. The Ba region is near the southern frontier, inhabited by various ethnic groups, as well as practitioners of voodoo and other sinister sects. Our Tang family only concocts poisons for self-defense. The malevolent cults of the southern frontier are indeed despicable. Had it not been for the establishment of a medical branch by the Jixia Academy in Jiangzhou, these malevolent sects would likely wreak even greater havoc, Jiang Wu exclaimed, clearly indignant. "My brother, I recall you mentioning that your father is a lay disciple of the King Kong Temple. Might he have imparted some family teachings?" Tang Shou glanced at Bai Ye and inquired with a smile. This handsome young man's suspicion was quite strong, Bai Ye silently noted, yet he was not afraid of such probing. The King Kong tiger form fist revised by Hui Nan, along with the King Kong great hand seal left to him by Hui Kong, both bore deep imprints of Buddhist martial arts. He was confident that with a little sparring, these knowledgeable scions would certainly recognize them. "My father indeed left behind 2 Buddhist martial arts techniques, though both are foundational skills," Bai Ye replied with a smile. "Should the opportunity arise in the coming days, I look forward to Tang Brothers' instruction. My brother is too modest. We are merely newly initiated martial students, hardly in a position to offer guidance, but rather to exchange insights." Upon hearing Bai Ye acknowledge him, Tang Shou's expression softened further, and he finally relaxed. As a scion of a prestigious family, he understood the challenges of pursuing martial arts. Even the foundational techniques of celestial martial sects were not to be compared with the skills of common practitioners, and ordinary people rarely had access to them. If Bai Ye truly possessed authentic Buddhist martial arts, it was highly likely he hailed from a reputable family. Thus their intentions in approaching him were straightforward and devoid of ulterior motives. The others also grasped this reasoning, and the atmosphere at the table grew even more harmonious. The 2 young ladies occasionally chimed in, no longer as reserved as before in the days that followed. During the fortune boat's stops to replenish supplies, Bai Ye engaged in several sparring sessions with the group. After revealing a glimpse of his 2 martial arts techniques, he fully integrated into this small circle. Although Bai Ye had accomplished significant feats in Liangzhou, he was still uncertain about his own martial prowess. Throughout his journey, he had encountered martial artists who far surpassed him in a fair contest without deception or life-threatening stakes. He was typically no match for them. He had heard Huin and expressed dissatisfaction with his foundational skills, yet there exists a hierarchy even within the realm of martial arts. It was only after engaging in friendly sparring with a few contemporaries that Bai Ye was able to gauge his martial prowess. Among these individuals, Lu Yuan stood at the pinnacle of martial ability. At 18 years of age, he had surpassed the phase of rapid growth, his foundation nearing perfection. It was no wonder he claimed he would not be returning to the martial arts academy in Chengdu, as his elders had forbidden him from doing so. Tang Shou and Jiang Wu were of similar age. Tang Shou was 15, being the younger of the 2, while Jiang Wu was 16, slightly older. Their martial skills were on par with Bai Ye's, each possessing their own strengths. Jiang Wu was exceptionally gifted, endowed with remarkable physical attributes. Everyone believed that if he performed adequately in the written examination, he would undoubtedly be accepted by a martial arts academy, though whether it would be Zhen Wu or Ling Tian was uncertain, given that the requirements of the major sects were the most stringent. Tang Shou's physique was considerably weaker. He claimed to have suffered from an illness in his childhood that left him with lingering effects. Nevertheless, he was resourceful and versatile in combat, employing a myriad of techniques, and possessed an outstanding proficiency in concealed weaponry, so it was likely he would also make the list. As for the 2 young women, Lu Qing and Jiang Nan, they were of a similar age to Bai Ye, with Lu Qing being a few months younger. This time, she merely accompanied her brother to broaden her horizons, not particularly concerned about making the list. Thus, the only one truly facing a dilemma was Bai Ye himself. Chapter 40. Clarity of mind. Since realizing that he was not significantly stronger than his peers in martial arts, Bai Ye's spirits had somewhat diminished, mingled with a sense of astonishment. He was uncertain when he had begun to harbor a subtle sense of pride and superiority, feeling distinct from the rest. Perhaps it had begun when he vanquished the Black Tiger at Shiryangji, or perhaps it was during the audacious assassination incident in Didao City. Reflecting on these events, to claim that Bai Ye felt no trace of smugness or pride would be disingenuous. However, he had believed himself to be modest and unassuming. It was only after failing to gain the upper hand in sparring with several contemporaries that a profound sense of defeat engulfed him, making him realize that his tail had, unbeknownst to him, been raised high in the air. What was he truly worth? Aside from the bone-cutting blade technique, he had practiced martial arts for scarcely 3 months. Losing to Lu Yuan and failing to eclipse Tang Shou and Jiang Wu, children of martial families who had trained since childhood, was hardly surprising, was it? After completing his stance training, Bai Ye sat alone in his room, quietly contemplating. Wang Peng, Old Tong, Yuan Ming, and Hui Nin all held him in high regard. Yet could he truly remain oblivious to his own identity? He was merely an ordinary recluse with a slightly righteous worldview. A touch of temper, a hint of capriciousness, and a modicum of cleverness. He aspired to be unrestrained, to navigate this world with free will. Yet if he lost even the awareness of his own limitations, how far could he truly go? Bai Ye's gaze held a hint of confusion. At the onset of his journey, the memories left by the Bai family's simpleton had swiftly allowed him to shed his weakness. Yet from here on, no one would remind him. He had to forge his own path. Having come to this realization, Bai Ye felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He opened the mustard seed pouch and retrieved the unnamed mental technique, his fingers gliding over its surface. Suddenly, he comprehended the true purpose of this technique. In the world, most successful individuals possess certain peculiarities. Some relish in showcasing their collections, others find solace in music, some prefer the tranquility of writing or painting, while others enjoy nurturing plants, insects, or fish in their leisure time. In truth, they all express their pressures in various ways, subsequently employing a clear mind to motivate themselves steadfastly towards the path of success. The unnamed technique in Bai Ye's hands was, as Master Yuan Ming had articulated, not a martial arts manual, but rather a spiritual tome for Buddhist practitioners aimed at clarifying the heart and cultivating great resolve and wisdom. The spiritual aspect espoused by Buddhism aligns with what Taoism refers to as the path of the heart. The primary function of this text is to eradicate distractions and negative emotions, fortifying one's resolve. Master Yuan Ming's letter had already elucidated this, yet Bai Ye had failed to grasp its meaning. However, practicing this mental technique bore both advantages and disadvantages. Bai Ye was not a Buddhist. Buddhists are ascetics who dedicate their lives to meditation. This technique was merely a supplementary aid, not intended for dependency. Yet, he was not an ascetic, and the temptations of the vibrant world were manifold. Should he practice this technique, he would inevitably develop a reliance upon it. If one day even this technique could no longer calm his spirit, calamity would surely ensue. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, suppressing his desire to pursue this technique. Resolutely placing it back into the mustard seed pouch. Point 1. Must remain true to their original intent to achieve their ultimate goal. Bai Ye decided that not only would he refrain from practicing this technique now, but he would also abstain in the future. He intended to use this text as his whetstone, treating the act of not practicing as a form of practice, believing that as long as he maintained his initial intent, his mental fortitude would remain unshakable. Over a week later, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wu, and Tang Shou unexpectedly visited Bai Ye's room together. "Brother Xian, we are preparing to set sail. I wonder how you plan to proceed?" Lu Yuan remarked with a smile. "Set sail?" Bai Ye was taken aback. "Aren't you all headed to the Chengdu Martial Arts Academy for the examination? We haven't even left the borders of Zhejiang County yet." "Haha, brother Bai. It seems you've been so preoccupied with eating, drinking, and practicing your stances that you've lost track of time." Jiang Wu chuckled, giving Bai Ye a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Brother Bai, in just a month, it will be the new year." Noticing Bai Ye's continued confusion, Tang Shou offered a gentle reminder. "The new year? As the new year approaches, the martial arts academies in Chengdu only accept new students during the first week of December. If we miss this window, they will close their doors to new applicants," Tang Shou elaborated. "And it takes at least 2 months by boat to reach Chengdu from here. We only just embarked on our journey. 1. We agreed to meet in Jimeng City, and 2. We wanted to take in the scenic beauty of the Shu Road, not simply travel straight to Chengdu." Jiang Wu chimed in with a grin. "Brother Xian, will you be joining us on our journey?" Lu Yuan subtly extended the invitation. After spending over 10 days together, they had all developed a favorable impression of Bai Ye. Following their sparring sessions, they had fully embraced him. Birds of a feather flocked together. The children of noble families also possessed their own pride. Despite the setback he faced in their sparring, Lu Yuan and the others were not without their own realizations. They all underwent a reassessment of themselves, Liu Yuan and his companions had trained in martial arts since childhood, nurtured meticulously by their families, only to discover, after sparring, that they were nearly on par with a boy who had lost his father at a young age and was a few years their junior. In truth, while Liu Yuan and the others had begun their martial training at a young age, during their formative years their bodies had yet to fully develop. They merely practiced basic stances and routines akin to gymnastics. It was only around the age of 12 or 13 that they began to engage with genuine martial arts. Baya, on the other hand, though he had only trained for a few months, had already been compelled by the lame man to practice sword techniques for several years during his childhood, which provided him with a solid physical foundation. Upon reaching Yunlong Temple, Master Yuan Wu had awakened his latent potential with enlightening words, further closing the gap in their physical capabilities. Additionally, the Vajra Tiger style was fundamentally an exceptional martial art, making the outcome of their sparring sessions entirely reasonable. Brother Bai, do you face any difficulties? Tang Shou inquired, his gaze shifting as he sensed Bai Ya's hesitation. Bai Ya indeed felt conflicted. He yearned to accompany these young men to Chengdu. Passing the martial arts examination was secondary, at the very least. Being among these children of noble families would afford him invaluable insights, allowing him to swiftly familiarize himself with the local martial world. If the major sects in Shu did not suit him, he could promptly redirect his path to the Chu region. Conversely, if they proved fitting, even if he failed the martial arts academy entrance, he could settle down, solidify his foundation, and attempt to join the academy the following year. However, this plan posed a dilemma. He would need to utilize the teleportation array, which contradicted his low-profile facade. Unlike his elder brothers, he did not possess an abundance of teleportation crystal beads. After much contemplation, Baya ultimately resolved to adhere to his original plan. Liu Yuan and his companions would likely remain in Chengdu after passing the martial arts examination. Even if he missed this opportunity to join the academy, there would be ample chances in the future, and he need not rush through the next 2 months of travel. Haha, I thought perhaps you were reluctant to journey with us. Liu Yuan exchanged knowing glances with the others, and Jiang Wu waved dismissively, eager to interject, it's merely a matter of the teleportation crystal beads, which is easily resolved. Each of us has a surplus of crystal beads, and with your share, we have more than enough. The teleportation crystal beads were mere material possessions and held limited value for them as martial artists. If Baya were to decline, it would be tantamount to looking down on them. Sensing Baya's wavering resolve, Liu Yuan feigned a stern demeanor to provoke him. Baya felt indeed tempted, yet he held firm to his principles. Although he had only known these individuals for a brief fortnight, he was reluctant to owe them any favors. He had previously heard from Wang Peng that teleportation crystal beads were distinct from ordinary currency. Even in the eyes of martial artists, they were quite valuable and should not be squandered. After a moment's thought, Baya retrieved a small vial from the mustard seed pouch and handed it to Liu Yuan. Although I appreciate the generosity of my elder brothers, I cannot accept your teleportation crystal beads without offering something in return. Baya paused, gesturing toward the vial. This contains the Golden Vajra Pill, a sacred healing elixir from the Golden Vajra Temple, originally bequeathed by my father. I now gift it to my elder brothers for their protection. What does Brother Bai mean by this? Liu Yuan's expression soured, and he furrowed his brow. Are we not becoming merchants in this manner? Liu, Brother Bai does not mean that at all. Tang Shou interjected smoothly. Smiling as he mediated, how about this? Since Brother Bai is unwilling to accept our gifts outright, we can each take a pill as a keepsake. After some deliberation, Liu Yuan and Jiang Wu ultimately acquiesced to this arrangement. Baya was greatly pleased. These days, due to the treatment for facial ailments involving the rejuvenating bone ointment, there remained approximately 10 small golden pills in the bottle. They took away 5 of them, which was not a significant loss in comparison to the teleportation crystal beads. The golden pills were indeed of higher value. However, Baya, accompanying Liu Yuan and others, was reaping countless benefits and could hardly afford to be overly calculative. Akin to losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. In the land of Shu, specifically Chengdu, a city among the earliest established in the realm of Shenzhou, the Jinsha site can be traced back to the Shang dynasty, over 6,700 years ago, serving as the capital of ancient Shu. The name Chengdu derives from the historical context of the Western Zhou dynasty, referencing the year the Zhou king relocated his capital to Qi, thus forming a settlement in the 2nd year, and in the 3rd year, it was named Chengdu, signifying the final capital of Shu. In the Shu dialect, Chengdu is pronounced as Shu due the term Cheng implies completion or finality. denoting it as the ultimate city of Shu. Chengdu is situated in a fertile plain with a temperate climate, abundant rainfall, and a dense network of rivers. Numerous tributaries, including the Min and Tuo rivers, crisscross the plain, with waterways flowing between the majestic mountains and deep valleys, resulting in clear and pristine water quality. Following the Qin state's annexation of Bashu, the Dujianjian irrigation project was constructed, facilitating irrigation and transforming the Chengdu plain into a land of abundance, where hunger was a distant memory, thus becoming a granary for central Shenzhou. In the later stages of the great upheaval of heaven and earth, Shu separated from the Qin state and established its own rule under the Ming clan. The Ming clan, originating from the Ji surname, descended from the 28th king of the Wei state during the spring and autumn period, named Ji, styled Gongming. This lineage adopted the practice of using the ancestor's name as their surname. Initially known as Gongming, later simplified to Ming. In the early days of the Ming dynasty, the ministers predominantly belonged to the Taoist Huanglao faction, advocating the integration of Taoist principles and emphasizing moral governance. The upper echelons combined benevolence and authority to consolidate power, while the lower classes practiced a philosophy of non-intervention in governance, coexisting harmoniously with the populace. During the era of cultural flourishing, the Shu court embraced Confucianism, the art of war, and Moism, yet the citizens maintained their reverence for Taoism, which remained the state religion. Qingcheng Mountain within the region is a sacred site of Taoism, while Amei Mountain hosts a coexistence of Buddhism and Daoism. On this day, in the outskirts of Chengdu, within the city walls, 4 men and 2 women emerged. After 5 days of teleportation, Bai Ye and his companions finally arrived in this prosperous city. Chapter 41. Chengdu is located in the western part of Izhou, resembling an 8-trigram diagram, extending outward from the royal palace at its core in concentric rings. Through the gradual expansions by successive Shu kings, the current Chengdu has developed into a vast city encircled by 6 rings and 8 gates. When considering the towns and the populace surrounding the 8 fortified walls, the population exceeds 1 million, rivaling even the capitals of the 7 warring states. Izhou is a land of exceptional talent and resources, with the majority of its brilliance concentrated in Chengdu. In Bai Ye's previous life during the 3 Kingdoms period, Shu Han resisted Wei and Wu with the strength of a single province. During the Republic era, much of China fell to the hands of the Japanese invaders, and later military strength relied heavily on Sichuan, affirming Izhou's robust foundation. However, Izhou is a basin surrounded by towering mountains, making transportation challenging. It serves as both a cradle of success and a cage of confinement for dragons. After Shu Han lost Jingzhou, even with Zhuge Liang's talents, history records 2 failed northern expeditions. Just as Bai Ye and his companions exited the city walls and passed through Chengdu's northern gate, a brocade-clad warrior hurriedly entered the Hongyang Pavilion located east of the Shu royal palace. This pavilion served as the residence for the princes of the Shu royal family, where all unraced and unentitled princes resided, aside from the heir and those already bestowed with titles. After being scrutinized by the guards, the brocade-clad warrior made his way directly to a modest building at the far left of the pavilion. This unadorned structure exuded simplicity and elegance. The warrior proceeded without pause, quickly arriving at the study of the building's master. "Master, the person you instructed us to keep an eye on has entered the city at the hour of Shun through the northern gate," the brocade-clad warrior reported softly, bowing slightly and standing to the side outside the door. "Oh, come in and tell me in detail," a surprised voice called from within, though it bore a hint of youthful inflection. The warrior pushed the door open to reveal a room lined with bookshelves. To the left stood a Nanmu table with scholarly implements, while to the right was a spacious couch. Behind the couch was a screen, and in the center sat a small table with a chessboard, where 2 individuals were engaged in a game. The person on the left of the chessboard was a middle-aged scholar, slender and with a long beard. On the right sat a boy of around 11 or 12, with a face like jade and subtle character lines, a broad forehead adorned with a dot of vermilion. This young lad, unadorned with a crown, had his hair styled with a golden hairpin. What was most astonishing was that in his right hand, he was playing with a jade statue of a Luohan, which bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ye's own statue of the dragon subduing tiger, evidently also a relic of the right arm of the Bodhisattva Moga. Upon seeing the boy, the brocade-clad warrior first bowed, then recounted in detail what the scout had observed. "Master, what shall we do next?" The boy, upon hearing the warrior's report, appeared somewhat dazed. momentarily lost in thought, leaving both the warrior and the middle-aged scholar astonished. After a brief pause, he remained silent, turning instead to gaze at the chessboard, picking up a black piece and placing it on the board. "It's too early, still too early," the boy murmured to himself, his focus fixed on the chessboard, though his gaze lacked clarity. The brocade-clad warrior felt a bit bewildered, yet the middle-aged scholar noticed the boy's fingers tremble slightly as he placed the piece, causing him to ponder deeply. Their young master had always kept a low profile within the palace, with only a select few confidants aware of his exceptional intelligence and talents, aside from martial skills. He had an uncanny ability to learn anything he set his mind to. Despite his tender age, he was remarkably astute, having used the daily allowances provided by the palace and a few coins gifted by his mother, the esteemed consort, to acquire several properties in the city, amassing considerable wealth in just a few short years, thus becoming a small financier. Moreover, he spent years gaining the loyalty of his surrounding guards and discreetly recruiting talented individuals, nurturing a cadre of elite warriors. Had it not been for these endeavors, the scholar tutoring him would not have so readily chosen to align with him, willingly supporting his young student. "Your Highness?" "I concede." The middle-aged scholar suddenly smiled, stroking his long beard, swiftly placing a white piece in a corner of the chessboard. What had once been a tense stalemate on the board now appeared clear after the middle-aged scholar's move. The young prince's dragon was slaughtered, leaving him with no means of recovery. The primary reason lay in his previous misplacement of a piece, which not only amounted to a slow move but also constricted his options, effectively raising the white flag in surrender. "Sir, taking advantage of my blunder. This game doesn't count. Let us play again." The young prince feigned annoyance as he reached out to disrupt the chessboard. However, the middle-aged scholar remained silent, subtly indicating to the brocade-clad warrior standing nearby, "You need not do anything. Treat this as if it never occurred, understood?" The young prince then turned calmly, fixing an intense gaze upon the brocade-clad warrior, hesitating for a moment before softly instructing, "Also deal with the Julong guard that I encountered today." "Understood," exclaimed the brocade-clad warrior, taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It took him a moment to regain his composure. The middle-aged scholar raised an eyebrow at this command, yet did not express his thoughts. After the warrior left, he looked inquiringly at the young prince. "Your Highness, the Julong guard are all fiercely loyal warriors, not easily trained like those roguish characters. Why not I am aware of their loyalty, yet this matter is of great significance, and the timing is not yet right. Thus, they must be sacrificed for now," the young prince sighed, casting a glance at the dragon subduing tiger statue in his hand, his eyes flickering as he spoke softly. "This is my fault. Knowing it was unwise yet proceeding regardless is foolish. Let us not dwell on this. Sir, shall we play another game?" Baya, along with Lu Yuan and others, entered Chengdu City, settling into an inn named Helai located in the eastern part of the Third Ring. The inn met with the group's satisfaction, boasting a courtyard approximately the size of a third of a football field, ample enough for them to practice martial arts during their stay. Once settled, as they noted the hour was still early, they decided to enroll in their preferred martial arts schools while also planning to explore the Chengdu night market. Baya no longer wore the bronze mask, apart from a faint red mark stretching from his left brow to his right jaw. The other scars had entirely vanished, revealing his delicate and fair skin. Although his facial paralysis persisted, leaving him expressionless, he appeared far more agreeable than before. This was only natural, aside from the scar he had inflicted upon himself. The other minor wounds, though frightening in appearance, were merely abrasions from gravel. With the healing properties of the rejuvenating bone ointment and the golden pills, he was bound to return to his original state. Moreover, being in a youthful body, it was likely that the lengthy red mark would gradually fade with time. As the group strolled out, engaging in conversation while meandering through the streets, Baya was somewhat astonished to discover that, aside from the two young women, the three companions, Lu Yuan and others, had distinctly different preferences for their chosen martial arts schools. Lu Yuan opted for the Ling Tian Martial Arts School, while Jiang Wu chose another establishment called the Jinwu Dojo. Tang Shou's choice was most unexpected. He neither selected Ling Tian nor Jinwu but expressed a desire to join a medical clinic named Baoshan Tang. "Why did you all come together yet not enroll in the same martial arts school?" Baya inquired, puzzled. Lu Yuan exchanged knowing smiles with his companions. "Brother Bai, though we are like-minded, our preferences for martial arts differ, Lu Yuan explained with a smile. The Ling Tian Martial Arts School is backed by the Amei Ling Tian Pavilion, which specializes in swordplay, and my heart is set on that. Jiang Wu, gifted with extraordinary talent, excels in hardstyle training, hence his selection of the Zhenwu Dojo. I recall you mentioning that the Zhenwu Dojo was founded by disciples of Qingqing. Does that mean Qingqing lacks a swordplay tradition? Baya asked in surprise. Not at all. The Qingqing swordplay is equally flourishing. It is just that the Zhenwu Dojo offers a more comprehensive curriculum. Jiang Wu smiled as he waved his hand, explaining that unless one is as dedicated to the sword as Brother Liu, the Zhenwu Martial Hall would be more suitable for individuals like us. I see, replied Baya, but what about Brother Tang? The Baoshan Hall is hardly even a martial arts academy. He looked curiously at Tang Shou. The Baoshan Hall is an establishment of the Yaowang Valley in Chengdu, where not only the art of medicine and pharmacology is imparted, but martial arts training is also available. Tang Shou jested lightly. In my youth, I suffered from a serious illness. Though my life is no longer in peril, I remain frail. Thus, I aspire to cultivate alchemy at the Yaowang Valley, hoping to extend my years. Baya nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry about the two young women who had chosen similarly to their brothers. Although women are not necessarily inferior to men, there are many formidable female figures in the world. Objective differences in physical constitution exist, which become increasingly apparent in martial practice. Consequently, martial arts families tend to favor males over females. Jiang Nan and Lu Qing's presence at the Martial Academy for the examination was already a testament to their family's indulgence. Other families often relegated their daughters to the role of marriage candidates, compelling them to wed at a young age, thus abandoning the path of martial arts. In truth, the two young women were not entirely devoid of chances for acceptance. Should they perform well in the written examination, the academy would consider their admission, albeit with lower standards for courage and innate talent due to their gender. Brother Bai, which martial hall do you intend to apply to next? Jiang Wu inquired with genuine concern. I am in no rush. This year, I might not even make the list. If it is merely a matter of registration, then let us visit the Zhenwu Martial Hall, Baya replied with a smile. Hearing this, the others were not surprised. After several sparring sessions, they had developed a mutual understanding of each other's skills. Lu Yuan's foundation was solid, and that is a matter best left unspoken. Baya, Jiang Wu, and Tang Shou were all of comparable prowess, yet Jiang Wu possessed innate strength while Tang Shou was adept in family legacy hidden weapons, with knowledge in toxicology. Their respective skills would undoubtedly bolster their chances at the martial and medical examinations. In contrast, Baya, despite harboring two authentic Buddhist martial arts, lacked uniqueness in other aspects. Moreover, he doubted his ability to pass the written examination, thus held little expectation for this year's Martial Hall assessments. His choice of the Zhenwu Martial Hall over the Lingtian Martial Hall stemmed from personal considerations. He was not proficient in swordsmanship and preferred not to showcase his bone-cutting techniques, as it might reveal his true identity. Besides, if he wished to learn swordplay in the future, the Qingqing Sword School was thriving, perhaps rivaling the Amei Lingtian Pavilion. As the group conversed, a grand edifice with an expansive area emerged at the end of the street, flanked by a pair of enormous stone lions glaring fiercely, guarding the entrance. They had arrived at the Zhenwu Martial Hall. Chapter 42. Friends, the Zhenwu Martial Hall sprawled over a vast area. Yet from their vantage point outside, they could only glimpse the tall walls adorned with green bricks and blue tiles. The two imposing black oil doors stood majestically, towering at 2 zhang and exceeding 3 zhang in width. 6 tiger-headed brass rings, each the size of a basin, were embedded in the doors. Naturally, such a grand and sturdy entrance, even if made of wood, would require several individuals to open. Above the door hung a massive plaque inscribed with 4 golden characters, Zhenwu Martial Hall, accentuating the fierce stone lions guarding the entrance, thereby imparting an air of majesty. At that moment, both the main gate and the smaller side doors were closed, with a few makeshift awnings leaning against the hall's walls. Before Baya and his companions could exit the street corner, the sound of bustling chatter emanated from the awnings. In front of each awning, long queues formed, comprised mostly of young individuals clad in martial attire, swords and blades at their waists, all there to apply for the martial hall examination. Inside the awnings, a few scholars recorded names, while martial artists in the hall's attire patrolled the vicinity, wielding long staffs to maintain order. Baya was momentarily taken aback by the scene. There were 6 awnings in total, and a rough estimate suggested that each queue had at least 50 or 60 people, if one considered that each hour would register a wave of applicants. It was likely that a minimum of 2,000 individuals would sign up in a single day. Tang Shou had mentioned that the registration period for the Martial Hall was 1 week, and even if the initial days were bustling while the latter days were quieter, the average count would still exceed 10,000. Of course, not all of these individuals could gain admission to the Martial Hall. But even if only a third were accepted, that would still amount to over 3,000. Despite Baya being aware of the prevalence of martial arts in this world, the scale of it still left him in awe. An annual intake of over 3,000 was comparable to the enrollment of universities in his previous life, and not just any university, but a comprehensive one. Would they all be able to enter the Qingqing sect in the future? Baya could not help but quietly ask Lu Yuan beside him. How could that be possible? Lu Yuan chuckled, lowering his voice in response. According to the elders in my family, the number of martial students recommended to the Qingqing Immortal Sect from the Zhenwu Martial Hall in the best years barely reaches 100, and in poorer years, it can be less than 10. Then what becomes of the rest? Baya exclaimed in astonishment, finding the ratio rather disheartening. Those who gain entry to the Zhenwu Martial Hall need not worry about their future. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile. If one wishes to serve, those with high martial skills can become military generals, inspectors, or officers, while those with lesser abilities may still work as constables, guards, or laborers. If they prefer not to serve, they can work at escort agencies, guarding merchants, or becoming bounty hunters for the government. They could even hunt wild beasts in the wilderness and cultivate land. I've heard that if one clears 100 acres of new land in the wilderness, the court will grant them a title of nobility, and the land will belong to them. Jiang Wu chimed in cheerfully. Nonsense. Becoming a landholder is no easy feat. To venture into the wilderness without innate abilities is akin to courting death. Even if 10,000 ordinary martial artists set out, few would survive. Lu Yuan interjected sternly. I've warned you before. How can you impart such misguided notions to Brother Bai? Yes, Brother Lu, your admonition is well taken. Jiang Wu responded with a wry smile, repeatedly beseeching for forgiveness. Listening to their exchange, Baya suddenly realized that this world was not so different from his previous life. In his past, everyone attended school, but the vast majority did not necessarily aspire to become scientists. They merely sought better job prospects. The martial students before him were similarly motivated. Unlike true martial practitioners such as Wang Peng and Hui Nan, or even the scions of noble families like Lu Yuan, their pursuit of martial arts might not stem from a true martial aspiration, but rather a desire for a promising future. The hour grows late. You two should quickly queue up for registration. Tang Shou interjected with a smile, rescuing Jiang Wu from the conversation. Jiang Wu hurriedly departed, leading Baya and his sister Jiang Nan to join a line. Approximately half an hour later, the trio returned. So, how did it go? Were you able to register? Lu Yuan asked with concern. Indeed, we registered. My sister and I can take the examination tomorrow, but, Jiang Wu replied, somewhat indignantly, the pompous scholar in charge of registration actually assigned Brother Bai to the 5th session 3 days from now. Lu Yuan and the others exchanged glances, a hint of embarrassment crossing their faces. The people of Shu are rather exclusive. Do not take it to heart, brother. Lu Yuan offered a comforting remark, noting that Baya appeared unfazed, and thus chose not to dwell on the matter further. Baya's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no discernible emotion. However, he truly did not place much importance on such trivialities. The Zhang siblings were from the Shu kingdom and were descendants of a renowned martial arts family. Akin to the privileged offspring of a revolutionary lineage in his previous life, exempt from political scrutiny. In contrast, his fabricated identity was that of a young hunter from Hanzhong, akin to an impoverished immigrant in his past life. Had he not joined the Zhang siblings in their registration, the scholar overseeing the process would likely have relegated him to the last day. With this thought, Baya felt a sense of gratitude. Had he not lowered his guard and made an effort to engage with Lu Yuan and the others, the journey thus far would likely not have been so smooth. After the trio completed their registration, they planned to proceed to the Lingtian Martial Hall and the Baoshan Hall. However, the Zhenwu Martial Hall was located in the east of the city, while the other two establishments lay to the west, a straight-line distance of no less than 10 li, making it impractical to walk. Therefore, they hailed a carriage along the official road. The carriages in Chengdu adhered to fixed specifications and were permitted only on official roads, avoiding alleyways and narrow streets. The interior of these carriages was quite spacious, drawn not by oxen or horses, but by a breed of canine beast known as the Biao hound. This creature bore resemblance to a Shire dog, with copper-like eyes, prominent fangs, and spiraled fur atop its head. Though its strength was less than that of oxen or horses, its agility and imposing appearance made it well suited for travel, unperturbed by wolves or leopards in the wilderness. After hiring the carriage, they finally managed to complete their registration before nightfall. With the business concluded, the group relaxed, engaging in conversation while exploring the vibrant night market of Chengdu. Baya had previously spent time in Liangzhou City, experiencing the dazzling, ceaseless festivities of a city that never sleeps. That city was not only a vital border stronghold, but also a key point along the Silk Road, bustling with merchant caravans and a myriad of visitors. Flourishing in commerce akin to the metropolitan grandeur of his former life, Chengdu, while sharing similarities, also possessed distinct differences. Its geographical setting was exceptionally favorable, devoid of the periodic flooding that plagued the Yellow River Basin. With abundant rainfall year-round and a dense network of rivers, there was no threat of drought or the tempestuous winds of the southeastern coast, ensuring a bountiful harvest. The borders of Yizhou were encircled by mountains, making it easy to defend and difficult to invade, resulting in a relatively peaceful existence compared to other states. As long as the populace was willing to labor, they could always satiate their hunger. In contrast to other regions, life here could be deemed leisurely and prosperous. Thus, Chengdu boasted a densely populated citizenry, with taverns, flower houses, and vibrant night markets lining the streets, rivaling the splendor of Liangzhou. Moreover, the absence of nomadic tribes from the northern borders ensured that, despite the bustling crowds in the night market, order was well maintained. The local merchants of Shu were warm and hospitable, while the Shu women were graceful and gentle, embodying a refined elegance that was truly delightful. As they walked and conversed, laughter and joy filled the air. Baya cast a glance at Lu Yuan beside him and suddenly recalled a previously overlooked, trivial question. Brother Lu, with your family's heritage of close-quarters combat skills, what piques your interest in swordsmanship? Baya inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Upon hearing Baya's question, the group fell silent, and both Jiang Wu and Tang Shou wore peculiar expressions, half smiling as they observed the flustered Lu Yuan. Well, my foolish brother has always admired those chivalrous wanderers, single-handedly wielding swords as they traversed the world. Thus, Lu Yuan stammered, an awkward expression plastered on his face. Nonsense. He was a mischievous child, often disciplined by his uncles for practicing martial arts, which left him with a psychological shadow, and now that he has grown, he simply wants to try something different. Jiang Wu laughed heartily, ruthlessly exposing Lu Yuan's past. You blackguard, you're asking for a beating. Lu Yuan, blushing with anger, clenched his fists and lunged at Jiang Wu, and the two began to playfully tussle as they ran ahead. Ha ha! Tang Shou, usually composed and refined, burst into laughter, his handsome features illuminated with joy, captivating the attention of everyone around, leaving Baya momentarily entranced. Soon, Tang Shou noticed the curious gazes of those nearby, his face flushed, and he hastily shielded himself with his fan. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and Jiang Nan could no longer contain themselves, turning away to stifle their laughter. Observing the merry antics around him, Baya felt a twinge of melancholy. Although he lacked parents in his previous life, he had an uncle who raised him. Along with a circle of close friends in this life, however, he found himself solitary and alone. Despite encountering the likes of Gu Lin and the others at the inn, the beggar from the Lotus Hall, and several eminent monks from the Diamond Temple, these individuals were merely fleeting companions, lacking deep connections or camaraderie. Before him now were three individuals: Lu Yuan, simple and earnest; Jiang Wu, honest and straightforward; and Tang Shou, though astute, nevertheless retained a sense of innocence. If given the chance, he wished to hold on to these friendships in this life. Yet, in just a few days, they would join martial arts academies, embarking on their own paths in the martial world. While they would all still gather in Chengdu for a time, the inevitable widening of their training gaps would create a sense of distance. Contemplating this, Baya felt an urge to hasten his own entry into a martial arts academy. Brother Tang, I recall you mentioning that there are over 10 academies recruiting disciples this time. Are there any that do not require a written examination? No written examination? Tang Shou's smile faded slightly as he furrowed his brow. Cautiously inquiring, Brother Bai, do you wish to join one of those lesser sects? If the martial path aligns. No. Lu Yuan and Jiang Wu's voices rang out simultaneously from ahead. What are you thinking, Brother Bai? Lu Yuan approached, his face flushed with indignation. Lesser sects lack depth and have skewed martial teachings. If you find your path unclear in the future, can you simply abandon your sect? Indeed, we harbor no disdain for lesser sects. But at the outset of one's training, a broader martial path is naturally preferable, Jiang Wu declared. Would you be jesting with your aspirations by making such a choice? Brother Bai, Lu and Jiang's sentiments echo my own. Tang Shou remarked, gazing at Bai Ye with a smile. If we are determined to achieve something in the martial realm, how can we be compared to those mundane individuals who merely seek a livelihood? If you still consider us friends, do not engage in such folly. In truth, Bai Ye regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth, recalling the sage advice of Zen master Yuanming. Nevertheless, the sincerity of Lu Yuan and the others touched him. I nearly misled myself. Thank you, my 3 elder brothers, for your wise counsel. Bai Ye bowed respectfully to the trio. Chapter 43. The martial examination. 3 days slipped by in an instant, during which Lu Yuan and the others had completed their examinations. Although the list of accepted candidates from the Martial Academy had not yet been released, their expressions suggested that they had fared well. Even Jiang Nan and Lu Qing wore bright smiles, appearing even more jubilant than usual. According to Lu Yuan, due to the limited number of female applicants this time, the 2 of them had become rare resources. And coupled with their commendable performance in the written examination, their chances of acceptance were quite high. Bai Ye had refrained from attending their exams, as the group had been busy quizzing him on various subjects, evoking memories of his previous life's college entrance examinations. This situation arose 3 days prior when Bai Ye suddenly entertained the idea of applying to a small martial academy, Tang Shou. Being exceptionally perceptive, deduced the reason for Bai Ye's urgent desire to join a martial academy from his demeanor, leading to a sense of guilt among the group. It was only natural. While everyone else was entering the martial academy, Bai Ye would be left watching, which understandably caused him distress. Subsequently, Bai Ye found himself in a predicament, as his friends insisted he review materials from previous examinations conducted by the academy. Better to cram and gamble on luck than to wait idly for despair. He reasoned. Brother Bai, are you prepared? Jiang Wu inquired, handing him a small package filled with snacks. There will be many candidates, and the process may take a while, so you must have provisions. Got it? Bai Ye nodded, smiling as he waved goodbye to the group and set off. They had agreed not to wait idly at the academy's entrance, to avoid the disappointment that comes with high hopes. 3 days prior, Jiang Wu had already informed Bai Ye about the examination content at the Xinwu Martial Academy. Unlike the imperial examinations, the details of martial tests were of little consequence, as physical prowess could not be altered overnight. The written examination content varied daily, making leaks inconsequential. Xinwu Martial Academy's recruitment divided candidates into 3 categories. First, the offspring of officials from the Shu Kingdom, who faced the lowest standards. As long as they were free from illness, they could generally gain admission. However, these individuals merely sought to strengthen their bodies or were sent by their families for discipline. Only a handful genuinely aspired to pursue martial arts, thus posing no competitive threat to other martial students, rendering backdoor admissions irrelevant. The second category consisted of children from Chengdu and nearby towns, all under the age of 10. Their admission criteria were straightforward. As long as they passed a physical aptitude test, they could enter. However, their training was merely an introduction to martial arts, involving basic stances and routine practices. The academy invested considerable effort into them, but whether they would yield promising talents depended on fate. This endeavor could not be neglected, as many esteemed martial sects remained hidden from public view, yet their outreach to the secular world was imperative. After all, talented disciples would not simply emerge from thin air. The final category encompassed disciples from martial families like Lu Yuan's and young aspirants from various regions of the Shu Kingdom. They were the focal point of Xinwu Martial Academy's recruitment efforts, for which the academy had devised 3 rounds of examinations. 3 days later, Bai Ye arrived once more at the expansive Xinwu Martial Academy. Although it was still early morning, the entrance was already thronged with young martial students. Bai Ye estimated that around 1,500 candidates were present. After waiting for about half an hour, the small gates on either side of the academy finally swung open, and a steward stepped forward to maintain order as the martial students filed in. Upon entering, several senior students guided them to the training grounds at the back. This training area was vast, measuring 100 paces in width and 150 paces in length. A full lap around the perimeter was at least a mile, roughly 700 meters. The first challenge set for the martial students was an obstacle course, requiring them to run 10 laps around the arena. After completing their laps, the observing martial instructors would signal them to stop. If they did not receive a signal, they were to continue running. For most martial students, running several miles was a trivial task. But Jinwu Martial Academy was not so lenient. The track was dotted with various obstacles set up by the academy's instructors, including walls, balance beams, horse traps, and stone weights to carry. It resembled the military training exercises Baya had experienced in his past life, albeit more complex. Particularly, the stone weights required candidates to carry one in each hand while running a distance. Each weight weighed at least 100 pounds, making each lap a considerable challenge. This round assessed the student's strength, speed, endurance, flexibility, and balance while subtly testing their resolve. After 3 days of examinations, nearly all the remaining candidates had gleaned this information. It was understood that merely completing 10 laps was the baseline. Finishing did not guarantee a stop. Only the instructor's word could grant that. However, knowing the content did not change the fact that those unable to endure the mental challenge would still falter. Some candidates had vowed before the exam that they would not give up, even if it meant running until they collapsed. Yet once in the training ground, their resolve proved futile. They might speak bravely, but their bodies betrayed them, as softness would always yield to weakness. Even with foreknowledge of the challenges, the academy would still eliminate as many candidates as necessary. Baya, too, felt apprehensive. He was an honest person, aware that his willpower was not particularly strong. Much to his fortune, however, after completing his 10 laps, a nearby instructor waved him to a stop, marking his passage through the first round. These instructors were not necessarily strong themselves, but after years of teaching at the academy, they possessed keen insights. Baya's martial capabilities were on par with Lu Yuan and Jiang Wu, and his physical fitness distinguished him among this group of candidates. Continuing further would serve no purpose. This round had likely eliminated nearly 800 or 900 candidates. The younger ones could return next year, while the older ones would have to try smaller academies or consider other professions, as they simply were not suited for martial training. About 500 to 600 candidates remained, preparing for the second round of testing. Due to the considerable exertion experienced by everyone during the first round, the second round of testing has been rescheduled for the afternoon. They now have the opportunity to rest in the training arena, enjoying some of the provisions they brought along to replenish their stamina. However, elixirs such as the little golden ginseng, which can accelerate the circulation of vital energy, are strictly prohibited. Should any martial artist be discovered consuming such substances by the instructors, they would be promptly expelled from the martial academy. Furthermore, their personal information has already been compromised, rendering them ineligible for next year's examinations. A lack of integrity is inexcusable. This situation differs from the cheating seen in the imperial examinations. For once such elixirs are ingested, their effects will undoubtedly manifest. With so many eyes upon them, the majority of participants dare not take such risks. By afternoon, the senior students of the academy had cleared the equipment from the arena, laying out dozens of stone platforms. Old students were stationed beside the platforms to maintain order, while a long table was set to the right for the instructors responsible for recording and adjudicating the matches. Simultaneously, a group of higher-ups from the academy occupied the gatehouse behind the arena, observing the proceedings from a distance. Their presence was necessitated by the lackluster nature of the first round, as the second round demanded their oversight. Their objectives were twofold: to assess the current batch of martial artists and to select promising candidates, while also preventing any form of cheating that might arise from collusion with the judging instructors. The first round of testing focused on physical aptitude, while the second would evaluate practical combat skills. It is insufficient to train in martial arts without actual combat experience. The participants, yet to reach the Qi realm, would find the small platforms adequate for showcasing their abilities. In previous years, when the number of examinees was limited, instructors would personally engage in the practical tests or allow students to navigate obstacle courses. However, this year, with an increased number of candidates, the instructors could not manage it all and thus decided that all students would compete in pairs. Each student would have 2 chances to compete, needing to accumulate 3 victories, meaning one of those victories must be a consecutive win. This arrangement offered a safeguard against ill fortune, minimizing the risk of stronger candidates being eliminated by even more formidable opponents, thereby maximizing fairness. The matches would consist of 2 types, barehanded and weapon-based combat, with participants free to choose. However, Should they opt for swords or polearms, they could only use wooden replicas provided by the Academy to prevent serious injuries. This segment of the competition differed from the first round, instantly igniting a fervent atmosphere in the arena. Those who practice martial arts are inevitably competitive, especially among this youthful cohort eager for a genuine contest to secure a bright future for themselves. Even in defeat, they would have no regrets. The 30 or so stone platforms soon filled with martial artists. Eager participants rushed onto the stage, clasping their fists in greeting to the spectators, their eyes alight with anticipation for challengers to step forward. Baya did not rush onto the stage, but instead circled the arena, taking a quick survey of the situation across the 30 platforms. However, he soon realized the futility of his ruminations. The candidates had been randomly assigned upon registration, significantly curtailing the possibility of collusion. Moreover, since none had yet entered the Qi realm, even minor differences in skill would still leave the outcome uncertain. At this moment, a powerful thought surged within Baya. His performance in the written examination was destined to be dismal. If he could leave a lasting impression on the Academy's higher-ups during this segment, it might compensate for his shortcomings. Being young, he exuded an impression of indecisiveness, making a poor showing in the written test somewhat forgivable. However, to truly impress the high-ranking officials, merely achieving 3 consecutive victories would not suffice. He must defeat one of the standout martial artists present, establishing himself as a paragon among peers. Only then might the Academy consider granting him leniency during the written examination phase, with determination igniting within him. Baya's gaze sharpened as he began to seek his initial target among the platforms. It was not long before he noticed an imposing figure on platform 7. This individual stood nearly 9 feet tall. With a fierce visage and a physique that resembled a robust black tower, his muscular arms crossed defiantly, he had decisively defeated his opponents twice with overwhelming force, securing 2 consecutive victories, leaving the surrounding martial artists reluctant to challenge him. In an instant, the platform fell eerily silent, making him a conspicuous figure in the bustling arena. This one will do, Baya thought, his eyes gleaming with purpose as he stepped forth from the crowd and ascended the stone platform. Yulong Baya, I humbly request your guidance. South Guangyu, you may call me Yamugu. The black iron tower grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Yuren, the unusual name momentarily startled Baya. Indeed, Southern Izhou is part of the Baiyu territory, with connections to various tribes such as Luoyu and Xiouyu. In Baya's previous life, the Baiyu people had vanished, but traces of their culture lingered among many of the southern ethnic minorities, such as the Dong, Tujia, Miao, and Yi. While Baya was lost in thought, his opponent, Yusu, suddenly gleamed with intensity, inadvertently revealing a sly grin. With a powerful push against the ground, he spread his arms wide and charged towards Baya as if to embrace him. Despicable! A few murmurs of discontent arose from the crowd below. Yet Yusu appeared oblivious in his eyes. Baya had already stepped onto the stage, and thus the contest had commenced. He could not be blamed for taking advantage of Baya's moment of hesitation. Given Baya's age and the birth date reflected on the jade pendant he carried, he had just surpassed 14 years, standing approximately 7 feet tall, around 1.70 meters. While individuals in this world generally enjoyed robust physiques due to the abundant life essence, Baya was considered relatively tall for his age. However, Yusu towered over him at 9 feet, exceeding 2 meters in height, with a strong build that made his charge feel as though a mountain were descending upon him. Akin to an eagle seizing a chick, the nearby martial artists winced at the impending confrontation, knowing Yusu's merciless nature. Even though he had the advantage, he showed no restraint, having previously rendered 2 local martial artists unable to continue their examinations due to serious injuries. As Baya prepared for the impact, he suddenly raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion. A twisted, grotesque smile crept across his face as he swiftly separated his palms, lightly pressing against Yusu's elbows before ducking under his outstretched arms. A thunderous roar erupted from the platform as Yusu stumbled forward, having miscalculated his charge. The spectators below gasped in shock as they witnessed the gory aftermath. Yusu's arms bore 5 gruesome puncture wounds, bleeding profusely as though savage fangs had torn into him. Meanwhile, the expressionless youth behind him retained his icy demeanor, his hands stained with crimson, the longest finger seemingly adorned with a strand of flesh. Baya had previously sparred with Lu Yuan and others, initially emerging victorious until familiarity bred a series of defeats. The origin of this shift lay in Baiya's mastery of the five-finger tiger claw technique. Having refined his physique at Yunlong Temple and practiced under the guidance of Hui Nan for half a month, Baiya's claw technique had reached a level of proficiency, in terms of claw skills alone. He was now comparable to the former Black Tiger. The Black Tiger's technique had proven formidable enough to incapacitate even Huikong, a monk who had reached the Qi realm, losing a leg in the process. As for the martial artists attempting to pass the Academy's examinations, they stood no chance against such prowess. According to Tang Shou, Baiya's claws were akin to those of a beast, sharp as a dagger. Anyone lacking substantial defenses would be unwise to engage him closely, lest they find themselves nursing injuries. To contend with Baiya, one could not allow him to maintain close proximity. They must utilize evasive tactics to exploit openings. Baiya had only been training for 3 months, and although he had received the bone-cutting knife technique from the limping Sanjiao, he had not developed the complementary footwork. Although he had been introduced to ghost footwork, Baiya had practiced it sparingly under the advisement of Wang Peng and Hui Nan in actual combat. Merely circling him thrice would leave an opponent disoriented, especially since Baiya could not afford to go all out against Lu Yuan and the others. Leading to a pattern of defeats, Baiya's selection of Yu Su as his first opponent was not born of reckless abandon. He understood that this Black Iron Tower would rely on his physicality to engage him in close combat. It would be an unusual occurrence if he did not learn a lesson from such an encounter. Nevertheless, Baiya felt a flicker of surprise. Yu Su appeared to have trained in some form of hard technique. Otherwise, given the force of his previous strike, Baiya's claw should have severed tendons, yet it had only resulted in a flesh wound. Tiger claw technique? Yu Su glanced at the claw marks on his arm. A hint of hesitation crossing his features as he recognized the gravity of the situation. If he could secure a victory in the subsequent matches, it would be advantageous. However, should he falter now, he might not withstand a second round on stage. Brother, if you withdraw now, you may yet preserve yourself. With your strength, securing a third victory on another platform should be achievable. Baiya observed Yu Su's expression and deduced his wavering resolve, promptly crossing his arms and dismissively stating. With a sharp intake of breath, Yu Su's forehead bulged with a prominent vein as he ripped off his sleeveless tunic, revealing his muscular torso. As he exerted himself, blood gushed from the puncture wounds, staining his chest crimson. Though you think this means you've won? The Black Tower growled, his eyes ablaze with fury. It by Liao Village. We do not tolerate weakness in the face of bloodshed. Come again. The gruesome spectacle did not instill fear in the audience. Instead, it heightened the atmosphere, with cheers erupting from the crowd. What good is martial training if one fears blood? They rallied. For Yu Su was an outsider who had previously injured 2 local candidates with his ruthless tactics. The spectators harbored no fondness for him, and witnessing Baiya retaliate in kind ignited their excitement. Baiya sighed inwardly, silently apologizing. He had intentionally provoked Yu Su, ensuring that this seemingly mild-mannered yet cunning opponent would not simply concede and retreat. While it is undeniably exhilarating to vanquish the Black Iron Tower with a single strike, such an act fails to draw the attention of the high-ranking members of the martial arts school observing from the gate. Bang, bang, bang. With renewed speed, Wuss lunges toward Biy, his strength erupting forth, resembling a war chariot as he stomps down on the bluestone tiles, which begin to crack beneath his feet. Whoosh, in mere moments. Wuss closes in on Biy, executing a soaring kick that, even before his muscular thigh makes contact, sends a fierce gust of wind rushing towards Biy's face in a flash. Biy's gaze sharpens. He suddenly crouches and leaps, deftly sliding beneath the towering figure's legs. With a swift motion, he seizes and strikes the supporting leg of Wuss. This technique, known as the fierce tiger crosses the ravine, was once employed by the Black Tiger, successfully dislodging Huikong's calf in a single blow. However, due to the considerable height difference between himself and Wuss, Biy's hands only managed to grasp Wuss's lower leg instead of his knee. With a ripping sound, a section of Wuss's pant leg is instantly torn away, leaving behind 5 gruesome wounds on his supporting leg. Remarkably unfazed, Wuss's right leg, which had missed its target, now descends towards Biy's chest. In a hurry, Biy rolls away, barely escaping the strike. Bang! The bluestone shatters, sending fragments flying as a half-inch deep footprint is left behind, with cracks surrounding it resembling a spiderweb, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlooking martial artists. Had that kick landed, the recipient would either be dead or severely injured. BIY, having narrowly avoided the kick, feels his heart racing, a sense of warmth flooding his body as excitement begins to build within him. This sensation is familiar. It is the second time he has experienced such a thrill during a battle, the first being his encounter with XDOLingWing. Unlike his subsequent sparring sessions with LUN and others, or even his earlier match against Hu In at Ynling Ridge, none had ignited such fervor within him. Perhaps Wing's assessment of his innate talent for killing was not without merit. Perhaps he truly is that foolish Bai, and the memories of another world are merely a dream akin to Zhuangzhou's butterfly. Momentarily lost in thought, BIY notices that Wuss has not charged at him again. Instead, he circles BIY with a solemn expression, his body slightly crouched, arms wide open, adopting a stance reminiscent of wrestling. The Bu tribe excels in grappling techniques, and with Wuss's formidable strength, if he is captured, the outcome will be inevitable. Roaring, Wuss finally unleashes a cry, lunging forward as BIY's eyes glint with determination. Casting aside his distractions, he moves into the embrace of the black iron tower. With gritted teeth, Wuss allows BIY to slip through his grasp, extending his arms to ensnare BIY's shoulders. Unlike other martial artists who have come to compete, Wuss does not possess exceptional martial arts skills. He relies solely on his innate strength and wrestling techniques. If he hesitates to allow BIY to close the distance, he has already lost a significant advantage. With a swift motion, they pass each other, the air crackling with tension. A chilling sound echoes as a deep crimson gash appears along Wuss's left ribcage, blood gushing forth and staining his trousers. With a stoic expression, BIY flicks his hand, discarding a piece of flesh that had adhered to his palm onto the bluestone floor, eliciting gasps of horror from the spectators below. Would he concede defeat? Far from it, Wuss bellows in defiance, charging at BIY once more, despite beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The two engage in a dizzying exchange, moving fluidly for several rounds. At this point, Wuss is drenched in blood, his arms, thighs, abdomen, and back marked by countless lacerations. Some wounds are deep enough to expose bone, with quivering strands of muscle visible, a gruesome sight that is hard to bear. His once mighty form now sways precariously, the ashen hue of his face revealing his limits, yet he perseveres, slowly advancing toward BIY. The arena falls silent. No martial artist shouts encouragement, all awaiting the outcome with bated breath. Wuss, with his dogged determination, has earned their respect, and no one dares to criticize his earlier ruthlessness, for he has shown himself equally merciless. Feeling a pang of sympathy, BIY begins to retreat slowly. Glancing at the referee on the sidelines, Wuss is no black tiger, and unlike figures such as LUN, BIY finds it difficult to unleash lethal force against him. When he turns to look, he sees the referee preparing to intervene, only for the man to suddenly close his mouth, a flicker of strange emotion crossing his eyes. Surprised, BIY wonders if the referee believes Wuss still has a chance. He quickly refocuses his attention, only to realize that as Wuss had approached, he had unconsciously backed himself into a corner of the arena. Desperation fills Wuss's eyes as he lunges at BIY. His face contorted in a fierce snarl. The corner is small, and Wuss's massive frame blocks any possibility of escape for BIY this time. Chapter 45. Another battle, another retreat. If he were to lose in such a manner, BIY would surely become the laughingstock of the martial artists below. He recognizes his oversight. His opponent is resilient and does not require his pity. With this thought, sparks ignite in his eyes. A sly grin creeping across his otherwise stoic face, BIY crouches forward and lunges, his knee touching the ground as he leans back, gliding towards Wuss's legs like a fish. Wuss, stooping to grab him, finds his movements sluggish from blood loss, allowing BIY to slip past him effortlessly. Panic seizes Wuss. If he allows BIY to escape again, the opportunity will vanish, without regard for his balance. He kicks backward, hoping to strike his foe. Hearing the rush of air behind him, BIY instinctively turns his head just in time to see a massive black leg whip past him. Grazing his ear painfully, with narrowed eyes, BIY seizes the opportunity, grasping Wuss's leg and using his brute force to launch himself into the air. Twisting his body, he kicks Wuss squarely in the backside. Having lost his balance, Wuss stumbles several steps before crashing outside the arena. BIY is victorious. With the referee's declaration, the victory gong resonates, marking BIY's first triumph. "Dio, you need a moment to rest?" The referee inquires, admiring BIY with a nod. BIY descends from the stage, having resolved to target stronger opponents. The martial artist on the sidelines, having just witnessed his ferocity, will likely refrain from stepping into the ring for a while. Winning and exiting the stage does not count as failure. He still has 2 opportunities to compete. The martial artist part to make way for him as he exits, casting a glance back at Wuss, who has risen, his steps unsteady as he struggles to exit the martial arts school. Despite having one more chance to compete, his injuries are too severe for him to continue. Observing Wuss's lonely retreat, BIY remains vigilant. Combat is no trifling matter. Mercy has no place here. Leaving the 7th arena, BIY resumes his search throughout the training grounds for his next target. Though he has triumphed over Wuss, there are numerous arenas and captivating displays abound, causing most martial artists to overlook him. Whether the individuals atop the gate witnessed the fierce struggle in the 7th arena is left to fate. Perhaps they took notice, or perhaps they did not. After a brief search, he soon spots his next target. This individual is tall and handsome, with a face like jade, exuding an air of indifference as he stands on the stage, a wooden sword in hand, exuding an aura of distinction in his flowing robe. While others wear practical martial attire, he remains clad in his elegant garb, an ostentatious display. If he were not skilled, he would appear foolish. However, BIY believes he possesses talent. Despite never having witnessed him in action, the fact that no one has dared to challenge him on the 11th stage indicates that his strikingly handsome visage does not solely captivate attention. Yet, since this pretty boy wields a sword, BIY feels that witnessing his skills is of little consequence. Having made some progress with his bone-slicing sword technique, he is confident that he can outpace and outmatch this opponent. After all, he had managed to leave a mark on Huinin, and he doubts this pretty boy's swordplay can surpass his own. The referee at the 11th arena had been prepared to declare the match a forfeit, but upon noticing a stoic young man stepping onto the stage, his eyes sparkled with interest, a smile forming on his lips. As a martial arts instructor, he yearns to see exceptional talent emerge. "Do you require a weapon?" the referee inquires with concern, eyeing BIY. "None is needed. My 2 hands suffice." BIY replies with a grin, forcing a humble smile. He had intended to leave a favorable impression on the referee. But alas, he underestimated the power of his own expression. The referee, upon witnessing BIY's awkward grin, involuntarily twitches, muttering something as he turns away. Too bad it's not a contest of looks. Since BIY's perception has been heightened since acquiring the spirit mirror, he catches the words clearly, causing a vein to throb on his forehead. Looking back at the handsome young man, he finds him increasingly irksome. The wooden weapons used in the martial trials are coated with a white powder. Should one be struck, it will leave a mark. However, as long as the blow does not land on vital areas such as the heart, neck, or groin, a contestant must bear 3 marks to be declared defeated. This regulation is in place to protect those martial artists skilled in hard techniques and close combat, as a single hit may not incapacitate them. But a close-range strike could swiftly turn the tide of battle. Furthermore, the martial students here are merely at the foundational stage, wielding weapons against fists and feet, which naturally provides them with an advantage. Thus, there is no opposition to this rule. Although Baya has mastered the bone-picking blade technique, he would not risk exposing his identity merely for a martial examination. Moreover, as long as the opponent's swordplay is not significantly faster than the bone-picking blade technique or at the formidable level of Wang Pong, he will be able to see and evade it. Yunlong Baya, Yiling Chengbuji, Yiling, Baya raised an eyebrow. Yiling belongs to Jingzhou, currently under the jurisdiction of Chu. However, Yiling is very close to the Ba Country's Badong County. So this fair-skinned youth's presence in Shu for the examination is quite plausible. Chengbuji, whom Baya secretly referred to as the fair-skinned youth, felt a surge of irritation upon noticing Baya's peculiar gaze. During his trip to Chengdu for the examination, he had encountered many such looks. What of Yiling? The Xinwu sect does not discriminate by national boundaries. Could it be that only those from your Shu can enter Qingqing? Look at the blade. With these thoughts, Chengbuji's expression grew colder. He raised his wooden sword and swiftly advanced towards Baya with a slash. The moment he made his move, Baya felt reassured. Recognizing that this person's swordplay was notably slower than the bone-picking blade technique, in truth, he had underestimated the bone-picking blade technique. the martial artists from the northern regions are renowned for their speed, precision, and ferocity. Although they may not possess the multitude of techniques or variations found in other regions of the Divine Land, martial artists from other areas have never dared to underestimate the sword masters from the north. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Bai Ye's swift blade was acknowledged even by the blade-washing master, so it was clear that Cheng Buji was no match for him. Bai Ye's gaze flickered as he prepared to dodge. But to his surprise, Cheng Buji's wooden sword suddenly shifted mid-strike, altering its trajectory to slash towards his neck. Oh! A spark of realization ignited in Bai Ye's eyes. He understood he had underestimated his opponent. Cheng Buji's sword may not be swift, but his adaptability and precision appeared to surpass that of the bone-picking blade technique. Bai Ye sidestepped, retreating to evade. Yet this maneuver unleashed a torrent, as the wooden sword transformed into a flurry of shadows descending upon him, finally causing him to change color. At this moment, among the 500 to 600 martial students on the training ground, the vast majority had already engaged in a match. Meanwhile, on the gate tower at the rear of the training ground, a group of martial masters began to discuss in hushed tones. The martial students, due to their surroundings, were largely oblivious to the battles occurring on the distant platforms. However, the martial masters, standing high, could see far and wide, and with a glance could generally assess all the platforms. Although these martial masters were not particularly strong in martial arts, with the strongest perhaps on par with Wang Peng, the blade-washing master, or Zhang Mei, the ugly immortal, their years of teaching martial disciples had given them a keen insight and eye that surpassed those two young masters of profound realms. For most of the martial students battling on the platforms, they could discern the fundamental skills of the fighters with just a quick glance. Now, aside from the martial students who had yet to take the stage, the foundational skills of the majority present had been largely assessed by them. However, while they had grasped the basics, they could not remember the characteristics of so many individuals, only retaining the notable few. Feng Shidi, have you spotted any noteworthy students? An elderly man seated centrally among the martial masters smiled at a middle-aged man with a square face beside him. This elder, with hair and beard as white as snow and a rosy complexion, appeared sprightly, yet the prominent veins on his large hands hinted at his advanced age. He was Kuang Wei, the elder master of the Zhenwu Dojo, which serves as an outer branch of Qingqing. The position of dojo master is not hereditary. It lasts for a minimum of 3 to 4 years and a maximum of over a decade. Typically, when a master ages or mismanages, a successor is appointed. Kuang Wei had held this position for 12 years, and particularly in recent years, he had felt the acceleration of his physical decline, prompting thoughts of retirement. The middle-aged martial master, addressed by Kuang Wei, was Feng Yang, one of the contenders for the next dojo master. In response to your inquiry, Shixiang, the quality of this batch of martial students is quite high. Among the more remarkable ones, numbers 3, 7, 13, and 22. These victors are all impressive. Feng Yang pondered for a moment before respectfully replying. The surrounding martial masters nodded in agreement. These platforms had already witnessed numerous matches, and it was evident to all who Feng Yang referred to as masters of the Zhenwu Dojo. Their martial skills were sufficient at the Qi realm, but their discernment was of greater importance. Kuang Wei smiled, stroking his white beard. His question was not casual but rather a test of Feng Yang. Feng Shidi, to only consider the victors is somewhat unjust to the vanquished. Those who triumph now may yet fall behind later. At that moment, however, a deep and resonant male voice emerged from the other side of Elder Kuang Wei. In my humble opinion, the tall black fellow who narrowly lost, number 7, is also quite commendable. With a bit of training, he could undoubtedly join our sect. The crowd turned to see a robust middle-aged martial master with a dark complexion and a thick neck, and they immediately understood. This man was named Wang Qing, another strong contender for the next dojo master and also Kuang Wei's son-in-law. Wang Qing's assertion held truth. The tall black fellow he referred to was the Yu warrior, Wu Su, who had battled against Bai Ye. Prior to the second round of the martial examination, the Zhenwu Dojo had informed all martial students that they must achieve 3 victories, but in reality, losing did not necessarily mean elimination. Wu Su's tenacity and resilience, his unwillingness to retreat, had long been noted by these masters. Furthermore, due to his outstanding physical capabilities, some masters rated him even higher than the victor. By Wu Su withdrew after his defeat, before he even reached the dojo's entrance. An older student had already provided him with bandages and medicine, subtly informing him to remain for the third round of the written examination. As long as the tall black fellow had not lost his wits, it was likely the crowd would see him again. The masters on the gate tower, including Feng Yang, were certainly aware of this. However, Wang Qing's comments were not merely casual. He was intentionally challenging Feng Yang. Yet, none of the masters interjected, and even Kuang Wei merely stroked his beard, smiling at Feng Yang. Martial artists must possess a spirit of competition, facing challenges head-on, rather than adhering to the idea that everyone should be amicable for mutual gain. However, Wang Qing's remarks were particularly astute. Feng Yang could hardly counter with the notion of "I did not mean that." Wusu is also quite good, as it would imply weakness. Consequently, the evaluations of the martial masters, including Kuang Wei, would drop a tier. Thus, Feng Yang, seated there, could only frown slightly, momentarily unable to conjure a rebuttal. Observing this, Wang Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. Being the master of a dojo is not akin to being a high-ranking official. Nonetheless, the status of the Xianwu sect in this world is unique. As Qingqing's sect's outer branch in Chengdu, the master of the Xianwu dojo is no insignificant figure at times. High-ranking officials from Shu may indeed seek their counsel, as each year, a considerable number of officials' offspring study within the dojo. It is much like the presidents of prestigious universities in Bai Ye's previous life. When officials encounter them, they cannot maintain their airs. In my view, the young man from the 7th platform only achieved victory by sheer luck. Soon, he will face defeat. Wang Qing remarked, sweeping his gaze across the arena and suddenly pointing at the 11th platform with a smile. The martial masters followed his gaze and indeed discovered that the youthful victor from the 7th platform was now struggling against a martial student wielding a wooden sword. Although he had yet to be struck, his situation was perilous. While the handsome martial student wielding the wooden sword remained composed, methodically cutting off the young man's escape routes. However, upon hearing Wang Qing's remark, Feng Yang's eyes sparkled with insight, and he smiled. "Brother Wang, you may be mistaken. In my view, the opposite is true. The swordsman is on the verge of defeat." Feng Yang's assertion was delivered with resolute certainty, leaving no room for doubt. The surrounding martial masters shook their heads. Their discerning eyes revealed that the earlier victor from the 7th platform was now exhibiting disarray in his footwork, which was evidently genuine. Previously, his claw techniques had been fierce and unmatched against the tall black fellow, but now, his footwork seemed to be his weak point. Conversely, his opponent's swordplay was steady and meticulous, revealing no significant flaws in their eyes. While unexpected outcomes can occur in martial battles, the notion of imminent defeat was hard to accept. However, not all the martial masters were in agreement. A few older masters displayed skepticism, furrowing their brows in silence. Meanwhile, Elder Kuang Wei maintained a smile, lightly stroking his long beard, remaining noncommittal. Just as the martial masters were divided in their opinions on the outcome of this duel, the 11th platform experienced a sudden turn of events. Suddenly, the young man cornered by his opponent unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder. Planting his left foot, he rapidly spun and delivered a powerful kick with his right leg. Using his calf to collide with the wooden sword as soon as his foot touched the ground, he propelled himself forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. His palms surged with momentum, breaking through his opponent's defenses and striking fiercely against the chest of the swordsman, sending him flying. This spectacular scene captivated the martial masters, who felt as though they were witnessing a ferocious beast roaring through the forest. Upon seeing the swordsman who was struck flying, coughing up blood and struggling to rise, ultimately being deemed defeated by the masters at the edge of the arena, Wang Qing's face turned ashen. "Humph, if it were a real blade." Wang Qing muttered begrudgingly. The implication in his words was clear. If Cheng Buji had wielded a real sword, Bai Ye's leg would have been shattered, leaving him unable to execute his tiger leap. However, at this moment, the martial masters no longer supported him. They understood clearly that when Bai Ye executed his flying kick, he aimed for the blade's surface, not the edge. Although Cheng Buji had raised the blade's edge mid-action, the maneuver had become somewhat stale. Furthermore, the blade Cheng Buji wielded was a willow leaf sword, not a thick-backed broadsword, balancing speed and adaptability, but lacking in sheer force. Even if it were a real blade, at most it would merely peel away a layer of skin from Bai Ye, without directly severing a leg. The ensuing rush of the tiger would remain unstoppable. Most importantly, the martial arts trial stipulates that Baya can endure 3 strikes. Hence, regardless of the controversies, the outcome is devoid of suspense. A martial artist's victory hinges upon strength and wisdom, with the only exception being mere words. Wang Qing's statement verges on sophistry. Silence. As soon as Wang Qing uttered these words, it was evident that Kuang Wei's expression darkened, and he reprimanded him sharply. However, the other martial artists felt a surge of joy, recognizing that the old master had chosen to comment. Having been a mentor for decades and the head of the Zhenwu dojo for 12 years, Kuang Wei had several innate strong disciples among those he enlightened. Although his martial arts had plateaued at the level of intent, his discerning eye remained unparalleled, and his critiques consistently struck at the heart of the matter, enlightening the martial artists. Yet, in recent years, as he neared retirement, he had gradually refrained from commenting, focusing on nurturing the next generation of dojo masters. Today, thanks to the contest between Feng Yang and Wang Qing, he finally opened his mouth again. The tiger roars through the mountains and forests. I alone stand supreme. The ferocity of the tiger-form fist is unmatched, and that youth has certainly grasped its essence. Likely having received guidance from a master, Kuang Wei paused before continuing. The sword-wielding martial artist is commendable. His swordplay is intricate and varied, presenting potential for victory, yet he has employed the wrong approach. Do you know where he went astray? Though Kuang Wei addressed everyone, his gaze remained fixed on Feng Yang. The others understood, and even Wang Qing dared not interject further. The nature of the tiger is fierce, capable of killing but not easily captured. Should it be ensnared, it would surely starve to death. Feng Yang pondered for a moment, then spoke cautiously. The sword-wielding martial artist fails to comprehend this. He expects to entrap his enemy with the sword, yet lacks the resolve to fight for his life. It may appear as if he has driven the ferocious tiger into a corner, but in truth, he is merely seeking his own demise. The martial artists were enlightened, nodding in agreement. Feng Yang's implication was clear. While the tiger can kill, it cannot be captured, and even if it is, it would refuse to eat or drink, ultimately perishing from starvation. Chang Buji's swordsmanship was commendable, yet he hoped to secure victory without injury. The result was a prolonged engagement that failed to deliver a significant blow to Baya, merely forcing him into a corner. A cornered rabbit will still kick at an eagle, and exhausting oneself to drive an unharmed tiger into a corner can only lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Feng Yang's words, the martial artist regarded him with complex expressions. In terms of perception, they were not inferior to Feng Yang, even surpassing Kuang Wei. Any martial artist below the level of intent could be assessed at a glance, revealing their foundational skills. However, they lack the ability to accurately evaluate the spirit and will of a person. This is akin to scouts in Baya's previous life. Most can discern a player's technical and physical attributes, yet few can predict whether a player will become a star or even a superstar. The reason is simple. Raw talent alone does not suffice for stardom. One must also possess the right spirit and will. Some players may have exceptional physical gifts, yet if their mental resolve is lacking, they are destined to be mere shooting stars. Only those with both talent and the dedication to practice diligently every day will rise to prominence. Feng Yang and Kuang Wei excelled in this regard, as they could perceive a martial artist's character and will from the subtlest of cues. As Baya observed the martial artist announcing his victory from the sidelines, he felt no joy. He had fought in a manner that left him frustrated, being driven like a rabbit by his opponent, and only in a fit of rage did he recklessly launch an attack, only to discover that his opponent was nothing more than a hollow facade, visually impressive yet ineffective. And he had simply flown off. Baya now wished that the onlookers would overlook him to avoid diminishing his reputation. However, while he harbored such thoughts, the spectators among the martial artists had differing opinions. Many shared Wang Qing's sentiment, believing Baya had taken advantage. Had Cheng Buji used a real sword, Baya would likely have been the one to lose. Before Baya could step down from the stage, a martial artist surged forward from the crowd and clasped his fists towards him. Zhang Yang, Chun Mu, I seek your guidance. Baya, taken aback, looked up to see a martial artist who appeared emaciated and frail. His limbs and torso wrapped in numerous white bandages, resembling an Egyptian mummy. Baya's anger flared. Not only had he been denied a chance to switch opponents, but now he was faced with an ill-fated challenger. As if he were being treated like a sickly cat, He could hardly be bothered to introduce himself, swiftly crossed his palms, and lunged forward decisively. Bang! A tearing sound ensued. Upon his charge, he found his opponent did not evade, raising a hand to meet him in a clash. The moment their claws connected, both were taken aback. Baya was astonished that his formidable tiger claws had failed to deliver any impact. The area he grasped felt as unyielding as leather. Lacking the softness of human flesh, Chen Mu, on the other hand, was surprised that the bandages, typically impervious to blades, were easily torn apart by the opponent. Particularly, the back of his hand, renowned for its hardness, bore 5 distinct marks of blood. Both realized they had misjudged their adversary. This individual was evidently not as easy to handle as he appeared. However, after several rounds of testing each other, Baya gradually grew confident. Chen Mu's hard techniques were indeed challenging, but his footwork was even slower than Baya's, perhaps a consequence of his focus on hard skills, causing him to always lag half a beat behind. Unable to keep up, Baya now understood why Chen Mu, possessing hard techniques, had not faced Cheng Buji, who wielded a sword. Cheng Buji's agility was too swift, while a wooden sword might not cut Chen Mu. Leaving 3 white marks on his body would be a trivial task. After a few probes, confirming that Chen Mu was lacking in all aspects aside from his hard techniques, Baya finally unleashed his full potential. His tiger claws retracted slightly, transforming from a grip to a strike, channeling the momentum of the King Kong Tiger Form Fist. The force of the King Kong Tiger Form Fist was capable of shattering a 1-inch thick hardwood board. And with Baya's mastery of the King Kong Great Hand Seal now at the entry level, his palm strength was formidable. After receiving several strikes, Chen Mu felt a searing pain at his injuries, particularly from the blow to his back, which ignited a fire within him. Wait, I concede. Chen Mu no longer persisted and leaped backward. Exiting the ring, he could have held on, but victory was no longer in sight. Moreover, his opponent had evidently employed a formidable technique. Should the fight continue, he would inevitably suffer severe internal injuries and would not need to compete further. Baya sighed. This battle had been the most bewildering. Lasting no more than 3 minutes, he realized he would not capture the attention of those in the upper echelons anymore, and felt as though his future was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 47. The Written Assessment, the third stage of the Martial Arts Academy's trials. The written assessment took place after the banquet, by the end of the second round. The number of martial artists had dwindled to just over 200, and the final count for the written test would be less than that. Given that the number of participants would likely decrease in the following days, the 7-day martial assessment might conclude with fewer than 1,000 remaining. This figure diverged from Baya's expectations, as the proportion of those advancing was less than 1 in 10. Far more challenging than his previous life's university entrance exams. Those who remained were considered elite, and with their numbers limited, the Martial Academy arranged an evening banquet, setting up over 20 tables for a flowing feast. The dishes were not particularly extravagant, nor was there any alcohol, but there was an abundance of meat. Practitioners of martial arts are known for their hearty appetites. After several rounds of dishes, everyone was finally satisfied. During the banquet, Baya spotted the 3 individuals he had defeated: Yuren Wusu, Yiling Chengbuji, and Jiangyang Chen Mu. Notably, both Yuren Wusu and Yiling Chengbuji had sustained severe injuries during the day. One was covered in wounds, having lost several pounds of flesh to Baya's tiger claws, now entirely bandaged like a large mummy. Standing next to the lean and bandaged Chen Mu, it was a sight that could dazzle the eyes. The other had internal injuries, having spat out 3 liters of blood in the ring, still pale and clutching his chest like a male version of Shishir. Baya felt a mix of joy and worry. He rejoiced that these 2 would certainly not achieve 3 victories, thus indicating that their survival was due to the special consideration from the Academy's higher-ups. If they could remain, he should also have caught the attention of those in the upper echelons. His concern lay in the fact that these 2 would have to participate in the third stage written assessment in such a state, underscoring the Academy's emphasis on the written test, which was far from a mere formality. After the banquet, the venue for the written assessment was no longer the martial arena. The martial artists were ushered into the large hall behind the Academy. Here, benches and small tables were arranged, equipped with the 4 treasures of the study and prepared test papers. A group of burly men sat on small benches, biting the tips of their pens. A scene that elicited a chuckle from Baya. However, when he glanced at the test questions, his amusement vanished instantly. Jiang Wu, ever the friend, informed him that the format of the questions was correct. Yet guessing the format would yield no additional points. Unlike the imperial examinations, the Martial Academy's written tests did not encompass poetry or classical literature. The first section consisted of fill-in-the-blank questions, reminiscent of the fill-in-the-blank exercises from Baya's previous life. Simple statements with missing words for one to fill in. Easy enough, right? Simple, yet utterly useless for Baya. The content to be filled in was derived entirely from the works of the 100 schools of thought, differing from the 4 books and 5 classics. In Baya's previous life, the ancient Huaxia had abolished the 100 schools, venerating Confucianism, leaving only the 4 books and 5 classics, while most other works had vanished from history. However, this world was different. The 100 schools of thought thrived, with classic texts proliferating. The so-called 4 books and 5 classics were merely a drop in the ocean of literature. Not only Baya, but even renowned scholars from his previous life would find themselves floundering if they participated in the examinations. Was it difficult? Not particularly. The Academy's questions stemmed from introductory texts, and any martial artist who had attended a private academy for 2 years could generally answer most of them. It was akin to a primary school student in Baya's previous life who couldn't recite the next line of The Farmer Hoes Under the Noon Sun and should rightfully be relegated to eating bamboo shoots with stir-fried meat. Why did the Jinwu Dojo choose to present such questions? It was in line with their need to assess character. Since these questions were sourced from youth enlightenment literature, they naturally possessed a highly righteous perspective. Devoid of any inappropriate content, as long as one has read and studied these enlightening texts, it at least serves as evidence that the martial students have been exposed to a correct worldview, thereby forming memories within their minds. This does not preclude the presence of cunning and malevolent individuals among them, yet at the very least, these little miscreants are aware of what is right and what is wrong, what can be displayed publicly, and what must remain concealed. The latter portion of the examination consists of application questions, which markedly differ from the practical problems encountered in Baya's previous life. Most of the questions pertain to realistic scenarios that the martial students are likely to face in the future. For instance, how to respond when escorting goods and encountering bandits, what preparations are necessary for pioneering wilderness, the workflow of a coroner, how to track down a criminal, how to set up a campsite in the wild, and so forth. While these may sound peculiar, they are indeed significant. The majority of students at the Xinwu Martial Arts Academy will eventually engage in such professions. Despite the academy enrolling nearly 1,000 students annually, only a few dozen will ultimately gain entry into the Qingqing Immortal Sect. Among these few, only a fraction will reach a state of profound understanding and mastery. Regarding innate experts, the former master of the Xinwu Academy, Kuang Wei, has mentored for decades, yet the number of innate experts he has enlightened is merely in single digits. Therefore, presenting such questions to the martial students is not an act of disdain. Rather, it is part of assessing their character. The earlier fill-in-the-blank questions merely gauge whether they have been taught the correct worldview, while the application questions scrutinize their thoughts and character when dealing with specific matters. The final segment of the written examination serves as a mere formality, allowing the martial students to articulate their understanding of martial arts and their aspirations for the future. Baya perused the examination paper repeatedly, only to sigh in resignation. He had already confirmed his impending failure. The fill-in-the-blank section was undoubtedly blank, and for the application questions and the final essay, he could only hope for a score of 3 or 4 out of 10. The reason was simple. It was not that he lacked ideas, but rather that he could not express them. The Baya youth he was possessing could indeed recognize characters, but his vocabulary fell short of 1,000 words. Unless Baya resorted to writing in standard script, half of his essay would be replaced with circles.as for standard script. Baya was capable of writing it, but would the examiner recognize it? Was he to expect the examiner to add strokes to each character, transforming it into small seal script? After completing the written examination, Baya felt a sense of trepidation, especially knowing the Academy's intent behind these questions. He felt that the likelihood of passing this examination was exceedingly low. As he dejectedly exited the Academy, intending to return to the inn in a despondent manner, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Brother Bai, on such a splendid day, why not enjoy the moon?" Upon turning around, Baya saw Lu Yuan and the others, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wu, Tang Shou, Jiang Nan, and Lu Qing were all present, beaming at him, with Tang Shou being the one who had spoken. "Enjoy the moon, you say? I'm feeling rather down." Baya felt a surge of emotion and stammered. "What brings you here? Did we not agree that you wouldn't wait for me?" "We did not wait for you. We merely guessed that you were about finished with your exam, So we came to take you out for some leisure. Jiang Wu grinned, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Come on, let us indulge in some revelry. The scene involuntarily reminded Bai Ye of the absurdities of his university days in his previous life, prompting him to exclaim, casting all his worries aside. Days swiftly passed, and before long, the day of the academy's results arrived. Although Bai Ye felt somewhat disheartened, he accompanied his friends to view the list. This was a significant event for Lu Yuan and the others. Even if he did not make the list himself, he was eager to share in their joy. Contrary to their earlier approach, this time they first visited the Ling Tian Martial Academy in the Baoshan Hall. As expected, the siblings Lu Yuan and Lu Qing both made the list. Tang Shou fared even better, ranking first on the list of medicinal apprentices posted by Baoshan Hall. After viewing these two institutions, they finally proceeded to the Jinwu Martial Arts Academy. Before they even arrived, they could see throngs of people gathered around the wall where the list was posted. Although most martial students had already been eliminated in the earlier rounds, around 15 to 1600 had made it to the final stage. Jiang Wu, leveraging his tall stature, cleared a path through the crowd amidst the curses of the martial students. Elder brother, you made the list. After a brief observation, the sharp-eyed Jiang Nan joyfully jumped up and down, pointing at a name on the list. Seventh sister, what about you? Jiang Wu, aware of his own results, replied with concern. I made the list too. Look over here, Jiang Nan beamed, her little finger indicating another list filled with female names. But have you seen Brother Bai's name? Lu Yuan, blocked from view, lowered his voice to ask quietly. It seems not. Jiang Wu and Jiang Nan exchanged glances, while Bai Ye, standing beside them, displayed no visible expression, yet his eyes were unmistakably filled with disappointment. You spoke too soon. I have already spotted Brother Bai's name. Just as silence enveloped the group, Tang Shou's voice emerged from behind. No way, did we all overlook it? Jiang Wu and Jiang Nan, along with Bai Ye, were puzzled. They occupied the front row, having not allowed Tang Shou and Lu Yuan to squeeze in. Hee, did you forget that there are 3 lists for the academy's recruitment? Tang Shou chuckled helplessly from the back. Step forward, it's less crowded here. Go have a look, elder brother Jiang. What other list is there? Bai Ye inquired, a glimmer of hope rising within him as he squeezed toward the exit. Had Tang Shou not mentioned it, we would have truly forgotten. Jiang Wu slapped his forehead, chuckling awkwardly. Indeed, the academy does have 3 lists. Jiang Wu briefly explained, and Bai Ye soon comprehended. Similar to the Jinwu Martial Arts Academy and Ling Tian Martial Academy, major martial institutions publish 3 lists annually. One for male talents, known as the hero list. One for female talents, referred to as the maiden list, and the last one is the youth list. Standing before the list, Bai Ye beheld his name and could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The so-called youth list, as the name suggests, is a list for children. The Jinwu Martial Arts Academy enrolls a cohort of children under the age of 10 each year for martial arts enlightenment. This initiative serves as a gesture of goodwill, signifying that the Great Qingqing is the own sect of the Shu Kingdom, willing to provide assistance to the local populace. Once you all develop your talents, you must prioritize joining our Great Qingqing. Not to mention, the academy provides accommodation and meals for the enlightened children, teaching them not only martial arts, but also the classics of various schools of thought, enabling the little ones to read and write. However, the critical issue was that Bai Ye had just turned 14 this month. Though the age difference was slight, it marked the division between youth and childhood. Would it not be absurd for him to frolic with a bunch of snot-nosed children? Brother Bai, this must be the examiner's way of showing favor due to your commendable performance in the earlier rounds. Tang Shou stifled a laugh, patting Bai Ye on the shoulder. Being on the list is what matters. Being on the list is what matters. Lu Yuan remarked with a strange expression, muttering, even if it is a youth list. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuan's offhand comment became the catalyst for laughter, and soon the group erupted into fits of giggles, the 2 young ladies laughing so hard they nearly fell over. Chapter 48. Entering the academy, everyone successfully gained entry into their desired martial academies. And Bai Ye and his companions indulged in a few days of revelry in Chengdu City. Except for the royal palace and military barracks, they explored the entire city, sampling numerous local delicacies and engaging in various amusements. Bai Ye also attended a theatrical performance to experience the local operatic traditions, finally remedying the regrets he had harbored in Liangzhou City. In truth, the operatic forms in this world differ significantly from the dramas of his past life. Lacking the unique vocal styles of Peking opera, opera, and Huangmei opera, as well as the elaborate face paint and exaggerated costumes. Although the operatic art forms incorporate singing, acting, recitation, and combat, their content exudes a distinctly Chinese flavor. Predominantly featuring instruments such as the bamboo flute, guzheng, seven-string zither, bianzhong, gongs, cymbals, and various drums. Of course, in addition to the performances, the theater also showcases acrobatics, wrestling, puppetry, comedic skits, martial contests, and musicals, ensuring that the forms and content are not inferior to the theatrical arts of his previous life. Since their names had been posted, the Academy provided each student with a booklet detailing the Academy's rules, a brief introduction, and important notes. Whether at Ling Tian Martial Academy or Jinwu Martial Arts Academy, the contents of the regulations were largely similar. For instance, no unlawful acts, no disturbances to the public, no bullying of the weak, and so forth. These were generally things that were not explicitly written. Yet every martial student understood they should not engage in such behaviors. What they truly needed to comprehend were the Academy's introduction and the important notes. Established for nearly 8 centuries, the Jinwu Martial Arts Academy is not the earliest peripheral academy of the Qingqing immortal sect. Yet it ranks among the top 5. The academy is divided into 5 grades, with approximately over 6,000 martial students, including a portion of youth students and the offspring of officials. The term grades here differs from the schooling system in Bai Yu's past life. The distinction between higher and lower grades is minimal, as long as the martial students refrain from causing trouble and pay their annual tuition fees punctually, they can remain at the academy for 5 years. The saying goes, a master leads you to the door. The cultivation is up to the individual. The lower grade martial students are not necessarily weaker than the higher grade ones, and age does not always correlate with strength. For example, Lu Yuan, who is 18 years old, had previously attempted the entrance exam 2 years ago but was unsuccessful. His age aligns closely with that of most 3rd and 4th grade martial students. And his foundational skills are robust, merely waiting for an opportunity to enter the realm of mastery, making his martial prowess comparable to that of higher grade students. During the training process at the Martial Arts Academy, if one reaches the Qi realm around the age of 18, there exists the opportunity to be recommended to the Qingqing immortal sect. However, if one fails to attain the Qi realm in a timely manner, they may only remain for 5 years and must seek their own path after graduation. The instructors at the Jinwu Martial Hall, responsible for teaching the martial students, are referred to as jiaodou. Typically, 2 jiaodou oversee a class of 30 to 40 students, with the female classes being smaller, while the children of nobility and officials tend to be more numerous. The Jinwu Martial Hall does not promote acts of kneeling and reverence, except during New Year celebrations and festivals when paying homage to the ancestors of the academy. A simple fist salute suffices when greeting the jiaodou and the hall master. Nevertheless, the academy places great emphasis on respecting teachers and adhering to hierarchy, with new students forbidden from provoking senior students or disobeying the jiaodou. Should any injustice arise, grievances may be reported to the academy's inspectors or the head instructor. Although incidents of upperclassmen bullying underclassmen are unavoidable, a general sense of fairness is maintained. Among the various concerns of martial students, 3 matters command significant attention: food, medicine, and accommodation. Unless a student demonstrates exceptional prowess, the academy will not waive these expenses. The importance of sustenance is self-evident. Martial artists expend considerable energy, and without proper nourishment, they cannot train effectively. That a portion of the fees collected from the students is allocated for this purpose. The Jinwu Martial Hall adheres to a regimen of 4 meals a day, including a late-night snack after evening classes. The academy is stringent in this regard, employing specialized chefs and adhering to strict regulations regarding food pairings, prohibiting indiscriminate eating. In Bai's past life, this would be termed nutritional management. Furthermore, there is a strict prohibition against the consumption of alcohol. Given their age, martial students are in a critical period of physical development, and alcohol significantly hampers their martial progress. Of course, the jiaodou only supervises the students while they are at the academy. If they choose to drink secretly outside, the instructors are unconcerned. Martial cultivation relies on self-discipline, as one's future is ultimately their own responsibility, not that of the jiaodou. Aside from food, the second concern is medicine. Martial practice inevitably involves sparring and combat, leading to injuries, which makes medicine indispensable. Additionally, certain martial arts require medicinal use during training, such as the hard techniques practiced by Jiangyang Chunmu and the masculine forms like the Vajra Tiger Fist and the Vajra Palm practiced by Baiya. Attempting to train vigorously without medication would lead to severe physical deterioration within just a few years. A substantial portion of the fees collected by the academy is spent on medicines, often exceeding the expenditure on food. The final concern is accommodation. At the academy, aside from the children of nobility and those sent for martial training, all other students may choose their living arrangements freely. The Jinwu Martial Hall provides dormitory accommodations, but these consist of large communal sleeping quarters shared by over 10 students. Given the physical nature of martial training, where students often tumble and sweat profusely, if even one or two individuals neglect personal hygiene, the communal quarters can become quite unpleasant. Should students wish to avoid the dormitory, they have two alternative options. Firstly, they may obtain a certificate from the academy and seek local residents willing to rent out rooms, with the rent being a matter of personal negotiation. Secondly, if a student comes from a wealthy background, they may choose to stay at an inn or pool resources with others to purchase a small residence. However, those residing externally must adhere strictly to the academy's schedule. Tardiness from morning classes or early departures from evening sessions are intolerable and could result in expulsion from the academy. Recently, Lu Yuan and his companions, amidst their celebrations, jointly purchased a modest house for 500 gold coins. In this world, the absence of a unified currency system akin to that of the Qin dynasty has led to a complex monetary landscape among the various states. Nonetheless, gold, silver, and copper are universally recognized as fundamental units of currency. 1 tael of gold is equivalent to 10 taels of silver, and 10 taels of silver equate to 10 guan of copper coins, amounting to 10,000 coins. However, the types of copper coins vary between states. The Qin state uses round coins with square holes, while regions in the north, such as Yin and Zhao, and the Qi, Lu, and Song states, utilize various forms of knife coins. In contrast, the Central Plains states like Han, Wei, Zhou, and Zhang primarily use cloth currency, which refers to tools for farming rather than fabric. Additionally, a commonly circulated type of copper coin known as Baixinqian, or ant-nose coins, is prevalent in states such as Chu and Wuiwei. Each state has established its own exchange rates for different currencies, making the financial landscape less developed than that of Baya's past life due to the absence of the internet. The Shu state, having been annexed by the Qin, has been considerably influenced by it economically, adopting the round coins as well. In terms of value, 1 can purchase a large meat bun, and 500 gold coins roughly equate to 8 or 9 million RMB in Baya's past life, making real estate in Chengdu quite expensive. Baya contributed to the purchase as well. Being part of the welfare class, he was the only fortunate one exempt from paying the academy fees. However, as the welfare class consists solely of children, regulations prohibit students from living externally. Nevertheless, having reached the age of 14 and residing with Lu Yuan and others, he wished to discuss with the Jiaodo the possibility of moving out. However, upon arriving at the academy, he was taken aback. The notification he received indicated that he was to train at the Feng Clan Martial Hall, not at the Jinwu Martial Hall before him. What is this Feng Clan Martial Hall? Did I not test for the Jinwu Martial Hall? The Feng Clan Martial Hall serves as a branch of the welfare class. The instructor distributing the notification squinted at him before waving him away, urging him to hurry as the academy's transport awaited outside, cautioning against tardiness. What the hell? Baya thought, realizing the Feng Clan Martial Hall lay 100 miles northwest of Chengdu, outside the city limits. Was he to become a wild man? What was he supposed to do? Play scout games with those children in the mountains? With a grim expression, Baya exited the academy and vented his frustrations to the Jiang and Wu siblings who had also come to report. Brother Bai, as the ancient saying goes, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will and labor their bones. Jiang and Wu suppressed their laughter, adopting a serious demeanor as one patted Baya on the shoulder and inquired, "But what game is this scout play? Is it a military simulation?" "Something like that." Baya rolled his eyes, feeling dejected as he replied, "Brother Jiang, I shall return to sort my belongings. Please convey my regards to Brother Lu and the others. Rest assured, brother, we will take care of your room, ensuring it does not sit empty," Jiang Wu solemnly assured him. Frustrated, Baya gave a small gesture of acknowledgement over his shoulder. Having missed the academy's transport, Baya arrived at the Feng Clan Martial Hall as the sun began to set. The location was a small mountain town named Hao, which he had heard described by the academy's instructors. There were only about 500 households within, nestled against the Erlang mountain. The picturesque town featured low hills and sparse forests outside its borders, making it an ideal site for scouting. The Feng Clan Martial Hall was located to the west of the town and was not as expansive as the Jinwu Martial Hall, resembling more closely the typical martial halls Baya had seen on television in his past life. By the time he reached the hall, the other students had already finished their dinner and were running laps on the training field. "Why are you so late?" A middle-aged instructor, handsome with a square face and a beard resembling an actor who had portrayed Zhuge Liang in Baya's past life, observed him with an unreadable expression. Baya, feeling apprehensive, lowered his head and explained the situation, reminiscent of being caught out of line by a strict teacher. "Very well, let this be a lesson. Go run your laps." The middle-aged instructor gestured toward the group jogging on the sidelines, allowing Baya to join them. Chapter 49. The Feng Clan Martial Hall on the training field. Approximately 60 to 70 students were running laps. The area was not extensive, with each lap measuring about 200 meters. However, the students were quite young, ranging from 5 to 9 years old, and among them, only Baya and one other boy appeared to be over 10. After several laps, their steps began to falter, clearly exhausted. Observing this, the middle-aged instructor promptly raised his hand, signaling them to stop and gathering everyone before him. "I am Feng Yang, the head instructor of the Feng Clan Martial Hall and the former head instructor of the Jinwu Martial Hall. You may address me as Jiao Feng. Additionally, our academy will soon welcome a martial instructor and 2 academic teachers who will arrive tomorrow. From this day forth, we shall guide you in both martial and academic disciplines." Feng Yang stroked his long beard, surveying the young students before fixing his gaze on Baya and another seemingly 12 or 13-year-old boy. Baya, Lin Mu, stepped forward. The two would serve as the class leaders, with Baya as the primary and Lin Mu as the deputy. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult them. Baya was taken aback, while the other boy shot him a look of mild defiance. "Now, follow me to the inner hall to pay respects to our ancestors." After announcing the appointments, Feng Yang turned and walked toward the back courtyard of the martial hall. The Feng Clan Martial Hall consists of 3 main sections upon entering. The first area is the training field, followed by the students' private school, dormitories, dining hall, and bathhouse. The final section is the ancestral hall, housing numerous spirit tablets. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Feng Yang beckoned Baya and Lin Mu closer, distributing incense sticks to each student and guiding them in bowing to their ancestors. Baya felt somewhat awkward performing this gesture, but kneeling before the spirit tablets did not evoke much sentiment. After completing the ritual, Feng Yang dismissed the gathered students, allowing them to return to their rooms for rest. Having engaged in far more physical activity than usual, the children were utterly fatigued. Once Feng Yang relaxed his oversight, the students dispersed like birds taking flight, each heading to their respective quarters. However, Baya and Lin Mu were discreetly detained by Feng Yang, indicating there were further matters to discuss. "You two, come over here." On Feng Yang's face, which bore a hint of authority, there was no discernible sign of joy or anger as he led Baya and the other individual towards a study. Upon entering the study, Feng Yang settled himself behind a table, lifting his gaze to regard the two. "Are you aware of the responsibilities that come with being the leader of the Rizi class?" "I know." The youth beside Baya's eyes brightened, and he eagerly raised his hand to respond. "Call him the instructor." However, before he could finish his statement, he caught a glimpse of Feng Yang's suddenly stern expression, which silenced him, leaving him pouting in grievance. "Yes, the instructor, Baya. Please share your thoughts." Feng Yang's demeanor softened slightly as he turned his attention towards Baya. Baya felt a twinge of disdain towards Feng Yang's parental demeanor, yet upon further reflection, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his previous life, the teacher-student relationship was far more egalitarian. However, that era had long since lost its reverence for educators, reducing the bond to one of mere transaction. Rife with a sense of materialism, such as the lament of bygone days. Since he had resolved to survive in this world, he must adapt to these changes and learn the principles of respect for teachers that his previous education had neglected to impart. "The students are unaware. Might I request the instructor to enlighten us?" Baya clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, bowing his head as he stood in place. Although Baya claimed ignorance, he was already well aware. The Rizi class consisted of around 60 or 70 young children. While individuals in this world exhibited a degree of precociousness, they remained mere children, often prone to mischief and incapable of self-reliance. There were 4 instructors for the class, yet the age gap between them and the children was substantial, creating a generational divide. The students would seldom approach them, and the instructors could not constantly monitor their behavior. Thus, it fell to him and Lin Mu to manage the trivial matters among the children, essentially making them the caretakers and leaders of the young ones. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Feng Yang raised an eyebrow. Sensing that the youth's understanding differed from his own expectations, the earlier altercation with Wang Qing had left a lasting impression of Bai Ye's prowess in the tiger form fist. During the subsequent written examination, Feng Yang had specifically requested the identity details that Bai Ye had provided upon registration. From a humble background, orphaned at a young age, possessing exceptional talent but lacking refinement and exhibiting untamed wildness, this was the impression Feng Yang had formed after reviewing the document. While the details of Bai Ye's impoverished upbringing and the loss of his parents were noted, the fact that Bai Ye had a profound understanding of the tiger form fist despite being the offspring of a deceased lay disciple of the Diamond Monastery suggested he had either received guidance from the monastery's martial monks or gleaned insights from observing the fierce tigers in the mountains. Either way, it warranted an assessment of high potential. The lack of refinement and untamed nature were merely Feng Yang's subjective conjectures. This was further evidenced by the poor results Bai Ye had achieved in the written examination, indicating a lack of formal education. With the loss of parental guidance, he had naturally lacked refinement and remained untamed. Such a martial student would typically not be accepted by a martial school. Yet, fortunate for Bai Ye, being still young, Feng Yang believed his character was not yet fixed and could be molded, which is why he had arranged for him to join the Rizi class. Feng Yang's intention in appointing Bai Ye as the leader of the Rizi class was to cultivate his sense of responsibility and ambition, encouraging him to learn the correct values espoused by the sages. However, upon this evening's interaction, Feng Yang realized he may have been somewhat hasty. The youth before him appeared, at least at present, mature and composed. To claim he was ill-mannered and untamed seemed excessive. Have you received any formal education? Feng Yang's mind raced as he casually lifted a teacup to his lips, seemingly indifferent as he inquired. When my father was still alive, I learned a few characters, but I was too young to understand their meaning. Bai Ye had long prepared a response for his fabricated identity and, without missing a beat, recounted this fabricated tale with a steady demeanor, continuing, after my father's passing, I had no access to books. But the local scholar, seeing my plight, allowed me to audit classes for a time. Feng Yang nodded subtly, feeling quite satisfied with Bai Ye's response. The youth's answer was logical and appropriately delivered, indeed not the wild and unruly child he had initially envisioned. Auditing classes outside a private school, then it stands to reason he can speak but not write, understand principles yet lack literary skill. Lin Mu, you may leave. Bai Ye shall remain. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yang promptly changed his mind. Since Bai Ye demonstrated a sense of propriety, it was unnecessary to elaborate further on the responsibilities of the Rizi class leader. Given his demeanor, it seemed he would manage the role of caretaker for the children without issue. Lin Mu appeared taken aback, disappointment evident as he exited the room. Once Lin Mu had departed, a smile finally graced Feng Yang's face as he turned to Bai Ye and said, "Remove your outer garments." "What do you intend to do?" Bai Ye exclaimed in shock, his face frozen as he furtively glanced towards the door, pondering whether he could flee if need be. Seeing the peculiar look on the youth's face, Feng Yang's thoughts shifted, realizing Bai Ye had misconstrued his intentions, leading him to both amusement and exasperation. Having spent years as an instructor amidst young men, he was unaccustomed to the need for constant clarification. Moreover, most young martial artists possessed straightforward and uncomplicated thoughts. They were nothing like Bai Ye, who had been seasoned by the trials of his previous life, instantly grasping implications. Ahem, I merely wish to assess your bone structure and potential. Feng Yang adopted a serious expression as he clarified, though internally he felt quite uncomfortable. Bai Ye sheepishly tugged at his mouth, shedding his outer garments to reveal only his undergarments. Feng Yang wasted no time. Stepping forward to examine Bai Ye's entire skeletal frame, gradually revealing a look of intrigue on his face. Extraordinary bone structure. No wonder you excel in the tiger form. Extraordinary bone structure? Instructor, what does that mean? Once Feng Yang completed his examination, Bai Ye stood there, lost in thought, unable to suppress his curiosity. First, put your clothes back on. Allow me a moment to ponder. Feng Yang's expression shifted unpredictably as he spoke, then began pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back. After a lengthy pause, it seemed he had reached a decision, returning to his chair and fixing a focused gaze upon Bai Ye. "Bai Ye, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Take you as my master? Bai Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he not been expressionless, his astonishment might have twisted his features. The reverence for teachers and the significance of such an act, as derived from the teachings of Xuanzi, was recognized across both the Huanglao Taoist and Confucian schools. Regardless of the philosophical lineage, all acknowledged the weight of this concept in the hierarchy of respect. The role of the teacher follows that of heaven, earth, sovereign, and parents, yet it holds greater importance than that of friends in this world. Respect for teachers is paramount, and the act of taking a master is a grave matter, not to be treated lightly in his previous life. Bai Ye had often encountered tales of youths with remarkable bone structures and talents, only for elders to weep and beseech them to take them as disciples upon meeting. Except for certain unique circumstances, such occurrences were virtually impossible. It would be akin to visiting a bar only to have an old man approach and say, "Son, let me be your godfather." What would you think? Would you not be inclined to punch him? Although Feng Yang was not an old man in a bar but the head instructor of the martial school Bai Ye attended, the nature of their relationship was not dissimilar. Why are martial students addressed as instructors rather than masters? It is precisely because taking a master is not something to be done lightly. In ancient Huaxia, Confucianism placed great emphasis on this aspect. One's master could be referred to by various titles and distinctions, not to be addressed casually. A private school teacher is referred to as a Meng Shi, or teacher. The chief examiner in an examination hall is called a Zhuo Shi, yet one could not directly address them as teacher, as it would imply sycophancy in the official realm. While all these titles contain the character for teacher, they differ from the master referred to in the sacred hierarchy, which denotes the one who imparts knowledge. Observing Bai Ye's expression, Feng Yang recognized the youth's bewilderment. However, this time it was Feng Yang's failure to articulate clearly. Not Bai Ye's misunderstanding to it is the Meng Shi. Feng Yang chuckled ruefully, attempting once more to clarify in this world. There is a distinction between civil and martial disciplines. Private school teachers need not elaborate much. Once a student enters a private school, the teacher is their Meng Shi. However, the situation for martial students is different. A martial school instructor does not qualify as a Meng Shi unless they fully teach a foundational set of martial techniques. Bai Ye's heart finally settled, yet he had no desire to take Feng Yang as his Meng Shi. Firstly, he possessed two exceptional foundational martial techniques that he could gradually master to ascend in skill. Secondly, after experiencing so much, his perspective had become discerning. He regarded Wang Peng, Tong Lao, and Zhang Mei, individuals of profound insight, as contemporaries. Thus, to take Feng Yang, the head instructor of the martial school, as his Meng Shi would feel like lowering his standards. In his view, he would need to seek a Meng Shi of at least the caliber of Hui Nan after advancing to Qing Cheng. Feng Yang, perceiving Bai Ye's hesitance and silence, sighed inwardly. Realizing he had been too eager to propose the idea without sufficient explanation, he gestured for Bai Ye to take a seat, saying, "This matter can be set aside for now. Consider it before responding."